The icy air laced with the reek of rust and blood rushed straight into his nostrils. Outside the window, the sky was a dull gray, like a piece of old cloth soaked through with filthy water pressing heavily down upon the ruins of reinforced concrete. The neon lights that had once burned through the night now remained only as a few scattered wan points of glow flickering in struggle before they were quickly devoured by thicker, suffocating shadows. In the distance, the twisted outline of the city skyline could barely be discerned. Several high-rises had snapped in half, exposing ferocious concrete bones and snarled electrical wiring. Closer by, the streets were strewn with the wreckage of abandoned vehicles like toys trampled by some colossal beast. Window glass had shattered into spiderweb patterns, tires were deflated, and doors had vanished without a trace. Darker stains were splashed across the road and along the bases of walls long since dried and blackened, exuding a faint yet pervasive scent of decay. This was Haicheng, or rather the ruins of Haicheng. Zhou withdrew his gaze and shut the remaining half of the alloy window. The harsh grinding of metal against metal let out a grating creak that seemed especially piercing in the overly silent room. It was a safe house of roughly 30 square meters located on a mid-level floor of a crumbling apartment building. The walls had been roughly reinforced, the coarse seams between old and new concrete clearly visible. In one corner were piled several bulging canvas bags and plastic crates, their blurred labels reading compressed biscuits, water purification tablets, first aid kits. In another corner stood a camp bed covered with a thin, mildewed blanket. Most eye-catching of all was an old wooden desk pushed against the wall. Spread across it was a hand-drawn map, repeatedly erased and revised, along with several dog-eared paper books whose titles included Wilderness Survival Manual and Illustrated Guide to Common Mutated Flora and Fauna Early Stage. The air was thick with dust, rust, sweat, and a faint, elusive trace of blood. It came from his own body. Zhou lowered his head and looked at his left forearm. Several loops of relatively clean cloth were wound around it, their edges seeping with dark red blood. The wound was from the day before, inflicted during a scavenging run when a digger mole had suddenly burst out of a sewer. The creature was not large, only slightly bigger than a pre-cataclysm housecat, but its claws were unnaturally sharp, carrying mutated pathogens. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and suffered only a superficial wound, and the stockpiled antibiotics he had taken in advance seemed to be working. There was no sign of the injury worsening. It hurt, a fierce burning pain. Yet compared to the cold, hard knot lodged in his chest, the ache in his flesh was easier to bear. That inner weight made it hard for him to breathe. It had been a full 3 years since that eerie, extraterrestrial meteor, trailing a dark red tail of light, had torn through the night sky. It had begun with a global electromagnetic pulse striking, without warning, instantly crippling all precision electronic devices. Immediately afterward, the Earth's crust convulsed. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions erupted across the world. Then came the frenzied mutation of flora and fauna. Docile pet dogs sprouted bone spurs and fangs, ornamental plants in parks turned carnivorous and lethally poisonous. From city sewers, suburban ponds, even the cracks at the bases of apartment walls, there began to crawl out all manner of grotesque, highly aggressive monsters. Human civilization collapsed within a matter of weeks, order evaporated. The survivors teetered on the edge of death, and for food, clean water, medicine, or merely for a relatively safe place to rest, they would raise their blades against one another without hesitation. Haicheng was among the hardest-hit zones. Over 80% of its buildings had been destroyed, and its population, fewer than 1 in 10, remained. Official rescue. That had long since ceased to exist. Only scattered survivor groups remained, carving out tiny territories, watching one another with suspicion, cooperating at times, but far more often clashing. Zhou, once an ordinary office worker, had survived to this day by relying on the last sliver of vigilance and luck he possessed before the cataclysm, as well as this safe house he had stumbled upon, reinforced ahead of time and stocked with a modest hoard of supplies. He had been trapped in Haicheng ever since. He had never once crossed paths with the few official rescue operations that had been mounted, and the sheer number of mutated beasts here deterred any large-scale forces from entering. Food was dwindling, the water purification tablets were nearly exhausted, monsters were appearing ever more frequently in the vicinity, and the gazes of other survivors were growing increasingly dangerous. 3 years, it was enough. He had to get out, he could no longer live like a rat in a hole. Moreover, mutations had begun to manifest in humans as well. The survivors' bodies were growing stronger in a slow process of enhancement. He too had to become stronger. His gaze fell on one corner of the map spread across the desk, where a location had been circled in red ink. West City, abandoned logistics warehouse, suspected untransferred bulk supplies. This was a site he had inferred, based on hazy pre-cataclysm memories and scattered fragments of information, as a place where substantial supplies might still be stored. The risk was immense. The warehouse district's terrain was complicated, and powerful mutated creatures, or even other survivor factions, might well be entrenched there. But he had no choice. Licking his cracked lips, Zhou began to assemble his gear. He wrapped his hand tightly with cloth around a firefighting axe he had found in a security office, its blade already slightly rolled and dulled. A canteen half filled with murky rainwater. A few rock-hard compressed biscuits of uncertain expiration. A small packet of antibiotics and hemostatic powder. He also had a crude short spear fashioned from a sharpened steel bar tucked at the small of his back. Finally, his eyes came to rest on an inconspicuous black metal box on the desk beside the illustrated manuals. The box was about the size of a palm, its surface bearing no markings at all, only a cold, smooth texture that felt utterly out of place in this dilapidated environment. He had found it 3 days earlier in the depths of a partially collapsed subway tunnel when he had been fleeing from the pursuit of a shadow cat and happened to kick against it by accident. At the time, the box had been embedded in fractured concrete caked with mud, yet unnaturally sturdy. He had expended considerable effort prying it free. Inside lay a dark purple crystal of irregular, multifaceted shape, roughly the size of an egg. Within the crystal, it seemed as though a miniature nebula revolved slowly, emitting an extremely faint yet unmistakable pulse like the heartbeat of something slumbering. He had no idea what it was. In the wake of the cataclysm, strange things were hardly rare. Yet this crystal gave him an indescribable sensation, as though it were calling to him. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou still picked up the crystal and stowed it close to his body. The chill seeped through his thin clothing, and it seemed as if even the pain from the wound on his arm eased slightly. He drew a deep breath and pushed open the creaking iron door. The stairwell beyond was pitch black, with only a sliver of bleak daylight slipping in through a broken window at the far end. The air was foul, dust motes dancing in the shaft of light. The walls were gouged with suspicious claw marks and stained with discolored spatter. Zhou tightened his grip on the firefighting axe and tilted his head to listen. Only the wailing of wind threading through the broken building, and far off a faint shrill echo, whether beastly roar or human voice he could not tell. He lightened his steps, hugging the wall as he felt his way downward. The safe house was on the 7th floor, and the stairwell was choked with debris and rubble, forcing him to pick his way with care. At the turn of the 5th floor, he saw a heavily decomposed corpse in a tattered security uniform. Half of its body was missing, maggots writhing in its hollow eye sockets. Expressionless, Zhou averted his gaze, held his breath, and hurried past. On the 3rd floor, a faint rustling rose from below the stairs. Zhou halted at once, every muscle tightening. He slowly lowered his body, holding the firefighting axe horizontally before his chest. The sound crept closer, like some many-legged creature crawling upward. A black shadow suddenly lunged out from the corner. It was a scythe-limed insect the size of a wash basin. Its entire body was encased in glossy black carapace. 6 pairs of slender jointed legs churned rapidly, while the foremost pair, huge scythe-like forelimbs, rose high, glinting with metallic cold light as they slashed straight towards Zhou's face. A fetid gust rushed at him. Zhou's pupils contracted sharply. With no time to think, his body reacted on instinct, springing backward to the side while his axe whipped upward from below in a savage arc. Clang! The shriek of metal and metal exploded through the narrow stairwell as the axe bit into the joint of the scythe-limed insect's forearm, throwing off a few bright sparks. The tremendous recoil sent numbness lancing through Zhou's hands. The firefighting axe nearly flew from his grip. The insect's charge faltered for a heartbeat. It let out a shrill hissing screech, its compound eyes gleaming with cruel red light as it adjusted its posture and brought those scythe forelimbs slashing down once more. It moved faster this time, the angle even more vicious. There was no room to dodge. In that split second between life and death, adrenaline surged through Zhou. A flash of ferocity ignited in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward into the attack, dropping his body low as he yanked the sharpened steel short spear from his waist and drove it with all his strength into the joint between the insect's chest and abdominal plates, the weakest point of its armor. Pshh. The spear pierced the gap in the carapace with a teeth-grating rip. Viscous dark green fluid stinking with acrid acidic stench sprayed out, splattering over Zhou's hand and face in burning torrents. Sshhh. The scythe-limed insect shrieked in agony, its body convulsing violently. Its scythes flailed wildly, carving several deep, bone-revealing gashes into Zhou's arm and shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Zhou ignored the pain. He twisted his wrist savagely on the embedded spear, then yanked it outward with all his might. More entrails and fluid gushed forth. The insect's struggles rapidly weakened. Its 6 pairs of legs twitched feebly a few more times before it collapsed limp, only its feelers still quivering faintly. Huff, huff. Zhou staggered back a few steps until his back hit the wall, panting heavily. Every inch of his body burned with pain, especially the fresh wounds and his old arm injury, as blood quickly soaked through his clothes. Where the insect's bodily fluids had splashed onto his face and hands, a searing, burning sting spread, accompanied by a creeping numbness. The damn thing's fluids were indeed poisonous. He dared not tarry. Fighting down dizziness and nausea, he quickly inspected the scythe-limed insect's corpse. Its carapace was very hard, but the flesh at the joints seemed potentially edible, if he could somehow deal with the toxins. He had no time for that now. Using the axe, he laboriously split open the insect's head and groped around inside, only to find no energy crystal. For low-level mutated beasts like this, the chances of forming an energy crystal were extremely slim. After roughly stemming his bleeding and swallowing an antibiotic tablet, Zhou resumed his descent without daring to pause. The commotion just now had been anything but small, it might well draw other things. At last he reached the first floor. The entry door had long since vanished, leaving only an empty frame opening onto an even more shattered and desolate street outside. The wind had grown stronger, whipping up dust and scraps of paper that whirled with mournful howls. The surrounding ruins loomed like silent giants, casting deep, overlapping shadows. In the distance, a few faint, mournful howls drifted over, perhaps some sort of mutated canid, and the muffled thuds of collapsing structures. Zhou took his bearings, then slipped toward the western warehouse district. He made every effort to use the shadows of the ruins and the broken walls as cover, moving swiftly, yet with great caution. On the way, he encountered several minor dangers: a ghost-face vine lurking in the rubble that spat paralyzing spores, a few shambling, walking corpses, cadavers puppet by some parasitic fungus, and once he nearly stepped into a deep pit hidden beneath a thin layer of loose soil. Each fight or evasion drained what little strength and focus he had left. His wounds continued to bleed, the numbness from the toxins spread, and his vision began to blur. But he could only clench his teeth and press on. Turn back. The supplies in the safe house would last only a few more days, and it was no longer truly safe. Move forward. The warehouse remained the most likely place he knew of to secure substantial provisions. 2 hours later, the sky had grown even darker, as if a vat of ink were about to tip and spill. Zhou at last reached the outskirts of the western warehouse district. This had once been a major logistics hub of Haicheng, home to dozens of large warehouses. Now most of the roofs had caved in, and the walls were veined with cracks and overrun by strange creeping vines. In the open yards, derelict containers and transport vehicles lay toppled and askew, crusted with rust. The air was thick with the smell of iron and dust, and beneath it all a faintly sweet, cloying tang of blood that made one's stomach churn. Hiding behind an overturned container, Zhou carefully observed his surroundings. His target was Warehouse D7, reportedly a transit cold storage facility for a large food trading company. Its structure was relatively sturdy and might still house backup power equipment. The path to D7 led through a relatively open storage yard. Scattered across the yard were several massive animal skeletons, long since stripped to bone. Judging by their shape, they might once have been cattle or horses before the cataclysm, though their skeletons were unnervingly robust. Aside from that, it seemed very quiet. Too quiet. Alarm bells rang in Zhou's heart. When something defied expectation, danger was seldom far behind. Studying the ground carefully, he noticed faint drag marks and dried traces of slime, all converging toward a large pit in the center of the yard, half collapsed. The pit was a gaping black maw over 3 meters across, but its depths were impossible to see. Something was lurking underground. Drawing a deep breath, he reached into a side pocket of his pack and took out a fist-sized stone wrapped in cloth. He had picked it up along the way, intending to test the waters with it. Taking aim at an empty iron drum on the far side of the pit, Zhou hurled the stone with all his strength. Clang! The stone slammed into the drum, producing a loud crash that echoed across the hushed yard. Almost the instant the sound rang out. Boom! The soil and rubble of the yard floor erupted suddenly as a gigantic shadow as thick as a barrel and ringed with dark green patterns shot out of the pit with blinding speed. It was a mutated earthworm, or rather some horrific annelid creature akin to one. It had no distinct head, its front end split open into 4 petals, and within each petal were layered spiraling rings of razor-edged mouthparts like a grinder from the depths of a nightmare. Viscous, foul-smelling saliva dripped from those mouthparts, hissing and corroding the ground wherever it fell. The giant worm was over 10 meters long, most of its body still buried underground. The portion protruding alone was enough to inspire dread. The noise had clearly roused it. Its four-part maw gaped to the limit, then it spat a stream of dark green acid toward the source of the sound, the iron drum. Ist! The acid shot out like an arrow and struck the drum deadened. The thick metal wall of the barrel began to. The corrosive liquid swiftly carved out a massive cavity billowing thick white smoke, and within seconds it melted into a pool of molten iron. Zhou watched his scalp tingling with dread. The acid's corrosiveness was terrifying. A mere drop would instantly rip flesh apart and melt bones. The giant insect, having failed to pinpoint its true target, swung its four-petaled mouthparts in midair as if sensing something. Then it slowly retreated into the pit, leaving behind a ghastly gaping hole in the ground and an increasingly potent, sweetly fishy stench in the air. An impassable barrier remained. Zhou's heart sank. The mutated giant insect clearly guarded the only path to the D7 warehouse. Its sensory abilities were unknown, and with a wide-ranging, potent acidic attack from underground, the timing of its strike was utterly unpredictable. Forcing his way through was a death trap. What could he do? Take a detour into unknown, possibly even more perilous routes, or retreat, an option he was loath to accept. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, uncertain whether to abandon his path, a low buzzing arose, and the dark purple crystal pressed against his chest suddenly turned scorching hot without warning. Oh! Zhou emitted a muffled groan, nearly crying out. The searing heat was so intense it felt as if a red-hot branding iron were pressed against the skin over his heart. At that very moment, a bizarre and immense suction emanated from the crystal, not affecting objects but targeting his very spirit. His soul. He felt within him that force, the very life energy nearly depleted by wounds, exhaustion, and toxins that had sustained his battles and escapes, surging uncontrollably toward the crystal on his chest. No, it wasn't just his life energy. Even his consciousness, his very thoughts, seemed ready to be dragged in. No. Zhou roared within, instinctively resisting. Yet the overwhelming suction far exceeded his ability to resist. His vision blurred in an instant, a buzzing filled his ears, and his body felt utterly drained, sliding weakly along the cold metal wall of a container. His final perception was of the dark purple crystal exploding within the depths of his consciousness, transforming into an endless, swirling purple nebula. At the center of that nebula, an immense, indescribably cold and imposing terror, imbued with endless, devouring hunger, slowly awoke, casting a penetrating glance in his direction. Cold and utterly lifeless, not just a chill of temperature, but an existential indifference emanating from the very essence of life. There was no light, no sound, no sense of direction, only a stagnant darkness, as if even time and space had come to a complete standstill. Zhou's consciousness drifted in the heart of that darkness. He could feel neither his body nor his heartbeat, only pure thought remaining like a feeble candle flame buffeted by the absolute silence. What had happened? His final shards of memory flickered: the warehouse in the west of the city, the mutated giant insect, the scorching crystal, the unparalleled suction, the exploding purple nebula, and that fleeting glimpse of a terrifying will. A golden horn beast. What was that? Did that crystal belong to it? Before he could decipher the mystery, a faint dark golden light flickered in the endless darkness afar. The light seemed distant yet felt almost within reach, carrying an ineffable summons. Zhou's consciousness was irresistibly drawn, drifting toward that dark golden speck. There was no sensation of movement, yet the distance was undeniably closing. The dark golden speck gradually expanded, revealing its contours, a colossal, intricate, and mesmerizing three-dimensional structure outlined by countless streaming dark golden beams, like the most enigmatic astrological map in the cosmos, or the very core of an otherworldly soul. The moment he touched the dark golden structure, boom! An immense torrent of fragmented, furious information burst into his fragile consciousness, like the simultaneous explosion of billions of stars. Excruciating agony. Unimaginable pain that felt as though his very soul were torn asunder and then brutally stitched back together. He witnessed the birth and quiet death of stars, saw black holes devour all in their path, and beheld towering dark golden beasts roaming, clashing, and consuming amidst an endless cosmic sea. The giant beast resembled a fusion of a mythical qilin and a lizard, its body armored in cold, dark golden scales that shimmered with a metallic luster, a spine bristling with menacing bone spines, and a long tail whose swing could shatter a minor planet. Most striking of all was the solitary dark golden horn atop, its head seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns that embodied the very laws of the cosmos. The golden horned beast, the star devourer, feasting on stars and nourished by all existence, a legendary terrifying life form. He saw it devour a small metal-rich asteroid, its scaled armor deepening in luster, witnessed it clash with another starry behemoth, its claws rending space, and its horn unleashing beams of destruction, and observed it, after a brutal battle grievously wounded, as its colossal form disintegrated, its core entwined with a dark purple crystal, the very one he had found vanishing into the cosmic depths, ultimately falling on Earth. And then a long, enduring silence ensued. Deeply buried in the earth, the crystal subtly absorbed energy from the planet's core, and the diffused life essence gradually repairing itself, while instinctively selecting and attracting qualified souls. Until Zhou appeared. The torrent of information continued, yet it was no longer a violent onslaught. It began to merge selectively and slowly with his original consciousness. Fragments of foundational inheritance knowledge emerged, racial talent, devour the ability to consume the essence of all things, strengthen oneself, and gain genetic prowess. Innate art, doppelganger, capable of generating a duplicate with consciousness freely shifting between the original and the duplicate. Current state, the origin core is severely damaged, locking the duplication function to only rudimentary consciousness connection and perceptual synchronization. Origin space, severely impaired, unactivatable. Basic cultivation techniques, starry guidance, art, fragmented, absorbing cosmic energy to reinforce the strata of life's genes. Zhou was dumbfounded. Golden Horn Beast. Inheritance. Devouring Talent. Doppelganger. Consciousness transfer. Every concept defied the limits of his understanding. Yet the throbbing deep within his soul, coupled with the inheritance information steadily merging with him, left no doubt this was all real. That dark purple crystal was a fragment of the origin core shed by the Golden Horn Beast in a fallen or near-death state. It had chosen Zhou, or rather Zhou had been captured by it, through some mysterious resonance. Now in some sense had he become the core consciousness of this fragment? Or was the fragment attempting to use his soul as a blueprint to forge the genesis of a new life? Before he could untangle the extraordinarily complex relationship, a more immediate sensation overwhelmed him. The coldness was fading, replaced by an unexpected sense of fullness. No, it wasn't the familiar fullness of his human body, but a grander, more primordial and ferocious surge of power, awakening somewhere deep within. His perception fragmented. One part lingered in that dark, icy, uncanny space, intermittently caressing the dark, golden inheritance structure. Meanwhile, the other part was abruptly dragged into the sensation of an entirely new, incredibly vivid body. Heaviness, overwhelming and profound. It felt as if he bore the weight of a mountain. Unyielding, his body was cloaked in a cold, dense, metallic-like exoskeleton, or scales. Colossal. He could feel the contours of this body, far surpassing human dimensions, even beyond any mutant creature he had encountered. Yet its true scale was unfathomable, for his perception was confined within a narrow, viscous enclosure. It was immobile. His body was tightly enveloped with only the faintest instinctual pulse. Where was this place? His consciousness strained to extend beyond this heavy body through a diffuse, all-encompassing spiritual sensitivity, not through eyes, but an inner sense, and he saw his surroundings. Before him lay a sealed, oval chamber. Its inner walls were of a dark red, fleshy texture that pulsed, subtly crisscrossed by thick blood vessels and nerve fibers. The chamber was filled with a warm, viscous liquid exuding a faintly fishy-sweet aroma. He found himself submerged at its very center, while beyond lay an even more vast and complex network of biological tissue. Pulsating flesh, intertwined sinews, and slowly flowing unknown liquid, and in the distance a deep, drumming roar resounded. Was that a heartbeat? Was this inside some creature? The interior of a being so colossal as to defy imagination? Could it be? Could it be that the origin fragment of the Golden Horn Beast, after its initial fusion with his soul and harnessing residual life energy, was now nurturing a new embryo of the Golden Horn Beast somewhere on Earth? And him, Zhou, because his soul had fused with the fragment's core, his consciousness could partially link to this Aceton-born embryo. Doppelganger, innate art, consciousness connection, perceptual synchronization, fragments of inherited knowledge pieced themselves together. Although the ability to generate a doppelganger was locked due to severe damage to the origin core, it prevented the formation of a complete, independent, controllable duplicate. Yet this minimal, unstable consciousness connection and perceptual synchronization seemed to be taking effect. At that moment, one part of his consciousness resided within his injured, exhausted, poisoned human body, trapped under the threat of the mutated giant insect. Meanwhile, another fragment of his consciousness was within what appeared to be a nascent golden-horned beast embryo. Absurd, bizarre, unbelievable. Yet the incredibly tangible, crystal-clear heaviness and sense of confinement combined with the overwhelming life energy surrounding him, though merely a nourishing fluid for that embryonic form, assured him that this was no illusion. Just as Zhou's consciousness felt torn and chaotic between these two disparate bodies, a faint yet persistent dark golden light gently flickered at the very core of the golden-horned beast's inherited structure. Soon after, a brief rudimentary graphic text directly addressing the essence of energy absorption flowed slowly into the part of his consciousness connected to the inherited structure. It was not language nor text, but rather an instinctive flow of information, a rhythmic breathing of cosmic energy. Starry Guidance Art Initial Chapter Basic Absorption. There were no intricate meridian pathways, nor esoteric incantations. There was only one primal direct imagery transforming oneself into an intangible vortex, a ravenous black hole drawing in the ubiquitous, yet faint cosmic energy, the chi, or source energy, consuming it, assimilating it to refine the body and fortify one's origin. Simple, brutal, imbued with the innate predatory dominance of the golden-horned beast's lineage. Meanwhile, the embryonic body of Zhou, immersed in its viscous amniotic fluid, instinctively shuddered ever so slightly. The unformed dark golden scales covering its surface, now perhaps merely keratinous protrusions, shimmered with a trace of barely perceptible light. Meanwhile, in his human body within the safe house, Zhou, slumped against a wall, face pallid and breath weak, suddenly experienced violent tremors behind closed eyelids. At his chest, that dark purple crystal, now cooled, yet subtly different from before, pulsed ever so faintly once again. This time it was not a force of suction, but rather one of guidance. It guided his human body, injured, exhausted, poisoned, and on the brink of collapse, to clumsily and tentatively mimic the image of that vortex. Outside, above the ruined landscape in the depths of a murky sky, it appeared as though an eternal, almost imperceptibly thin cosmic energy, unchanged for eons, had been subtly disturbed. Tendrils of energy millions of times finer than a strand of hair, cool and pristine, pierced the polluted air and shattered walls, gradually converging upon Zhou's body like iron filings drawn by a magnet. The process was so gradual as to be almost imperceptible. Yet for Zhou, whose body was hemorrhaging, failing, and ravaged by toxins, these delicate strands of cool energy were like the first dewdrops in a desert, subtly permeating his parched, torn muscle fibers, soothing his damaged nerve endings, and even beginning very slowly to neutralize and dispel the paralyzing toxins brought by the mutated scythe-legged insect. Though the effect was so slight as to be almost negligible, it undeniably existed. A brand new gateway to power transcending the mundane and filled with infinite possibilities had quietly begun to open amid these doomsday ruins within his body, on the brink of collapse, accompanied by the pulse of a distant starry overlord's embryo. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, fatigue, and the strange sensation of faint energy permeation, Zhou's human consciousness finally succumbed and plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, the other part of his consciousness nestled within that warm, viscous embryonic chamber, rife with life essence, gradually slept in tune with the rudimentary rhythm of the Starry Guidance Art's initial chapter. Back in the safe house, silence reclaimed the space. Only outside, the wind over the ruins continued to whimper. In a remote, undefined corner of Earth, perhaps deep underground or in the ocean's depths, a mysterious chamber harbored a dark golden egg or embryo bearing the lineage of the Star Devourer. It pulsed gently, its dark golden luster on the surface appearing even slightly more condensed than before. The night was long. The apocalypse, too, was drawn out. The darkness receded, and his consciousness, like a drowning man at the bottom of the sea, was slowly lifted by an unseen force. The first sense to return was hearing. The sound of wind, a faint, indistinct cacophony in the distance, whether beastly roars or the groaning of structures, and his own harsh, labored breathing. His throat felt clogged with burning sand. Each inhale carried the taste of rust and metallic sweetness, while a fiery pain seared his chest. Then came touch. The cold, hard ground pressed against his back and arms. His entire body felt as if it had been dismantled and reassembled, every joint aching with a sour protest. A persistent, dull pain and burning sensation throbbed from the wound on his left arm, while the spots splashed with scythebug fluid were a tangled web of numbness and stabbing pain. Exhaustion seeped into his very marrow. Even moving a finger seemed to demand every ounce of strength. Finally, vision returned. His eyelids were as heavy as lead, and Zhou mustered all his willpower to barely pry them open a crack. The blurry view gradually sharpened. The first thing that came into focus was the familiar ceiling marked with a few cracks and water stains forming twisted patterns. He was still in the safe house, sprawled on the cement floor near the door. The light filtering through the window was that pale ashen gray common after the catastrophe, making it impossible to tell the exact time, but it felt like a considerable period had passed. He was not dead. This realization brought a numb sense of relief, but more than that, a hollow exhaustion from surviving the ordeal. Then everything that had happened. The warehouse in the Western District, the giant mutated insect, the scorching crystal, the terrifying suction, the boundless darkness, the dark golden inheritance structure, the cold, immense embryonic perception, crashed into his newly awakened mind like fragmented waves. Golden Horn Beast, Doppelganger, Consciousness Link, Guidance Art. These words tumbled and collided in his consciousness, bringing sharp stabs of pain and deeper dizziness. He couldn't tell which were real and which were hallucinations born of fever and near death. But the next moment, an extremely faint yet undeniably strange sensation from within his body made him jolt. Pain still throbbed. Fatigue still weighed heavy. The wound seemed to pulse with renewed agony upon his awakening. The cold and weakness from blood loss clung to him like a shadow. Yet amidst this dreadful cacophony of sensations, there was a hint of coolness. Very, very faint, like a wisp of breeze brushing the skin on a summer night. Fleeting, yet undeniably real. It seemed to seep from near the Tanzhong acupoint in his chest, slowly dispersing in threads through his limbs and bones. Where it passed, the scorching pain and bone-deep weariness felt as if rinsed by the faintest clear water, not eradicated but granted a trivial relief. Especially at the wound on his left arm, the stubborn, numbing sting of the poison seemed slightly suppressed by this trace of coolness. Zhou struggled to turn his neck inch by inch, his gaze falling on his chest. His clothes were torn, stained with blood and dust. That dark purple crystal was still pressed against his skin. Now it seemed no different than before. Neither metal nor stone, its internal nebula slowly rotating, but the pulsing sensation felt more introverted, more in sync with his own heartbeat. Was it that bizarre crystal? And that starry sky guidance art, preliminary chapter, basic absorption, forcefully imprinted into his mind. Zhou closed his eyes, striving to discard stray thoughts, attempting to recall the imagery of the vortex. It was vague, strenuous, like trying to view an abstract painting through thick frosted glass. But when he focused all his spirit, capturing that faint, elusive rhythm of devouring hum, the crystal on his chest vibrated ever so slightly. Almost simultaneously, the ancient flowing cosmic energy outside the window, thin to the extreme, seemed to be clumsily stirred by an invisible needle. Weaker than before, harder to detect, but indeed extremely rare energy particles were disturbed by his clumsy imitation, slowly seeping into his broken body. The efficiency was appallingly low. If the unconscious circulation earlier had drawn in a thread of energy, then his active attempt now brought in only a few wisps, intermittent and sporadic. But it was enough. This proved it wasn't a dream, not an illusion. The Golden Horn Beast's inheritance, the starry sky guidance art, the consciousness link. All of it was real. Zhou, an ordinary human struggling to survive in the apocalyptic ruins, had truly touched the edge of some incomprehensible supernatural power. Rapture like magma instantly overwhelmed his physical fatigue, and pain nearly making him cry out. But the instinct honed by long-term survival and danger made him clench his teeth, suppressing the roar that almost escaped, turning it into a silent, violent tremor in his chest. No sound. The safe house might not be absolutely secure. He forced himself to calm down, breathing heavily, greedily feeling the strands of cool energy seeping into his body. They were too little, too slow, a drop in the bucket for his severe injuries and depleted stamina. But this meant hope. It meant he might have found a path of evolution beyond ordinary survivors, even beyond those powerful mutated beasts. His breathing gradually steadied, and the ecstasy was replaced by a more realistic coldness. His injuries were still grave, the poison remained in his body. Hunger like a waking beast began to gnaw ferociously at his stomach walls. Thirst had cracked his lips into tiny fissures. The food and water in the safe house were down to the last bits. That guidance art for now seemed more like an extremely slow method of healing and recovery, too distant to quench immediate needs. He needed food, water, medicine. He needed to replenish energy and repair his body immediately. The Western District warehouse was out of reach. That giant mutated insect guarded it, A dead end. He had to find another way. Zhou struggled, supporting himself with his uninjured right arm slowly, agonizingly sitting up. Every tiny movement pulled at his wounds, causing such pain that his vision darkened and cold sweat instantly soaked his tattered clothes. He leaned against the cold wall, panting for a long while before barely mustering enough strength. His gaze swept over the supplies piled in the corner of the room, a few deflated canvas bags, an empty plastic water tank. The last half bottle of muddy rainwater had been drunk yesterday. Only a few pieces of compressed biscuit remained hard as stone, and just 3 of them. Ration out, they'd last at most another day and a half. And there was no clean water. He had to go out immediately to find supplies. In his current state, even encountering the weakest burrowing rat would likely spell disaster. But staying here was certain death. Zhou's eyes fell on the hand-drawn map on the table. Besides the Western District warehouse, he had marked a few locations that might hold small amounts of supplies with relatively lower risks. But the yields would inevitably be meager, and they were likely already looted by other survivors. His finger moved slowly between several marked points on the map, finally stopping at one place, Li Jingyuan Residential Area, Building 3, Room 104. This was the home of a distant uncle. Before the catastrophe, their relationship wasn't close, and they visited each other only once or twice a year. The uncle, an elderly hoarder living alone, liked to stockpile large amounts of rice flour oil and canned food at home, and even had a small water purifier and various medicines. When the catastrophe struck, communications were cut. He didn't know if his uncle was still alive or still there. But it was a residential area with dense buildings and complex terrain, easy to hide in, and perhaps, just perhaps, there was a glimmer of hope. Compared to other completely unknown search points, this at least had a clear target and a faint thread of possibility. Decision made. Zhou took a deep breath, carefully wrapped the last 3 pieces of compressed biscuit, and tucked them into his inner pocket. His water bottle was already empty. He picked up the fire axe. Its chipped blade glinted coldly in the dim light. He tucked the short spear back into his waistband. After a moment's thought, he quickly tore a few pages from the old survival guides on the table about edible parts of common mutated plants and simple wound treatment, folded them, and stuffed them into his pocket. Finally, his fingers brushed over the dark purple crystal on his chest. The cold, smooth touch came, and the internal nebula seemed to spin a little faster. "I'm counting on you," he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and cracked. Then he moved to the door and listened. The hallway was utterly silent. He gently opened the door a crack. The smell of decay and dust rushed out. Holding his breath, he waited a few seconds, confirmed there was no unusual sound, then squeezed out sideways, leaving the door ajar. He didn't lock it. If danger forced him to retreat, locking would only waste time. The stairwell was still dark and cluttered. He moved cautiously, trying not to make a sound. Passing the guard's rotting corpse on the 5th floor, he glanced at it and noticed signs of it being moved and gnawed, with small blood-stained claw prints around it. Something had been there. Perhaps carionating mutated insects, or something worse. Zhou's heart tightened, and his movements became even more cautious. He made it to the 1st floor without incident. Outside the unit door, the ruined landscape remained. The wind seemed stronger, and the dust it kicked up stung his face. He oriented himself. Li Jingyuan Residential Area was in the southeastern part of the city, about 3 kilometers away. Before the catastrophe, it would have been a half-hour walk. But now those 3 kilometers meant countless lurking dangers and unknown variables. He had to avoid main roads, which were often open, easy to spot, and might harbor large mutated creatures. He could only navigate through building ruins and narrow alleys. He set off. The first few hundred meters went smoothly. He moved as close to the shadows of walls as possible, avoiding open areas, using rubble as cover. Apart from the occasional indistinct sounds in the distance, everything was dead silent except for his own heartbeat and heavy breathing. But soon trouble came. Passing through a half-collapsed street garden, a faint rustling sound came from behind a nearby bush, long dead, but with twisted, tangled branches. Zhou stopped immediately, gripping the fire axe tightly, his body tense. Rustle, rustle. The sound grew closer. Suddenly, 3 beetles, each the size of a fist, with gray-brown bodies, shiny carapaces, and sharp mouthparts, emerged from the dead leaves. They were carrion beetles. These mutated insects feed on decaying organic matter. Their aggression is not too strong, but their mouthparts carry a paralyzing toxin, and they usually appear in swarms. The 3 beetles twitched their antennae, seemingly sensing the scent of blood from Zhou's wounds, and scuttled toward him quickly, not fast, but with a clear direction. Clearly, one cannot engage Haicheng. The armored carapace of the corrupting beetle is too tough, a fire axe would struggle to deliver a fatal blow. Once ensnared, attracting more will be disastrous. Zhou made a swift decision and turned to flee. At the same time, he scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground and hurled it towards the approaching beetles, attempting to disrupt their senses. The dirt had some effect, causing the beetles to pause momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou created distance and veered into a narrow alley piled high with construction debris. However, misfortune seemed to have set its sights on him. Just after running a few meters, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a collapsed prefab panel at the end of the alley. It was a person, or rather once was a person. Their clothing was torn and tattered, stained with black and red filth. Their skin displayed an abnormal bluish-gray hue lined with dark purple veins. Their eyes were murky and white, devoid of any spark, only filled with pure greed and hunger for vibrant life. The corners of their mouth curled back, revealing jagged, meat-encrusted teeth as a low growl emanated from their throat. A walking corpse, a body parasitized by that mysterious fungus. This corpse moved faster than the one Zhou had encountered earlier. Though still stiff, its arms lunged forward, clawing at him, with a nauseating stench trailing behind. With a corpse ahead and beetles behind, Zhou's pupils constricted, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. Wounded and exhausted, he was utterly incapable of facing two threats at once. In a flash, his gaze swept across one side of the alley. There was a half-open rusted metal door, seemingly the entrance to some basement. With no other choice, Zhou summoned his last ounce of strength and dashed towards the metal door, slamming his shoulder against it. Bang! The rusted hinges let out a piercing groan as the metal door swung inward. A wave of mixed odors, mildew, dust, and an indescribable fetid stench hit him like a wall. Behind the door lay a dark staircase leading downwards. He stumbled inside and hastily tried to pull the door shut. But the corpse had already reached the doorway, a bluish-gray hand shooting in to grip the edge of the door. Huh! The corpse howled, its decaying face nearly pressed against the door crack. Zhou gritted his teeth, bracing his back against the door, the pain in his injured left arm shooting like a spike. The corpse was incredibly strong, gradually pushing the door open. Even worse, the three corrupting beetles had also arrived at the doorway, attempting to squeeze through the cracks and around the corpse's feet. In this critical moment, Zhou caught a glimpse of a rusted, sharp-ended rebar lying in the corner by the door. He bent down, abruptly gripping the rebar with his still-functioning right hand, disregarding any technique, and aimed it at the corpse's hand, gripping the edge of the door, thrusting it down with all his might. Thwack! The rebar pierced through the corpse's bluish-gray hand, embedding itself into the wooden doorframe behind. Black viscous blood splattered out. The corpse emitted a sound of inhuman agony, its grip loosening slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou exerted every ounce of strength he had, using his weight to slam into the door again. Bang! The metal door finally slammed shut, trapping the corpse's arm and pinning its palm against the doorframe with the sharp rebar. The corpse outside raged, smashing and howling in frenzy, but for the moment it could not break in. Of the three beetles, two were crushed in the instant the door closed, oozing disgusting ichor, while the third managed to slip inside, but was knocked disoriented by the door spinning in place. Safe for now. Temporarily. Zhou leaned against the cold, damp wall, sliding down to the ground, gasping for breath as darkness swirled before his eyes. The earlier outburst had nearly drained his last reserves of strength. The wound on his left arm had completely burst open, blood gushing out and staining the makeshift bandage red. His chest throbbed painfully from the exertion. The basement was pitch black, with only a sliver of faint light seeping through the door crack. The air was foul and stagnant, mingling with dust, mold, and the nauseating stench brought by the corpses and beetles. He panted, straining to open his eyes to adjust to the darkness while listening intently. Aside from the continuous banging and howling of the corpse outside, along with the faint rustling of the surviving beetle, there was no other sound. He fumbled in his pocket for the last relatively clean piece of cloth originally intended as a bandage, trembling as he pressed it against the rupture on his left arm. I must stop the bleeding immediately. The blood loss and exhaustion crashed over him like icy tides, buffeting his consciousness. His vision grew increasingly blurred, and a buzzing filled his ears. He cannot faint. Fainting would be the end. Steeling himself, he attempted to focus once more, to sense and mimic the image of the vortex, channeling the faint cosmic energy. However, this time his response was not only the weak pulse from the crystal in his chest and the faint coolness. A humming. A distinctly different, more primal, more violent, and more hungry tremor surged from deep within his consciousness, from the far, dark, warm, and viscous other side. It was the embryo of the Golden Horn beast. No, it was not the consciousness of the embryo itself. It perhaps had not yet fully developed consciousness, but the instinct of the growing embryonic body of the cosmic overlord. a pure urgent craving for energy, for matter, for anything that could be devoured, as if a ferocious beast was gestating in the womb, opening its invisible greedy maw. This instinct of hunger was so strong that it subtly influenced Zhou himself through that fragile connection of consciousness. He felt a violent spasm in his stomach, a mad desire to consume everything before him, an infinite void that nearly overwhelmed his reason. Almost simultaneously, the dark purple crystal on his chest suddenly became scorching hot. No, not the kind of heat that burned the skin, but a kind of internal energy level boiling. The nebula swirling within the crystal began to spin faster, the central glimmer becoming blinding. An invisible, far more powerful, precise, and overriding force of suction erupted from the crystal's core. This time it was no longer merely the thin cosmic energy from outside the window that was being absorbed. The first targets were the two crushed bodies of the corrupting beetles on the ground, as well as the one that was still disoriented and alive. The three beetles' corpses, and the living one shriveled and withered at a visible rate. It was as if all the essence of life and energy within them was being forcibly extracted and peeled away by an invisible force. In just 2 or 3 seconds, they turned into 3 small piles of gray-white powder, leaving no shells behind. Immediately afterward, the force of suction spread out. The years of accumulated dust in the basement trembled slightly. A small patch of mutated moss in the corner, emanating a faint phosphorescence, instantly dulled and rapidly withered. Even the almost imperceptible death energy and stale air from the rotting matter outside, and possibly deeper underground, seemed to be drawn and coiling towards the crystal on Zhou's chest. All of this happened extremely quickly, silently, yet filled with a sense of wild and efficient predation. Zhou was stunned. He could clearly feel a mixed yet undeniably real warm current flowing through the invisible channel into the crystal in his chest. The crystal trembled slightly, as if a thirsty traveler had finally found water to drink, even if that water was murky. Then a thread of energy purer and warmer than before surged from the crystal, infusing his exhausted body. This energy was nowhere near as pure as the cosmic energy he had previously guided into himself, carrying an indescribable sense of impurity, somewhat violent and chaotic. But it was sufficient in quantity, enough to instantly suppress the excruciating pain from his wound, enough to restore a bit of warmth and strength to his cold, stiff limbs, enough to clear his dizzying mind. The flow of blood from his ruptured left arm had noticeably slowed. The feeling of exhaustion was partially dispelled. Even that deeply ingrained sense of hunger was somewhat alleviated, not from feeling full, but because his body had received a substantial energy supplement. This is Devour, the racial talent of the Golden Horn Beast. No, it should merely be the fragment of its essence, instinctively, passively, and very limitedly exercising its most basic devouring ability. Because it needed energy to repair itself, it also required energy to maintain the connection with Zhou's soul, and even to nourish the embryo growing in that distant realm. And Zhou, as this host in a near-death state, along with the consumable matter present in the surrounding environment, had triggered this instinct. Zhou leaned against the cold wall, feeling the weak, yet real warmth within him, staring at the 3 small piles of ashes where the beetles had once been, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Ecstasy surged once again, but this time it was mixed with an indescribable chill. This power was too domineering and too sinister. It directly robbed the essence of life, leaving no room for mutated plants or the polluted energies of the environment to escape. Is this the path of the cosmic devourer? There was no time to think further. The banging from outside grew faint. The corpse seemed unable to exert itself effectively due to its pinned arm, yet its low growls continued. From deep within the basement, a faint sound of something crawling seemed to emerge, drawn by the commotion of the crystal's devouring activities. Zhou propped himself against the wall, slowly rising to his feet. Though still weak and in pain, he at least had the strength to move and think. He tightened his grip on the fire axe, its blade reflecting the faint light seeping through the door crack, illuminating his pale face, which bore a hint of an unusual aura. He glanced at the ashes of the beetles on the ground, then at the faintly warm crystal on his chest, finally directing his gaze towards the deeper recesses of the basement where the darkness thickened. There something seemed to be gently writhing. It exuded a kind of energy fluctuation that was utterly different from that of the corrupting beetles and the corpse. The instinct of hunger stirred once more deep within the crystal. Zhou licked his cracked lips, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes, before ultimately giving way to resolve. He dragged his weary yet capable body, gripping the axe tightly, cautiously moving towards the unknown darkness deep within the basement. There might be danger there. But there might also be food. For him at this moment, for the crystal on his chest yearning for energy, and even for the distant terrifying embryo that was developing, the significance of food was unprecedentedly important. The basement was like a ravenous stomach. Zhou stood at the stairwell corner with only half a steel bar left in his hand. He thrust one end into the scattered rags nearby, barely soaking it with the black oil from the beetle carcasses. He used that faint spark to ignite this crude torch. As the flame leaped up, it was immediately pressed down by the thick darkness, timidly licking the ground only 2 or 3 steps around. In the small patch of illuminated air, dust and mold spores danced frantically. The temperature seemed a few degrees lower than above, a damp chill creeping up his pant legs. He sniffed. Besides the stale smell of mildew and rust, there was a more distinct, more active fishy odor. It was like the smell of a fish market after closing, a mix of entrails and crushed ice on the ground, only thicker, wetter, clinging to his throat, impossible to dissolve. The rustling sound persisted not far ahead, very dense. It wasn't a single thing, it sounded like a swarm of millipedes crawling over withered moss. He moved his feet very slowly, trying not to make a sound. He first extended his left foot, pressed it down firmly, then gradually shifted his body weight. His injured left arm hung stiffly at his side like a rusted iron rod, every movement pulling painfully at the flesh. His right hand gripped the torch, the flame trembling slightly with his breath. Around the corner, the space opened up a bit. The torchlight first revealed a layer of sticky, translucent substance on the ground, like the dried film left by a giant snail. Stepping on it produced a faint squelching sound that made his skin crawl. Then he saw the eggs. White, or rather deathly pale, like maggot eggs, magnified countless times, scattered in piles on the ground. Some were intact, their shells, if that slippery membrane could be called a shell, covered with dark green web-like veins with something faintly pulsating inside. More were broken, egg fluid spilling everywhere, yellow and green, already semi-coagulated, emitting an even more pungent stench. Some broken shells still had unhatched, translucent little things attached, curled up, indistinguishable from head to tail. Zhou's stomach churned, but he forced himself to look away and raised the torch higher. Right next to these nauseating egg piles, leaning against the wall base, were a few objects of incongruous color. 2 plastic bags with the red words Wanjiafu Supermarket bulging and covered with gray-white dust and sticky cobwebs. Beside them was a blue plastic bag with the words Kongmin Pharmacy flatter, but still appearing to contain box-shaped items. Zhou's heart leaped. He almost rushed over immediately. But 3 months of survival in the ruins held his impulse back like a cold iron wire. He didn't move, he just raised the torch higher to let the light reach a farther corner. In the shadows of the wall corner, a small pile of things was stacked. Bones. Human bones. Some were still fresh, attached with dark red fascia and shreds of flesh, attracting a few rice-sized metallic shiny beetles crawling over them. More were old, gnawed clean, stark, white, piled messily like discarded firewood. Several deformed skulls had rolled to the outermost edge, their black eye sockets facing his direction. Zhou's breath stopped for a moment. He recognized one of the torn cloth remnants, a gray-blue work uniform fabric with a blurred, not entirely torn-off badge on the shoulder, the work clothes from a nearby construction site. And there was a hand, clearly a woman's, already shriveled and blackened, with a thin, deformed silver ring on the ring finger. It wasn't hiding. It was collecting. Or rather, that egg-laying tentacled monster had made this its storage room and nursery. These plastic bags, along with the possible food and medicine inside, were merely the incidental items it, or its children, had torn from the unfortunate prey. Beyond the torch's halo, the darkness seemed to have weight pressing down heavily. The rustling sound seemed a bit denser, a bit closer. Something was moving in those deeper shadows the firelight couldn't reach. He had to get those bags. There was no choice. Zhou swallowed, his throat painfully dry. He began to move forward, each step landing on the sticky ground mixed with broken eggs and unknown fluids, an extremely unpleasant sensation transmitting through the soles of his feet. He stared fixedly at the bags, but his peripheral vision warily scanned the surrounding darkness. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the nearest supermarket bag, plop. A faint sound of liquid breaking almost right next to his right ear. Zhou's scalp tightened, and without thinking, he lunged violently to his left. A thick, slippery, dark red tentacle covered with suckers whipped past his shoulder and back. The tip of the tentacle had no mouthparts, but the edges of the suckers were lined with a ring of fine hook-like black bristles covered in sticky, fishy-smelling, transparent liquid. The tentacle slammed heavily into the wall behind where he had just stood, a dull thwack leaving a wet mark and a few peeling pieces of plaster. Zhou fell to the ground, his elbows and knees hitting the cold, hard, slime-covered floor, the pain making his vision go dark. The torch flew out of his hand, arced through the air, and with a hiss landed right in a small puddle of semi-coagulated stinking egg fluid. The flame struggled for a few moments, rapidly dimmed, and finally turned into a wisp of choking blue smoke, extinguished. Darkness instantly swallowed everything. Only the small amount of not yet fully coagulated egg fluid on the ground emitted an extremely faint will-o-wisp-like phosphorescence, barely outlining the blurred, distorted contours of nearby objects. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The dense crawling sound rose from all around. More than one place. That last attack was just the beginning. This thing had more than one tentacle, and it seemed to have a way to pinpoint his location in the dark. Zhou's heart pounded as if it would explode. He lay on the cold, wet ground, not daring to move. He couldn't see, he could only listen. Listen to the sound of the slimy tentacles dragging across the ground. Listen to the fine friction sound of feet or suckers drawing nearer and clearer in the darkness. The wound on his left arm had split open again from the fall, warm blood soaking through the cloth strips, bringing a sharp pain. But this pain at this moment made him more alert. He couldn't stay here. He suddenly reached out, grabbing wildly in the direction he remembered the bags were. His fingers touched a rough plastic handle. Got it. Without pausing to distinguish which bag, he pulled back with all his strength. The bag seemed caught on something, making a slight tearing sound, but he still yanked it over. It was heavy in his hand, the contents clinking with a rustling sound. In the dead silence of the darkness, this noise was like a thunderclap. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of cutting air. More than one tentacle stabbed fiercely from different directions toward the spot where the sound had come, carrying a thick, suffocating, fishy wind. Zhou hugged the bag, curled up, and rolled desperately toward the remembered direction of the stairs. Thump, thump. Two tentacles missed their target, plunging deep into the ground where he had just been lying, making a teeth-grinding sound. A third tentacle swept past his calf, the hooked bristles tearing his pant leg and leaving several burning, bloody scratches on his skin. Zhou grunted, ignoring the pain, scrambling on all fours toward the stairs. Behind him, the darkness erupted with an angry, hissing, strange sound, like wet wood rubbing together. More rustling sounds chased after him, the sound of slimy tentacles slapping the ground as dense as raindrops. He stumbled, crawling back to the stairs on his hands and knees. The fishy wind was hot on his heels. He could even feel the cold, wet touch almost reaching his ankles. He charged up the stairwell corner, and ahead was the iron sheet door, letting in a sliver of light. Just then his foot caught on some discarded part, and Zhou stumbled, pitching forward. The bag he held tightly flew out of his arms, slapping onto the stairs with a crack, its contents spilling out. And a slippery, cold tentacle had already silently coiled around his ankle. A tremendous pulling force came, trying to drag him back into the egg-laying, bone-strewn depths of darkness. Zhou grabbed onto the rough cement edge of the stairs with one hand, his nails tearing from the strained blood streaming down. His other hand groped around him, touching a cold, cylindrical, hard object. It was an empty tin can that had rolled here earlier. Without a second thought, he grabbed the can, and with all his might smashed it down on the slimy tentacle around his ankle. Bang! The can hit the tentacle with a dull thud. The tentacle stung, recoiled sharply, but the sucker still clung tightly. In that instant of recoil, Zhou's other hand, gripping the stair, pushed hard, jerking his whole body upward a notch. At the same time, he bent the trapped leg, and with the heel of his other foot viciously kicked down at the relatively soft-looking part connecting the tentacle and sucker. Scree! A sharp, pained shriek came from the depths of the darkness. The tentacle around his ankle trembled violently, and the sucker loosened. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou yanked his leg back, scrambled toward the iron door, ignoring the scattered items, pulled it open, squeezed through, and slammed it shut with all his might. Bang! With his back against the cold iron door, Zhou collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his lungs burning, every inhalation carrying the taste of blood. Outside the door, the zombie was still weakly and tirelessly bumping against it, making a dull thump. Thump! Inside the door, after a brief silence, came the frantic bang-bang of tentacles hammering the door panel, along with even sharper, angrier shrieks. The iron door was battered inward, groaning under the strain. Zhou panted heavily, looking down at his arms. He had only managed to grab one bag, the blue one from Kongman Pharmacy. The bag's opening had been torn in the struggle, spilling some of its contents. Through the dim light filtering through the door cracked the bleak sky above the ruins, he could make out a few items that had rolled beside his leg: a small bottle of iodine, its plastic body cracked, but the liquid still inside, 2 blister packs of pills, the writing on them reading amoxicillin A, and a vacuum-packed braised egg. How did that get mixed in with the medicine? He was stunned for a moment, then realized that someone in the panic of the catastrophe must have casually stuffed items bought from the supermarket into a pharmacy bag. Without time to examine them closely, he tremblingly stuffed the scattered items back into the bag and then into his own empty backpack. Iodine antibiotics and some food. Not much, but enough. Enough for now. The banging and shrieking from inside the iron door gradually subsided. The monster seemed to realize it couldn't breach the door, or perhaps it cared more about the unhatched eggs in its lair. Zhou leaned against the door, listening to his pounding heart slowly calm. Cold sweat soaked through his tattered clothes, clinging coldly to his skin. The wound on his left arm was still oozing blood, and the scratches on his calf from the bristles burned fiercely. He didn't know if they were poisonous. He fished out the cracked iodine bottle, bit off the plastic cap, and without bothering to disinfect, poured the pale yellow liquid directly onto the wound on his left arm. Hiss! The intense sting made him gasp, veins bulging on his forehead. But then a cooling sensation spread. He swallowed 2 more amoxicillin pills, tore open the accidentally obtained braised egg package, and gulped it down in a few bites. The salty, savory taste mixed with the smell of blood and the nausea from the basement was indescribable. After doing all this, he finally had the chance to feel his chest. The dark purple crystal lay quietly against his skin, its temperature already back to normal, with only a trace of residual warmth. In that life-or-death moment, just now it hadn't erupted with that devouring power like before. Was it because the monster's main body hadn't made direct contact? Or because it was full? Zhou didn't know. He only knew that he had survived again. These meager things won with his life sustained him to keep living. He supported himself against the wall and stood up with difficulty. His legs were still weak. Outside the door, the zombies' banging had faded to nearly inaudible. He had to go. Leave this alley reeking of stench and death, head to Haicheng, to that hope that was perhaps equally slim, but one he had to try for. He took one last look at the tightly shut, dented iron door, as if he could see through it the pale eggs in the dark depths, the scattered bones, and the pair or pairs of greedy eyes gleaming faintly in the darkness. Turning around, Zhou dragged his weary, aching body step by step into the gray, boundless light of the ruined sky outside. The backpack pressed against his back, containing medicine, containing food, and containing a thread of life just snatched from the edge of a monster's lair. It was heavy. The rain has fallen. It is not the sluggish rain that carries the scent of earth before the disaster, but a grayish-white fine and cold drizzle weaving an endless net over the vast, silent graveyard of Haicheng. Raindrops pounded against the exposed rebar, producing a monotonous tap-tap sound. They pooled into the cracks of the ground, washing away the long darkened bloodstains, stirring up dust and debris, flowing into the unseen depths of the sewer, carrying with it a stronger odor mixed with rust, decay, and some chemical residue. Zhou tightened the ragged cloth around his neck, forming a makeshift scarf. The movement tugged at the wound on his left arm, causing him to grimace. The rain quickly soaked through his thin, tattered coat, the fabric sticking to his skin, robbing him of the already limited warmth. A chill crept up his spine, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. He chose a relatively concealed route, weaving between the labyrinthine rubble and broken walls formed by the collapsed residential buildings. The billboard hung askew, the smiling faces of the stars already faded and peeling, leaving only hollow eye sockets. A bus lay overturned in the middle of the road, its windows shattered, empty inside, with the seats covered in thick dust and bird droppings. Several mutated birds larger than pigeons with disheveled feathers and sharply pointed beaks perched on the twisted chassis of the bus, tilting their heads and coldly watching the tiny moving figure below with their crimson little eyes. Zhou tried to keep his body low, avoiding the open ground. The rain made the ground slippery and muddy, and he nearly fell several times. The bottle of iodine in his backpack had developed cracks, and the slight clinking of the tablets inside startled him. The wound on his calf, scratched by the tentacles' hair, throbbed with sharp pain and itchiness as it soaked in the rain, leaving him uncertain if it was a sign of poisoning. As he walked, he strained to recall the exact location of his uncle's house. Legion Garden was an old community with houses arranged haphazardly, and it was even more unrecognizable after the disaster. He only remembered it was roughly in the southeast corner near the abandoned kindergarten in the community. The rain curtain blurred his vision, and the distant scenery remained only a gray outline. He could only rely on fragmented landmarks from his memory to find his way. The old locust tree that had been struck by lightning and sprouted bizarre purple buds, the kindergarten's wall painted with childish cartoon patterns, but now covered in black vines, and the half-collapsed sign of a small convenience store that read convenience supermarket. The closer he approached his destination, the faster Zhou's heart raced. It was not excitement, but a kind of tension mixed with hope and overwhelming unease. Was there still something left at his uncle's house? Was his uncle still there? Would there be others or something else occupying that place? He circled around a building with large patches of fallen tiles exposing the red bricks beneath, and finally spotted the building he remembered, Building 3. The structure was relatively intact, though a large gaping crack marred the side wall extending from the roof down to the second-floor window like an ugly scar. The entrance was dark and the door had long since vanished. Zhou crouched behind a pile of rubble across from the building, raindrops dripping down from his hair. He observed patiently. There was no sound. Aside from the rain, there were no signs of human activity nor any obvious movements of monsters. Most of the first-floor windows were broken, haphazardly blocked with wooden boards, plastic sheets, and even tattered bed sheets, making it impossible to see inside. Room 104 was at the easternmost, and its window also boarded up with a few crooked wooden planks revealing a pitch-black darkness within. He waited for about 10 minutes, the soaked clothes causing him to shiver slightly. He could not wait any longer. Taking a deep breath of the cold, damp air, Zhou bent low and quickly crossed the small open space in front of the building, which had originally been a lawn with fitness equipment now reduced to mud and weeds darting into the entrance. Inside was darker than outside, with only a sliver of daylight seeping in from the entrance. The air was murky, carrying a faint musty smell and a hint of an old house's peculiar familiar odor. The stairs were covered in dust and debris with numerous scratches and stains on the walls, but there were no signs of fresh blood or signs of struggle. Zhou gripped the rebar tightly, which he had been holding since leaving the basement, and stepped lightly down the stairs. There were only 2 units on the first floor, 101 and 104. The door to 101 was half open, revealing a dark interior with the outlines of overturned furniture vaguely visible. He held his breath and approached the door of room 104. The old-fashioned dark green security door was partially peeling, exposing the dark red rust beneath. A faded Fu character was stuck on the door, its edges curling. The doorknob was covered in dust. It seemed that no one had been in or out for a long time. Zhou felt a weight in his heart. He pressed his ear against the cold iron door, listening intently. A dead silence prevailed. Only his own breathing and the faint sound of rain striking the window above broke the stillness. He tried to gently push the door. It did not budge. It was locked. Stepping back a couple of paces, he examined the lock. It was an ordinary old-fashioned lock, not particularly secure. If this were before the disaster, he might have had no way to deal with it, but over the past 3 months, he had learned some rudimentary techniques for handling locks with brute force and crude tools to survive. He set down his backpack and pulled out a short length of resilient wire he had collected earlier, along with a piece of broken brick with a sharp edge. He bent the wire into a specific shape, carefully inserting the pointed end into the keyhole, using the corner of the broken brick to brace against a spot on the lock, while pressing his shoulder against the door panel slowly, but forcefully twisting, prying, and pushing. This required patience and a little luck. Sweat mixed with rainwater trickled down his forehead. The wound on his left arm throbbed painfully from the strain. Time passed second by second, with only his heavy breathing and the subtle sound of metal scraping against the lock filling the corridor. Click! A sound that was extremely faint yet unnervingly clear in the silence. The bolt sprang open. Zhou froze quickly, stopping his movements and once again pressing his ear to listen. There was still no sound from within. He slowly retracted his tools and positioned the rebar in front of him, using his shoulder to gradually push open the heavy security door. The door hinge creaked dryly, a sound that was particularly jarring in the silence. A more intense odor mingled with dust, stale food, mothballs, and the scent of old furniture rushed towards him, and within it seemed to be a hint of an indescribable, faintly sweet rot. The door opened a half-foot wide. Inside was pitch black. Zhou waited a few seconds to adjust to the darkness, then squeezed in sideways, gently closing the door behind him, but not locking it. The room was darker than the hallway, almost completely devoid of light. He leaned against the wall by the door, remaining motionless, allowing his eyes to slowly adjust while engaging all his senses to catch any anomalies. Silence. Complete silence. Even the sound of his own heartbeat felt intrusive. After a while, his eyes could barely distinguish some outlines. This was a typical old-fashioned 2-bedroom layout with a narrow entrance hallway, the living room to the left, and the doors to the kitchen and bathroom on the right. Directly ahead was a corridor leading to the bedroom, dark and foreboding. Using the extremely faint light filtering through the door crack and the gaps in the wooden boards of the windows, he saw a few pairs of old slippers scattered on the entrance floor. The shoe rack had toppled over, its contents strewn about. The walls bore several chaotic scratches as if made by claws. He shifted his feet and cautiously stepped into the living room. The living room was small and furnished, simply an old fabric sofa covered with a white dust cover, but already askew and thick with dust, a glass coffee table on which sat a dust-covered ashtray, and several empty cups, and a wall-mounted television cabinet, its doors open revealing a shattered screen of an old tube TV. The floor was also littered with various items: newspapers, a remote control, an overturned trash can. There were no signs of a violent struggle. It looked more like something had been hastily knocked over or discarded in chaos. His gaze swept over the corner by the television cabinet, where a few cardboard boxes were piled up. He approached and carefully prodded them with the rebar. The cardboard boxes were heavy. He crouched down and tore open the tape covered in dust on top. Inside the first box were neatly stacked military rations. Spam, canned fish, braised pork, various flavors. The tin cans were dusty but intact, most with production dates from half a year before the disaster. A whole box, at least 30 cans. Suzhou's heart skipped a beat, his fingertips trembling slightly. He immediately went to check the other boxes. The second box contained compressed biscuits and vacuum-sealed dehydrated vegetables. The third box held large bags of salt sugar and several bottles of vitamin tablets. The fourth box was slightly smaller, and upon opening it he found it contained neatly stacked bottled water. Although they were small bottles, there were at least 2 dozen. Food, water, and vitamins. A wave of immense joy surged through him like an electric current, nearly making him shout. His uncle's hoarding habit had turned into a treasure for survival in this apocalypse. He forced himself to calm down and continued searching. In the drawer beneath the television cabinet, he found a few flashlights, unfortunately out of batteries, a few packs of batteries, some possibly still with charge, a rusty but functional pair of pliers, and several rolls of tape and rope. Under the sofa cushions, he even found an old rusty fruit knife wrapped in oil paper. He quickly and systematically placed the items he found into his backpack. The cans were too heavy. He only took 5 or 6 of different flavors along with some compressed biscuits and a few bottles of water, which made his backpack already feel heavy. He took a small portion of the vitamin tablets and salt and sugar. He tucked the pliers and fruit knife behind his waist. After doing this, he turned his gaze towards the dark corridor leading to the bedroom. The door to the master bedroom was half ajar. The faint sweet odor he had sensed earlier seemed to be wafting from that direction, slightly stronger now. Suzhou gripped the rebar, approaching the door to the master bedroom. He first gently nudged the door panel with his toe, widening the gap. Inside was even darker. He could vaguely make out the outline of a double bed, the blankets piled in disarray. The wardrobe door was half open. The sweet rotten smell was more pronounced. He switched on one of the flashlights he found at his uncle's house, replacing it with a possibly charged battery, the dim beam cutting through the darkness and illuminating the bedroom. The first thing that caught his eye was a human shape under the blankets on the bed, completely still. The flashlight beam slowly moved over. Beneath the blankets lay a corpse that had already begun to decay severely. Dressed in a dark blue nightgown, the body was waxy, the skin tight against the bones, displaying an eerie brownish-black hue, with facial features collapsed and blurred, making it hard to recognize. But judging by the body shape and the gray-white hair, it should be his uncle. He lay on the bed, hands folded over his chest, and his posture could even be described as somewhat serene. On the small cabinet by the bed, there was an empty medicine bottle and half a cup of water that had long since evaporated, leaving only a brownish residue at the bottom. He did not die violently. It seemed more like from illness or a choice of his own ending. Suzhou stood at the doorway, looking at the silent corpse on the bed, the flashlight beam trembling slightly. Something seemed to clog his throat, preventing him from making a sound. He and his uncle were not particularly close, but they were family by blood. In this world, to find such an anticipated conclusion in this manner there was no time for sorrow. He moved the flashlight away, quickly scanning the room. The wardrobe contained some old clothes, and the drawers held scattered odds and ends. There was nothing else of note. The sweet rotten smell seemed to emanate from the bed. He exited the master bedroom and gently closed the door. The second bedroom and bathroom yielded no special discoveries, only some everyday items long since covered in dust. Finally, he arrived at the kitchen. The kitchen was even messy, pots and pans scattered everywhere. But when he opened the old refrigerator plastered with various discount stickers from supermarkets, which had long been without power, he was momentarily stunned. The refrigerator was completely empty, but deep inside the cold storage in the corner against the wall was something tightly wrapped and secured with layers of plastic bags. He reached in and pulled it out, feeling its heavy weight and the cold metal sensation. Tearing open several layers of somewhat brittle plastic bags revealed a silver, unmarked metal box slightly smaller than a shoebox, perfectly sealed, with seams so tight that they were nearly invisible. What is this? Something his uncle hid. Zhou shook it slightly, and it emitted a faint clink sound like metal pieces colliding, but it was muffled. There seemed to be little inside. He tried to open it, but the box had no locks or buttons, appearing as a single entity with no discernible way to open it. He even attempted to pry it with the pliers at the edges, but it would not budge. A strange object. But since it was something his uncle had deliberately hidden deep in the powerless refrigerator, it should hold some value. He stuffed the silver metal box into his backpack, cramming it in with the other items. The backpack was bulging and nearly bursting, heavy enough that it made him struggle to stand upright. But he felt a sense of security within. He took one last look at the silent, dim, and musty-smelling room filled with the scent of decay, his gaze passing over the tightly shut bedroom door, before turning and pulling open the entrance door. The hallway remained quiet. He slung the heavy backpack over his shoulders, dragging his aching and fatigued body step by step up the stairs, leaving room 104 of Building 3. The rain continued to fall, grayish-white, endless. As he stood once more in the downpour of ruins, looking back at the building with its scar-like cracks, he knew he had taken something with him, while also leaving something behind. Food and water that would allow him to live a little longer. The unopenable silver box remained a mystery. And his uncle's peaceful end, like the silent bones in the monster's lair below, was merely a commonplace footnote in this apocalypse. He tugged at his soaked collar, trying to discern the direction. It was time to return. Back to the 7th-floor safe house, which was drafty, but still somewhat familiar. To digest this food, tend to his wounds, and then find a way to understand the crystal in his chest and that damned guide technique in his mind. He set off, his figure once again merging into the rain curtain and the shadows of the ruins, each step landing on the cold, slippery cement fragments that buried countless pasts. The backpack was heavy, but the weight of being alive was even heavier. Rainwater trickled down the cracked eaves, splashing into murky puddles on the rubble piled below. The sky darkened further, the pale gray fading into a heavy leaden hue that pressed down oppressively, making it hard to breathe. There were probably less than 2 hours until nightfall. Zhou, carrying the nearly bursting backpack, stepped unsteadily on the wet, muddy debris, with each stride his feet feeling light and airy. Not from exhaustion, though every part of his body cried out in pain and fatigue, but from a strange, dizzying lightness mixed with satiety and exhilaration. The dusty cans and compressed biscuits from his uncle's house weighed on his back, like heavy metal pressing down on his spine and the nerves that had been taut for nearly 4 months. With these supplies at least for the next 10 days, or half a month, he wouldn't have to calculate how much energy remained in his lungs with every breath to hunt for the next bite. When the rusty, ajar iron door of the safe house came into view, he almost lunged toward it. His shoulder slammed into the door, stirring up a mix of dust and rust. He pushed the door shut behind him, slid the makeshift bolt he had bent from a steel bar in place, leaned against the cold iron, and slowly slid down to the ground. Darkness enveloped him, with only faint light seeping through the door crack and a few broken windows barely outlining the familiar, crude contours of the room. He sat on the floor, panting heavily, his soaked clothes clinging to his skin, sending chills through him. But in his chest his heart pounded vigorously, even a little too fast. Not from surviving a close call. Today's ordeal in the basement and his uncle's house, though perilous, was far from his closest brush with death, but because of fulfillment, a material fullness that temporarily lifted the shadow of hunger. He didn't immediately get up to tend to his wounds or start a fire. He just sat there against the door for a while, listening to his own heavy breathing gradually calm, and to the ceaseless wind outside and the faint, eerie sounds of unknown origin from the ruins. Then, fumbling, he unstrapped the heavy backpack. In the dim light, he took out each item and laid them on the ground beside him. Military cans, their iron skins cold, the oil-painted labels glinting faintly in the gloom. Compressed biscuits, their vacuum packaging rustling softly. A few small bottles of mineral water still warm from the long trek. Iodine, amoxicillin, painkillers, vitamins. A rusty pair of pliers, a fruit knife wrapped in oil paper. And that silver metal box found deep in the refrigerator, unopenable. The items weren't many, just a small pile when spread out. But in Zhou's eyes, it was like a gleaming, sturdy fortress. A fortress he had dragged back with his life from the edge of a monster's lair and the silent death room of his kin. He picked up a can of luncheon meat, his fingers caressing the cold, smooth iron surface, feeling the promise of fat and protein beneath. His throat involuntarily moved, but he didn't open it immediately. First, he unscrewed the cap of the iodine. A pungent smell spread. He tore off the tattered cloth strip on his left arm, soaked with blood and mud, revealing the gruesome wound underneath. The claw marks from the scythe insect were deep, the edges curled. Though it had stopped bleeding, the flesh was an unhealthy grayish-white, with some yellowish pus spots visible in places. The paralytic toxin from the carrion beetle and the corrosive slime from the basement tentacles seemed to have delayed its healing. Without hesitation, he poured the iodine directly onto the wound. Hiss! A burning pain more intense than at the basement entrance exploded, instantly shooting up his arm, nerves straight to his brain. He clenched his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, a flash of white before his eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably, his fingers digging into the cold cement floor, blood seeping from under his nails. The pain lasted for over 10 seconds before gradually turning into a mix of dull ache and cool relief. Using relatively clean old cloth strips from his uncle's house, he carefully bandaged the wound again. Then he swallowed 2 amoxicillin pills and a painkiller. Next, he treated the cuts on his calf from the tentacle bristles. A few blood streaks were already red and swollen, painful and itchy to the touch. He disinfected them with iodine and bandaged them. After finishing, he finally felt a true sense of relief. The physical pain was temporarily suppressed, and the mental string seemed to loosen a bit with the reserves in place. Hunger surged up without restraint like an awakened beast, gnawing ferociously at his stomach walls. He no longer held back, picked up the luncheon meat can, and carefully pried open the edge with the fruit knife. PSSH. The sound of the seal breaking was unusually clear in the silence. A unique aroma mixing starch, spices, and meat burst out instantly, filling the small safe house, reeking of mold and rust. The smell was so familiar yet so strange. Familiar because it was common before the catastrophe, strange because it had been far too long since he had smelled such normal, such rich food. Saliva flowed wildly. Zhou used the knife tip to scoop out a large chunk of pink meat wrapped in transparent jelly, swallowing it almost without chewing. Cold, salty, with a slight astringency from preservatives, the texture was firm. Then came the second piece, the third. He ate quickly, even roughly, his throat aching from the large chunks, washing them down with gulps of cold mineral water. The can of luncheon meat was soon empty. He tore open a pack of compressed biscuits, chewing and swallowing mechanically with water. The feeling of his stomach being filled brought a near-dizzying satisfaction. It seemed every cell in his body was cheering, greedily absorbing this long-lost energy. Only after devouring the entire pack of biscuits and drinking half a bottle of water did he stop. His stomach felt heavy, even a bit bloated. A warm, lazy sense of satiety began to spread from his abdomen to his limbs, driving away some of the chill and fatigue. He leaned against the wall and slowly exhaled. His gaze fell on the remaining supplies. There were still 4 cans, 3 packs of biscuits, 3.5 bottles of water, a full set of medicines, and a few tools. Enough, at least for now. He was no longer a destitute fugitive who might starve, die from infection, or be killed by monsters in the next search. He had a wall. A fragile but real wall built from cans, biscuits, and medicine. This wall gave him a moment to breathe, the luxury to stop and think instead of being driven relentlessly by survival instinct. He thought of the dark purple crystal on his chest. He thought of the cold, dead inheritance space and the heavy, pulsating embryo in the distant void. He thought of the crude and simple starry sky guidance art. He thought of the horrifying sight in the basement where the crystal instantly dried the tentacle into a husk. Were these another wall for him? A more eerie, powerful, but potentially more dangerous wall. He didn't know. All he knew was that he was full, his wounds were treated, and he was temporarily safe. So some things could be attempted. Zhou struggled to his feet and walked to the simple cot in the corner of the room. It was relatively dry there, and away from the doors and windows. He closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind. In his mind, the fullness from the food, the dull ache of his wounds, the wind outside, the musty smell of the safe house. All sensory information surged like a tide, then was forcibly suppressed bit by bit. It was hard. Over 3 months of life and death struggle had kept his spirit like a taut bowstring. Is suddenly relaxed, it was difficult to enter a state of focus. He breathed deeply again and again. His consciousness slowly sank. Gradually, the crude image of the vortex imprinted deep in his mind surfaced once more. It was blurry, fragmented, like looking at a reflection in water through a layer of mist. He stopped trying to understand or remember it, but instead tried to become it. He imagined that in the center of his chest, instead of a beating heart, there was a tiny, invisible, slowly rotating opening. The opening carried a cold, primal hunger, issuing a silent summons and pull toward the unseen, intangible, but supposedly omnipresent something around him. It was clumsy, laborious. His will turned like rusted gears struggling to move. Time passed bit by bit. Fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After an unknown duration, just as he was about to give up thinking it was a mad hallucination from his near-death experience, the dark purple crystal on his chest suddenly vibrated extremely faintly. Hum. Like a small pebble dropped into an ancient well, it stirred a barely perceptible ripple. Then Zhou felt that his clumsy weak pull was gently nudged by something, and then quietly guided by a more subtle, stable, and domineering force. Still the gray, seemingly eternal sky outside the window. But this time it was no longer just a few stray strands of energy being violently drawn in. Thin, cooler, purer currents finer than a hair, as if receiving clearer direction, began to pierce through the polluted air and broken walls slowly, but steadily converging toward his chest. The pace was still slow, the quantity still small, but compared to the unconscious absorption during his coma and his own clumsy imitation, it was much more stable and efficient. It was that crystal. It was assisting, or rather correcting, his crude guidance art. Zhou's heart jolted, but he immediately forced himself to maintain the fragile vortex image, not daring to be distracted. The cool currents seeped into his skin strand by strand, merging into his blood, flowing to his limbs and bones. Wherever they passed, they brought an extremely pleasant coolness, like parched, cracked earth finally receiving a fine drizzle. The burning pain in his left arm, the itch in his calf, even his mental fatigue, were all slightly alleviated under this cool soak. Though far less immediate than directly devouring a monster's life essence, it was gentler and cleaner. He immersed himself in this slow repair, losing track of time, until a sudden dull thud came faintly from downstairs. Thump. Zhou's eyes snapped open, jolting him from the semi-meditative state. The crystal's vibration and energy guidance ceased instantly. He held his breath and listened. Thump. Thump. The sound came from downstairs, not too close, but not far either. It sounded like something heavy hitting the cement floor, or maybe something of considerable size ramming a wall. Then came a short, raspy roar like a broken bellows, faint and indistinct. Not the dull heh-heh of a zombie, nor the wet hiss of the basement tentacle monster. It was a deeper, more powerful sound. Something was active nearby, and it didn't sound easy to mess with. Zhou's heart rose. He silently moved to the window and peered down carefully through the broken pane. The rain had lessened to a fine drizzle. The sky was dim, the view blurred. The building he was in had 7 floors. He was in a side room on the 4th floor, the actual safe house location, with a view of part of the rubble-strewn open ground below and the side of a neighboring half-collapsed building. The sound seemed to come from over there. He stared for a long time. In the dim light, he could only make out a few dark shadows moving on the open ground, their movements somewhat staggering, but not slow. One shadow was particularly large, nearly as tall as an abandoned car nearby. The dull thud from earlier was likely made by it. He couldn't see exactly what it was. A mutated dog, some other animal, or something he had never seen before. They seemed to be rummaging through the ruins, occasionally lowering their heads to nuzzle or root through the rubble. The large shadow would sometimes raise its forelimbs or something like them and slam them heavily onto a nearby broken wall, producing a muffled thump and shaking down dust. Zhou hid by the window, motionless, his breathing slowed to a minimum. His safe house was relatively hidden, and the entrance wasn't in the direction the monsters were active. As long as he didn't make too much noise, he shouldn't be discovered. He watched quietly, estimating the number and range of the shadows. 3 or 4. They seemed to prowl the area around the large shadow centered on it. Were they foraging or patrolling? Either way, it indicated that the ecology of this area was changing. Stronger, perhaps more organized, mutated creatures were beginning to appear in previously relatively safe zones. This was not a good sign. The rummaging and thudding downstairs continued for about 10 minutes, then gradually faded, disappearing deeper into the ruins. The open ground fell silent again, only the rustle of the drizzle remained. Zhou waited a while longer before slowly retreating to the center of the room. The wall of the safe house seemed a bit thinner. Cans and medicine could keep him from starving or dying of illness, but they couldn't keep out those increasingly dangerous neighbors outside. He sat back on the cot, his gaze falling again on the pile of supplies, then shifting to his chest. The coolness from the guidance art still flowed slowly in his body, repairing minor damage. This power was still weak, but it was his own, and it was growing. He needed more. Not just a wall of food and medicine. He needed power. The power to survive, to either fight or flee from the large shadow downstairs. He looked at the silver metal box he had brought back from his uncle's house. It lay quietly beside the backpack, reflecting a faint cold light in the gloom. Intuition told him that this box and the crystal on his chest might come from the same world. A world he knew nothing about, but had already stepped into, a dangerous and cold world. He reached out, and picked up the cold metal box, weighing it in his hand. It was heavy, couldn't be opened. But just because it couldn't be opened now didn't mean it never could. He placed the box beside him and closed his eyes again. This time he was no longer satisfied with merely imitating the vortex image. He began to try while maintaining the weak pull to feel the trajectory of the cool, pure energy being guided in as it flowed through his body. It was very vague, ethereal, like wind slipping through his fingers. But he felt it, bit by bit, clumsily groping. Outside, the rain finally stopped. Behind the gray-black clouds, a faint, almost invisible starlight peeked through. In the safe house, it was silent. Only Zhou's even, gentle breathing and the crystal on his chest occasionally emitting an almost imperceptible, extremely faint pulse of light in rhythm with his thoughts. He didn't know how far he could go. But he knew that from the moment he filled his stomach, treated his wounds, and began clumsily guiding the first strand of energy, the path beneath his feet was no longer the same as that of the vast majority of souls struggling to survive in this ruin. The wall in his heart began to be built brick by brick. The materials unknown, the structure unknown, how high it could be built, what it could withstand, all unknown. But the act of building the wall itself was a confirmation of being alive. That wall had taken 7 days to build. Its bricks were the savory grease from military-grade canned rations, the coarse powder of compressed biscuits, the low-grade fever suppressed by antibiotics, and the dark crimson hardened scabs formed over wounds after iodine application. Its cement was the cool, faint energy that flowed with increasing precision each day, and the subtle, almost imperceptible warmth pulsing in rhythm with his breath from the crystal embedded in his chest. Zhou had scarcely left the corner of the 4th floor. Using a pair of pliers and rags salvaged from his cousin's house, he sealed every crack around the doors and windows more tightly. By day, aside from essential eating and wound care, the gash on his left arm had finally begun to close. The laceration on his calf was nearly healed. He sat cross-legged upon the army cot, eyes closed, wrestling with the vortex swirling within his mind. Progress was agonizingly slow, slower than a snail's crawl. At first, he could barely sustain focus for a few minutes before his thoughts scattered like startled fish. Later, he managed nearly half an hour, guiding a trickle of cool energy into his body, evolving from a few wisps into a modest current. Bodily changes were even subtler. Wounds healed marginally faster, stamina recovered more fully, and nocturnal awakenings grew less frequent. Yet that was all. He remained immeasurably far from the novelistic ideals of chi surging abundantly or a complete physical rebirth. Still, he had confirmed one vital truth: the stellar guidance art was genuine, and the crystal truly aided him. That fragile, wavering hope within his heart now settled, weighty and real. On the evening of the 7th day, the last half bottle of water ran dry. 2 packets of compressed biscuits remained, along with 3 cans of rations. Medicine, at least, was still sufficient. He sat beside the cot, listening to the soft, hollow gurgle of his dehydrated stomach, knowing the time had come to repair that wall. He would have to venture out for water. Near the safe house stood an abandoned public water tank atop another building's roof, a place he'd once scaled with rope and a plastic bottle to collect rainwater. But no rain had fallen lately. The tank was likely near empty. He'd need to go farther, perhaps to the partially collapsed community service center 2 streets away. He recalled a storage room on its ground floor. Residual water might remain there from the early days of the cataclysm. He inspected his gear. The fire axe's edge had curled further. He dampened a whetstone with his last precious drops and scraped it carefully. The steel short spear was secured at his side. The pliers were tucked into his rear waistband. His backpack was emptied. Only a few empty plastic bottles and a cloth filter remained inside. Finally, he hesitated, then retrieved the cold, silvery metal box, slipping it into an inner chest pocket. He couldn't explain why, only that carrying it felt steadying. He pushed open the slightly ajar iron door. The stairwell exhaled a denser melange of dust and dampness. He paused, ears straining. Only the wind's mournful sigh through broken apertures answered. For days, the towering black shadows beneath the building had not reappeared. Only distant, unidentifiable howls echoed faintly through the night. He descended the familiar route, his steps steadier than they'd been 7 days prior. Though his left arm still tugged with discomfort, it no longer hindered his strength. At the 3rd floor landing, he froze. His nostrils flared. Beyond dust and mildew, the air carried an ethereal, almost illusory sweetness, tinged with iron-rich blood. So faint it verged on illusion. Yet he'd smelled something similar in the basement, oozing from the monster's eggs and viscous secretions. This scent had no place here. He tightened his grip on the axe handle, pressed himself flat against the wall, and edged downward with deliberate silence. eyes sweeping every stairwell, turn every pile of debris, every fissure in the plaster. Second floor. The scent thickened, just slightly. Its source seemed to be the first floor. He halted at the top of the stairs, descending to the ground level, refusing to descend yet. The unit's front door gaped open, framing the deepening twilight and jagged silhouettes of ruins beyond. The sweet blood scent drifted upward in thin, insistent threads borne on the breeze from outside. Something had lingered, or passed, downstairs. He waited 5 minutes. No sound emerged. The scent did not intensify. Without hesitation, Zhou descended swiftly and silently slipped through the doorway and darted behind a collapsed stack of prefabricated concrete slabs, vanishing into concealment. His gaze swept the vacant lot before the building. It appeared unchanged from 7 days ago, muddy, overgrown with weeds littered with rubble, until he noticed a small patch near the western wall where the color was subtly wrong. Not the deep crimson of blood, but a viscous, semi-transparent, faintly iridescent pale green stain roughly the size of a wash basin, half-dried, its edges marked by fine radial drag marks. The same mucus, from the basement's tentacled abomination. Had it come here, or one of its kin? Zhou's heart sank. He knew well the creature's tenacity and uncanny nature. Its presence, or traces thereof, here meant a sharp escalation in danger. He could not linger. He oriented himself toward the community service center and began to move with heightened caution, choosing elevated labyrinthine ruin routes to avoid ground-level zones where tracks might linger. The path was silent. Only 2 mutated crows pecked at rotting flesh on the ground, startled into flight by his passage, their harsh, grating cries circling endlessly in the dusky sky. The community service center was a 5th-century relic, half-collapsed, and leaning precariously, its facade draped in thick, dark purple vines with fleshy, broad leaves. Its main entrance was sealed beneath a landslide of concrete. Zhou circled to the side where a rust-eaten garbage chute door hung ajar, warped, corroded crack just wide enough. He slipped sideways into darkness, into a deeper, heavier moldiness overlaid with the faint, unsettling tang of antiseptic mingled with decay. His flashlight beam, fueled by fresh batteries, cut through the gloom, revealing a disordered lobby, overturned chairs, scattered documents. The water storage room lay in the basement. He located the descending staircase, strewn with broken glass and dried, blackened stains. He stepped down one rung at a time with featherlight tread. The sublevel was colder, the air stagnant. His light swept across rows of abandoned filing cabinets and past door plaques, print room, storage equipment room, and deepest of all, water storage. The storage room's iron door stood slightly ajar, its handle thick with dust. Zhou pushed it inward, the flashlight beam entering first. The space was cramped. Against the wall rose several massive stainless steel water tanks. One ruptured and toppled, its interior hollow and empty. 2 others appeared intact, but their valves were seized solid with rust. In the corner rested buckets and coiled hoses. He approached and tried twisting the valve at the base of one tank. It refused to budge. Gripping it with the pliers, he strained, still immovable. The rust held fast. He frowned and moved behind the tank. Near its base, a manual pressure release valve protruded, connected to a short, corroded copper pipe. With careful taps and gentle torsion, he worked the pipe's joint with the pliers. Click, click. A delicate metallic rasp echoed sharply in the silence. After a dozen taps and cautious turns, the joint yielded, ever so slightly. He persisted, lighter, more patient. Sweat traced a path down his temple. Then, a soft wet pft. A thin stream of turbid, rust-colored water seeped from the loosened joint, dripping onto the floor. Zhou hastily produced an empty plastic bottle to catch it. The flow was meager, intermittent, and profoundly murky. He collected half a bottle. After waiting, the stream clarified slightly, yet still bore the heavy taste of iron and an indescribable alien tang. This water was undrinkable raw. He unfolded his cloth, layered it, thickly fashioned a crude filter, and poured the water slowly through it. The filtered liquid appeared marginally clearer, though still yellowed. He filled 3 such bottles before the flow ceased entirely. Clearly little remained in this tank. He stowed the 3 yellowed bottles carefully in his pack and straightened, preparing to depart. Just then, his ear caught a whisper-thin sound. Snap, as if something brittle and desiccated had been crushed underfoot, originating from outside the storage room, or the stairwell. Instantly, he killed the flashlight, held his breath, and tensed every muscle. Darkness swallowed him whole. Only his own heartbeat thundered in his eardrums. Silence returned. A rat, or something else. He waited a full minute, no further sound. Perhaps he'd imagined it. Slowly he crept to the door, pressed his ear against the cold iron. Outside, absolute stillness. He eased the door open a hair's breadth. The corridor remained dark, utterly unremarkable. He slipped out, closed the door softly behind him, and backed along the wall toward the stairs. The flashlight remained clenched in his fist, unlit. At the stairwell mouth, he paused again, to listen. Above, a faint dragging footfall. Barely perceptible. Slow. Light. Intermittent. Human. Or. He tightened his grip on the axe and ascended, step by step. At the landing between first and second floors, he halted abruptly. The sweet blood scent. It had returned, and now it was far stronger than before back at his original building, almost directly overhead. Simultaneously, the dragging footsteps above sharpened, then ceased. Something was upstairs, and had very likely sensed him. Goose flesh erupted across Zhou's spine. Without pause, he spun and fled downward. Not back to the storage room, but toward the far end of the sub-level corridor. There might be another exit. Shush, shush, shush. Above, the dragging steps exploded into frantic, wet, slithering motion. Dense, slick, multidirectional, emanating both from the stairs and the upper corridor converging upon him. He dared not switch on the flashlight. Blind in the murk, he barreled forward, relying only on fragmented memory and shadowy outlines, stumbling wildly through corridors choked with debris. Behind him, the wet, slithering pursuit and the cloying scent closed in, inescapable, visceral. Rounding a bend, he glimpsed a door ahead, its small dust-caked window faintly lit by the last fading light from outside. A rear exit. He lunged, seized the handle, and wrenched. Locked. He drew back his leg and kicked, hard, at the lock mechanism beside the door. Bang! Bang! The ancient wood groaned in protest. Behind him, the slithering sounds reached the corridor's bend. Third kick. Crack! The door splintered, the latch shattered. Zhou crashed through, into a narrow alley choked with construction rubble. Night had fully fallen. Only a sliver of deep violet lingered above the distant ruins. He didn't glance back. He sprinted, desperate, directionless, toward the remembered path of his arrival. His lungs burned. The freshly healed left arm screamed with each violent swing. Only after 2 full blocks, ducking into a complex maze of collapsed walls and derelict vehicles, did he dare stop. Back pressed against the icy husk of a ruined car, he gasped, heart hammering as if ready to burst. He glanced back. The crooked silhouette of the community service center stood motionless in the dusk, utterly silent. Nothing pursued him. Yet that sweet blood scent, and those wet slithering sounds, had been no illusion. That thing, or those things, had expanded their range. And perhaps, were drawn specifically to places like the community service center. He waited until his breath steadied and his pulse slowed before checking his pack. 3 bottles remained, murky but intact. Nothing else lost. He dared not return by the same route. Taking a wide detour, twice as long, he finally neared his own building just as true night swallowed the sky. He did not enter immediately. Instead, he concealed himself in a distant vantage point, observing. The vacant lot before the building looked unchanged. The pale green mucus stain near the western wall still lay there, nearly invisible in the dim light. No new traces marred the ground. After 15 minutes of absolute stillness, he crossed the lot swiftly and slipped into the unit's doorway. The stairwell was pitch black and silent. He climbed by touch, returned to the 4th floor, eased open the safe house's iron door, and slid the bolt home behind him. Leaning against the door, he finally exhaled. Exhaustion flooded him like a tide. He dropped his pack and placed the 3 murky bottles beside the wall. Pausing, he withdrew the cold silver metal box from his chest pocket and set it beside the army cot. Then he sat, picked up a bottle, hesitated, and unscrewed the cap. A thick metallic rustiness and a faint sour tang flooded his mouth, but he forced it down. His body craved water. He drank several sips, then ate a small piece of compressed biscuit. With sustenance in his stomach, fatigue deepened. He lay back on the cot, pulling the thin blanket over himself. Cold, yes, but infinitely safer than outside. Eyes closed, sleep eluded him. The sweet blood scent, the wet, slithering the dark corridors of the community service center, the sudden acceleration of footsteps overhead, all replayed in relentless loops. What exactly were those things? How many existed? Why had their territory expanded? And what of himself? Relying on this meager guidance, art a few cloudy bottles, a dwindling stock of rations. How long could he endure in this ever more perilous wasteland? Unease coiled around him, cold, silent serpentine. Then, screech, screech. An unnervingly distinct, faint chewing sound rose from below, precisely from the 3rd or 2nd floor. Not the skittering gnaw of rats, but something thicker, stronger, rhythmic, wet, like slow, deliberate mastication. As if some entity were savoring its meal with unhurried relish, occasionally punctuated by soft, sucking smacks, like marrow being drawn from bone. Every muscle in Zhou's body locked rigid. He rose silently, ears pricked. The chewing continued, leisurely unbroken, eerie in the profound silence of night. Was it the same creature that left the mucus? Was it downstairs? What was it consuming? He dared not move, not even breathe deeply. His hand slid silently to the steel short spear beneath his pillow. The chewing lasted perhaps 15 minutes, then ceased. A soft, dragging shuffle followed, receding downward, growing fainter, fading into silence. Below, silence reigned once more. Zhou remained frozen on the cot, palms slick with sweat around the spear's grip. Night stretched long. The darkness downstairs, once a buffer zone, now seemed occupied. That wall he'd built from canned rations and compressed biscuits now bore silently and inexorably an additional layer of shadow. Cold, sweet-blooded, and punctuated by the sound of slow, wet chewing. The gnawing sound vanished entirely in the pre-dawn hours. Zhou lay awake, his eyes open, watching as the sky beyond the shattered window shifted from inky black to a familiar, lifeless grayish-white over the ruins. He had not slept, and dared not. His body's exhaustion was suppressed by acute mental tension. His temples throbbed with a sharp, insistent pulse. That damp, unhurried gnawing, cold and slimy as a slug, had crawled through his mind all night long. Daybreak arrived, yet the sound did not return. He stretched his stiff neck and rose from the military cot. A dark, hardened scab had formed over the wound on his left arm, itching faintly, healing faster than expected. The redness and swelling along the gash on his calf had also subsided. Was it the iodine and antibiotics, or the faint, cool current he had guided nightly with unwavering discipline? Perhaps both. He walked to the window, lifted a corner of the ragged cloth curtain, and peered down cautiously. Dawn's stingy light spilled across the muddy, open ground and crumbling buildings. Everything appeared unchanged. The pale green viscous stain near the western wall was nearly invisible in the ashen light. No fresh traces remained, not even scraps of residual food. Last night's diner downstairs seemed never to have existed. Yet he knew it had been no illusion. His stomach growled. From his backpack, he retrieved his last packet of compressed biscuits, broke off half, and slowly chewed it alongside the filtered water he'd brought back the previous night, still yellow-tinged and faintly fishy. The taste was wretched, rust mingling with the acrid aftertaste of chemicals, but he swallowed without flinching. Food was fuel, flavor a luxury. After finishing, he sat cross-legged once more upon the cot. This time he did not begin guiding energy immediately. Instead, he lifted the cold silver metal box, placed it upon his knees, and studied it closely. The box remained seamless, its surface smooth, icy, bearing no welds, joints, or seams whatsoever. It was a single unified mass of metal, solid and unyielding. He tried prying it apart with brute force, levering its edges with pliers, even probing potential fissures with a sharpened steel rebar. None succeeded. Not a single scratch marred its surface. This object could not possibly be of pre-cataclysm craftsmanship. Like the deep violet crystal, it exuded an uncanny, unsettling aura. He pressed the box against his chest, aligning it with the location of the deep violet crystal. Nothing happened. The crystal rested quietly against his skin, emitting only a faint, steady warmth. He then attempted to direct the crude, pulling sensation he'd cultivated in his mind toward the metal box. Again, silence. The box remained cold, inert, utterly unresponsive. It was not meant to be opened now. He concluded, returning it carefully to his inner pocket. Perhaps it required a specific method. Perhaps greater strength. Or perhaps it was merely useless scrap metal. Yet instinct urged him to keep it. Setting the box aside for now, he closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into that strange liminal space forged from the cold crystal and fragmented legacy. It remained the same boundless darkness, where even time and space seemed frozen. And their distant, vast, intricate, and frigid, the dark gold legacy structure continued its slow celestial rotation, like a cosmic star chart, radiating eternal authority and chilling indifference. But unlike previous days when his awareness approached this structure, it no longer met with blank incomprehension. Now he caught fragments, previously overlooked, vanishingly subtle data streams, fleeting as cosmic dust across the void. Not systemized knowledge, but rather stray background noise, residual emissions from the structure's own operation, fractured, disembodied, and ephemeral. Energy threshold, apprentice rank, life imprint, planetary rank, qualitative transformation, essence of consumption, predation and evolution, bloodline shackles, initial manifestation possible at planetary rank, avatar incubation, primordial core repair, enormous resource demand, planetary rank required. Basic guidance technique, inefficient, for adaptation only, prior to planetary rank. These shards of information flickered erratically, vague, disjointed, steeped in an alien, profoundly abstract logic. Zhou strained to comprehend, to piece together meaning. Apprentice. Planetary. Were these tiers of power, like those in cultivation novels? Was his current state, barely drawing wisps of energy from the air with the crystals, aid healing slightly faster than an ordinary human? What qualified as apprentice? And what of planetary rank? Qualitative transformation. Initial mastery over the essence of consumption. Could he begin repairing his grievously damaged primordial core, or even attempt to incubate an avatar? These terms struck his consciousness like stones dropped into an ancient well, rippling outward in widening circles. He recalled the basement, how the crystal had instantly devoured the mutated tendril's vital essence. That ruthless, all-consuming force. Was that the essence of consumption? Not something he controlled, but something the crystal wielded instinctively passively. Would reaching planetary rank grant him conscious command over such power? Like the terrifying Leviathan glimpsed fleetingly within the legacy fragment, devouring stars amid the stellar sea. And the avatar, that distant heavy pulsing embryo suspended in thick amniotic fluid, was that its nascent form? Did it require planetary rank strength and restoration of the primordial core to gestate? The information was too sparse, too indistinct. Like viewing a colossal mountain through dense fog, its grandeur undeniable, yet its ascent path utterly unknown. Still he now possessed a direction, a hazy ascending ladder. Apprentice. Planetary. He was likely not even at the threshold of apprentice, merely skimming the periphery of the gate warmed by the crystal's meager provisional grace. Insufficient. Vastly insufficient. The gnawing downstairs, the metallic stench from the community service center, the increasingly unstable ecology of the ruins, and the immense glacial pressure of the legacy lodged within his mind. All whispered one truth: this paltry progress could not sustain his fierce will to survive. He needed speed. He needed more energy. He needed to truly enter the apprentice rank, and then look upward toward planetary. His focus reassembled, the image of the vortex emerged once more. This time he would not settle for mere guidance. He began experimenting, maintaining the pulling sensation while simultaneously using his will to press inward upon the location of the crystal over his chest. Not physical pressure, but a spiritual urging, a raw, demanding claim. Come forth. Since you chose me, since you parasitized me, then give me more. Do not trickle out mere droplets. It was brutal, reckless. Faint warnings shimmered within the legacy fragment's drifting data, suggesting such excessive demand might erode his foundation. But he could not afford caution. The ruins obeyed no principle of gradual progression. At first the crystal responded not at all, continuing its slow, steady pulse guiding the thin, ambient energy as before. Zhou refused to yield. His concentration tightened to a razor's edge, his entire consciousness surged forward, like a starving beggar pounding desperately upon the bolted doors of a granary. Once, twice, 10 times, just as mental exhaustion threatened to shatter him, his head splitting with agony. He was about to surrender. The crystal in his chest jolted violently. Not the gentle, assisting tremor of before, but a sharp, defiant, resentful shudder, far more intense. Simultaneously, the slender, steady stream of cool energy flowing inward abruptly ceased. Then, without warning, a wholly different current erupted from the crystal's depths, searing, volatile, burning, like red-hot iron wire, slamming hard into his chest. Ugh! Zhou grunted, his body convulsing so violently he nearly tumbled from the cot. This was no energy. It was a pure, savage, informational shockwave. A flood of chaotic, fragmented images, brimming with primeval hunger and devouring instinct, burst through his fragile mental defenses like a breached dam. He saw dark gold scales shredding stars, heard the silent roar of collapsing black holes, felt the ravenous void of cold space consuming all, and pain, immense pain, the anguished cry and dire warning emanating from the legacy structure itself, from its gravely wounded, dormant primordial core. The assault struck swiftly and receded just as fast, lasting barely 3 seconds. Yet Zhou collapsed onto the cot, drenched in icy sweat, his face deathly pale, veins bulging at his temples, which throbbed as if ready to burst. A coppery tang rose in his throat, swallowed back with grim effort. The crystal settled into stillness again, even deeper, quieter than before, as though its brief eruption had drained its already meager reserves. Yet Zhou sensed something new within himself. Not energy. Not chi. Sensation. His perception of energy in the surrounding environment had grown, just slightly, more distinct. As if his vision, once severely myopic, had suddenly had a thick fog wiped from its lens, still blurred, yet now able to discern light shadow and rough contours. Gasping, he forced himself upright. The blinding pain and vertigo gradually receded, leaving behind profound weariness, and that newly acquired faint, elusive perception. He closed his eyes, attempting not to guide, but simply to feel. Inside the safe house, the air remained stagnant, thick with dust and mildew. Yet at the periphery of his awareness were there faint flickering points of light. No, not light. Rather subtle variations in density or vitality. The air itself felt thin, the walls and floor solidified, while his own body, especially the area over his chest where the crystal rested, emitted a faint, unmistakable attraction, like a minuscule black hole gently drawing in the most active particles from the ambient air. Was this energy perception the threshold of the apprentice rank? Its price, excruciating headache and a psyche nearly shattered. Zhou twisted his mouth into a grimace, more painful than a smile. Indeed, the universe offered no free meals. The legacy fragment's warning of foundation damage likely referred precisely to this violent, reckless extraction's psychic toll. Yet at least he had pried open a sliver of the door and glimpsed a fragment of what lay beyond. He rested for a long while, waiting until the headache dulled to bearable levels before attempting the guidance technique once more. This time he refrained from forcibly pressing the crystal, merely reconstructing the vortex visualization methodically. The energy flow resumed, still fine and cool, pure and steady, but somehow slightly smoother. Had his enhanced perception improved the precision of his guidance? He couldn't be certain, and dared not risk another assault. One more such blow, and he feared his mind truly would fracture. He guided for roughly an hour, stopping only when mental fatigue returned. His physical condition seemed marginally improved, the tingling itch of healing wounds more pronounced. He rose and approached the window. Ashen daylight filtered through the broken aperture, casting fractured shadows across the floor. His gaze swept the vacant lot below, then traced the warped silhouettes of distant buildings. Apprentice. Planetary. He clenched his fist, feeling the strength in his fingers, and the faint, persistent warmth pulsing from the crystal beneath his chest. The road ahead stretched endlessly. Gnawing sounds echoed from below, unknown dangers lurked deep within the ruins. The cold, colossal legacy loomed in his mind, and within his body an embryo stirred, ravenous and waiting. Yet at least he now knew the name of the next step. He needed energy. More energy. Denser, richer, more concentrated than the sparse, drifting motes in the air. Canned food and compressed biscuits sustained basic bodily function, but they could not fuel evolution. He thought of the desiccated tentacle in the basement, of the life essence sucked dry in an instant. Predation. The fragmented data within the legacy repeatedly emphasized this word. Was this the true path, embraced by the Golden Horn beast, or by this very shard? Zhou looked down at his open palm. Its lines crisscrossed, stained with dust and old blood scabs. These hands had swung a fire axe to cleave monster carapaces, gripped rebar to pierce zombie skulls, twisted open life-sustaining cans, and cupped murky drinkable water. Now, were they destined to prey? He stood in silence for a long time, until the ashen light outside slowly deepened into the dusky crimson of approaching twilight. Then he returned to the cot, retrieved the cold silver metal box, and tucked it securely into his chest pocket. Next he picked up the whetstone and began, stroke by deliberate stroke, sharpening the fire axe's chipped blade. Shhhk. Shhhk. The grating of metal on metal echoed through the silent safe house, monotonous yet resonant with glacial resolve. Outside, the wind stirred again among the ruins, moaning low and hollow. Night was coming once more. The blade of the fire axe scraped against the whetstone with a monotonous, teeth-grinding screech, sending iron-gray filings cascading down. Zhou honed it slowly, meticulously, his gaze fixed upon the edge as it gradually sharpened and regained its icy gleam, as if etched upon it were the very code to the planetary stage. After every few strokes, he would gently brush the pad of his finger across the blade, sensing the subtle, almost imperceptible sharpness that threatened to break the skin. It was not enough. It might suffice for an ordinary zombie or a small mutated beast, but for the thing roaming downstairs, or something worse. He paused, tilting his head to listen. The floor below was silent. Since the eerie, wet chewing sounds from that night, no similar noises had come. Yet that faint, intermittent, sweet hand-footed odor would still occasionally seep through the cracks in the door or the damaged walls, a constant reminder that this place was far from safe. His food and water could last a few more days, but living off his reserves was a path to ruin. The progress of his breathing technique was agonizingly slow, and the crystal embedded in his chest was miserly, only yielding a sliver of true substance when pushed to its absolute limit. He needed a new source of energy, one far more concentrated. Plunder. The word seared into his consciousness like a cold branding iron. But where to plunder? The thing downstairs moved with an eerie stealth, making it a formidable foe. The ruins outside. His gaze drifted to the window. The fog was rising. It was no ordinary mist, but a thick, gray-white fog with a gritty texture emerging from nowhere, silently swallowing the nearby rubble and erasing the distant landscape entirely. The world felt as if it were submerged in diluted milk, leaving only blurred outlines and a suffocating silence. Even the wind had died, the fog absorbing sound, preventing it from traveling 10 meters. This fog had appeared sporadically since the cataclysm, sometimes lasting hours, sometimes an entire day. No one knew what it was, only that when it was thick, most mutated creatures became less active, as if they too disliked this environment of extremely low visibility. Yet there were also rumors of things far more bizarre and incomprehensible lurking within the mist. It was a danger, but also an opportunity. Most hunters and prey would lie low. Zhou set down the half-sharpened axe, walked to the window, and rested his fingers on the cold sill. The fog was rolling over the open ground below, completely obscuring the trail of slime at the base of the western wall. Visibility was dropping rapidly. Soon even the half-collapsed building across the way was just a blurred, distorted shadow. He looked down at himself. The scab on his left arm was hard, the movement largely unimpeded. The scratch on his calf was nothing but a faint mark. His physical condition was much better than a week ago, though still gaunt. The bone-deep weakness had greatly subsided. To go or not to go? He touched the silver metal case in his pocket, its coldness seeping through the fabric. He also felt the slightly warm crystal on his chest. He would go. Turning, he began to prepare. The fire axe was tucked into his belt, the sharpened steel rebar spear held firmly in his hand. He also brought the pliers and the rusty but still sharp fruit knife. Into his backpack went only 2 empty plastic bottles and the filter cloth, in case he found a water source. After a moment's thought, he broke off half a piece of compressed biscuit from his dwindling supplies, wrapped it in a plastic bag, and stuffed it into his inner pocket. Finally, he tore off a relatively clean strip of cloth, soaked it in water, the murky filtered kind, and covered his mouth and nose. Breathing in the particles in the fog was, after all, unwise. Pushing open the iron door, the stairwell was darker than usual. The fog had already crept in through the broken windows, wispy tendrils drifting in the air, carrying a damp, dusty smell. He lightened his steps, descending 1 floor at a time. Reaching the 2nd floor, the sweet hand-footed odor drifted over again, stronger than before, seemingly coming from just below. He halted at the corner of the stairs, holding his breath to listen. Only a stagnant silence answered. The fog seemed to swallow sound itself. Tightening his grip on the spear, he continued downward. Outside the 1st floor doorway, everything was shrouded in the thick, gray-white fog. Visibility was less than 5 meters. The distant ruins were reduced to hazy, oddly shaped black shadows like crouching beasts. He pressed himself against the wall, choosing a direction different from his previous trip to the community service center, and slowly moved into the fog. The mist was more viscous than he had imagined, with a gritty feel when inhaled, severely impairing his vision. Each step fell on soft, unknown debris, the sound muffled. He tried to be as quiet as possible, ears straining to catch any abnormal sound. After walking about 200 meters, he skirted an overturned car with all its windows shattered. From within the fog, a stronger, indescribable odor suddenly wafted over. It wasn't sweet and fetid, but something akin to rotting metal mixed with ozone and the acrid smell of burning chemicals. Among it, there seemed to be the faintest trace of a creature's musky, bloody scent. Zhou stopped instantly, concealing himself behind the car wreckage, and turned his head to look. The fog was too thick to see clearly, but the source of the odor seemed closed just 20 or 30 meters ahead, behind a collapsed wall. He hesitated. The smell was strange, not like an ordinary mutated beast, but the fog reduced visibility, which also lowered the chance of being detected from a distance. Gripping the spear tightly, he hunched over, moving silently toward the source of the odor, like a cat stalking its prey. The closer he got, the stronger the smell became. The smell of rotting metal and ozone almost overpowered everything else. Faintly, he could also hear an extremely weak, continuous buzzing, like an electrical short circuit or the rapid beating of insect wings. Rounding a broken wall, the sight before him made Zhou's pupils contract sharply. The fog was slightly thinner here, revealing a clearing about 10 meters square. In the center of the clearing lay a thing. It wasn't large, slightly smaller than an ordinary wolf dog, but its form was grotesque. It looked like a terrifying fusion of machinery and biological tissue. Most of its torso was covered in dark silver shell-like metal plates, but the edges of the plates were connected to dark red, faintly twitching muscle bundles and thick blood vessels oozing a pale yellow fluid. Its tail was a pure metal whip ending in a sharp hooked blade now lying limply on the ground. Its head was even more horrifying. Half was a glowing red electronic eye, the light rapidly dimming. The other half was a bare animal skull filled with fangs. Between the electronic eye and the bone were tangled wires, chips, and rotting brain tissue. Now this thing lay on the ground, its forelegs a mix of metal joints and biological sinew twitching occasionally. Its abdomen had a huge torn wound, not from a sharp blade, but as if it had been ripped open by immense force. Inside, complex metal components sparking with fine electrical arcs and writhing dark green internal organs were exposed. A pale yellow fluid mixed with a dark red oil-like liquid gushed from the wound, pooling beneath it and emitting a pungent odor. It was still alive. Or rather not completely dead. The light in its electronic eye flickered on and off, and its animal mouth occasionally opened and closed unconsciously, revealing slime-coated fangs. The continuous buzzing came from the damaged parts inside its body. A mechanical beast, a bioengineered creation, or a monster that had naturally evolved, or rather mutated after the cataclysm. Zhou had never seen anything like it. But the energy fluctuations emanating from this corpse or dying state were exceptionally clear to his newly opened faint sense. It wasn't the vital bloody heat source of a mutated beast, but a more condensed, more violent, and more advanced energy reaction. Mixed within the smell of rotting metal and ozone, it felt like a red-hot, dying ember. The dark purple crystal on his chest, which had been calm, suddenly leaped without warning. This time it wasn't the warning tremor that Zhou had forcibly squeezed out before, but a pure blazing desire. Like a dying traveler in the desert seeing an oasis or a starving beast smelling blood. A desire to devour. A desire to plunder the fading, chaotic, but powerful energy within this broken carcass. This desire was so intense that Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and his palm gripping the spear instantly became slick with cold sweat. He could almost hear the crystal's silent roar. At the same time, inside the dying mechanical creature, the electronic eye flickered a few last times, and the red light went out completely. The animal mouth also stopped moving. The continuous buzzing became intermittent and finally fell silent. Only occasionally did a tiny electrical spark crackle from the wound. It was dead. The moment it died, the desire from the crystal in Zhou's chest peaked. A suction force, clearer and more proactive than before in the basement, like invisible tentacles, shot out from his chest and precisely grabbed onto the remains. This time Zhou didn't resist, and couldn't have. He even subconsciously cooperated with the suction, extending the faint energy sense he had just acquired toward it. He saw it. In normal vision, the mechanical monster's remains just lay there cooling rapidly. But in that blurred sense, he could see a chaotic, unstable light mass of dark red, silver gray, and lurid green rapidly dissipating from the wound's head, and all the junctions of metal and biological tissue, like the last smoke from a dying campfire. The suction tentacles from the crystal, like sharks smelling blood, pounced, violently grabbing and pulling at the dissipating light mass. A faint sound like water droplets hitting hot oil arose. The mechanical monster's remains visibly changed. The dark silver metal shell lost its luster, rapidly turning gray, decayed, and rusted, as if weathered for millennia. The exposed biological tissue quickly shriveled, withered, and carbonized, turning into black slag that crumbled at a touch. Even the puddle of mixed liquid on the ground was instantly dried up, leaving only a faint, indescribable stain. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. When the suction tentacles retracted, the chaotic light mass in Zhou's perception had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a pile of metal and biological debris that seemed to have aged rapidly, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. Yet the dark purple crystal on his chest was slightly warmed, the rotation of the nebula within seeming to have quickened a fraction, radiating a sense of satiety. Then a surge of energy, purer than from the mutated tentacle, but far more complex, with a hint of metal's coldness, and a creature's violent instinct, flowed back from the crystal into Zhou's limbs and body. Zhou grunted, his body swaying as he nearly lost his footing. The energy was immense. Far more than he had obtained from devouring the tentacle remains last time. And the quality was higher still, chaotic, but the base energy contained within was unprecedented. The heat surged like molten iron, rampaging through his meridians, if those vague energy channels could be called meridians. The newly healed wound on his left arm felt a searing burn, as if countless tiny branding irons were churning inside. Muscles spasmed and bulged uncontrollably, and his bones emitted a strained creaking sound. His mind buzzed, filled with chaotic metal scraping sounds, fragments of bestial roars, and violent electrical noise. This was the backlash of forcibly devouring high-level energy while being too weak. Zhou gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. He forced himself to stand still, closed his eyes, and fully activated his crude breathing technique, trying to guide, calm, and digest this violent energy. The image of a vortex was maintained with difficulty, like a small boat in a raging storm. A stream of cool air was painfully drawn in from outside, colliding and merging with the rampaging heat within, attempting to subdue and assimilate it. It was a painful and slow process. He felt his body like a balloon about to burst or a piece of iron being hammered repeatedly. Agony came from every muscle and bone, his consciousness teetering under the impact of chaotic energy. Time passed, perhaps only minutes, perhaps an eternity. The violent heat within finally subsided, wrapped and diluted by the cool current of his breathing technique, eventually merging into his own energy cycle. Though still somewhat sluggish and impure, it was no longer an uncontrollable flood. Zhou slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air with a faint fishy smell and opened his eyes. His vision seemed slightly clearer, and the chaotic noises in his ears were gone. His body was still tired, but an unprecedented sense of fullness spread from his dantian, or the core of energy convergence. Clenching his fist, he could clearly feel the power within his muscles significantly enhanced. His five senses also seemed sharper, the dust floating in the fog and the faintest rustle in the distance were now discernible. More importantly, the crystal on his chest, besides being warm, seemed to have gained an extremely faint, indescribable luster, and the rotation of the nebula within appeared steadier and more powerful. Apprentice. The apprentice stage. Though he didn't know the exact substage, he could feel he had crossed a threshold. He had truly stepped onto the first rung of the power ladder described in that cold, inherited knowledge. He looked down at the pile of mechanical monster remains, now utterly drained of all energy, and turned to decayed slag. In the swirling fog, it looked like trash forgotten for centuries. This was plunder. Cold, efficient, steeped in blood and destruction. There was no ecstatic joy, only a heavy, complex emotion, mixing power, growth, and moral qualms. He stretched his joints, cracking softly. The feeling of power was real. The enhancement of his senses was real. At that moment, his enhanced hearing caught from another direction, deep within the fog, an extremely faint, but exceptionally clear sound. A crunch. It was the sound of bone being chewed. Crisp, dry, utterly different from the wet chewing sounds from downstairs. The fog thickened, no longer merely milky and gray, but now dense as viscous slurry reeking of damp earth. Visibility plummeted from 5 meters to less than 3. Even his own feet dissolved into the ashen haze. Zhou's newly heightened senses, sharpened just moments ago, were severely muffled by this wall-like fog. Only sound pierced through crisp, grating cracks of bone snapping, threading needle-thin through the saturated air. Crack, crack. Unhurried, detached, even languid in its rhythm. The chewer seemed to savor every bite. Zhou stood motionless. The surging strength from devouring the mechanical monstrosity, the fleeting sense of control granted by his sharpened senses, all cooled rapidly beneath that monotonous, chilling crunch and absolute visual void. His body leaned forward slightly like a leopard scenting danger. Every pore flared wide. His fingers tightened around the steel-reinforced spear until his knuckles blanched white, yet his arm muscles remained relaxed, coiled, ready to unleash explosive force at any instant. The sound came from the left front, approximately 20 meters. 30. In this suffocating fog, distance had become treacherously unreliable. It was not one of the things downstairs. The din from the diners below was wet, glutinous, punctuated by nauseating gulps. This sound, however, was clean. Crisp, decisive, almost unervingly sterile. What creature could shatter bones so effortlessly? A mutated beast. How impossibly hard must its teeth be, or was the bone itself already brittle? Zhou advanced slowly, not toward the sound but sideways, until he found a half-buried, rust-eaten metal frame from a shattered advertising sign. He slipped behind it, revealing only one eye, vigilant and fixed upon the source. Beyond that, gnawing the fog held its breath. No footsteps, no breath, perhaps swallowed by the mist. No whisper of wind stirred by moving life. Only the steady metronomic crunch of bone, punctuating the silence like a pendulum, until abruptly it ceased. Then came a faint skittering rustle. as if claws or some other rigid appendage dragged something heavy across coarse ground. The dragging receded, slowly, steadily, growing fainter until it vanished entirely into the fog's fathomless depths. Zhou waited 5 full minutes, motionless, until all trace of sound had bled away. Only then did he emerge from behind the sign. He did not give chase. Instead, he crept cautiously forward, along the path the dragging had taken, advancing no more than a dozen paces. A clear trail scarred the slick mud and shattered bricks, a groove roughly half a foot wide, shallow yet unmistakable. Along its edges lay fragments of pallid, splintered bone, and scattered droplets of old dried blood, blackened and glistening faintly where the mist had moistened them. He crouched, gently prodding a larger shard with the tip of his spear. A rib, small animal brittle, its edge cleanly sheared by sharp teeth to break fresh. Though the blood was ancient, the bone itself retained almost no residual vitality, no lingering energy, like chaff discarded after every last essence had been meticulously sucked, chewed, and drained. This was no mere hunting ground. It was the aftermath of a deliberate, fastidious meal. The thing ate cleanly, economically, and it appeared unervingly selective, exquisitely sensitive to energy itself. Ordinary mutants devoured flesh and bone alike, tearing recklessly. But this one extracted only the essence, crunching marrow from bone before discarding the hollowed remnants with surgical precision. Zhou rose, gaze locked on the fog-shrouded distance where the trail vanished, brow deeply furrowed. How many such grotesque entities lurked within these ruins? The viscous diner downstairs, the biomechanical horror, and now, this fastidious bonecracker chewing like one might crack sunflower seeds. Each far deadlier than common undead or scythe-footed worms, and he had only just crossed the threshold into the disciple realm. His chest crystal pulsed faintly, as if reminding him of his recent acquisition. The energy surge from consuming the mechanical monster was real, brutal, but undeniable. If only he could seize that thing's power. That thought took root and spread like wildfire. The lure of power, the pressure of survival, and the cold inherited path pointing unerringly toward predatory evolution, all coiled together, parching his throat. He needed more. He needed to grow stronger, faster, strong enough to stand tall in the open, no longer frozen in fog, listening to another's feast. He drew a deep breath of the cold, fetid air, suppressing the storm within. No rashness. The fog still clung. That creature's destination remained unknown, and it sounded formidable. He resolved to follow the trail, cautiously from afar, at least long enough to map its range and direction. The trail wound forward through the fog, passing a jagged breach in a collapsed wall, then entered what had once been a modest street-side garden. Sparse shrubs and stone benches were now reduced to twisted, withered branches and moss-covered concrete slabs overturned and crumbling. The drag mark grew intermittent, clear on mud, vanishing on rubble, yet its general course pointed toward the garden's far side, a residential building whose yellow-tiled facade was peeling in large, ragged patches. That building. Zhou narrowed his eyes. Familiar. Was it the opposite wing of Li Jinjuan residential complex? Several rows over from building No. 3, where he'd been earlier. The trail ended at the entrance to Unit 1. The door ajar, darkness spilling from within, mist seeping inward like slow, silent smoke. Had it gone inside? Zhou halted beneath the skeletal trunk of a dead tree at the garden's edge, refusing to approach the doorway. The interior was unknown, confined spaces would cripple his fledgling strength and agility. Worse still, vision in the fog was near zero. Entering would be like stepping blind into a tomb. He circled to the building's flank and looked up. 6 stories tall. Most windows were broken, haphazardly boarded with scrap. One third-floor window bore newer planks, tighter seams, fewer gaps. After a pause, Zhou began to climb. Though tiles had flaked off their jagged remnants, and the building's drainage pipes, rusted AC units, and corroded brackets offered ample purchase. His disciple realm-enhanced physique manifested fully now, greater strength, endurance, coordination. He ascended like a gecko, silent, precise, avoiding loose bricks and groaning metal. In moments, he reached the sealed third-floor window. Fingers gripping the sill, body suspended, he pressed his ear to the wood. Silence within. Yet a faint, sterile tang, the scent of freshly crushed bone, drifted subtly through the plank's narrow fissures. He freed one hand, drawing the rusty but razor-edged fruit knife from his belt. With delicate precision, he slid the blade's tip into a seam at the plank's edge and applied gentle leverage. Creak. An almost imperceptible rasp of wood on wood. He froze, waited. No response from within. He resumed, millimeter by millimeter, prying one end of the plank outward, using pure mechanical advantage, widening the gap to 2 fingers' breadth. The scent intensified. He brought his eye to the slit. Darkness reigned within. Curtains drawn. Only the faintest ambient light slipping through the gap, illuminating a small dusty patch. An ordinary bedroom. Furniture overturned, debris strewn across the floor thick with dust. No living thing in sight. He pressed his ear to the gap. This time he heard it. A soft rhythmic friction, like leather or coarse cloth, slowly, deliberately wiping something hard. Occasionally a barely audible sigh, no more likely the hiss of air forced through a narrow aperture. It was inside, and it seemed to be cleaning or maintaining something. Zhou held his breath, waiting patiently, while extending his faint spiritual sense cautiously through the gap. His perception was hazier than sight, capturing only vague contours and energy signatures. He sensed a relatively concentrated heat source at the room's center. Its thermal output was low, but stable, carrying a metallic chill unlike the volatile roaring energy of the mechanical monster. This presence was contained, incisive. Beside it, several fainter, nearly extinguished embers flickered, likely the remnants of its recent prey, stripped bare of marrow and essence. The heat source moved, slowly, deliberately, accompanied by that same rhythmic cloven metal whisper. Was it polishing a blade? Or some other weapon? The thought made Zhou's pulse skip. A being that maintained its weapons with such ritualized care, was it human? Or a mutant of extraordinary intellect? Or another survivor? Yet what survivor would crunch bones with such clinical crispness, and radiate such cold, incisive energy? He dared not decide. Either way, contact would be perilous. Then, abruptly, the scraping ceased. Instantly, within his perception, that previously restrained heat source flared, blazing with sudden violent intensity. Not brighter, but a live energy surging, sharpening like a slumbering apex predator snapping awake and locking onto a target. Detected. Every hair on Zhou's body stood on end. Without thought, he released his grip, swung backward, and kicked hard against the wall, launching himself downward and sideways. The moment his fingers let go, whoosh! A glint of silver, so cold, so swift, nearly invisible, sliced through the gap he'd pried open, streaking past the exact spot his head had occupied a heartbeat before. Thud! It buried itself deep in the brickwork above him, a tiny puncture vibrating faintly with residual force. A throwing blade, or something akin. Midair, Zhou wrenched his body upright, crashing heavily onto a rusted, protruding AC unit on the second floor with a hollow clang. The unit shuddered, violently groaning under strain. With one hand locked onto its trembling edge, he steadied himself, heart hammering, eyes darting upward. Above, the third-floor window remained dark and silent behind its cracked plank. No pursuit, no sound. Yet the sensation of being pinned by an icy, razor-sharp gaze lingered, unrelenting, searing. He didn't wait. Sliding down pipes and sills, he dropped to the ground and bolted headlong into the fog, running until he'd put over 100 meters between himself and the building, then ducking behind a collapsed wall, back pressed to cold brick, gasping. Sweat soaked his inner tunic. That split-second brush with death, sharper, more immediate, outstripped even the tentacled horror in the basement or the searing backlash of devouring the machine. Whatever it was, human or abomination, its reflexes, its lethal precision, its glacial cutting aura dwarfed every foe he'd faced thus far. Had his newly awakened perception not caught the energy surge milliseconds before, had his enhanced reflexes not carried him backward in time, that blade would now be embedded in his eye socket. He touched his chest. The crystal pulsed warmly, indifferent to near-death, concerned only with energy intake. Leaning against the wall, he steadied his breath, slowed his pulse. His fingers brushed the rusty fruit knife still tucked at his waist, cold, rough, gritty with corrosion. Compared to the silver flash that had skimmed his scalp, cold, swift as a serpent's strike, this knife felt blunt as a fire poker. Power. He was still terribly far from it. As a disciple, he possessed only the barest foothold in this lethal wasteland. Not safety, but the faintest chance to struggle onward. The fog began to thin. Distant building silhouettes re-emerged, faintly outlined against the ashen sky. The darkness behind that third-floor window. The blade embedded in brick. These imprinted themselves upon his mind, cold, indelible brands. He turned, striding swiftly toward the safe house. His steps were heavier, now more deliberate, and infinitely more watchful. Against his chest, the silver metal box pulsed with a constant glacial warmth. He needed power. He needed weapons. He needed to advance, swiftly, along this path of predation, until the day his own blade, too, ran cold. Until it, too, moved with that same terrible speed. The dissipating mist failed to dispel the chill in his heart. By the time Zhou returned to the safe house, the daylight had dimmed, resembling a worn-out rag. He slid the bolt into place, then slumped to the floor with his back against the icy iron door. Only then did he feel the scorching pain in his lungs, not from exhaustion, but from the cold air and dust he had inhaled while fleeing for his life. The familiar scent of mold and dust in the room now brought him a sliver of comfort. At least here there were no flying blades, no sounds of bones being gnawed, and no sticky tentacles. But this comfort was as fragile as paper. The lurking diners downstairs, the elusive flying dagger wielder in the mist, and the unknown monsters deeper in the ruins all hung over him like stones, growing heavier and heavier. He pulled out the cold silver box from his pocket and examined it in the last rays of light filtering through the door crack. It remained tightly sealed, as silent as a mute. He weighed it in his hand. It was heavy, and the muffled clinking of metal inside sounded as though it were wrapped in layers of cotton. He couldn't open it. Setting the box aside, he picked up the fire axe leaning against the wall. The blade, sharpened for most of the day, gleamed faintly in the dimness. As his fingers brushed over it, he could feel its keenness. But it was not enough, still not enough. It might suffice against a zombie or a sickle-footed insect, but against something that could casually throw a flying dagger and nearly kill him, this weapon was little better than a fire poker. He needed a more effective tool. Or rather, he needed the thing that could turn this fire poker into a true weapon. The crystal on his chest, now that he was back in a relatively safe environment, seemed to resume its steady, faint pulse. The energy fed back after devouring the mechanical monster had mostly settled in his body, still being slowly digested and integrated, making his muscles stronger, his reactions faster, and his senses sharper. But that was all. It seemed there was still an invisible distance to cross before the next plunder, or the next significant enhancement. Seek it out actively. The flying dagger wielder in the mist had taught him a lesson. Some food, if approached now, might turn him into the meal instead. Wait passively. The chewing sounds and dragging marks downstairs told him that the ecological niche of these ruins was shifting, and waiting might mean elimination. He stood up and walked to the window. The mist had mostly cleared, revealing the trail of slime on the open ground below, looking like a patch of dried moss in the twilight. In the distance, the dark, silent silhouettes of the buildings in Li Jingyuan residential area stood against the horizon. The window on the third floor was lost in darkness, revealing nothing. He drew the tattered cloth curtain, shutting out the view from outside. The safe house sank into complete darkness, broken only by the sound of his slow breathing. Hunger crept back. He pulled out the half-piece of compressed biscuit from his inner pocket, broke off a small corner, and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. It was dry and tasteless, but it could stave off hunger. There was still a small amount of murky water left in the bottle. He took a sip, held it in his mouth, and swallowed slowly, feeling the rusty metallic liquid slide down his throat. After eating, he sat down cross-legged again and closed his eyes, but he did not immediately begin the guiding technique. In his mind, he replayed the events of the day over and over: the decaying remains of the mechanical monster, the crisp sound of bones being chewed in the mist, and the cold silvery gleam that had nearly taken his life. Strength, speed, reflexes, weapons perception. He still lacked far too much. The flow of the guiding technique was slightly smoother than before, and the thin, icy energy particles in the air seemed easier to capture and channel. But the pace was still despairingly slow. At this rate, reaching a level capable of handling the flying dagger wielder would probably take years. He needed a shortcut, or a more efficient plunder target. The diner downstairs. Its energy signature was unclear, its habits were bizarre, and the risks were unknown. The flying dagger wielder in the mist. That would be suicide. What else was there? He opened his eyes and looked at the pile of supplies he had brought back, stacked in the corner. Canned food, compressed biscuits, water, medicine. These were the walls that sustained survival, not the ladder to enhance power. Finally, his gaze settled on the sharpened blade of his axe. Fire. The thought sprang abruptly into his mind. Since the catastrophe, open flames had become rare. The power was out, gas pipes had ruptured, and lighters were a dwindling resource. Most survivors resorted to eating raw food or using the most primitive methods to preserve fire. The disposable lighter he had found earlier was used sparingly, only to ignite torches at the most critical moments. But fire was not just for illumination and warmth. It was also a weapon, the simplest and most primal one. Many mutated creatures feared fire, especially those with carapaces or flesh and blood bodies. The pain of high heat and burning could disrupt their attack patterns and even inflict damage. And fire might be able to process some things. He thought of the carapace's bones and even the flesh of mutated creatures. Direct devouring carried the risk of energy backlash and impurity contamination. What if he treated them with fire first? Could high heat purify them? or at least destroy some of the harmful elements. The idea was baseless, a mere flight of fancy born of desperation. But now any possibility, however slim, was worth grasping. He stood up and searched the room. In a pile of junk in the corner, he found half a candle. The wax had dried and yellowed, but the wick was still intact. He also found a small rusty iron can that had probably once held paint. Using a fruit knife, he carefully shaved some wax shavings from the bottom of the candle and put them into the can. He tore some strips from a rag, twisted them into a thin rope, and soaked it in some grease he had previously scraped from the carcass of a mutated beetle. He had kept it hoping to use it for tinder. Finally, he took out his treasured disposable lighter, which had only a tiny amount of fuel left. He took a deep breath, suppressing the reluctance in his heart. With a click, a faint flame flickered to life, igniting the oil-soaked cloth rope. The rope burned, setting the wax shavings in the iron can alight. A small orange flame leaped up inside the can, dispelling the thick darkness in one corner of the safe house and bringing a long mist-warm glow. The firelight illuminated his gaunt, angular face, casting a huge, swaying shadow on the wall. He stared at the flame for a long time. Then he picked up the blunted fire axe and brought the blade close to the flame. The high heat soon turned the blade a dark red. He stared at the dark red, and fragments of information from the inherited memories flashed through his mind about energy evolution and the domineering nature of plunder and devouring. He also recalled the violent energy inside the mechanical monster and the cold, killing intent of the flying dagger in the mist. Fire could forge iron. Could it also refine? He had no certainty at all. This was more like a ritual born of despair, a clumsy attempt at the vague concept of becoming stronger. Just as he was staring at the red-hot axe blade, his mind a whirl of chaotic thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. An extremely faint rhythmic tapping came from outside the door. It was not the mindless scratching of a zombie, nor the dull thud of a monster's impact. It was a clear, restrained knock, as if probing. A knock on the door. 3 knocks. A pause. Then 3 more. Zhou's muscles instantly tensed, and his blood seemed to freeze. He stood like a stone statue beside the flickering fire, only his eyes moving with extreme slowness toward the door. Who? It couldn't be his uncle, he was long at rest. It couldn't be another survivor either. In this area, at least on the surface, he hadn't seen a second living person. The diner wandering downstairs. The flying dagger wielder in the mist. Did they know how to knock? His heart pounded like a drum crashing against his eardrums in the silent room. He held his breath, his hand already quietly gripping the sharpened steel short spear beside him. The cold touch in his palm steadied him slightly. Knock, knock, knock. 3 more knocks. Neither too loud nor too soft, neither hurried nor slow. They carried a strange patience, or perhaps a sense of composure. Zhou did not move or make a sound. His eyes were fixed on the slightly ajar iron door. The bolt was in place, but the door itself was not thick. Silence fell again outside the door, as if the knocker was also listening and waiting. Time passed minute by minute, each second feeling like an eternity. The flame in the iron can burned quietly, emitting faint crackling sounds. Even the wind outside seemed to have stopped, plunging the ruins into a deathly, suffocating stillness. Just as Zhou was about to think the visitor had left, a voice, clear and distinct, came through the gap in the door. The voice was not loud, even somewhat soft, with a strange metallic texture like the friction of metal, yet not harsh. Rather, it had a cold clarity. I know you're in there. Open the door, or I'll come in myself. There was no threat in the tone. It was flat and straightforward, as if stating a simple fact. Zhou's pupils abruptly contracted. His fingers gripping the short spear turned white from the pressure. He knows I'm in there. How does he know? Was the voice male or female? He couldn't tell. The metallic quality blurred the gender. Open the door, or wait for him to come in. Zhou's gaze swept quickly around the room. There was no other exit. The windows were sealed. The only way out was to fight. He slowly stood up, moving with great care, making no sound at all. The short spear was held in front of him, and the axe was within easy reach. He did not respond, only stared fixedly at the crack in the door. The presence outside seemed unsurprised by his silence. I mean no harm, the metallic voice said again. It paused, then added, at least not for now. I just caught a whiff of something interesting. Open the door. Let's talk. About that little stone on you. And what you saw in the mist last night. Zhou's heart sank like a stone. His heart pounded like a war drum in his chest, each thud rattling his ribs. The little stone. The incident in the mist. He knew about the crystal, and had sensed the residual energy from last night. Zhou's throat went dry. His grip on the short spear was steady as welded steel, yet a chill crawled from his tailbone up to his scalp. Whatever lurked outside, man or ghost, it didn't matter. The danger level was maxed out, and it was clearly after his biggest secret. Negotiate. What could a slab of meat on a chopping block discuss with the knife? He held his breath still as a stone. Silence stretched for a few seconds outside. TCH. A faint sound rough like metal scraping. A rusted gear turning half a notch. Then click. It wasn't lockpicking or door smashing. Near the keyhole on the door panel, a fist-sized hole silently dissolved into existence. The edges were as smooth as if cut by the most precise laser, not a single burr in sight. The iron simply vanished, revealing the pitch-black corridor beyond. An eye pressed against the hole, filling it. Silver-gray pupilless etched, with intricate concentric rings like the mechanism of an antique clock. Cold, precise, utterly devoid of humanity. Firelight flickered, reflecting an inorganic gleam. The eye rolled within the hole, scanning the flame, the short spear in his hand, his taut profile, and finally stopping on his eyes. Across the hole, a few steps apart, icy silver-gray, met Zhou's dark, wary gaze. 2 seconds, maybe 3. The eyelid, if that silver metal plate could be called an eyelid, closed and opened once. Apprentice rank. The voice drifted in through the hole, clearer without the door's barrier and colder like frost on an iron railing in winter. Chaotic energy, weak foundation, traces of forced absorption still lingering. Lucky to be alive. Zhou said nothing, but the tip of his short spear lifted slightly, aiming at the eye. He knew the gesture was probably useless, but he had to do something. Save it. The owner of the eye seemed to smirk, though the mouth didn't move. A hint of amusement colored the voice. Killing you now would be a waste. The silver-gray iris rotated again, its focus landing on his chest, pausing. A source crystal shard. Badly damaged, almost extinguished. And you managed to scavenge this. The tone was flat, impossible to tell if it was praise or mockery. Source crystal shard. Zhou's mind buzzed. This broken stone had a name. The scavenger in the mist. You took it down, eh? The eye turned back, its rings contracting. The energy residue hasn't dissipated yet. A piece of junk, but for you it's a mouthful of broth. He knew. He even knew the name of that mechanical monster. More cold sweat beaded on Zhou's back, his clothes sticking to his skin. Just what kind of being was this? As for that bonjour, the silver-gray eye narrowed, a faint blue light flickering through the slit, so quick it might have been an illusion. Stay away. It's not as good-natured as I am. Those scraps of yours. It wouldn't even glance at them. Information crashed down on him like a landslide, leaving Zhou's mind numb. Scavenger. Little lunatic. Who are you? He asked, his voice hoarse. The silver-gray eye seemed to curve slightly. Just passing through. This junkyard is interesting. Checking if there's any usable scrap. A pause. You count as half. Zhou's jaw tightened. Scrap. The shard. Where did it come from? The voice now carried an undeniable weight. Zhou pressed his lips tight. Fine, keep it. The other didn't seem to care. I don't care about its origin. I only care how far you can go with it. Listen, little apprentice. The metallic voice deepened, taking on a commanding tone. They'll give you a path. Or rather a deal. Move out. Now. The scavengers and little lunatics around here are just appetizers. The main course is about to hit the table. What main course? The silver-gray eye didn't answer, instead countering the Kyoto base. Do you know it? Zhou's eyelid twitched. Of course he did. That legendary human fortress in the north with its high walls and electric fences, strict order. A place countless survivors in the ruins dreamed of crawling into. Over 1,000 kilometers away. Seems you've heard of it. The silver-gray eye caught his reaction. Recently, a few hounds from Kyoto got clearance and headed south. Thereafter, the unstable energy readings in this area lately, and it paused. A suspected source crystal signal. Zhou's heart sank. The hounds have sharp claws and keen noses. At minimum, they're planetary level. The leader is probably at planetary rank. The silver-gray eye's tone remained flat, as if discussing the morning fog. Within 3 days at most, they'll comb this place clean. How long do you think you and that stone in your pocket can hide? Planetary level. Zhou's throat tightened. Head barely scraped the threshold of apprentice, and the leader of the incoming team was a planetary level. Someone who could break free of a planet's gravity. What do you want me to do? Zhou forced himself to stay calm. No alarm came for free. Sharp. The silver-gray eye blinked. Go to a place, retrieve something. In exchange, you get a trinket to temporarily mask the shard scent, plus the lowdown on scavengers and little lunatics. With luck, he'll throw in a pointer or two on how to use that stone. What thing? Where? You'll know when the time comes. It's not far, right in these ruins. That thing is useful to me, to you right now it's just a heavy hunk of iron. The silver-gray eye said, in or out. Zhou's mind raced. Refuse. The one outside was of unknown depth, but hadn't outright attacked yet. The threat from the Kyoto hounds, however, was all too real. Except, that meant jumping into an even darker hole. Who knew what was buried there? I need to think, he finally said, leaving himself an out. Fine. The silver gray, I seem to have expected this. They'll give you one day. Tomorrow night, same time I'll be back. Don't bother running. I've got your scent and the shard's signature locked in. With that, the eye withdrew from the hole. Then the smooth round hole in the door began to heal itself as eerily as it had appeared. Molten iron, if it was still iron, flowed back, filling the gap. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state, every rust pattern identical, as if the whole thing had been an illusion. Outside the door, silence returned. Zhou stood frozen, then let out a long breath, his back icy cold. He walked to the door, his fingers touching where the hole had been. Cold hard. It was indeed the original door panel. Not a dream. He retreated to sit on the edge of the bed, feeling drained to his very bones. Source crystal shard. Kyoto hounds. Planetary level. Scavenger. Little lunatic. And that silver-gray passerby. A cascade of terms shattered the fragile understanding of this ruin had just begun to build. The wall of this safe house was as thin as paper. He looked down at his chest. The dark violet crystal sat quietly, its nebulous spinning lazily, utterly unresponsive to what had just happened. Source crystal shard. He murmured. It sounded like the scrap of something unimaginably grand. And those silver eyes, what were they? A high-grade robot? Or something else entirely? What did it want him to retrieve? His gaze fell on the flame at his feet. Minutes ago had been figuring out how to sharpen his axe better with that fire. Now that concern seemed childish as a game in the face of the coming storm. The Kyoto hounds were coming, bringing power that could crush him 800 times over. He had only one day. Either take this risky deal with the silver eyes, go to an unknown place for an unknown thing in exchange for a few days hiding and a sliver of knowledge. Or, he looked out the window. The night was impenetrably dark. Or run now, gamble with his life, and try to slip out of this area under the hounds' noses. But what then? No food, no shelter, and monsters crawling everywhere outside. Besides, the silver eyes said they'd marked his scent. Where could he run? Zhou closed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously scratching the cold metal box against his chest. The box wouldn't open. The crystal was beyond his understanding. His own strength amounted to nothing. It seemed. He had no choice. The flame burned quietly, casting his shadow on the wall, stretched long, wavering, unsteadily. Like a cornered stray dog baring its teeth, but with no idea where to bite. The night was still deep. The path. He had to figure it out before dawn. The flames licked the bottom, leaving a thin layer of black ash in the iron can, and the last glimmer of light flickered twice before dying out. The safe house was plunged into utter darkness, with only a few pale streaks of moonlight seeping through the cracks in the door, and the broken windows barely outlining the shapes of objects. Zhou did not move, still sitting on the cot, his fingers repeatedly stroking the cold metal lump in his arms. The unopenable box was much like the current situation, surrounded by invisible walls with no crack to pry open. The silver eyes words churned over and over in his mind. Source crystal fragment. Kyoto hound. Planetary level. Each word was like a shard of ice striking his heart. He knew the gap. The chasm between an apprentice and a planetary was like a crawling insect versus an eagle soaring in the sky. 3 days. At most 3 days. Run. He glanced at his backpack. Inside were 2 cans of luncheon meat, a pack and a half of compressed biscuits, and 3 bottles of murky, rusty water. These supplies wouldn't last a few days in the ruins, let alone with the need to evade the omnipresent dangers. The flesh-eaters roaming downstairs, the elusive knife-wielder little lunatic in the mist, and those scavengers hiding in unknown places. Any one of them could end his life. Moreover, the silver eyes words, I've marked your scent, and the fragment's disturbance stuck like a thorn in his flesh. Escape. Could he escape its perception range? He didn't even know what it was, but those silver-gray eyes, like precision instruments, left him in no doubt about the truth of its statement. Not run and wait to die. Accept the deal. Go to an unknown place, fetch an unknown item, and risk his life for a passerby with an unknown purpose. It seemed like pushing himself into an even darker pit. Zhou tilted his head back, resting it against the cold, rough wall, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, devoured by shadows above. His throat was parched and raw as if clogged with sand. There was no retreat. Or rather, every path that seemed like a retreat led to a more ferocious monster lurking at its end. He recalled the onset of the cataclysm when the entire city collapsed amidst screams and explosions. He had hidden in the sewers, listening to the concrete shattering above and the dying wails of people with no retreat then either. Later he crawled out, scavenged for food in the ruins, was chased by zombies, and bitten by mutated beasts. Every time he was on the brink of death, the same boundless, icy despair flashed before his eyes. But he had survived. Not by luck, but by a ruthless tenacity that risked everything each time, tearing a bloody path out of despair. Now it seemed that time had come again. He slowly sat up straight, moving his fingers from the metal box to his chest. Through the thin fabric, he could feel the steady faint warmth emanating from the source crystal fragment. This thing was the root of disaster, but also the only thing he could hold on to now, perhaps not just a straw. The Silver Eye said it was badly damaged, nearly extinguished. But it was indeed helping him in a crude and inefficient way. The guiding technique, the energy sensing, and the power boost after devouring that mechanical monster all came from this piece of stone. All it seemed to want was energy. Survive, grow stronger. Perhaps that would feed it and himself. The deal could be seen as a more dangerous foraging trip. Go to the place the Silver Eyes designated, retrieve the item it wanted in exchange for a way to temporarily shield himself from the hound's noses and deeper information about these ruins. These were all energy capital to survive and become less easily crushed. The risk was extreme, but staying put meant a 100% risk. He stood up, flexing his joints stiff from sitting, and his bones emitted faint cracks. The enhanced physique of the apprentice rank was still there, his sense of strength fuller than before. Though this power was nothing before a planetary, it at least allowed him to run faster, react quicker, and have harder bones. He walked to the window and lifted the tattered cloth curtain. Under the moonlight, the ruins resembled a vast, silent graveyard. The twisted building shadows looked like tombstones or crouching beasts. In the distance, the silhouette of Li Jingyuan complex pressed darkly against the horizon. The third-floor window remained hidden in darkness, and he wondered if little lunatic was crouching in some corner, sharpening its knife or chewing on new bones. These ruins were far more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. Before, he only struggled not to starve or be killed by monsters. Now he also had to watch out for hounds from the human fortress and enigmatic beings like the Silver Eyes whose allegiance was unknown. He pulled the curtain back and walked to the bed to start packing. The last 2 cans of luncheon meat were stuffed into the backpack's inner pocket. The compressed biscuits were wrapped in a plastic bag. Water. He weighed the 3 bottles of murky water, kept only 1, and poured the other 2 into a slightly cleaner plastic jug. The mixture looked even more disgusting, but it saved space. The pliers were tucked into his waistband. The rusty fruit knife was sheathed in his boot. The fire axe, its handle wrapped in rags, was strapped to his back. The sharpened rebar short spear felt most reassuring in his hand. Finally, he picked up the cold silver metal box, looked at it again, and still couldn't open it. He tucked it into the innermost pocket against his chest, separated from the source crystal fragment by only a layer of fabric. One cold, one warm. An indescribably strange sensation. Packing complete, the backpack weighed heavily on his shoulders. He looked around the safe house where he had stayed for a considerable time. The smell of mildew, dust, cold cement walls, and a pile of meaningless junk in the corner. This place had once been his wall, built with cans and medicine. Now that wall had crumbled. He walked to the door and listened carefully. The hallway was deathly silent. He gently pulled back the bolt and opened the door a crack. Moonlight slanted in from the broken window at the end of the hallway, casting a pale patch of light on the floor. Dust floated slowly in the beam of light. He slipped out, pulled the door shut behind him without locking it. Perhaps he wouldn't return. He descended the familiar stairs, his footsteps extremely light. When he reached the 3rd floor, the faint Swedish bloody smell drifted over again, seeming stronger than last night. He stopped and held his breath. No sound of chewing or other movement. He continued down to the entrance on the 1st floor. The moonlight was blocked by the ruins outside, making it darker out there than in the hallway. He pressed against the wall and slowly edged out. The ruins at night were different from the dead silence of the day. In the distance, the howls of unknown creatures echoed, short, shrill, quickly swallowed by the wind. Nearby, rustling sounds came from the grass, perhaps nocturnal, small, mutated beasts. He didn't turn on any light source, relying on his eyes, which had gradually adjusted to the darkness, and his enhanced vague senses to discern directions. The Silver Eyes said the place was not far deep in the ruins. But where exactly was deep? It hadn't specified, only saying it would inform him when it came again tomorrow night. Tonight he needed to first leave this area, find a relatively concealed spot where he could observe the vicinity of the safe house and endure this day. This was both to avoid little lunatic or the flesh eaters that might still be prowling nearby, and to observe if the Silver Eyes would keep its word and perhaps catch a glimpse of the Kyoto hounds. He chose a direction different from both the community service center and Li Jingyuan, heading south of the ruins toward the area that was once an industrial zone, now reduced to twisted steel frames and rubble. The terrain grew uneven, with broken bricks, tiles, and collapsed prefabricated slabs piled into small hills, making travel more difficult, but also providing more cover. The air was filled with a sharper, acrid smell, a mix of chemical raw materials and rusting metal. He climbed a relatively high slope formed by concrete components from a collapsed factory, found a sheltered leeward hollow, carefully cleared away the surface gravel and broken glass, then curled up and sat down. From here he could barely make out the blurry outline of the safe house building behind a stretch of low ruins in the distance, like a crooked black finger stabbing the night sky. The night wind whistled through the exposed rebar, producing a wailing sound, like countless spirits crying. Further away, huge shadows occasionally streaked across the night sky, carrying a dull sound of wind being broken, perhaps mutated birds or other flying monsters. Zhou hugged his knees, his back against the cold concrete, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the direction of the safe house, his ears straining to catch any unusual sound carried by the wind. The metal box and the source crystal fragment pressed together against his chest, one cold and silent, the other faintly warm. He felt no drowsiness and dared not sleep. Time passed slowly. The moon drifted through the clouds, brightening and dimming. The outlines of the ruins shifted in the moonlight like a herd of sleeping beasts that could awaken at any moment. In the latter part of the night, the temperature dropped further, and dew soaked his jacket and hair. He occasionally moved his numb hands and feet, but his eyes never left that direction. Just as the eastern sky began to show a faint, almost invisible hint of pale light, several blinding beams of light, without warning, pierced the thickest darkness before dawn in the area near the safe house's street. The light beams were sharp and steady, nothing like the diffuse light of torches or flashlights. They seemed more like high-powered searchlights. Like several swords, they swept across the ruins, passing over the building where Zhou's safe house was, then scanning further structures. Immediately after, a low rhythmic roar approached from afar, crushing the silence of the ruins. It wasn't the howl of a mutated creature. It was an engine. And it was the sound of a powerful, distinctly mechanical engine. The light beams and engine noise rapidly drew closer. Zhou instinctively shrank deeper into the concrete hollow, leaving only his eyes exposed, staring intently. Four spindle-shaped vehicles coated in deep gray matte paint with rugged designs, wide tires and searchlights, and what looked like weapons mounted on their roofs, burst into the street ruins within his line of sight, like four steel beasts. They nimbly rolled over obstacles on the ground, their bodies barely jolting, demonstrating excellent off-road capability and stability. The vehicles stopped a few dozen meters in front of the safe house building, spreading out in a fan formation. The searchlights on the roofs locked onto the building, illuminating the area as bright as day. The doors opened and several figures jumped out nimbly. They all wore uniform, clearly protective, deep gray combat suits with a sleek, sharp design and reinforced armor at the joints and vital points. Each carried a sizable tactical backpack on their backs and held standardized, coldly metallic firearms. Not the common rifles from before the cataclysm, but longer, more complex in structure, with what seemed to be additional devices integrated under the muzzle. The leader was exceptionally tall, nearly 2 meters, and even from a distance one could feel his condensed mountain-like aura. He wore no helmet, revealing a sharply defined, weather-beaten face, with a square jaw, short hair like steel needles, and eyes as sharp as a hawk's, scanning the surroundings with a condescending scrutiny, and a trace of barely perceptible irritation. He raised his hand and made a few concise gestures. The other three immediately dispersed, 2 taking up guard positions with their weapons raised, their movements crisp and coordinated. The third took a palm-sized instrument, emitting a faint blue light from his backpack, aimed it at the safe house building, and began a slow scan. The instrument emitted a very faint beeping sound, and the blue light swept over the walls, windows, and entrance. The tall man himself strode toward the unit door. His steps were steady and powerful, almost silent on the rubble, yet carried a composure that bespoke total control. He held no gun, his hands hanging casually at his sides, but Zhou had no doubt those hands could unleash enough power to tear through steel in an instant. Planetary level. No, the feeling the tall man gave Zhou was far heavier than the words apprentice level 9. He might just be the planetary level powerhouse the Silver Eyes had mentioned. Zhou held his breath, his heartbeat seeming to slow by half a beat, his body frozen in the shadow of the hollow, daring not to move a muscle. Though several hundred meters away with ruins in between, he still felt like prey being stalked by a beast, a tingling numbness spreading across his skin. These were the hounds from Kyoto. They had come faster than the Silver Eyes had said, and they had come straight for his safe house. The person with the scanning instrument soon looked up, said something to the tall man, and shook his head. The instrument had detected no obvious energy sources or signs of life. The tall man stopped at the unit entrance, not immediately entering. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the building like a tangible force, pausing especially on the windows of the third and fourth floors, where Zhou's safe house was. Under the glare of the searchlights, those eyes were so sharp that Zhou almost felt an illusion of being pierced by that gaze. Then the tall man seemed to frown slightly and muttered something under his breath. The distance was too great to hear clearly, but the impatience and disappointment in his tone were obvious. He didn't enter the building, but turned and walked back to the convoy. "Chief, nothing found," the scanner reported. "Any traces?" the tall man asked, his voice not loud, but carrying through the wind with a metallic quality. "Very chaotic, a mix of old and new. The most recent are from about a week ago, but the energy residue is extremely faint, nearly impossible to capture. The target may have already left or is deeply concealed," the scanner replied professionally. The tall man was silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over the dead ruins once more. "Expand the search radius. 5 kilometers, centered here, prioritize scanning for high-energy reactions and abnormal life signals. Watch for traces of those scavengers and bone-eaters." "Yes, sir." The order was given, and the other two quickly returned to their vehicles. The engines roared again, and the 4 steel beasts turned their searchlight beams, cutting through the morning mist, heading deeper into the ruins, soon disappearing behind the twisted shadows of buildings, leaving only the safe house building standing alone in the gradually brightening dawn light, along with a few fresh tire tracks on the ground. Zhou remained frozen in the hollow until the engine sounds faded completely into the distance, until the first true rays of dawn illuminated his concrete hiding spot. Only then did he slowly, deeply exhale, as if trying to expel all the cold and fear from his lungs. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, sticking tightly to the frigid concrete. They had really come. So fast, so precisely. If not for the Silver Eye's warning, if not for his decision to leave last night, by now he would probably have been a dot on that scanning instrument, or worse. There was no retreat. He slowly moved, his numb fingers crawled out of the hollow, stood on the high ground, looked toward the direction the hounds had disappeared, then glanced back at the safe house. The deal had to be made. He touched the cold metal box and the warm source crystal fragment against his chest, and the last trace of hesitation in his eyes was utterly crushed by those blinding searchlight beams from moments ago. He turned and strode deeper into the ruins in the opposite direction of the hound's search. His steps no longer faltered. His lungs felt as if they were packed with burning sand. Each breath was a searing pain. Zhou sprinted through the ruins, broken bricks and rubble crunching beneath his feet. The glaring searchlights and the low hum of engines in his mind chased him like a stray dog. Run. Get as far away as possible. To hell with the deal, to hell with the Silver Eyes. Survive today first. Fear was cold like ice water over his head, but beneath the ice a wild fire smoldered, making his temples throb. Why? He had been scraping a living in the muck, fighting monsters, just beginning to find his footing, and now these big shots riding in iron turtles and wielding fine weapons came to reap the harvest. All because of this damned stone. Resentment burned within him. Damn it all. This wild fire lent strength to his limbs. The knuckles on the hand gripping the steel spear turned white. But it lasted only seconds. A cold wind blew and reality crashed down on him. Anger was useless. If he didn't run fast enough, he would die. He forced himself to slow down, sifting through the Silver Eye's words and what he had just seen as he ran. The hounds were after the energy fluctuation and this stone. They had weapons and instruments. He was as conspicuous as a louse on a bald head. The Silver Eyes. That thing was even more sinister, but at least it wasn't trying to kill him directly for now. 2 piles of shit, he had to pick the less stinky one. There was no choice. He spat fiercely and turned toward the deeper parts of the ruins. That area used to be a factory with tall buildings and many scaffolds. Though heavily collapsed, it was easier to hide a person. The downside was that such places were infested with bugs. The deeper he went, the dimmer the daylight became. The massive dilapidated factory buildings loomed like dead skeletons, casting long shadows. A strange smell of rust mixed with mud hung in the air. Large patches of dark purple, something like moss or rotting flesh, began to appear on the ground. He lightened his steps, ears pricked, eyes scanning every dark corner. The sensing ability he had just begun to master in his chest was also stretched to its limit. Rounding a half-collapsed factory building, he came to a scrap yard. Scattered across the open ground were several rusted-through iron barrels and the unrecognizable remains of a few machines. In the middle of the yard, something was moving. 4 of them. They were larger than the one he had devoured earlier, nearly the size of a young calf. They looked similar, with dark silver shells covering their bodies, but more red flesh and sinew were exposed, and a yellowish sticky fluid dripped from the joints. Their heads resembled enlarged drill bits covered in rings of gleaming cold iron teeth. They had no eyes, but two antennae-like appendages twitched wildly on top. They were gathered around a large skeleton, gnawing at it with their iron-toothed drill heads, making a crunching, cracking sound as bone fragments flew. Zhou immediately crouched, shrinking behind a fallen iron barrel, his heart pounding like a drum. 4 of them, and they looked tougher. That violent metallic aura could be smelled from a distance. He couldn't defeat them. Go around. This scrapyard was the only way through. On both sides were walls of rubble as high as walls. Climbing would be noisy and expose him. Just as he was deliberating whether to risk a fight or find another path, the stone on his chest suddenly burned. Not a mild warmth, but a searing heat. Like a piece of red-hot charcoal. Immediately, a brutal, overbearing suction force exploded from his chest, like an invisible giant hand reaching straight for the 4 creatures gnawing on bones in the middle of the yard. The nearest one, which had been tearing at the sinew on the bone, suddenly stiffened. Its drill head let out a short, strange shriek. The dark silver shell on its body visibly dulled and cracked as if centuries had passed in an instant. The knotted red flesh beneath it convulsed wildly and shriveled like dried jerky. Even the dripping yellow fluid vanished. In just 2 or 3 seconds, this robust scavenger turned into an empty shell covering a skeleton, still in its tearing posture, crashing to the ground and shattering into dust. The other 3 were stunned by the sudden change, their antennae trembling wildly, letting out hisses of shock and fury from their drill heads. They all turned towards Zhou, though they couldn't see. The violent, plundering commotion was like a searchlight in the dark night. With a screech and a roar, the 3 scavengers abandoned the bones, their 4 thick legs scraping the ground as they charged at him, bringing a stench of blood and sticky fluid. Their drill heads spun at high speed, emitting a piercing metallic grinding sound that set his teeth on edge. Zhou's mind went blank for a moment, nearly bewildered by the sudden madness of the stone on his chest. But in a life-or-death moment, there was no time to think. He burst out from behind the iron barrel, not running backward, but lunging toward a taller pile of rubble made of twisted steel beams and broken concrete blocks. He couldn't outrun these 4-legged creatures in a straight line. Only in chaotic terrain was there a glimmer of hope. As he threw himself behind the rubble pile, a sharp hook claw from one scavenger grazed his back. With a tearing sound, his already tattered jacket was completely ruined, leaving several searing, bloody gashes on his back. Zhou grunted in pain, ignoring it, and scrambled up the rubble pile with hands and feet. The sharp edges of steel and concrete tore open his palms and arms, turning them into a bloody mess. But there was no time to care about that. His newly strengthened body, combined with the desperate will to survive, let him scurry up like a startled monkey, gaining height in a few moves. The second scavenger slammed into the iron barrel he had been hiding behind. With a deafening clang, the barrel was crushed inward and rolled away. The third scavenger leaped directly, its drill head bristling with iron teeth, aiming for his lower back. The stench of blood hit his face. Without turning back, Zhou thrust his steel spear backward with all his might. He didn't aim for the terrifying drill head, but for the spot above it, between the 2 wildly twitching antennae, where the shell seemed thinner. With a dull thud, the steel spear, carrying the full force of his body and weight, plunged deep. A viscous, foul-smelling black fluid, crackling with sparks, gushed out. With a piercing shriek, the scavenger lost its balance midair, tumbled to the ground, its legs thrashing wildly, its drill head opening and closing weakly. But the recoil sent Zhou stumbling, nearly rolling off the rubble pile. He grabbed a protruding steel bar, steadied himself, and continued climbing. The suction from the stone on his chest never stopped. Even as he scrambled, dodged, and thrust, the field of suction greedily and persistently expanded. The second scavenger, which had just knocked over the barrel and was about to pounce again, suddenly stiffened. Its shell and muscles withered and corroded at the same terrifying speed. It let out only half a roar before following the first, its dried shell crumbling to the ground. The third wounded one struggled to get up, but the suction, like a blood-sucking leech, took advantage of its weakness to finish it off. It frantically drained the remaining energy and metallic essence from the creature. The convulsions quickly weakened the shell, turned gray, and with a few faint cracks it lay still. From the moment the stone burned to the 4 scavengers turning to dust, less than 10 seconds had passed. Zhou finally reached the top of the rubble pile, leaning against a tilted steel beam, gasping for air, his lungs working like a broken bellows. His back hurt, his hands hurt more, and blood covered his palms. But he couldn't afford to care. His eyes were fixed on the 4 piles of rapidly weathering remains below. Then he looked down at the stone on his chest, which was no longer hot, though the suction was still subtly drawing in. Had that thing acted on its own? A surge of energy vastly greater and more violent than the last time rushed back from the stone like molten iron flooding his limbs and bones. With a stifled groan, Zhou threw his head back, the tendons on his neck standing out like steel wires, a suppressed cry of pain escaping his throat. It was too much, too fierce. Last time was like drinking a bowl of chili oil. This time, it was like being force-fed a furnace full of molten steel. The violent energy rampaged through his barely opened meridians, muscles swelling to the point of bursting, veins bulging blue and purple beneath his skin. His bones cracked and popped, and it felt like a grinding wheel was lodged in his skull, fragments of metallic screeches and monster roars colliding within. His eyes instantly turned red, everything seen through a bloody haze. Dark red sweat beads carrying a strange mix of rust and blood began to seep from his body, especially from his wounds. He felt like he would explode. Really about to explode. Zhou gritted his teeth so hard they cracked, his gums bleeding, filling his mouth with a coppery sweetness. He forced his nearly scattered consciousness to cling desperately to the faint vortex shadow of the stellar guidance art. Hold on. Damn it, hold on. What you've taken, and don't you dare let go. Like a tiny broken raft in a raging storm, he fought to steady that flickering flame of will, guiding, compressing, and digesting the cauldron of molten metal within him. This process was 100 times more agonizing than the last. Every second felt like rolling on a bed of knives. He felt his body being torn apart and forced back together, every cell screaming. Sweat and blood streamed down his face, back, and arms, soaking his clothes until they could be wrung out. He curled up against the steel beam, his body twitching uncontrollably, a rasping sound coming from his throat. He didn't know how long it lasted, perhaps only a few minutes. But to Zhou it felt like dying and coming back to life 800 times. The violent torrent of energy that threatened to burst him finally began to settle. Though it still surged, it was at least somewhat contained by the crude tracks of the guidance art. The excruciating pain receded like a tide, leaving behind a bone-deep soreness and an exhaustion that bordered on collapse. But immediately after came an explosive sense of power. Zhou slowly opened his eyes, the bloodshot tinge not yet faded, but his gaze was terrifyingly bright, like two burning ghost fires. He tried to clench his fist. A sharp crack sounded from his knuckles. It wasn't pain, but a feeling of overflowing power. The bloody gashes on his arms had formed a thin layer of dark red scabs. The scratches on his back had also stopped bleeding, replaced by a tingling itch as the flesh rapidly healed. He took a deep breath. The burning sensation in his lungs was gone, replaced by a cool clarity, as if he could inhale more air. His hearing sharpened. He could hear insects crawling dozens of meters away. His eyesight improved. The outlines of objects in the dark were much clearer. Apprentice second stage. Third stage. He didn't know the exact level, but he could clearly feel that he had grown stronger. By a lot. This was robbery. Barefaced robbery. Feeding himself with the lives and metal of others. He supported himself on the steel beam and stood up shakily, looking down. The remains of the 4 scavengers had turned into 4 small piles of grayish-white powder scattering in the wind. A large patch of the dark purple moss beneath them had also withered and died. The stone on his chest was quiet, its temperature normal, but the swirling nebula inside seemed more spirited, as if it had eaten its fill and was dozing contentedly. Zhou wiped the blood and sweat from his face, licked his cracked lips, and broke into a cold, ruthless smile. Hounds. Planetary level. Come on. I'm starving. The crisp metallic scent of machine oil still hung in the air. Zhou leaned deep within the shadow beneath the control console, his heart hammering, as if desperate to shatter his ribs, cold sweat tracing icy paths down his spine. The fleeting surge of strength and feverish heat from just slaughtering 4 scavengers was instantly doused, chilled to the bone by the approaching tread of hounds. Run. Hide. Fight. Thoughts whirled like a phantom carousel, swift, chaotic, until only one remained: make them unable to find me. He drew a slow breath, not suppressing the rough, heavy stone nestled just beneath his chest, but deliberately stirring it with his raw, unrefined, while amplifying the restless energy it had yet to digest after devouring the scavengers. The stone trembled, hesitant, almost puzzled, yet instinct swiftly overrode uncertainty. A disordered pulse of energy, laced with the tang of rusted metal and raw coppery blood, radiated outward from his chest. Not forceful, not commanding, merely an involuntary bloated belch. Like a slick eel, he slipped silently down the far side of the rubble pile and tumbled headlong beneath a half-buried industrial control console. He'd barely drawn himself tight when the footsteps halted outside. "Chief, there's an energy reading ahead, in the yard. Chaotic. Like a mechanical beast, just expired, its residual energy dispersing. A young, precise voice cut clearly through the comlink. Check it. Another voice, low, steady, unassailable, belonged to the tall man. The footsteps resumed, heading straight for the center of the yard. Zhou held his breath, willing himself into stone. Through a narrow gap, he watched 4 figures in dark gray combat fatigues enter the yard. Their leader, a towering man, possessed eyes as sharp and cold as honed blades. The other 3 split duties. 2 stood guard, rifles raised. The third cradled a device, pulsing with soft blue light, sweeping it methodically across the terrain. When the scanner passed over the 4 ash piles, its glow flickered. Chief, high-intensity energy absorption residue, consumed utterly. Even the metal has corroded to dust. Consumed. The tall man crouched, pinching a trace of ash between his fingers, sniffing it, then studying its texture. His gaze sharpened abruptly, piercing, predatory. Chaotic energy signature, traces of biomechanical origin, and 1 faint, unmistakable trace. Ultra-pure energy source. Hound 7 Deepskin confirms. Target is still nearby, moving fast. Yes, sir. Instantly, the trio fanned out, their scanners flashing more urgently than before. Zhou's heart sank. Damn it. Still not hidden enough. That captain's nose was too keen, and the instruments too cunning. 2 rifle wielders began clearing the corners. Metal drums were kicked aside. Mangled machinery clanged. Even the patch of withered violet-black moss was prodded with rifle barrels. The footsteps drew nearer. 1 operative paused beside the console, less than 2 meters away. Zhou could hear his breathing. See the mud-caked, rust-flecked boots. The rifle barrel nudged collapsed steel girders with a clatter. The man's gaze swept across the console and lingered. Zhou's heart ceased its rhythm entirely. Every muscle coiled like a drawn bowstring. Sweat soaked his palm around the short rebarspear. Then, beep, beep, beep. The scanner operator suddenly cried out, Chief. 9 o'clock, 200 meters. Intense life signature. Moving at extreme velocity, fleeing. Energy signature, matches Bone Eater. Bone Eater. The captain's brow furrowed. What's that rabid bonechewr doing here? Pursue. But the residue here. The operative searching near the console hesitated. The residue is dissipating rapidly. The target is slippery. Priority shifts to the Bone Eater. It's far harder to locate, and may even be linked to our target. The captain issued the order without pause. All units, follow me. Maintain formation. Yes, sir. Their hurried footsteps receded into the distance. Zhou waited 5 full minutes, then exhaled slowly, inching himself out from beneath the console. His body was drenched in cold sweat, icy clinging. Bone Eater. Little madman. Why now? Coincidence, or something else? He recalled the silver-eyed one's words. It seeks only fresh vital energy cores. Had his recent consumption of the scavengers drawn it? Was it simply the scanner's timing, or fate's cruel irony? No matter. Luck, filthy improbable luck, had saved him. But the hounds would return. He needed to move. Crouching low, Zhou darted across the scrap yard, vanishing deeper into the industrial district's encroaching shadows. After a short sprint, he rounded a wall, half-collapsed, thick with snaking pipes, only to find his path blocked by massive concrete slabs fallen from the roof, twisted rebar, jutting like broken ribs. As he frowned, searching for another route, a muffled boom erupted behind him, from the scrapyard, followed by the shriek of tearing metal and a brief guttural cry. Had the hounds already clashed with the Bone Eater? So soon. Zhou froze mid-step. Almost simultaneously. Whip! A razor-edged projectile screamed from behind the concrete barrier ahead. A throwing knife, little madman's blade. Every hair on Zhou's body bristled. Without thought, he hurled himself sideways, faster than ever before. Thunk! Silver light grazed his scalp, embedding itself deep into the pipe-entwined wall behind him, its hilt vibrating violently. Zhou rolled upright, dropped into a half-crouch, short spear leveled before him, his heart pounding like war drums. Damn it! Wasn't it lured away by the hounds? Then why here? His eyes locked onto the slab's shadowed edge. A slender, gaunt figure emerged slowly, deliberate, unhurried. An oversized, grime-caked coat swallowed its frame, a hood concealed its face. Instantly, Zhou felt it, the chilling, paralyzing weight of a viper's gaze. Bone Eater. Little madman. How had it found him? Had the hounds merely disrupted its hunt, not diverted it? The figure halted before the slab, tilting its head, as if assessing Zhou through the gloom of its hood. Then it raised one skeletal ashen hand, fingernails unnaturally long, and pointed directly at Zhou's chest. The meaning was unmistakable. Give me the stone. Zhou tensed, every fiber rigid. Run. Even with his newfound speed, that knife had been terrifyingly swift. Fight. With what? The stone, still sated, felt sluggish, unresponsive. Was his own strength even worth measuring? Give the stone to me. A rasping metallic scrape of sound emerged from beneath the hood, flat, toneless, dripping with raw hunger. Zhou didn't move, didn't speak. His grip tightened on the spear, his eyes tracked every micro-movement. His mind raced, scouring for any opening, any chance. Refuse and die. Impatience flared. The other hand rose. Glinting silver flashed between its fingers, more knives. Tension snapped taut as drawn wire. Target located. Here. A sharp command, accompanied by urgent pounding footsteps, burst from the direction of the scrapyard. The hounds. They'd returned, far sooner than expected. Little Madman paused, its hood turning toward the sound. Zhou seized the instant, launching his entire body forward, hurling the rebarspear straight at the creature's face. Simultaneously, he drove off his back foot, propelling himself like a released arrow into the narrow, jagged crevice between concrete and rebar. The spear shrieked through the air. Little Madman tilted its head, just a fraction too late. Zhou was already slithering through the gap like an eel. Die! The hound's enraged roar and Little Madman's grinding metallic snarl erupted in perfect savage unison. Then came the thunk-thunk-thunk of knives biting concrete, and the high-pitched scream of energy rifles detonating in rapid succession, chaos erupting into a single deafening storm. Zhou dared not look back. He clawed forward blindly, through darkness, through narrowness, through walls of rusted steel and barbed protrusions, desperate to escape. Fabric tore, skin split. He ignored it all, pushing, writhing, escaping. At last, light. He lunged, tumbling free, his body now scored with fresh burning wounds. Rolling upright, he found himself in a narrow alley choked with discarded pipelines. The battle sounds behind him grew muffled, dulled by thick, separating walls. He didn't pause. He oriented himself, not toward the safe house, not toward the industrial core, but toward the wasteland's ragged edge where mutated flora choked the ruins. Just beyond the alley mouth, his peripheral vision caught movement, a staggering figure in deep gray fatigues bursting from a collapsed wall's corner. The scanner operator. Blood streaked his face, one arm hung grotesquely askew. His scanner was gone. Only a shattered rifle barrel remained in his grip. He saw Zhou. Bloodshot eyes blazed with murderous fury and madness. Target, you won't run. He roared, raising the broken barrel, trying to trigger its energy core. It sparked feebly once, then died, utterly ruined. Yet he refused to yield. Swinging the fractured weapon like a club, he charged, wounded wild, radiating brutal, reckless intent. Zhou's pupils contracted. Exhausted, bleeding, battered, he faced a wounded, enraged hound operative. Not planetarier perhaps, but infinitely deadlier than any scavenger he'd ever fought. The man lunged, face contorted in a snarl, swinging the jagged barrel straight for Zhou's skull. Life or death hinged on this instant. The raw power he'd just absorbed from the scavengers, untrained, untamed, fused with sheer animal desperation, and detonated within him like dynamite. He didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, meeting the descending blow, his left hand shooting out, not to block, but to seize the attacker's wrist in a suicidal clinching grip. Simultaneously, his right fist clenched, channeling every ounce of strength, every shred of will, and the searing heat surging from the stone in his chest, into a single devastating strike. His knuckles didn't aim for face or torso, but drove straight into the exposed armpit of the injured arm. That spot bore no armor, no protection, only vulnerable nerves and brittle bone. Crunch. His left hand locked iron-tight around the wrist, shockwaves rattling his own arm, splitting his palm open, blood streaming freely. He did not loosen his grip. His right fist struck, brutal, unrelenting, slamming deep into the armpit. Snap. Bone shattered audibly. The hound's sneer froze, replaced by shock, agony, disbelief. He hadn't anticipated this. This apprentice-deer youth breathing raggedly, daring close combat, seizing his wrist, delivering a blow so vicious, so precisely cruel. Nerves clustered thickly there, bone yielded easily. The impact didn't just fracture the shoulder. It sent concussive force ripping inward, bruising vital organs. Erg! The hound screamed, his assault collapsing as he staggered backward. Zhou pressed the advantage, knowing this was his sole window. Twisting hard on his anchored left grip, he whipped his right leg up like a steel whip, crashing it into the side of the man's injured knee. Thud! A sickening impact. The hound crashed to one knee. A flash of lethal resolve crossed Zhou's eyes. From his left wrist, where the rebarspear had been secured earlier, retrieved during his crawl, he drew it in a lightning arc. not to stab, but to drive the sharpened tip with every sinew screaming straight into the man's mouth, agape in pain. Shink! The point punched clean through the base of his skull, emerging at the nape trailing gore and splintered bone. The hound's body locked rigid, eyes bulging wide with venomous, incredulous rage, fixed unblinkingly on Zhou. A wet, choking gurgle escaped his throat, blood flooding from mouth and nostrils. Zhou released the spear instantly, leaping backward braced for a final dying lunge. But the hound merely convulsed, twice, then went slack, pupils dissolving into blankness. He crumpled, lifeless. Dead. A hound operative, fallen, slain by a wounded apprentice deer survivor, scavenging the ruins. Zhou stood frozen, gasping, chest heaving. Blood dripped steadily from his torn palm. His right fist was a ruin, skin split, knuckles raw and white. Every wound burned like fire. But he had no time. From afar, the clash between hounds and Bone Eater was drawing nearer. Gritting his teeth against exhaustion and agony, he dropped to his knees, rifling swiftly through the corpse. He yanked off the metal dog tag, Zhao Yan Apprentice Tier 7, C771, and shoved it into his pocket. Unbuckled the man's swollen tactical belt pouch, too heavy to inspect now, and strapped it to his own waist. He retrieved the broken energy rifle barrel, tested its weight, and tucked it into his pack. It might yet serve. With that done, he cast one final glance at the dead man's unblinking, hate-filled stare, then turned and vanished into the dense, eerie thicket of mutated vegetation beyond the ruined greenbelt. Behind him, the violent symphony of battle faded, drowned out by rustling leaves and the sigh of wind. Against his chest, the shard of primordial crystal, having fed on scavengers and endured the crucible of mortal peril, seemed hungry again. A faint, undeniable craving pulsed through his veins, clear, insistent, reaching his mind like a whisper. He ran his tongue over cracked lips, tasting blood and iron. Sated? No, far from it. This ruin and this world were vast and long. Serrated leaves scraped his face, and a cloying, sweet metallic stench assaulted his nostrils. Zhou charged recklessly, forcing his way through the man-high, inexplicably overgrown brambles and vines. Leaves whipped at him, thorns snagged his clothes. The wounds that had just barely scabbed over split open again, sending piercing pain through him. Blood and sweat mingled, plastering his skin with a sticky film. He dared not stop, dared not even look back. His ears were filled with the sound of his own ragged bellows, like breathing, the rustling of leaves, and the frantic pounding of his heart against his ribcage. In the distance, there were still muffled thuds and the shrill screech of metal scraping against metal. The hounds and the Bone Eater were still locked in their struggle. He had no idea who was winning or if one of them would suddenly turn and give chase. Run. Run for his life. His lungs were on fire. Every breath was agony. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with cement. The burst of strength he'd gained from devouring the scavenger had long been spent in this desperate flight, leaving behind only a hollow ache. The torn flesh between his thumb and forefinger throbbed with a dull rhythmic pain, a constant reminder of that brief, bloody, luck-favored victory. Apprentice, 7th rank. It was engraved on the nameplate. He had killed a hound of the apprentice 7th rank. Not through brute force, but through cunning, by risking his life, by exploiting the enemy's severe injuries and carelessness. But it was useless. There were still 3 hounds left. The most dangerous one was their leader, a man named Zhou. He was at the planetary 9th rank. He was just a hair's breadth away from the stellar rank. If he caught him, that bit of luck from before wouldn't even amount to a fart in a hurricane. And then there was the Bone Eater, that madman. What he wanted was the stone in his chest. He was more direct, more unreasonable. He had to shake them off, quickly find a place to hole up, and see what was in his waist pouch that he could use. He didn't know how far he had run. His sense of direction was long gone. All he knew was that he was far from that rusty factory district, and the surrounding vegetation was becoming denser and stranger. The vines were covered in dark purple eye-like tumors that seemed to rotate slightly as he passed. The leaves of the bushes dripped with a sticky, sweet, fishy liquid. The smell of rotten iron in the air had faded, replaced by a damper, more eel-like odor tinged with the earthy scent of mushrooms. Finally, he burst into a patch of incredibly dense vegetation with large dark red leaves. The leaves were so thick they blotted out the sky and sun. Underfoot was a soft layer of decaying leaves that muffled his footsteps completely. It was eerily silent. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. Zhou slid down to sit with his back against a strange, thick black and cracked tree, panting heavily. His lungs ached and his throat tasted of blood. He pricked up his ears and listened for a long time. Apart from the sound of his own heartbeat and breathing, there was no other noise. It seemed the hounds and the Bone Eater hadn't followed him. He was safe for now. The moment his taut nerves relaxed, all the pain in his body surged back with a vengeance. He winced, tore a relatively clean strip of cloth from his tattered jacket, and hastily wrapped the torn flesh on his left hand. Then he checked his other injuries. Most were cuts and scrapes. Painful, but not life-threatening. The deep gashes on his back from the scavenger's claws had clotted, but moving still made him gasp in pain. After tending to his wounds, he finally looked at the bulging tactical waist pouch on his belt. It was dark gray, made of sturdy material, and stained with blood and mud. He tore open the Velcro and opened it. The contents weren't many, but they were useful. A small roll of emergency bandages, much better than the rags he was using with a sterilized pad. A small vial of pale blue liquid labeled cell activity promoter for external use. 2 tubes of high-energy nutrient paste still in their intact packaging. A small sealed box of water purification tablets. A multifunction folding knife, not large, but it looked sharp. A simple palm-sized telescope with night vision. Finally, there was a thin, hard-shelled electronic tablet. Its screen was dark with a few buttons on the side. Zhou's eyes lit up. The bandages and the blue liquid were just what he needed for his wounds. The nutrient paste would replenish his energy quickly. The water purification tablets were a lifesaver. The folding knife was far better than his rusty fruit knife. The telescope was a real treasure. He picked up the vial of blue liquid, unscrewed the cap. It was odorless. He carefully poured some onto the deepest wound on his back. A wave of coolness spread, followed by a tingling numbness. The pain subsided considerably. Good stuff. He poured some more onto his hand and other deep wounds. Then he tore open a tube of nutrient paste and squeezed the grayish-white toothpaste-like substance into his mouth. The taste was strange, like flavorless mashed potatoes mixed with metal powder. But as he swallowed, a warm current immediately spread from his stomach, easing the fatigue and hunger in his body. His strength was slowly returning. After doing all this, he picked up the electronic tablet. He pressed the power button. The screen lit up with a faint blue glow. The interface was simple, with the emblem of the Kyoto base in the background, a tall tower standing amidst ruins. Several icons were displayed: map, log communication, personal info, mission briefing. The map required an identity verification and wouldn't open. The communication system had no signal. Personal info and mission briefing were locked. Only the log could be opened. Inside were brief text records arranged chronologically. July 3, 2030, 0830. Arrived at the periphery of Haicheng ruins, sector C7. Began executing the Stardust detection mission. Team leader Zhou Lai, planetary 1st rank. Members: Zhao Yan, apprentice 7th rank, Sun Rue, apprentice 9th rank, Li Mo, apprentice 8th rank. July 3, 2030, 1415. No high concentration energy reactions detected in sector C7. Encountered a small swarm of mutated rats. Eliminated. Advancing westward to sector D2. July 4, 2030, 0900. Detected faint anomalous energy fluctuations in sector D2. Signal source unstable. Suspected signs of scavenger activity. Tracking. July 4, 2030, 01640. Energy fluctuation signal strengthened. Located in industrial zone sector E4. Discovered remnants of high-intensity energy consumption and traces of Bone Eater activity. Determined target is likely an individual or mutated entity carrying an unknown high-purity energy source. Request for reinforcement, failed communication interference. Preparing for contact. The last entry was from today, July 4th. Zhou read each word, his heart sinking. Stardust detection. Target, an individual or mutated entity carrying an unknown high-purity energy source. As he suspected, they were after this damned stone. And this team was just the vanguard. They had called for reinforcements, but the communication was jammed. That meant more hounds might be on their way. The team leader Zhou Lai was at the planetary 1st rank. A powerhouse who could soar through the skies and dive into the earth. Zhao Yan, apprentice 7th rank, the one he had killed. Sun Rue, apprentice 9th rank. Li Mo, apprentice 8th rank. A standard vanguard hound squad. Their combat power was overwhelming. If they hadn't been unlucky enough to run into the Bone Eater, and if he hadn't seized the chance to kill one of them, he wouldn't even have had a chance to run. He turned off the tablet, and the screen went dark. He quickly reviewed the log information and the encounter from earlier in his mind. The hounds were looking for him based on the signal from the unknown high-purity energy source. Their instruments could detect the residual traces of the source crystal fragment, faint as they were. Their mission had a very high priority directly related to the Kyoto base's Stardust project. The Bone Eater was also looking for him purely after the stone itself, as if he could smell it. And the silver eyes. That thing was even more eerie, seeming to know everything, and it wanted him to retrieve something. He felt like a piece of meat that had fallen into a wolf den with mouths snapping at him from all directions. He had to trade with the Silver Eyes as soon as possible to get the shielding method it mentioned. Otherwise, he might evade them today, but not tomorrow. The hounds had their instruments, and the Bone Eater had his keen nose. They would smoke him out sooner or later. He leaned back against the strange tree, closing his eyes. The stone on his chest pressed against his skin, giving off a faint, tepid warmth. The trace of searing heat that had been stirred up during the life-and-death struggle had subsided. But it seemed more alert now. That craving for energy, though faint, was always there, like background noise impossible to ignore. He picked up the roll of emergency bandages and carefully rebandaged the wounds on his back. He also swallowed a water purification tablet with no water. It was a dry swallow that scratched his throat, which eased the dryness in his throat a little. Then he picked up the multifunction folding knife and flipped out the main blade. The blade glinted with a cold, sharp light in the dim light. It was indeed far superior to his old rusty knife. He carefully tested the edge. It was extremely sharp. With this knife, the telescope, and the supplies, his odds of survival improved, if only by a sliver. But against Zhou at the planetary 9th rank and the elusive Bone Eater, this newfound confidence was still pathetically fragile. He needed power. A more direct, faster way to increase his power. His gaze involuntarily fell on the half-destroyed energy gun barrel he had picked up from Zhou Yan. The barrel's end was scorched black, the internal structure seemed partially melted, and the grip was cracked. But one could still make out its original precision and power. If he could fix this thing, or if he could devour the residual energy and advanced metal inside it just like he had devoured the scavenger. The moment this thought arose, the stone on his chest seemed to sense it warming faintly. Zhou picked up the half-barrel. It was heavy in his hand, heavier than it looked. The material was unusual, not ordinary steel. He tried to extend that vague energy sense to the barrel. The sensing was very difficult. The barrel itself was an inanimate object devoid of life energy, but it seemed to contain some extremely faint yet high-quality remnants of energy circuits, as well as the alloy material forming the barrel itself, which possessed peculiar properties. The source crystal fragment seemed to have a natural interest in this metallic essence. When it had devoured the scavenger, its primary target had also been the metallic parts fused within their bodies. Zhou hesitated. Directly eating this half-barrel, could it be dangerous? Energy backlash? Or would it attract something even more troublesome? But then he thought of Zhou's oppressive planetary 9th rank presence, the Bone Eater's chilling flying knives, and the Silver Eyes' potentially greater schemes. This risk seemed worth taking. He hesitated no longer. Gripping the barrel, he closed his eyes and actively sought to connect with and guide the stone in his chest. Without the vibrant life energy of a scavenger as a primer, the process was much more arduous. At first, the stone showed little reaction, seemingly uninterested in this dead object. Zhou refused to give up. He concentrated all his mental energy, recalling the feeling of the stone's brutal, rapacious devouring when it consumed the scavenger, trying to mimic and stimulate it. Once, twice. Just as he was about to give up, the stone on his chest finally responded. A faint but firm suction force slowly extended out like tendrils wrapping around the half-barrel. This devouring was completely different from before. There was no violent energy eruption, no horrifying sight of flesh withering away. In Zhou's hand, the half-barrel began to lose its luster at an extremely slow, yet visibly perceptible rate. The original dark, gray matte-textured coating peeled off, first turning into fine ash. Then came the barrel itself. The characteristic cold, hard texture of the high-grade alloy gradually disappeared. Its color turned a sickly gray, and its texture became brittle, as if it had undergone 1,000 years of natural corrosion. At the same time, threads of extremely pure, yet exceptionally cold and sharp energy, mixed with an indescribable metallic essence, flowed along the suction tendrils in Zhou's chest, where they were absorbed, transformed, and fed back by the source crystal fragment. This energy stream was far purer than when he had devoured the scavenger, with very few impurities. But its nature was intensely strong, carrying a destructive sharpness and coldness. Zhou felt as if his meridians, if they could be called that, were being repeatedly pierced by tiny ice needles or scoured by a flow of freezing liquid metal, creating a bizarre sensation of mingled stinging pain and stiffness. The process lasted about a minute. When the suction tendrils retracted, the half-barrel in Zhou's hand had completely turned into a small pile of grayish-white lifeless powder that sifted through his fingers. The energy fed back from the stone in his chest was not vast, but its quality was extremely high. That cold, sharp metallic energy slowly circulated within him. Wherever it passed, his muscle fibers seemed to become denser and tougher. A faint tingling sensation spread through his bones, as if they were quietly strengthening. Even the torn wound between his thumb and forefinger seemed to heal a little faster. More importantly, his perception of metal seemed to have sharpened, if only by a fraction. Though still vague when he grasped the folding knife again, he could faintly sense the composition and weak points of the blade's material. This was a very subtle change, far less noticeable than the explosive power increase after devouring the scavenger, but it felt more profound. Zhou opened his eyes and flexed his fingers. There was no significant increase in strength, but his hand felt steadier on the knife and his feel for the blade was clearer. Could this be another form of plunder? Not just plundering energy, but also the properties of matter. He didn't know, but it seemed another path to becoming stronger had opened up. He put away the folding knife and telescope, carefully storing the remaining supplies. The sky had already darkened and night fell even earlier in the dense forest. Tonight the Silver Eyes would come to him. Before that, he needed to find a safer place to spend the night to recover his strength and wait for the trade. He stood up, got his bearings purely by intuition, and headed deeper into the forest towards the places where the plants grew more twisted and the shadows were thicker. His footsteps were so light they were almost inaudible, merging into this eerily silent, dark jungle. The things in his waist pouch gave him a little bit of a path, but the real road still lay ahead, shrouded in darkness and fraught with danger. In his gut, the faint craving from the stone was like a small, unextinguished flame. It was still hungry. Darkness, not the kind where you couldn't see your hand before your face, but a murky gloom where everything blurred into indistinct shapes and shadows. The air, thick with the mingled sense of earth and cloying sweetness, numbed the mind with prolonged exposure. Zhou leaned motionless behind an ancient tree, its trunk so thick it would take 2 men to encircle its bark, as rough as a toad's back. He was as still as a stone rooted to the earth. The stone on his chest had quieted, lying warm against his skin. The sharp, cold sensation from swallowing the gun barrel had dissolved into his limbs and bones, leaving a lingering tingle in his joints, the effect of the metallic essence. A dark scab had formed over the wound on his tiger's mouth, and the gash on his back no longer pained him much. The cell accelerant and the plundered energy had sped up his healing to an alarming rate. But he dared not relax. His ears were pricked, catching every rustle and whisper from deep within the woods. His eyes, half-flitted, scanned the twisted branches and eerie shadows, aided by the faint moonlight and his newly enhanced night vision. About an hour or two remained until the appointed time. He ran through Silver Eye's words again in his mind. The method to suppress energy fluctuations, the detailed data on scavengers and bone eaters, and the correct way to use the star core fragment, if that stone was indeed called that. The price was to go to a place and retrieve an item. The location wasn't far, buried deep within these ruins. The item was useful to Silver Eyes, but to him it was just a heavy lump of iron. Was it fair? He didn't know, but he had no choice. The hound's instruments and the bone eater's nose were like blades hanging over his head. If he refused this deal, he might escape today, but not tomorrow. Time dragged on. The silence in the woods was more terrifying than any sound. Occasionally, an unknown creature would scuttle through the rotting leaves, or a sharp, brief cry, indistinguishable as bird or beast, would echo from afar, making his muscles tense. Suddenly, without any wind, the bark on the toadback tree he leaned against, about the size of a palm, near the root, silently melted away. Not scorched, not peeled, but literally melted. Like wax under high heat, yet without any heat emanating from it. The bark dissolved into a smooth-edged circular hole, revealing the dark trunk within. Then an eye pressed against it. Silver gray, without a pupil, only intricate concentric rings radiating a cold, inorganic gleam in the darkness. Identical to the one that had appeared on the door last night. Zhou's heart clenched, but his body remained still, only tightening his grip on the folding knife. The blade was icy. Punctual, the silver gray eye blinked, its voice emerging directly from the trunk, metallic and emotionless. More patient than I thought. Zhou didn't respond, just stared at the eye. Did you bring it? The eye asked. What suppression method? The data. How to use the stone. Zhou countered, his voice low but clear. The silver gray eye seemed to curve, as if smiling, yet remained cold. Impatient. Fine. From the edge of the hole in the trunk, a drop of silver gray, quicksilver-like liquid slowly seeped out. The drop fell, but didn't touch the ground. Instead, it hovered in midair, rapidly stretching and deforming, finally solidifying into a thin, fingernail-sized silver-gray metal sheet. The sheet floated before Zhou and stopped. Attach it to the star core fragment. It will distort its energy signature, rendering most subplanetary detectors useless. Effective for about 72 standard hours. It also has some interference effect on instinct-based trackers like the Bone Eater, but don't expect too much, the owner of the eye explained. For the data and basic usage, touch the sheet with your mind. Zhou didn't move, eyeing the suspended silver-gray sheet. What's the cost? Any side effects? Or will you track it? Side effects. It's a low-grade suppressor, blocks signals, doesn't interfere with the fragment's function, the eye said, seeming impatient. Tracking. Unnecessary. I have many ways to find you. In this deal I need honesty more than you do. Zhou paused for 2 seconds, then reached out and carefully pinched the sheet. It was cold smooth, neither metal nor jade, and extremely light. He lifted his tattered shirt, revealing the dark purple crystal on his chest. As the sheet neared the crystal, it trembled slightly, then automatically adhered to the surface, fitting perfectly, as if it were always a part of it. The nebula rotating inside the crystal seemed to stall for a moment, then resumed, but the faint energy pulse it emitted became much more blurred and elusive. Now the data, Zhou said. Touch the sheet with your mind, the eye repeated. Zhou cautiously directed a thread of consciousness toward the sheet on his chest. There was no resistance. A stream of cold, orderly information surged into his mind. Scavenger low-tier origin, early post-cataclysm, low-level symbiotes formed from abnormal fusion of mechanical constructs and biological tissue due to unknown energy radiation and biochemical contamination. Characteristics: primarily metal structures driven by fused mutant muscle nerve tissue. Simple attack methods: physical impact, biting, defense relies on outer armor. Energy cores are mostly damaged old era batteries or low-grade energy modules, impure and unstable. Weaknesses: joint connections, energy core, usually lower chest head sensor cluster. Sensitive to high heat and strong electromagnetic interference. Threat level: low, medium, high for ordinary survivors, low for energy users. Notes: often appear in groups. Habits: similar to scavengers, need both metal and biomass energy. Their fused metal parts contain low-purity source iron, extractable by specific methods. Note: your fragment has basic devouring properties, but efficiency is low with heavy residue. Bone Eater, mid-tier, special mutant, origin unknown. Suspected extreme product of human mutant fused with highly sensitive energy sensing organ, extremely rare. Characteristics: retains partial human form, skin, keratinized bone density and strength, altered nails, mutated into high-strength biometal. Exceptional perception, especially for high-purity energy sources, moves swiftly and silently, skilled in stealth and throwing attacks, nails detachable as projectiles, regenerable. Craves energy-rich bones and marrow. Weaknesses: perception relies on energy fluctuations, strong light and high-frequency sound can interfere. Though bones are hard, joints remain relatively vulnerable. Limited regeneration, excessive nail loss causes temporary weakness. Threat level: medium, medium, high for energy users. Extremely dangerous, avoid if possible. Notes: do not engage unless necessary. It has an almost instinctual greed and tracking ability for pure energy sources like star core fragments. Its shed and regenerated nails contain trace amounts of active metal, valuable for research but high risk to obtain. The data stream also included a short section on basic usage of the star core fragment. Passive nourishment: the fragment automatically absorbs ambient free energy and host life force, slowly strengthening the host life level. This is its most basic function. Active guidance: you have preliminarily mastered using will to guide the fragment, slightly improving energy absorption efficiency and range, aiding basic energy body refinement. Low efficiency. Targeted devouring requires fragment activity to reach a certain threshold. Actively stimulate the fragment's devouring property to plunder specified target's life, force, and material essence. Current fragment activity insufficient, needs high-purity energy or specific metal essence to activate. Warning: devouring process irreversible. If target energy is too violent or carries strong negative, it may cause spiritual contamination or physical collapse. Form transformation: severely damaged function. Locked fragment originally could change form to suit different environments or host needs, currently unusable. Fission incubation: severely damaged function. Locked one of fragment's core functions requires massive energy and specific conditions, currently unusable. The information stream ended here, cold and concise, like a product manual. Zhou absorbed the data, his mind shaken. So that's what scavengers really were. No wonder their main energy came from metal parts. And the Bone Eater was a human mutant, a special variant. No wonder its movements were somewhat human. And the star core fragment's usage revealed more possibilities and risks. Targeted devouring. Needed fragment activity. How to supplement. High-purity energy. Like the Hound's energy blocks. Specific metal essence. Like that half-gun barrel. Data given, basic method given. Enough to handle your immediate trouble. Even go a bit further the silver gray, I interrupted his thoughts. Now your turn. The circular hole in the trunk expanded slightly. What I need is at the bottom of the B7 reaction pool in the old district underground drainage system, hub 3rd purification station. A highly simplified but clear route map along with the eye's words was directly projected onto Zhou's retina, or rather imprinted into his mind. Intricate underground pipes, the abandoned purification stations, structure the reaction pool marked with danger symbols. The item is encased in an inert alloy shell with a self-destruct mechanism. Violent force will trigger it. You need this to open it. Another drop of silver-gray liquid seeped out, solidifying into a slender metal probe with complex spiral patterns at both ends floating before Zhou. Find the emergency maintenance interface on the shell insert, turn left 3.5 rotations, right 2 rotations, wait 30 seconds, and the shell will unlock automatically. Remove the core component inside, a fist-sized multifaceted dark blue crystal. Bring it back to me. Deep in the 3rd purification station, there may be scavenger nests or other things. The residual purifying agents and radioactive pollutants in the reaction pool are lethal to unprotected life. Fend for yourself. The silver-gray eye's tone was flat, as if telling him to buy something from the store next door. Zhou took the cold metal probe, which was surprisingly heavy. How do I know you'll keep your word? What if you don't give the subsequent suppression methods or advanced techniques after I get the item? You can choose not to believe, the eye replied bluntly. But you have no other path. The hounds will complete their preliminary grid search in 3 days, then start targeted sweeps. The Bone Eater's interest in you will only grow. My suppressor lasts only 72 hours. Time is not on your side. After a pause, the eye added, of course, if you die inside or fail to retrieve the item, the deal is void. For me, it's just a little time lost finding the next part. The words were cold and bare. Zhou gripped the probe. Indeed, he had no choice. When I get the item, how do I deliver it to you? He asked. Bring it back here. He'll know. With that, the circular hole in the trunk began to heal silently. The melted wood flowing back, filling in, and in an instant it was restored as if it never existed. 72 hours. Good luck, apprentice. The metallic voice echoed one last time in the woods, then vanished completely. Silence returned, broken only by the rustle of wind through twisted branches. Zhou stood still, the cold metal probe in his hand, the suppressor on his chest, his mind crammed with scavengers, bone eaters, star core fragments, the old district underground drainage system, the B7 reaction pool, the inert alloy shell, the self-destruct mechanism. Too much information, too little time. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze refocusing. Forget everything else for now. He had the suppressor 72 hours. The hound's threat was temporarily eased. The bone eater. Hopefully the interference would work. The urgent task was to go to that 3rd purification station and retrieve the dark blue crystal. He glanced at the time on his electronic board. Just past 3 in the morning. A few hours until dawn. He needed rest to recover his strength, then slipped to the entrance of the old district underground drainage system before dawn, under cover of night and the suppressor's effect. He leaned back against the toadback tree, carefully stowed the metal probe, gripped the folding knife, and closed his eyes. In his mind, the simple yet clear underground route map flashed repeatedly. Old district underground reaction pool, scavenger nests, lethal pollutants. Every step was on a knife's edge, but at least now he had a direction. On his chest, the star core fragment, through the suppressor, emitted a constant faint warmth. The hunger seemed temporarily suppressed, but the road ahead remained dark without a glimmer of light. Meanwhile, the hound squad had shaken off the threat, and Sun Rue discovered Zhao Yan's corpse. Chief, over here. Sun Rue's voice crackled over the comlink. Hoarse, strained, trembling almost imperceptibly, shattering the stagnant silence of the ruined dawn. Zhou Lai's brows snapped together. He pushed off with his feet and leapt across a tangle of collapsed steel girders in 3 swift bounds, landing beside Sun Rue and Liemo. The two knelt half-crouched at the edge of a desolate expanse trampled into chaos, its soil carpeted with eerie dark purple moss, and their faces were grim. Before them lay Zhao Yan, or rather what remained of him. His charcoal-gray combat suit hung in tatters, soaked in dried crimson blood and thick mud. He lay supine upon the moss, eyes bulging wide, pupils dilated and fixed, frozen in an expression of shock, agony, and disbelief. His mouth gaped open, a sharpened steel rebar pierced deep through his oral cavity, its jagged tip erupting from the nape of his neck, slick with splintered bone and blackened blood. Beneath him, the dark purple moss was stained a foreboding rust brown. Beyond this, no other obvious fatal wounds marred his body. His tactical belt pouch was missing. His weapon, a pulse rifle, had been reduced to a shattered grip lying nearby, its barrel charred, and its internal components fused beyond repair. The scene bore clear signs of violent struggle. The moss was crushed, and torn fresh claw marks gouged deep into the earth, and scattered among them were several droplets of blood, lighter in hue not Zhou Yan's. Faint drag marks led toward the heart of the wasteland, but they quickly vanished beneath a thicket of dense mutated vegetation. The air hung heavy with the faint tang of iron-rich blood rust, and something else, a subtle hollow void left behind by violently siphoned energy. Apprentice 7th tier, killed by a length of rebar, shoved through the mouth. Limo's voice was parched as he examined the corpse. His fingers paused at the wound's edge near the neck, where the shattered bone revealed strength far exceeding that of any ordinary apprentice. Not the bone-eater's work. That madman only craves bone. He'd never wield such crude steel nor leave so many signs of struggle. It's the target. Zhou Lai's voice rumbled low as if forced up from the depths of his chest. He crouched, inspecting the grotesquely twisted arm and the collapsed ribcage beneath Zhou Yan's armpit. Crushed ribs beneath the axilla, torn ligaments on the outer knee, then the killing blow. This wasn't an ambush. It was face-to-face combat. First, he disabled Zhou Yan's mobility and offensive capacity, then ended him with brutal, unrelenting finality. Rising, Zhou Lai swept his hawk-like gaze across the site, finally settling on the lethal rebar. The rebar was ordinary, scavenged from the ruins, but its honed tip gleamed coldly in the morning light. Our assessment of the target's capabilities requires revision. Zhou Lai spoke slowly, each word weighted with suppressed fury and icy scrutiny. To kill Zhou Yan Heiden, even wounded, this adversary possesses at minimum the battlefield prowess of a high-tier apprentice and exhibits terrifying ferocity and decisiveness. He paused, then turned his gaze toward the wasteland's interior. Zhou Yan's belt pouch was taken. It held rations and his mission log tablet. The target is intelligent. He knows precisely what we need. Chief, Sun Rue's face was ashen. An apprentice 9th tier, mere steps from planetary rank. He now felt a chill crawl up his spine. The residual energy on Zhou Yan's body is strange, as if something drained him dry. Not natural dissipation, more like violent extraction. And his gear, that broken rifle barrel, its metal shows anomalous corrosion. Zhou Lai's eyes narrowed. He dropped again to his knees, carefully probing the subtle energy field surrounding the corpse. Indeed, beneath the scent of blood and the lingering tremors of battle there lingered an unervingly clean vacuum-like absence. The unmistakable signature of forcibly stripped energy. This sensation echoed eerily the one they'd sensed earlier at the industrial scrapyard, where a cleaner had been utterly consumed, leaving nothing but hollow silence. He picked up the severed rifle barrel. Its weight was substantial, yet its matte coating had flaked away in large patches, revealing dull grayish metal beneath. Metal that looked decades older than it should, brittle and decayed. This degradation could not be explained by combat damage alone. The cleaner, the target, energy siphoning. Zhou Lai rapidly assembled these fragmented clues in his mind, forging a vague, but deeply unsettling, outline. The target is not merely stronger than anticipated. He may possess an ability, or artifact, unknown to us, one capable of directly harvesting life force, even the essential essence of matter itself. The implication struck Sun Rue and Li Mo like a physical blow. They drew sharp, synchronized breaths. Energy siphoning. That transcended both ordinary mutants and human martial adepts. It belonged instead to legends, entities confined to Kyoto's most classified archives. There is no doubt this is the objective of Project Stardust. Li Mo spoke, grimly tightening his grip on his pulse rifle. Its nature is too perilous. Containment or elimination must be immediate. Elimination. Zhou Lai snorted coldly, rising to his full height. His towering frame cast a long, stark shadow across the ruins in the pale dawn light. Zhou Yan will not have died in vain. The target must be captured alive. The secrets he carries, and that possible high-purity energy source, are worth infinitely more than one man's life. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over his two subordinates. Sun Rue, you'll track the drag marks. Move covertly. The target may be injured. Li Mo, you'll analyze ambient energy residue, attempt signal source triangulation. If Zhou Yan's tablet was activated, it may have left a trace. I'll contact base for elevated energy tracking authorization and full behavioral profiles of both the cleaner and the bone eater. Also encrypt and transmit Zhou Yan's death report and full scene analysis. Yes, sir. They responded in unison and sprang into action. Zhou Lai stepped aside and activated his wrist-mounted comms terminal. The screen flickered to life, displaying Kyoto Base's encrypted channel insignia, though the signal was weak, rippling with static interference. Base, this is Hound Vanguard Team Leader Zhou. Calling Command Center. Repeat, calling Command Center. A hissing buzz persisted for over 10 seconds before a fractured reply emerged. Command Center, reading. Zhou Team, signal. Poor. Please proceed. Vanguard Team has sustained critical casualties. Zhou Lai's voice remained calm, yet carried an unmistakable glacial pressure. Team member Zhao Yan, ID C771, confirmed deceased within the operational zone. Killed by direct engagement with the target. Target capability assessment revised upward. Exhibits suspected energy siphoning traits. Extreme hazard level. Request activation of Hound Type 7 Deep Scan Protocol B. Transmit archival files S07 Cleaner and S11 Bone Eater, including real-time tracking data. Task priority escalation requested to Crimson Blade tier. In transmission. Silence followed, several seconds long, as command absorbed the gravity of the news and the unprecedented Crimson Blade designation. Then a deeper, steadier voice, laced with gravity, responded. Zhou Team acknowledged. Zhao Yan confirmed deceased. Confirmed. His body lies before me. Understood. Request logged. Crimson Blade approval requires Command Council review. I will escalate immediately. Deep Scan Protocol B and archival data will transmit to your terminal in 5 minutes. Monitor closely. Energy Tracking Authority has been temporarily elevated to planetary 9th tier maximum. Zhou Team, the target's danger level exceeds all prior projections. Prioritize team safety. Consider, mission continues. Zhou Lai cut in tone absolute. Zhao Yan will not have died in vain. The target will be captured. That is an order. Acknowledged Command Center. Data transmission initiating. Maintain radio silence. Report developments immediately. In transmission. The connection severed. Zhou Lai deactivated the terminal, his expression unreadable, carved from stone. He approached Zhao Yan's body and stood in silent contemplation for a long moment, then withdrew a small vial of silvery powder from his tactical belt and sprinkled it evenly over the corpse. On contact with air, the powder vaporized instantly, forming an ultra-thin, transparent film that sealed the body from external contamination, slowing decomposition. This was Hound Squad protocol. When retrieval was impossible, fallen comrades were preserved in situ for later recovery. Having finished, he turned away. Sun Rue had already returned, his expression grim. Chief, the trail vanishes entirely inside the wasteland's interior. Vegetation density is extreme, mutation levels high, massive environmental interference. The target moved with exceptional caution. No discernible path remains. Almost simultaneously, Li Mo lifted his head, holding a palm-sized energy signal amplifier. Its display showed chaotic, unreadable waveforms. Residual energy is too faint, drowned out by ambient noise. Zhao Yan's tablet, no activation signal. Either the target hasn't powered it, or he shielded or destroyed its locator module. Both leads had gone cold. Zhou Lai's gaze grew colder still. The target was not only savage, he possessed formidable counter-tracking instincts. We wait for base data, he commanded tersely, then settled cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation, though every muscle remained coiled tight, like a volcano poised to erupt. 5 minutes later, his terminal vibrated softly. Data transfer complete. Zhou Lai opened his eyes instantly and pulled up the files. First came the Hound Type 7 Deep Scan Protocol B, a far more complex, power-intensive algorithm offering superior resolution and resistance to interference. Once activated, its sensitivity to high-purity energy sources increased by 30%, and it could begin constructing preliminary recognition models for anomalous energy siphoning signatures. Next, the complete Cleaner S07 dossier. Beyond known facts, it noted that the cleaner's fused metallic components contained low-grade primordial iron, a foundational material in certain pre-collapse alloys, with unique affinity for specific energy frequencies. Its core energy matrix was profoundly unstable upon death. Its residual field would rapidly distort and dissipate, but if violently harvested, it could leave behind a fleeting vacuum-like signature, matching exactly what they'd observed at the scrapyard and around Zhao Yan's body. Finally, the Bone Eater S11 file. Far more detailed, it emphasized its instinctual, almost obsessive hunger for high-purity energy sources and its uncanny tracking ability. Its mutated claws contained active metal bearing a distinct energetic imprint. A bolded footnote concluded Bone Eater activity zones consistently correlate, often invisibly, with high-value energy deposits or rare metal or veins. Treat them as potential indicators. Indicators. A spark ignited in Zhou Lai's mind. The Bone Eater had appeared on the industrial district's periphery, the same location where the target emerged, and Zhao Yan fell near the wasteland's edge. Was there a connection? Was the target exploiting the Bone Eater's innate energy sensitivity to deliberately mislead their pursuit? Or had the Bone Eater itself been drawn to the target, lured by that very high-purity energy source radiating from him? Fragments collided in his thoughts, yet one vital piece remained missing. Just then Liemo let out a sharp, urgent whisper, "Chief, I've got something." An extremely faint non-biological energy shield fluctuation. Bearing, southeast. Distance approximately 1.5 kilometers. Signature, unfamiliar. Not matching any known mutant or standard equipment. Its intensity is low, but unnervingly stable. As if shielding something. Zhou Lai surged upright, eyes blazing with sudden fierce light. Engage Deep Scan Protocol B. Lock onto that fluctuation zone. Sun Rue. Liemo. With me. Covert Movement Level 1 Combat Readiness. Yes, sir. Three figures clad in deep gray tactical gear shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow, vanishing silently into the dense alien foliage of the wasteland's southeastern quadrant, moving with lethal speed and a silence thick with restrained fury and implacable resolve. Zhao Yan's blood would not flow in vain. The target would pay, in full. 1.5 kilometers in the ruins, especially in this area where the vegetation is wildly mutated and the terrain is fragmented, is not an easy distance. Zhou Lai and his companions moved like shadows, gliding close to the ground, their speed astonishing, yet eerily silent. As a first-stage planetary, Zhou Lai had an exquisite mastery of power, each step precisely landing on leverage points, his figure gliding by, without causing even a slight tremor in the grass. Sun Rue and Liemo also displayed the qualities of elite members of the hunting dog squad, with their 9th and 8th stage apprentice powers unleashed, closely following their captain, adjusting their breathing to an optimal state, their gazes sharp as eagles, constantly scanning ahead and to the sides. The vegetation grew denser and stranger. Dark red broadleaves as large as umbrellas secreted a thick, sweet, and pungent sap. Twisted vines bulged, with fist-sized dark purple lumps that pulsed, slightly resembling the hearts of living creatures. The earthy and sweet odors in the air intensified, mingled with a faint sulfur-like acrid scent. The terminal screen on Zhou Lai's arm displayed shimmering blue scanning waves, constantly refreshing, locking onto a weak, yet stable anomaly energy barrier fluctuation ahead. The core of the fluctuation was moving not quickly but in a clear direction, advancing deeper into the wasteland towards an area where the terrain was visibly sunken with the faint outline of crumbling concrete structures. The target is moving. Speed approximately 5 kilometers per hour, direction due south, target point. Suspected abandoned building complex. Zhou Lai whispered. The fluctuation characteristics do not match any known database. The shielding effect is strong. If not for the hunting dog type 7 Deep Protocol B, it would be nearly undetectable. Caution: the target may possess high alertness. Maintain absolute silence when approaching. Understood, Sun Rue and Liemo responded in low voices. The three of them further lowered their bodies, suppressing their own energy fluctuations to a minimum, like the most seasoned hunters, silently closing the distance to their prey. As they approached the sunken area, the vegetation thinned out a bit, revealing the dark brown, hardened, and cracked earth beneath. More signs of human activity began to appear on the ground. Broken concrete blocks, rusted rebar, and half-buried fragments of bricks. In the distance, the outlines of several low houses, their outer walls covered in dark green vines and moss, were faintly visible through the sparse, bizarre plants. This seemed to be a small settlement or temporary camp on the edge of the wasteland that had long been abandoned. The source of the anomaly energy barrier fluctuations ultimately halted near a 2-story building that appeared relatively intact, with only the roof partially collapsed. The fluctuations stabilized, no longer moving. Zhou Lai signaled, and the three immediately dispersed, hiding in a fan shape behind several clusters of abnormally tall, spiky bushes, maintaining a distance of about 80 meters from the target building. This distance was sufficient for Zhou Lai, a 9th-stage planetary, to launch a deadly strike, but for the sake of caution and to observe more details about the target, he decided to conduct reconnaissance first. He signaled to Sun Rue. Sun Rue understood, retrieving a bionic beetle-shaped mini reconnaissance device the size of a fingernail from his backpack side pocket and gently placing it on the ground. The reconnaissance device's 6 slender legs quickly scurried through the gaps between the bushes, silently climbing towards the building, its compound eye structure transmitting the captured optical and thermal imaging signals in real time back to the receiving screen in Sun Rui's hand. Zhou Lai and Li Mo also took out high-magnification tactical binoculars, switching to low-light enhancement mode, carefully observing the small building through the gaps in the bushes. The building was quite dilapidated, with walls covered in cracks and water stains, the windows either broken or boarded up from the inside. The first floor's door seemed to be blocked as well. The anomaly energy fluctuations appeared to be emanating from a room on the second floor. The mini reconnaissance device had already crawled to the corner of the building, starting to climb along the wall. The image on the receiving screen shook slightly, but was still relatively clear. The walls were covered in thick dust and spider webs, with stains from pooled water that had dried up in the corners. The reconnaissance device crawled to the edge of a broken window on the second floor, cautiously extending its lens inside. The image revealed an empty room with scattered pieces of broken furniture and debris on the floor. In the corner, there seemed to be a dark mass piled up, the shape resembling a person. The reconnaissance device adjusted its focus, magnifying the image. It indeed appeared to be a person, curled up in the corner, facing away from the window, covered in a thick layer of something that looked like dust, but could also be spore-like, completely motionless, as if it had merged with the room. The faint life sign signal was almost impossible to capture on thermal imaging, showing only a small amount of heat, almost at the same level as the ambient temperature. The layer covering it seemed to have a strong absorption and scattering effect on energy fluctuations, effectively concealing the energy source beneath. Just as the reconnaissance device's lens focused, the shadow in the corner seemed to move ever so slightly. It was not a large motion, more like an unconscious roll in sleep. Or perhaps it was a subtle twitch from muscles held in one position for too long. But Zhou Lai's pupils suddenly contracted. No, that isn't the target. Although the life signs were extremely weak and the energy fluctuations were almost completely shielded by that bizarre covering, that curled-up posture and the dead silence feeling that almost merged with the environment were identical to the disguise found beneath the control station at the industrial district's material yard. It's a trap, or something else. Just as his thoughts raced, puff, a sound extremely faint like a bubble bursting came from the receiving screen. Immediately after, the image shook violently and then turned into a blizzard of noise. The mini reconnaissance device lost contact. Almost simultaneously with the loss of the reconnaissance device, Zhou Lai shouted sharply, "Withdraw." But it was already too late. Buzz! A violent, chaotic, and bloodthirsty energy fluctuation erupted suddenly from the ground beneath the three of them, like a lit explosives barrel. Not from the building, but from the ground beneath their concealed patch of bushes. The ground trembled violently, and dark brown hardened soil mounded up and exploded. For thick, slippery, dark, silver metal-shelled tentacles or limbs emerged from the earth, like giant pythons crawling out of hell. Each tentacle was as thick as a barrel, its tips splitting into four petals covered in spirally arranged, gleaming metallic fangs, emitting a pungent stench, and slime fiercely whipping towards Zhou Lai and his companions. Cleavers, and not ordinary ones. They were larger, with thicker shells, and their energy reactions were even more volatile. They had been lurking underground all along, perfectly hidden by the peculiar soil environment and the shielding effect of the energy barrier fluctuations. Open fire. Zhou Lai reacted the fastest, his body already launching backward like a cannonball at the moment the tentacles broke through the earth, while a fiery golden energy ball, like a small sun, formed in his hand and hurtled towards the nearest tentacle. Sun Rui and Li Mo also immediately reacted. The energy rifle in Sun Rui's hand emitted a blinding blue-white beam, accurately shooting towards the joint of another tentacle. Li Mo executed a nimble side roll, dodging the strike of the third tentacle, his two high-frequency, vibrating blades flying out, creating a trail of afterimages as they slashed at the midsection of the tentacle. Boom! The golden energy ball smashed into the tentacle, erupting with blinding light and a loud noise. The dark silver shell on the tentacle was blown open, revealing the dark red muscles thrashing wildly inside, and the flowing pale yellow slime, yet it remained unbroken, instead thrashing even more frantically. The energy beam and vibrating blades also left deep wounds on the tentacle, with slime splattering, yet none of them were able to deal a fatal blow. The defense and vitality of these cleavers far exceeded the ordinary individuals they had encountered before. "It's a mutant. Beware of the corrosive slime." Zhou Lai shouted sternly, his body twisting strangely in midair to evade the encirclement of two tentacles, while with both hands he waved, unleashing solid golden energy blades that cleaved through the tentacles, leaving deep gashes. Sun Rui and Li Mo also found themselves in a bitter fight. The four mutant cleavers ambushed from underground, catching them off guard, and they seemed to have a simple coordination between them, blocking most of their escape routes with their flailing tentacles. The slime was highly corrosive, immediately producing white smoke upon splashing onto their combat suits, and the energy shield's consumption surged sharply. Captain, something's wrong. These things seem to be guarding something, Liemo said hurriedly while deflecting with his blade. He noticed that although these cleavers attacked ferociously, their movement range seemed intentionally limited to this patch of bushes, especially preventing them from approaching that small building. Zhou also noticed this. His gaze swept over the broken window on the second floor of the small building. There the shadow that the reconnaissance device had captured earlier still curled up there, motionless, seemingly oblivious to the fierce battle occurring outside. Is it a decoy? Or is the target hiding beneath that shadow, or in another part of the small building using these mutant cleavers as guards? Thoughts raced through Zhou's mind, his eyes growing sharper. Sun Rue, Liemo, hold them off. I'm going to the small building. Yes. Sun Rue and Liemo immediately altered their tactics, no longer pursuing kills, but instead using speed and agility to continuously harass and distract the 4 mutant cleavers, creating an opportunity for Zhou. Zhou took a deep breath, the majestic energy of a first-stage planetary roaring into motion within him. A faint golden halo appeared on his body, his speed surged instantly, as if teleporting through the gaps between 2 tentacles, creating a sonic boom-like shriek as he charged towards the small building. The 2 cleavers let out angry roars, their tentacles wildly retracting in an attempt to intercept, but Sun Rue and Liemo's attacks immediately followed suit, the energy beams and vibrating blades clinging to them tightly. In the blink of an eye, Zhou had dashed to the wall of the small building. He did not need to use the door, pushing off the wall with force, his body shooting up like a sharp arrow, directly crashing into the broken window on the second floor. Crash! The fragile wooden frame and remaining glass shattered instantly. Zhou landed steadily inside the room, with dust swirling down. The room was dimly lit, permeated with a heavy, musty smell, and a faint, almost imperceptible scent of human sweat and blood. But it was quickly masked by the smell of dust. His gaze instantly locked onto the curled-up shadow in the corner. Without any hesitation, Zhou raised his hand, and a condensed golden wind blade shot forth, precisely targeting the back of that shadow. Puff! The wind blade pierced through what seemed to be a dusty bag, producing a muffled sound. That shadow suddenly lunged forward, the thick layer of dust and spore-like substance scattering away, revealing underneath a pile of tattered clothing filled with dry grass and several rotten wooden supports. It was indeed a decoy. Zhou's eyes turned cold, and his mental power swept through the entire room like mercury. No living creatures. The energy fluctuations. The previously detected anomalous barrier fluctuations had now strangely disappeared. No, not disappeared, but shifted. Or was it some kind of interference or camouflage from the beginning? He abruptly turned and looked out the window. Below, Sun Rue and Liemo were still engaged in a fierce battle with the 4 mutant cleavers, the sounds of energy explosions and roars relentless. No, this was too easy. Although these cleavers were troublesome with their strength, they couldn't have hidden so perfectly and set up such an obviously tactical decoy. Unless someone is commanding them, or using some special method. His gaze swept across the room again. Suddenly his eyes landed on the ground where the decoy had fallen. After the dust settled, there seemed to be a not obvious mark, as if pressed down and then moved by a heavy object. He quickly walked over, crouching down to brush away the loose soil. Underneath was a concrete floor, but there was a section about a foot square whose color and texture differed slightly from the surrounding area, with extremely fine gaps at the edges. A hidden door. A tunnel. Zhou did not hesitate, throwing a punch down. Boom. Concrete fragments flew, revealing a dark hole below, just big enough for one person to pass through, with a cold, damp breeze carrying a strong scent of rust and chemical residues wafting up. The edges of the hole were rough, as if hastily excavated, still showing some fresh scraping marks. The target escaped through here, and it wasn't too long ago. Those cleavers and the decoy upstairs were all meant to buy time, covering the target's transfer underground. The target escaped through the underground passage. Direction unknown. Zhou immediately growled into the communication channel. Sun Rue, Liemo, shake off the entanglement and follow me. Understood. Sun Rui's somewhat hurried reply came through the channel, along with a muffled grunt from Liemo, seemingly having sustained a minor injury. Zhou no longer hesitated, leaping into the hole. Below was a steep, slippery dirt slope, cold and clammy. He steadied himself, activating the strong light mode on his arm terminal, a bright beam piercing through the darkness. Before him was a narrow, low underground passage clearly man-made, and subsequently abandoned, only allowing for a crouch passage. The walls of the passage were covered in water stains and rust marks with slippery mud underfoot. The air was foul. The light beam illuminated the depths of the passage, revealing only winding paths extending into darkness. But on the ground, a line of fresh muddy footprints was clearly visible, leading deeper into the passage. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Lai's eyes as he quickly followed the footprints. The passage twisted and turned with many forks resembling a maze. Some forks were blocked by landslides while others were bottomless. But the owner of that line of footprints seemed very familiar with this place, always choosing the correct path. After about 5 minutes of chasing, faint sounds of flowing water could be heard ahead, and the air became even more humid. The passage began to slope downward, becoming steeper. After turning another corner, the passage suddenly opened up, a connection to a wider underground space resembling an abandoned underground reservoir or a small drainage tunnel. Ankle-deep, slowly flowing wastewater appeared beneath, emanating a foul odor. Above the space was a vaulted concrete dome with some areas cracked, allowing thin beams of daylight to filter through. The footprints disappeared here, washed clean by the flowing wastewater. Zhou Lai stopped at the entrance of the tunnel, illuminating the entire space with his strong light. It was about the size of half a basketball court, with the wastewater forming a slowly rotating small whirlpool in the center. The surrounding walls were smooth and damp, covered in moss and water stains. There were no other exits. Did the target jump into the water? Or? His gaze fell on the wall on the other side of the tunnel, close to the water surface. There seemed to be a not subvious groove formed by long-term water flow erosion, above which the concrete had subtle, different peeling marks from natural weathering. He waded through the wastewater, getting closer to find that behind the groove there seemed to be a cleverly disguised narrow lateral drainage pipe, less than half a meter in diameter, dark inside, with water slowly flowing in. On the edge of the pipe, there was an extremely fresh, shallow mark left by a hard object scraping against it. The target had crawled into this drainage pipe. Zhou Lai did not hesitate at all, immediately stating in the communication channel, "Target entered the side drainage pipe of the abandoned tunnel, approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, direction southeast by south. Sun Rue Li Mo, report your location and status." The channel was silent for 2 seconds before Sun Rui's somewhat breathless voice came through. "Captain, we shook off the cleavers. Limo's left arm was corroded by slimes, suffering minor burns. It's been treated. We are near the small building, heading over soon. No need to regroup." Zhou Lai decisively ordered, "The drainage pipe is narrow, not suitable for multiple people. You two immediately return to the surface, activate hunting dog type 7 wide area energy scan, focusing on monitoring all underground cavities, pipe exits, and anomalous energy reactions within a 3-kilometer radius in the southeast by south direction. The target is likely transferring through the underground pipeline system. Report any traces found immediately." "Understood," Sun Rue replied. "Captain, be careful." Zhou Lai closed the communication, took a deep breath of the foul air, and looked at the dark, narrow drainage pipe, barely wide enough for a person to curl up and pass through. The target was more cunning than he had imagined, more adept at using the environment. The underground of this ruin was far more complex and dangerous than above. But once the hunting dog sinks its teeth into its prey, it will not let go. He bent down, decisively crawling into the narrow, cold, water-filled drainage pipe, pursuing deep into the darkness. The tunnel fell silent again, with only the slow flow of wastewater audible. However, less than a minute after Zhou Lai crawled into the drainage pipe. Behind a subtle crack in the dome of the tunnel, covered by thick moss, a pair of cold silver-gray eyes with no pupils and only precise concentric circle patterns slowly opened, silently watching the empty tunnel below and the dark drainage pipe. The eyes lingered for a few seconds, as if recording something. Then the moss covering the crack wriggled slightly, concealing the crack once more. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. Only the sound of flowing wastewater remained. The drainage pipe was dark, damp, and cold. The sewage reached his calves, thick and viscous, reeking with a foul stench of aged filth mixed with chemical agents. The pipe's diameter was less than half a meter, forcing Zhou Lai to stoop and huddle as he barely managed to shuffle forward. The high-intensity light could only illuminate a few meters ahead. The rays were constantly absorbed and reflected by the rough pipe walls and murky water, making the darkness even more oppressive. He moved steadily, but each step carried the unique force control of a planetary-level martial artist, minimizing the sound of splashing water. Fists with a striking force exceeding 50,000 kilograms were now delicately used to maintain his balance and find footholds on the slippery pipe walls. The target left few traces. Most footprints had been washed away by the current. Only at certain bends or on pipe walls slightly above the waterline could one occasionally spot a fresh smear of mud or a shallow scratch left by a hard object. The direction consistently pointed southeast by south. Through the comm channel came Sun Rui's intermittent report laced with interference static chief. Wide area scan active, energy readings in the southeastern underground sector, chaotic, heavy interference, 3 possible exits detected, coordinates sent. Be careful. Target's energy signature is shielded, cannot pinpoint accurately. Acknowledged. Maintain scanning and watch for surface anomalies. Zhou replied, curtly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 coordinate points received on the terminal screen. None were far from his current position, but they were scattered in different directions. Which one would the target choose? Or perhaps none of them. He pressed on. The pipe began to branch out, some tributaries smaller, others clogged with debris. Guided by instinct and the occasional, almost imperceptible traces on the ground, he chose his path. The sewage varied in depth, sometimes shallow, sometimes deep, with a thick layer of sludge and nameless garbage underfoot, soft and nauseating to tread on. The air grew increasingly foul, the oxygen content seemingly dropping. An ordinary person would suffocate within minutes here, but for a planetary-level fighter like Zhou, the impact was minimal, though it heightened his vigilance. In such an environment, any anomaly could be lethal. Rounding another nearly right-angled bend, the pipe ahead seemed to widen, and the sound of flowing water grew louder. The strong light revealed a larger space ahead where the pipe connected with faint daylight, filtering through a crack above. Zhou slowed his pace, suppressing his breathing and heartbeat to the barest minimum, moving like a shadow as he silently approached the exit. Beyond the exit lay a larger junction, seemingly a main drainage artery from the old era. The space opened up considerably, about 7 or 8 meters high and over 10 meters wide. Knee-deep sewage flowed sluggishly beneath him. Multiple cracks in the vaulted ceiling let in dappled light, barely illuminating this vast underground chamber. The air remained foul, but it was better than inside the pipe. The junction connected to 7 or 8 drainage pipes in different directions, their dark, gaping mouths like the jaws of monsters. Scattered on the ground were some corroded metal components and broken pipes. Zhou did not immediately step out. He crouched inside the pipe mouth, using the shadows as cover, carefully observing the outside. There was no sign of the target. But as his gaze swept across the relatively calm water surface at the center of the junction, his pupils suddenly contracted. Floating on the water was a small, inconspicuous piece of gray-black fabric, astonishingly similar in material to the suspected clothing fragment he had found earlier near the edge of the industrial area's stockpile yard, close to the wasteland zone. The target had been here, and likely not long ago. Zhou's heartbeat quickened slightly, but his gaze grew colder and sharper. He did not act rashly. Instead, he heightened his perception to its utmost. The formidable mental power of a planetary-level martial artist spread out like ripples, carefully sensing every energy fluctuation, every air current, and every abnormal sound in this vast space. It was very quiet. Only the sluggish flow of sewage and the occasional distant drip of water could be heard. But Zhou's brow furrowed slightly. Too quiet. The silence felt almost deliberate. Moreover, aside from the stench of sewage and rust, there seemed to linger in the air a faint, barely perceptible scent of blood, and a subtle, elusive trace of a peculiar odor like ionized ozone. Something was wrong. His gaze, sharp as a blade, slowly swept over every pitch-black pipe entrance, over the water surface, and over every pile of debris and shadowy corner. Finally, his eyes settled on the opposite side of the junction, on a massive, severely corroded metal valve half submerged in water. Behind the valve seemed to be a sealed maintenance room or small pump station, its iron door left ajar, revealing a sliver of space. That faint scent of blood and ionization seemed to drift from that direction. Was the target hiding there to heal? Or? Zhou did not charge in immediately. He removed a small, button-sized acoustic detector from his tactical belt, gently flicked it, and stuck it to the inner side of the pipe mouth. The detector activated, emitting directional high-frequency sound waves inaudible to the human ear to scan the area ahead. Almost as the sound waves were emitted, buzz. A powerful, chaotic, and ferocious burst of energy abruptly erupted from behind the half-submerged metal valve. In the next instant, the valve was smashed open from within by a tremendous force, and a black shadow shot out like a cannonball, sending sewage flying everywhere. It wasn't Zhou. It was a mutant far larger than the scavengers encountered before, nearly the size of an adult water buffalo. Its carapace bore a dark, almost black metallic luster covered in sharp bone spurs and thick cable-like, bulging biological tissues. Its four robust limbs, a fusion of metal and flesh, trod upon the water's surface, barely creating ripples, revealing astonishing strength and control. Most terrifying was its head, no longer a simple drill-like mouthpart, but evolved with insectoid compound eyes gleaming with cold red light, and a maw transformed into three rapidly spinning serrated metal mandibles. This was no ordinary scavenger. It was an evolved form of a scavenger. Its energy reaction far surpassed any individual encountered before, definitely reaching the peak of the apprentice rank, perhaps even brushing against the threshold of the planetary level. And in the moment it burst forth, Zhou clearly sensed within that explosive energy fluctuation a trace of extremely faint human blood scent. The target was indeed here and might be injured, or had this evolved scavenger just attacked the target? No time to ponder. The moment the evolved scavenger charged out of the valve, its compound eyes locked onto Zhou at the pipe mouth. It let out a low, hoarse roar like grinding metal, its four limbs pushing off with immense force, its massive body, with an agility defying its size, smashed through the water surface and lunged straight at him. The three rapidly spinning metal mandibles spread wide, whistling shrilly as they aimed to bite Zhou's head. Tremendous force. Blinding speed. The momentum of this lunge definitely exceeded 50,000 kilograms of striking force. A cold glint flashed in Zhou's eyes. He advanced instead of retreating. He slightly lowered his body and stomped hard with his left foot in the water. The sewage beneath him exploded as if struck by a bomb, blasting a massive crater. Using the recoil, his body shot forward like a shell from a cannon, charging straight at the evolved scavenger. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, and a layer of extremely condensed pale golden energy light instantly enveloped it, subtly distorting the surrounding foul air. Planetary first rank, full power, unleashed punch force exceeding 100,000 kilograms. This was a terrifying strength capable of collapsing a small building or tearing apart a steel beast. No fancy moves, just the simplest, most direct, most brutal straight punch. His fist collided violently with the scavenger's biting metal mandibles. Clang! A deafening crash like two high-speed trains colliding erupted within the underground chamber. A visible shockwave expanded in rings, hurling the surrounding sewage into waves several meters high, which slammed against the concrete walls with a dull roar. The evolved scavenger's metal mandibles, capable of tearing steel, let out a teeth-grinding screech under Zhou's terrifying punch, exceeding 100,000 kilograms. The foremost mandible was forcibly dented inward, cracking with several fissures. Pale yellow fluid, mixed with metal shards, burst from the cracks. Roar! The evolved scavenger let out a pained and enraged bellow, its massive body staggering backward from the immense force, plowing two deep furrows in the sewage. But its defense was also astonishing. Taking a planetary-level martial artist's full-force strike, it only suffered damaged mandibles and a retreat without collapsing. On its dark, near-black carapace, only a clear fist-shaped dent remained unbroken. Zhou was also pushed back half a step by the recoil, the sewage churning underfoot. His eyes narrowed. This beast's defense exceeded estimates. The evolved scavenger steadied itself, its compound eyes flashing red with fury, seemingly enraged to the core. It no longer lunged but opened its massive maw, a blinding, unstable energy glow igniting deep in its throat. The surrounding air instantly grew scorching hot, and the sewage began to boil and vaporize. Energy attack. Zhou's expression remained unchanged, a pale golden light flowing over his body's surface, instantly condensing a translucent energy shield before him, woven with intricate patterns. Boom! A thick energy breath mixed with dark red energy streams and metal shards spewed from the evolved scavenger's mouth, slamming violently into Zhou's energy shield. The shield trembled violently, dense ripples spreading across its surface, but it ultimately held firm against the attack. The dissipated energy vaporized the surrounding sewage into vast white mist, and the concrete walls grazed by the residual blast cracked like a spiderweb. Is that all? Zhou snorted coldly, his form behind the shield suddenly blurring. In the next instant, he appeared at the evolved scavenger's flank and rear. His speed was like teleportation. His right leg swung up like a battle axe, pale golden energy wrapping around his calf, tearing the air with a piercing shriek as it swept viciously toward the scavenger's relatively vulnerable joint. Crack! A sickening sound of bone breaking rang out. One of the evolved scavenger's robust limbs was forcibly kicked into a reverse bend, its shell splitting, revealing broken, sparking metal bones and spurting fluid. Roar! The evolved scavenger howled in agony, its massive body losing balance and tilting to one side. Zhou Lai pressed the advantage, his fists raining down like a storm. Each punch carried a terrifying force exceeding 50,000 kilograms coated in pale golden energy, precisely striking the scavenger's carapace cracks, joint weak points, and the area around its compound eyes. Thump, 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 thump. A rapid series of dull impacts echoed like drumbeats. Under this high-frequency, high-intensity assault, the scavenger's sturdy carapace began to crack and shatter over large areas. Fluid and metal fragments flew everywhere. It madly swung its remaining limbs and damaged mandibles in retaliation, but against Zhou Lai's phantom-like speed and absolute power suppression, it was futile. This was the terror of a planetary-level martial artist. Not just the crushing of power, but a comprehensive superiority in speed, reflexes, combat technique, and energy utilization. In less than 10 seconds, this evolved scavenger, which would have driven high-level apprentice martial artists to despair, was reduced to a heap of shattered carapace, twisted metal, and twitching flesh under Zhou Lai's ferocious assault, slowly sinking into the murky water, leaving only spreading oil slicks and pungent stench. Zhou Lai stood in the sewage, his breathing steady, not even sweating. Only the fluid and debris on his fists bore witness to the brief, yet intense battle. He shook his hands, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping toward the maintenance room behind the smashed valve. The scent of blood and ionization came from within. He stepped over the scavenger's remains and approached the valve. The iron door was completely deformed, hanging askew. The space inside was small, cluttered with some corroded tools and broken parts. In the corner was a small, not yet fully dried pool of dark red blood. Beside it lay several blood-stained gray-black fabric fragments and 2 empty high-energy nutrition paste packets stamped with the Kyoto base insignia. Supplies from Zhao Yan's waste pack. The target had stopped here, treated injuries, and replenished energy. Zhou Lai crouched, dipped a finger in the blood, and brought it to his nose to sniff. The blood scent was fresh, no more than 2 hours old. Moreover, the energy residue in the blood was very faint, but pure, distinctly different from the emptiness left around Zhao Yan's corpse after being plundered. It seemed more like blood from the target's own wounds. The target was injured, and not lightly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked stopping in such a place to treat himself. He stood up, scanning the maintenance room. There was no other exit. The target must have left through the valve after treating his wounds, and then encountered that evolved scavenger. No, that's not right. Zhou Lai frowned again. The evolved scavenger had charged out from inside the maintenance room. If the target had left first, and the scavenger appeared later, the scavenger should have come from outside, not burst out from within. Unless the target deliberately lured the scavenger, or the scavenger originally inhabited deeper parts of the maintenance room. He walked to the far end of the maintenance room, where a corroded access pipe led deeper, pitch black, and just wide enough for one person to crawl through. The edge of the pipe opening bore fresh scratch marks and traces of muddy water. Did the target crawl in here? Or did the scavenger come out from here? Zhou Lai did not rashly enter. The pipe was too narrow. If there was an ambush or something worse inside, even his planetary-level strength would be hard to deploy. He retreated to the main drainage junction and opened the comm again. Sun Rui Li MO report status. Chief surface scan, no abnormal energy reactions, 3 possible exits. No target trace found. Repeat, no target trace found. Sun Rui's voice was laced with stronger interference static. Had the target vanished deeper into the underground pipe system? Or had he already returned to the surface through some unknown exit? Zhou Lai looked at the scavenger's remains on the ground, then at the bloodstains and empty packets in the maintenance room. The target was injured, supplies consumed, but he had successfully shaken off the evolved scavenger, or used it, and vanished again into the intricate underground labyrinth. Cunning, calm, exceptionally familiar with the underground environment, and seemingly lucky. But a hound's patience is limitless. Zhou Lai walked over to the bloodstain, took out a delicate, thumb-sized silver sampler from his waste pack, and collected some blood samples. He also picked up the 2 blood-stained fabric fragments and carefully stored them. Activate Hound Type 7, Biological Trace Tracking Protocol. Set frequency to maximum lock onto the blood sample characteristics I've sent. He said coldly into the communicator. The target is injured, carrying Zhao Yan's supplies, mobility limited. He can't have gone far. Pull up all underground pipe maps of this area, especially the abandoned exits connecting to above-ground buildings. Yes, Chief. Zhou Lai closed the comms, standing in the sewage, his gaze like the most precise radar, scanning inch by inch across this vast, stinking underground chamber. Bloodstains, evolved scavenger, empty packets, narrow maintenance pipe. The clues were slowly piecing together. Target, how much longer can you hide? The rain began to fall at dusk. It was not the earlier drizzle, pale, clinging, and insipid, but heavy icy droplets the size of soybeans laced with the metallic tang of blood hammering down upon rubble, twisted rebar, and the broad grotesque leaves of mutated flora instantly raising a blinding white mist. The sky darkened visibly rapidly, leaden clouds hung low pressing down as if poised to smother the shattered rooftops beneath their weight. The wind rose into a banshee wail, whipping dust, debris, and brittle desiccated foliage into spiraling vortices that shrieked, a chorus of tormented souls wailing in the void. Near the entrance to an underground conduit, Zhou stood beneath the partial shelter of a half-collapsed awning, rainwater gushing through its ruptured roof and pooling into a murky, sluggish rivulet at his feet. His dark gray combat fatigues clung drenched and heavy to his sharply defined musculature, but he seemed oblivious, merely tilting his chin upward, gaze fixed on the deepening, increasingly violent sky. A fractured report crackled from his comm unit, punctuated by howling gales and static. Chief, weather, sudden shift, energy field, extreme instability, scans, failed, biotracking, compromised, repeat, severely compromised. Limo's voice cut and sharper, urgent. Detected, other life signs, numerous, converging on this sector, as if driven here by the storm, species, mixed, energy signatures, ranging from low to high. Zhou's brow furrowed deeply. The tempest had arrived sooner and fiercer than anticipated. Such cataclysmic weather was no rarity after the cataclysm, yet each occurrence heralded profound peril and unpredictable upheaval. Intense energy turbulence would disrupt, or outright cripple, most electronic systems and energy detection apparatus, including the Hound 7 model. And the vast numbers of mutated creatures driven together and herded toward this zone by the storm would utterly dismantle the existing ecological balance and shatter all prior tracking protocols. Fall back. Retreat to pre-designated safe point A2. Zhou issued the order without hesitation, his voice steady and lucid, cutting cleanly through wind and rain. Maintain minimal alert status. Rely on visual observation and basic sensory input. Wait out the storm. Understood. Withdrawing now. The transmission dissolved into silence, signal severed entirely. Zhou cast one final glance at the pitch-black sewer entrance. The target was wounded, carrying only meager supplies, and now confronted with a storm so ferocious it had once occurred once per century, though now perhaps every few years. What would he do? Would he hunker down deep underground, waiting for the tempest to pass, or risk surfacing in search of safer refuge? Either choice meant the pursuit must pause, for now. Storms were manifestations of celestial will. Even planetary-tier martial cultivators must yield before their fury. He lingered no longer. His form blurred, vanishing like a phantom absorbed into the gale, flashing 3 times before dissolving into the heart of the ruins, racing toward the designated safe point, an abandoned bank, building structurally intact, perched atop higher ground, commanding unobstructed vistas. Almost the instant Zhou departed, far deeper within the subterranean pipe network, into a narrower, long-forgotten branch choked nearly solid with silt and collapsed debris. The air grew stagnant, thick with the suffocating stench of rot and rust. Only the faintest muffled thunder, distant, filtered through layers of earth and concrete, hinted at the cosmic fury raging above. Zhou slumped slowly down the cold, damp concrete pillar behind him, slick with slimy moss, chest heaving violently. Each breath tore at multiple wounds, igniting searing pain across his body. He had escaped. From the bottom of that lethal chemical pool radiating deadly contamination. From beneath the monstrous humanoid aberration that had blocked the exit. From the collapsing water purification station roaring toward self-destruction. The cost had been devastating. Vast patches of exposed skin were swollen, blistered, and ulcerated, corroded by the reactor pool fluids, burning fiercely, even exuding the acrid scent of singed flesh. A deep bone-exposing laceration gashed his left shoulder, the graze of an iron pipe hurled by the humanoid aberration during his slide down the chute. Though he'd avoided vital organs, muscle and tendons lay severely damaged, his left arm barely lifted. 1 or 2 ribs were likely fractured, each inhalation pierced by stabbing agony. His legs and back bore countless cuts, scrapes, and thermal burns. He looked as though he'd been dragged from hell's own blood pit, then ground raw on a grinding wheel. Yet he still breathed. Cradled against his chest, wrapped tightly in waterproof cloth salvaged from Zhao Yan's waste pack, lay the dark blue crystal, cold, dense, pulsing with a faint but unwavering energy resonance. It was thanks to this crystal, whose energy field appeared to subtly neutralize portions of radiation and chemical toxins, that he hadn't perished in that pool. The silver-eyed man's shielding metal fragment remained affixed to the source crystal shard, effectively masking its emissions. But Zhou could feel it. The source crystal shard embedded in his chest had grown markedly more active, following the reactor pool's energy surge and his desperate flight. Though still weary, its instinctive hunger for energy, once a faint background hum, now resonated with startling clarity. He rummaged in his waist pack for his last reserves: a roll of bandages, half a vial of cellular regenerative serum, and one final tube of high-calorie nutrient paste. Bandages were nearly exhausted. He prioritized only the gravest wounds. The left shoulder laceration received the last of the gauze tightly wound. Crude, yes, but it staunched the bleeding. Regenerative serum poured over his chest, and arms cooled the corrosive burns, temporarily dulling the searing agony. The nutrient paste slid dryly down his throat, warmth bloomed anew in his stomach, dispelling some chill and exhaustion. When finished, he was near collapse, slumped against the frigid concrete pillar, too spent to lift a finger. The muffled thunder outside grew denser. The entire subterranean conduit trembled, faintly fine grit sifting from the ceiling. The storm had arrived. Zhou knew this weather. After the cataclysm, such tempests invariably carried violent electromagnetic disturbances and chaotic energy surges, trials for both mutants and humans alike. Yet they also held opportunity. Many formidable mutants would go dormant, as zones normally too perilous to approach might become momentarily safe. He needed this time to recover strength and then emerge from the depths. This place was too dangerous. The hounds could appear at any moment. That humanoid aberration, alive or dead, remained unknown, and scavengers lurking unseen in the dark waited too. Moreover, he required food, water, a safer haven to heal, and to fulfill his bargain with the silver-eyed man. The deadline remained less than 40 hours. He closed his eyes, attempting the rudimentary guiding art. His consciousness sank into the glacial, silent expanse of inherited space, grasping for the image of the vortex. The source crystal shard warmed faintly against his chest, responding to his call, slowly, laboriously drawing thin, icy currents from the polluted air and from his own feeble internal reserves, channeling them into his ravaged body. This attempt demanded far greater effort than any before. His body was grievously injured, his energy pathways, if they existed at all, felt obstructed, sluggish, resistant. The energy drawn was scant and tainted, mingled with the subterranean conduit's foul essence. Yet even this meager trickle offered relief. Where it flowed, the burning agony eased, just slightly, and weariness receded fractionally. Time passed slowly in darkness and silence. Thunder rolled distantly or nearby. The storm's roar was muffled by thick earth, leaving only a deep, mournful groan. How long had passed? An hour? 2. He felt a modest return of stamina. At least the vertigo-threatening unconsciousness had subsided. He opened his eyes, retrieved Zhou Yan's electronic tablet. Its screen glowed with cool blue light. Time read 9-something p.m. He activated the map function. Though most sectors displayed black basic orientation and his own GPS fix remained functional, and cross-referenced it with the simplified route sketched by the silver-eyed man. His current position lay along a peripheral branch of the old city's drainage system, northwest of the main trunk. The dense forest agreed upon with the silver-eyed man lay roughly 5 kilometers away, as the crow flies. But those 5 kilometers lay across the surface, cutting straight through the ruined core of the old city in an industrial district marked moderate radiation contamination zone. Under normal conditions, traversing this stretch in his present state would be perilous beyond measure. Now, amid the storm night, while certain powerful mutants might retreat, the tempest itself, and the panicked, starving monsters it drove together, posed equally lethal threats. Yet he had no choice. Remaining here was surrender to death. The storm would end. The hounds would find him. He must move. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright. The searing tear in his left shoulder sent stars across his vision, and he nearly collapsed again. He endured, bracing himself with his right hand against the cold pipe wall, carefully flexing stiff limbs. Good. Agonizing, yes, but still functional. He checked his gear. The folding knife remained. The metal skewer stayed secured close to his body. The dark blue crystal wrapped in waterproof cloth nestled deep inside his tunic. Zhou Yan's waist pack held only an empty nutrient paste wrapper, a half-full vial of regenerative serum, and several water purification tablets. The monocular hung around his neck. The shattered remnants of the energy rifle barrel had long since been discarded. He tightened his grip on the folding knife, the blade gleaming coldly in the tablet's pale blue light. His sole weapon now. Drawing a deep breath of the fetid air, Zhou began inching forward along the narrow, clogged branch, Toward the nearest maintenance shaft, he recalled one that might lead to the surface. Each step brought fresh pain and weakness. The mud underfoot was slick and yielding. More than once he nearly fell. Collapsed sections repeatedly blocked his path, forcing arduous climbs or detours. Darkness swallowed everything. Only the tablet's faint glow illuminated a small circle ahead. After who knew how long, how many turns, a difference emerged ahead, a sliver of wan grayish light filtering down from a fissure overhead, accompanied by the howl of wind and rain. An exit. Zhou's spirit surged. He quickened his pace, if such staggering could be called quickening. Up close, that proved a circular maintenance shaft, its rusted cover half ajar. Rusted steel rungs climbed the shaft wall, vanishing upward into the luminous aperture. Beyond the opening, the storm's fury intensified. Wind, rain, thunder, and the crashing roar of something toppling. He seized the icy rungs and began to climb. His left shoulder split open anew under the strain, warm blood soaked through the bandage. Jaw clenched, he relied on his right arm and legs, hauling himself upward meter by agonizing meter. Light brightened steadily above. At last he reached the rim, hands scrabbling for purchase on the rain's licked edge, before he heaved his body up and over. Frost-laced gales and stinging rain struck like a physical blow, blinding him, deafening him. The world roared. Wind, shrieking, rain exploding against ruins. Nature's raw, rending power tearing reality apart. He lay gasping at the shaft's lip, lifting his head to survey the world beyond. A street in the old city's ruins, now veiled beneath a churning, blinding curtain of rain and steam. Visibility dropped below 20 meters. Shattered buildings swayed in the gale, groaning under the strain. Floodwaters ankle-deep swirled with debris and broken branches. Then, a blinding fork of lightning rent the heavens, bleaching the ruins in ghastly white light, followed instantly by thunder that detonated overhead, deafening and apocalyptic. The wrath of heaven stirred primal dread. Zhou wiped rain from his face, orienting himself. The forest lay southeast, requiring passage through the denser former commercial district ahead. Without hesitation, he clambered fully onto the street, steadied himself, and plunged headlong into the maelstrom. Icy rain scoured his wounds, sparking waves of sharp pain and numbness. The wind became an invisible giant, wrenching at his frame, making every step a battle. Murky floodwaters hid unseen hazards, depths uncertain, contents unknown. Vision was severely impaired. Only vague silhouettes emerged within a few meters. He gripped his folding knife, straining his senses to their limit, though even these were dulled by the storm's interference as he pressed forward. Less than 50 meters out, passing a 3-story building collapsed halfway, chaos erupted. Well, a shrill, agonized feral howl tore from a side alley choked with construction rubble. Then a black shape staggered forth and lunged straight at Zhou. A mutated stray dog, its bulk swollen to twice that of a pre-cataclysm mastiff, matted with blood, grime, and sludge. One hind leg bent grotesquely, clearly broken, while a massive abdominal gash gaped open, viscera faintly visible. Its eyes burned crimson, veins webbed across the whites, fangs bared, dripping saliva mixed with rain, radiating pure ravenous madness. Driven mad by the storm and its injuries, it saw only movement, and charged without thought, without fear. Zhou's pulse spiked. He tried to evade, but pain and fatigue slowed his reflexes by a fatal half-beat. The mutant dog slammed into him, jaws snapping shut toward his throat. In that instant of annihilation, fury ignited in Zhou's eyes. Not retreat, but advance. He dropped low, driving his right arm upward with every ounce of strength, burying the folding knife deep into the beast's exposed lower jaw. Shhhk. Steel sank into soft tissue. Scalding copper-scented blood sprayed across Zhou's face. Ugh! A guttural whimper choked off its bite. Momentum hurled the beast's massive frame onto Zhou, knocking him backward, stumbling, crashing hard into the filthy floodwater. The dog pinned him, convulsing, throat gurgling wetly as blood gushed forth, staining the water crimson. Zhou couldn't breathe. The impact on his left shoulder sent blinding agony through him. With a final heave, he shoved aside the dying weight, clawed upright from the muck, coughing violently, spitting out swallowed filth. Before he could draw breath, shhhh. A dense crawling rustle, chilling, hair-raising, rose from all directions. Even beneath the storm's roar, the sound pierced with eerie clarity. From the flooded streets, from shadowed eaves, from cracks in the ruins, swarmed countless fist-sized carrion beetles, carapaces gleaming, oily black mandibles needle-sharp. Drawn by the scent of blood, they surged like a living tide. Over the dog's corpse, then onward towards Zhou himself, the fresh meat. Their numbers were legion, already engulfing the carcass and creeping toward his boots. Zhou's expression hardened. Individually harmless, en masse they carried paralytic venom. Entanglement meant certain doom. And such a bloody spectacle, such noise, would surely attract far worse. He dared not hesitate. He turned and fled, direction irrelevant, so long as it carried him from the swarm. After only a few strides, a two-story building beside him, already trembling in the gale, finally surrendered. A series of grating, teeth-rattling groans preceded its slow, inevitable tilt, then collapse onto the street. Crunch. Bricks, concrete shards, and splintered timber rained down like artillery fire, kicking up plumes of mud and wastewater. Zhou threw himself forward just in time, yet flying debris still struck his back, eliciting a stifled grunt as he crashed into a shallow, rain-filled depression. When he raised his head, the road ahead lay buried under tons of rubble, impassable. Behind him, the black tide of beetles surged closer, within 10 meters. No path forward, no retreat from the swarm. Leaning against the depression's rim, Zhou watched the encroaching black wave, then glanced down at the dark blue crystal, its chill palpable even through fabric, and finally his gaze settled on his own left hand, raw, torn, and bleeding. Within his chest, the source crystal shard pulsed again, distinctly hotly, sensing imminent peril and the proximity of abundant food. Hunger fused with desperate feral resolve, blazing like wildfire in his eyes. He licked the salty metallic tang of rain and dog blood from his lips, tightened his grip on the folding knife, and rose slowly, facing the onrushing tide of darkness. Above, the storm roared, and in his eyes, fire burned. The black tide had arrived, not water but insects. Each the size of a clenched fist, their carapaces glistened with oily sheen, their mouthparts needle-sharp, multiplied by the thousand, rustling in unison, drowning out the storm's roar, silencing thunder itself, as if a filthy rag sodden and reeking were dragging itself across flooded muck and rotting sludge. The air hung thick with their musky stench and the cloying sweetness of wild dog blood. Zhou stood waist-deep in turbid floodwater, his back pressed against the crumbling half-wall of a ruined building. Before him, left and right alike, the insect tide surged without pause. The shallow pit offered no retreat. The stone lodged against his chest burned fiercely, pulsing like a starving heart, or like a hound catching wind of blood. His folding knife rested in his palm, its blade still dripping with canine gore. His left arm refused to rise, raw, festering flesh at the shoulder throbbed with each beat. His ribs, likely fractured, lanced pain with every breath. To flee, he lacked both strength and sanctuary. He watched the onrushing black tide draw nearer, their compound eyes glittering in the rain's-licked night, countless points of ravenous light. Damn it! Spitting crimson saliva, he did not glance at the swarm, but lowered his gaze instead to his own chest. Through his drenched, tattered rags, he could feel the stone, and the cool metallic shielding plate adhered tightly to it. The shield was still active, shielding the stone's own scent, and perhaps something else. A thought struck his fogged mind like lightning. With a sudden, desperate lurch, he raised his hand, not to strike the insects, but to tear open the ruined cloth over his chest with his last ounce of strength. Fingers dug into the ragged, bleeding edges of his wound, seized the searing, dark purple crystal fused to his skin, and with it the silver-gray shielding plate clinging like a second epidermis, yanking them both free in one violent, wrenching motion. Agony, like flaying living flesh. Blood gushed forth instantly, yet he paid it no heed. Clutching the source crystal shard slick with his own blood, still scorching hot, he hurled the shielding plate deep into the distant rain-pocked floodwater. VVVVRR. The instant the shield dissolved, the shard erupted, not as a beast unchained, but as a primordial force unleashed, radiating an energy pulse sharper, stronger, and more unmistakable than ever before. This was no chaotic, abrasive tang like the cleaner's aura, nor the sterile metallic chill of Zhao Yan's energy rifle barrel. No, it was deeper, purer, compressed to an almost unbearable intensity, the essence of a star, carrying an ancient glacial cold and an insatiable primal hunger. Like a beacon piercing midnight's tempest, the pulse tore through wind and rain, flooding outward in all directions. The surging black tide halted, abruptly within 3 meters of Zhou, as thousands upon thousands of compound eyes snapped in unison toward the dark purple crystal blazing in his palm. The insects froze, not in hesitation but in profound bewilderment, and a deeper, older terror rooted in the bedrock of instinct. They smelled blood, craved flesh, but this thing before them exuded a scent that screamed danger to their most primitive nerves. Do not touch. far more lethal than any morsel of meat. The tide faltered, briefly chaotically paralyzed. Frontline insects recoiled, even retreated, only to be shoved forward by oblivious kin behind, compressing into writhing, shrieking clusters, their chitinous friction sharpening to a piercing, frenzied whine. Now, feral light blazed in Zhou's eyes. His right hand gripping the shard did not swing or stab, but drove forward with suicidal resolve, slamming the shard's searing, jagged facet straight onto the carapace of the nearest scavenger beetle, thrust to the very front of the press. SSSSHHH. A soft, acrid hiss, like water striking white-hot iron. The fist-sized beetle locked rigid the moment the shard made contact, its glossy shell dulled visibly, turning ashen, desiccated, lifeless in an instant. Then came the muscles beneath the viscera, the fluids, all consumed in less than half a second by an invisible tyrannical suction, ruthless in its efficiency. No cry escaped it, only a whisper of dust, gray-white, and fine, dissolving into the rain before it could settle. And this was merely the beginning. The shard had been awakened, not by will but by sustenance, fully, irrevocably. Zhou felt it clearly, a pull clearer and more deliberate than ever before, a ravenous, self-directed vacuum erupting from the shard's core. No longer a passive trigger demanding coaxing or provocation. It now acted of its own volition, frenzied and autonomous the moment freed from its shield and fed. The suction coalesced into an invisible vortex, instantly engulfing every scavenger beetle within a 2-meter radius before Zhou. SSSSSSSSS. A grating, dense chorus of microfractures. Not cries but shells collapsing inward, shattering as their vital essence was ripped away. Before him, the black tide within that circle convulsed, as if gripped by an unseen titan's fist, then crushed. Hundreds, thousands of beetles turned in under 3 seconds to uniform ash. Rain washed the dust into the mire, erasing all trace, leaving only empty floodwater, and beyond it a swarm stunned into retreat, then blind panic. Dead. An entire swath of the tide, wiped out in an instant. Zhou's hand trembled, not from exhaustion, but from the shard's fierce, surging return. A stream of energy, modest in volume, yet astonishingly refined, nearly free of impurities, laced with a subtle paralytic toxin, poured from the shard up his arm and flooded his body. It lacked the overwhelming volatile surge of consuming a cleaner or rifle barrel, but it was clean and ceaseless. The agony in his left shoulder receded sharply, other wounds cooled. Even his stamina surged back, swift and steady. This was true predation, efficient, precise, sovereign. Not the clumsy, indigestible gorging of before, but the ruthless surgical extraction of life's quintessence. The tide recoiled in utter dread. Insects trampled one another in frantic flight, shrieking in abject terror. Yet farther out, drawn by blood and energy alike, fresh waves surged blindly forward, colliding headlong with the retreating mass, plunging the whole into chaos. Zhou stood rooted, breathing hard, gazing at the shard in his palm, now faintly luminous, sated, its heat subsiding, then at the disordered, shrinking tide before him. A bolder, wilder notion took root in his mind, spreading like unchecked wildfire. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his right hand, not in defense, but in advance, stepping forward directly toward the densest, most chaotic knot of the swarm. SSSSSSH. Before him, insects recoiled like parting waters, clearing a path. His gaze frigid and unwavering, fixed ahead. Then he stepped again. In his grip, the shard became death's formal invitation. Where it passed, the swarm scattered, yielding wide berth. Passive defense and absorption no longer sufficed. He began to test, using his crude, flickering will, to guide, to shape, to command the vortex of suction emanating from the shard. It was agonizingly difficult. The shard's nature was voracious, anarchic consumption. His consciousness felt like a child attempting to leash a ravenous dragon, fragile, clumsy, absurd. Yet perhaps because the shard had just feasted, or because the bond between them had deepened, his trembling intent did sway the vortex, narrowing, widening, shifting direction with painful, incremental precision. He focused the pull on a tight cluster ahead. SSSSH. 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 Dozens of beetles shriveled to dust in an instant. Then he fanned it outward, thin sharps sweeping across the flank where insects attempted to encircle him. Where the arc passed, they fell like wheat before a scythe, crumbling into ash. He was training, honing control in real time, using the swarm itself as his merciless target range. Still raw, still draining, especially his spirit, and far less potent than the shard's unguided fury. Yet this was undeniably command. No longer reliant on chance or suffering backlash. He now wielded conscious, intentional predation. More pure energy flowed back, mending his wounds, replenishing his strength. His left shoulder prickled fiercely, muscle fibers knitting with startling speed. The stabbing pain along his ribs faded by half. The tide shattered utterly. Faced with a death it could neither comprehend nor resist, numbers meant nothing. The surviving scavenger beetles shrieked in primal terror, scattering like receding tide into every shadow of the storm-lashed ruins, vanishing into rain and rubble, leaving only scattered ash, most already washed away, and an odor so thick it clung to the throat. Zhou remained motionless, chest heaving, not from fatigue, but from exhilaration, from the dizzying rush of survival, from the electric tremor of holding power in his palm. He looked down at the shard. Within its depths the nebula swirled faster, now its luster warmer, softer, like a creature whelped, quietly content. Its surface had cooled to ambient warmth. Though held close, it still radiated a steady, gentle heat. The shielding plate lay discarded. Yet he no longer needed it. Not against such low-tier aberrations. The shard's innate aura of dread and predation was now its own perfect talisman. Of course, Hunter's instruments were another matter, but the storm raged on, its chaotic energy fields likely scrambling their tracking. He tore more ragged strips from his ruined clothes and roughly bound the wound torn open by the shard's removal, then placed the fragment back against his skin close to his heart. A paradox of sensation, coolness, and warmth intertwined. He glanced at his electronic slate just past 11 p.m. The storm showed signs of weakening, yet rain fell relentlessly, wind howled unabated. No more delay. He must reach the rendezvous point before the tempest fully broke, and before Hunter's pursuit reasserted itself through the static. Orienting himself, he tightened his grip on the folding knife, its edge still dusted with insect ash, and strode forward, vanishing once more into the storm's fury, heedless of the carnage and stench behind him. His stride was steadier now, swifter too. Pain lingered, but it was bearable. Strength returned. Control over the shard remained rudimentary, but it lent him newfound certainty and a chilling, quiet anticipation. The ruins stood silent in the rain-washed night, like a wounded leviathan breathing slowly in the dark. Zhou's figure dissolved into the misted downpour, heading southeast, toward a deeper, denser darkness, the ancient tangled forest. Against his chest the cobalt blue crystal and the dark purple shard rested, one cool, one warm, pressed to his heartbeat. Hunger for now was stilled. Yet the road ahead remained veiled, by storm, by shadow, and by the unknown. The rain had eased, no longer pelting down like yellow beans, but falling in fine needle-like strands. Yet the wind still wailed like a pack of starving wolves, whipping mist-laden gusts that stung his face with icy pain. The sky grew darker, pitch black as if soaked through with ink, save for the occasional lightning that tore open the clouds, casting a ghastly, fleeting pallor upon the desolate ruins and illuminating the grotesque silhouettes of twisted architecture. Zhou stumbled wildly through the woods. Calling it a forest was generous. The trees were no longer natural. Their branches contorted like skeletal claws, their leaves thick and dark crimson oozed viscous sap, slick and treacherous beneath his boots. The wound across his chest, barely scabbed over, had begun bleeding again, mingling with rainwater to smear his torso in rust-colored grime. His left shoulder ached less, yet any sudden motion still wrenched at his tendons. His ribs felt somewhat better, but drawing a deep breath still sent sharp daggers of pain stabbing through his side. A shard of source crystal rested against his skin, radiating a faint, steady warmth. The surge of vitality he'd absorbed from devouring those insects was rapidly fading, replaced by profound exhaustion and a hollow, gnawing emptiness. Wielding that predatory suction drained not only his physical strength, but his spirit, leaving his mind dull and throbbing as though he'd pulled 3 all-nighters without rest. He dared not stop. He'd discarded the shielding fragment. The residual energy signature clung to him like a torch in the night. Though wind and rain masked some of it, he didn't know how keen a hunter's nose truly was, and he refused to gamble. The silver-eyed one's 7-titwoher window had already burned away nearly half. The dense forest proved far more treacherous than imagined, not only with mutated flora blocking his path, but also with knotted roots, slimy moss, and bottomless puddles scattered across the sodden earth. He'd fallen repeatedly, his body now caked in mud. Then, another lightning flash ripped across the sky, briefly illuminating what lay ahead, a relatively open depression flooded with murky rainwater, a shallow, stagnant pool. Across the pool the woodland thinned. Beyond it, low, indistinct silhouettes of buildings emerged, perhaps the forest's edge and likely not far from the silver-eyed one's designated rendezvous point. Zhou's spirits lifted. He quickened his pace, splashing forward through the mire toward the pool, just as his right foot sank into the turbid water at its rim. Buzz! A subtle yet unervingly precise energy scan swept over him, cold, thin, and spider silk delicate. Not the chaotic ripple of storm winds, nor the ragged aura of mutated beasts. This was targeted, deliberate, and ruthlessly intentional. Like an invisible, eye-piercing rain and foliage alike locking onto him in an instant. Hounds. They'd found him. Here in this infernal tempest where the ambient energy field churned like a boiling cauldron. Every hair on Zhou's body stood rigid. Without thought, he hurled himself sideways. Sure 3. A cobalt-white beam of condensed energy, solid as steel, sliced past his scalp and plunged into the water where he'd stood moments before. SSSSS. Steam erupted violently as the surface water vaporized, revealing scorched, blackened earth beneath. Too fast, impossibly fast. Less than half a second elapsed between detection and impact. Zhou rolled upright and bolted headlong toward the forest's deeper gloom on the far side of the pool, his heart hammering as if ready to burst from his chest. Target acquired. Southeast direction, 80 meters. Moving. A cold metallic male voice cut through the storm, laced with static. Pursue. Don't let him vanish deeper into the woods. Another voice followed, deeper, calmer, yet seething with suppressed fury. It was Zhou. Affirmative. Both voices answered in unison. Then came the low, resonant hum of energy drives, and the sharp, rapid crunch of combat boots shattering puddles and snapping dead branches underfoot. Their speed was staggering, far beyond Zhou's stumbling flight. He pushed himself beyond breaking point, lungs scorching, vision swimming with black spots. But he knew running straight meant certain death. He needed terrain, and fast. He veered sharply left, plunging into a dense thicket of blood-red thorns, wall-like and impenetrable. Half his height, the thorns gleamed with ominous sheen, clearly venomous. He ignored them, dropping low and crawling forward, belly scraping the wet ground. Thorn tips raked his flesh, burning with fire, but he didn't slow. Boom, boom. 2 more energy beams slammed into the thicket, blasting charred fragments of branch and leaf, but failing to pierce the dense living barrier. Target entered the bloodthorn zone. Beware the toxins. Sun Rue's voice rang out. Flank around. Liamo, left encirclement. I'll take right. Zhou commanded. Footsteps instantly scattered. Inside the thorns, Zhou crawled frantically, his clothes shredded to ribbons, fresh gashes bleeding across his body. He couldn't pause, not even to breathe. His mind raced. 3 hounds. 1 pursuing frontally, 2 flanking. The bloodthorn wouldn't hold them long. Sure enough, after barely 10 paces, the thorns ahead trembled. A figure in deep gray materialized like a phantom from the flank. Liamo. His left arm remained bound in bandages, yet his movements betrayed no weakness. With a hiss, his high-frequency vibration blade snapped forth, trailing after images as it slashed towards Zhou's throat. The blade hadn't even reached him, yet the killing intent sliced through the air, pricking Zhou's skin like ice needles. Even as a planetary tier martial apprentice, Li Mo's speed and power dwarfed Zhou's own. No escape. In that razor's-edge moment, ferocity blazed anew in Zhou's eyes. His right hand, clutching a compact folding knife, did not raise it to parry the lightning-fast blade. Instead, he hurled it with every ounce of strength he possessed, straight at Li Mo's wounded left arm at the very spot wrapped in gauze. The angle was vicious. The speed surprising. Li Mo hadn't anticipated such ruthless counterplay from a cornered novice, nor its precision in targeting his injury. His blade's arc remained unchanged, but instinctively his body swerved. His left arm jerked inward to block. Thud. Ugh. Li Mo grunted, his left arm freezing mid-motion, causing the descending blade to veer fractionally off to get slicing just wide of Zhou's neck. That sliver of deviation was all he needed. Zhou dropped his head, just as the blade shrieked past his nape, shearing off strands of hair and a strip of skin. Blood welled instantly. Agony flared, but he used the momentum of his duck, rolling hard to the right. Simultaneously, he ceased suppressing the faint energy resonance emanating from the source crystal shard embedded in his chest, and let a single slender thread of its power slip free. Not to strike, but to disrupt. Li Mo, already reeling from the blow to his wound, staggered again under the sudden, period faint pulse, slowing his reaction by half a heartbeat. Zhou rolled over 2 meters, then scrambled forward on hands and knees, deeper into the thorn-choked gloom. You're dead. Li Mo roared, ignoring his throbbing arm, and swung his blade, shearing through a curtain of thorns to give chase. Li Mo, watch out. Zhou Lai's voice cracked from the side, urgent and sharp. Li Mo froze mid-stride, snapping his vibrating blade across his chest. Almost instantly, she, 3 blinding narrow white blades, sharp as razors cleaving rain itself, lanced from the dense canopy behind and to the side, forming a perfect triangle. They weren't aimed at Li Mo or Zhou. They sealed every possible path Li Mo could take to pursue his prey, cutting off escape, pursuit, and evasion alike. Blazing with lethal precision, they carried an aura of absolute unstoppable sharpness, capable of severing reality itself. Raindrops parted cleanly in their wake. Even the resilient bloodthorns fell silent and severed, like tofu beneath a master chef's knife. Li Mo's face paled. Their angles were diabolical, their velocity terrifying, and the raw energy they carried chilled his blood. This was no apprentice deer attack. Abandoning pursuit, he spun his blade in frantic arcs, weaving a shimmering net of steel before him. Ding, ding, ding. 3 crisp, ringing clashes, white light meeting vibrating steel, sparking showers of incandescent gold. Li Mo's arms jolted violently. His palms burned, his blade trembled under unimaginable force, driving him back 3 full steps. Who dares interfere? Zhou Lai's furious bellow shook the air. His towering frame appeared beside Li Mo as if teleported, eyes blazing like twin searchlights scanning the rain-drenched canopy from which the blades had flown. Their branches swayed. 3 figures leapt down lightly, landing on the waterlogged, leaf-strewn earth, facing Zhou Lai's trio in tense, poised confrontation. They were 2 women and 1 man. The woman leading them stood tall, clad in form-fitting black combat gear overlaid with a short, dark red leather cape. Rain plastered her cropped hair to her pale, elegant temples. Her features were exquisite, but her gaze held the detached, cutting authority of one long accustomed to command, like a legendary sword resting silently in its scabbard. She held a long, slightly curved silver warblade, its surface gleaming like frozen moonlight. Those 3 white blades, undoubtedly hers. Her presence was calm, contained, yet the energy rippling from her rivaled Zhou Lai's own. To her left stood a petite woman with a sharp, practical ponytail, also in black combat fatigues, carrying a composite longbow nearly her own height. Her quiver bristled with custom-forged arrows, and her eyes darted swiftly, assessing every shadow and angle. To her right loomed a mountain of a man, bald-scarred across one cheek, gripping a broadsword wider than a door panel. He grinned, teeth flashing white, his glare locked on Zhou Lai's group with undisguised menace. All 3 bore the dust and scars of battle, but their bearing was disciplined, their gear immaculate. They were no mere survivors or petty enclave warriors. Kyoto's black armor, the lead woman spoke, her voice clear, resonant, edged with frost. Chasing a mere apprentice requires this much spectacle, or has black armor grown so desperate it hunts stray dogs scavenging the ruins? Zhou Lai's gaze hardened, lingering on the silver blade in her hand, and the potent energy it exuded. Planetary tier, at least 3rd stage. The archerwoman radiated apprentice-level energy, 9th stage perhaps. The giant with the great sword, also planetary, but newly ascended, possibly 1st stage. Junwu research, Yiling. Zhou Lai uttered slowly, his tone laced with wary hostility. When did your Whiteblade faction begin operating in High City ruins? This is Kyoto's officially designated black armor operational zone. Yiling's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Operational zone. Commander Zhou, ruins have no masters. Only the strong claim dominion. Extend your claws too far, and someone may sever them at the wrist. Her gaze flickered, almost imperceptibly, to Suzhou, huddled and gasping at the thorn's edge. A flicker of surprise crossed her features, then vanished, replaced by glacial composure. This one, we of Whiteblade claim him. You may withdraw. Her tone was serene, yet carried the weight of sovereign decree. Zhou Lai's expression darkened instantly. Yiling, you court death, he snarled, unleashing his planetary tier aura in a thunderous wave. Golden energy blazing from his body, repelling the rain in a shimmering halo. He is our quarry, our discovery. This concerns a mission of utmost priority. Interfere, and you declare war upon the Kyoto Military Command. War. Yiling laughed softly, lifting her silver blade, its tip now leveled directly at Zhou Lai. Zhou Lai, don't brandish the military command like a cudgel against me. The Stardust Initiative holds no higher clearance than our deep dive operation. This boy's energy signature is unique, and Whiteblade claims him. Leave now or... White light flared fiercely along her blade's edge, searing and blinding. I'll leave you and your hounds buried together in this forest. Tension snapped taut as drawn wire. Sun Rue and Li Mo immediately assumed combat stances, energy rifles, and vibrating blades trained on Yi Ling's trio. The archer drew her bowstring to her ear. The giant lowered his great sword across his chest. Two immense auras clashed midair, rain itself seeming to part, forming a fleeting vacuum between them. Crouched at the thorn's edge, Su Zhou's mind raced. Junwu research. White blade. Black armor. Factions within Kyoto's inner hierarchy. They were clashing over him. Yi Ling's strength seemed equal, if not superior, to Zhou Lai's. This was his sole chance. While their attention remained locked in standoff, he gritted his teeth, suppressing every groan, and began inching backward, silently, agonizingly, toward a lower, darker, denser thicket deeper into the woods. He'd moved less than 2 meters. Where do you think you're going? A bright, teasing voice, so close it brushed his ear. Su Zhou whirled, only to find the petite archer ponytail swinging, standing 3 meters behind him like a specter. Her bow wasn't aimed at him, but the arrow knocked on its string, its tip shimmering with eerie blue frost held him perfectly in its sights. A playful smirk played on her lips, yet her eyes were hawk-sharp. Little apprentice, don't move. Our captain and that fierce gentleman beside you haven't settled terms yet. Wouldn't want my finger to slip. She tilted her head, smile unwavering. Su Zhou froze. Cold sweat drenched his spine. Her speed, utterly silent, utterly inhuman. Planetary tier, or a peak apprentice with extraordinary abilities. Wolves ahead, tigers behind, and beside him, perched like a smiling coiled leopard ready to loose a killing shot at any whim. Hopeless. Despair crashed over him. Even the dark blue crystal embedded in his chest, now pulsing faintly with heat, offered no aid. Its stolen energy, consumed entirely in the earlier chaos, was gone. Just as the standoff teetered on annihilation, and Su Zhou stood trapped in inevitable death. Rule war. A deep, resonant beast roar erupted from the forest's deepest heart, ancient, primordial, vibrating with soul-shaking dominance. It pierced the storm, flooding the entire clearing with crushing dread. It bore none of the frenzied distortion of prior mutants, only raw, brutal antiquity, overwhelming savagery, and terrifying might. With the roar came a suffocating pressure, dense as mountains, flowing like tidal waves from the darkness beyond the trees. Even the rain seemed to hesitate in its fall. Zhou Lai and Yi Ling both whipped their heads toward the sound, their rivalry instantly eclipsed by grim vigilance. The archer's arrow shifted, no longer pointed at Su Zhou, but squarely at the source of the roar deep within the blackness. Damn it, that's a high-tier planetary beast. Do we wake it up? The giant spat. Su Zhou felt the aura too, vastly heavier than Zhou Lai's, magnified many-fold. Yet, simultaneously, his chest's dark blue crystal surged violently, trembling, as if awakened by something ancient and irresistible. The roar was not just a single burst, but a wave like a heavy hammer striking at the heart. From the depths of the dense forest, in the lowest and darkest depression of the terrain, it seemed something was awakening. The ground trembled slightly, the standing water creating irregular ripples. The thick, twisted tree trunks groaned under the strain, while the branches rustled chaotically. The pervasive aura was heavy, primitive, imbued with a chilling and pure hunger. It was not the chaotic aggression of a scavenger, nor the cold greed of a bone-eater, but a more primal and domineering hunger, as if it sought to devour all living beings before it. Zhou Lai and Yi Ling instantly retracted their animosity. Faced with this unknown, likely planet-level terror, the primary mission of the two teams shifted from infighting or competing for targets to survival. Sun Rue Li Mo retreat. Alternate cover, move away from the sound source. Zhou Lai's voice was urgent yet steady. Su Li Qin, who stay alert. Move towards the high ground at 3 o'clock. Yi Ling's command was equally concise, her silver battle knife shimmering with an erratic white light fixed on the depths of darkness. The girl named Su Li immediately retracted her teasing smile. In a flash, she moved like a swift swallow, retreating to Yi Ling's side, drawing her long bow and aiming its arrow at the depression. Qin, who carrying a giant sword, cursed under his breath, but moved quickly, dragging the door with sword with a thunderous sound as he retreated to the side, the sword planted in the ground, splashing mud everywhere. The two groups, who had been on edge just moments before, now distanced themselves from the depression in unison, remaining vigilant of each other and the unknown threat. Only Su Zhou remained. He was shaken by the roar and the terrifying aura, his chest's dark blue crystal vibrating violently, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Was this crystal afraid, or was it responding? He dared not move. The petite girl Su Li had withdrawn, yet the faint perception still enveloped him. The moment he made any movement, that ghostly blue arrow would likely pierce his body instantly. Caught between a rock and a hard place. At that moment, boom, The deepest part of the depression erupted violently. Soil, rubble, and broken wood mixed with murky water shot up like a fountain. A massive dark shadow slowly stood up from the blasted pit. Amidst another flash of lightning that tore the sky, everyone could see the outline of the creature. It was an indescribable giant beast. Measuring over 10 meters in length and nearly 4 meters at the shoulder, its limbs were as robust as temple pillars covered with a heavy, smooth shell akin to obsidian, yet riddled with coarse textures. Its head was enormous, resembling an oversized lizard, but with a longer snout, filled with interlacing, gleaming metallic teeth. On its head were a pair of thick, backward-curving horns, also covered in black shell. Most striking were its eyes. Not a pair, but 3 pairs. 6 scarlet slitted pupils burning like coals slowly rotated in the darkness, devoid of any emotion, only pure ferocity and hunger. It was covered in wet mud and decaying matter, clearly having slept here for a long time. Now awakened, the 6 scarlet pupils instantly locked onto the 2 strongest presences in the vicinity, Zhou Lai and Yi Ling. Planet level. No, it might even reach the threshold of stellar level. Qin Hu gasped, gripping his giant sword tightly, his expression grave. Yi Ling's gaze was sharp as she quickly assessed, extremely high defense, unknown power. Considering its size and shell, its resistance to physical and energy attacks won't be weak. Possible weak points could be the eyes, throat, or joint connections, or perhaps the energy core. Zhou Lai said nothing, only fixed his gaze on the giant beast, the pale golden light of energy surrounding him intensifying, his fist slowly clenching, a terrifying force exceeding 1.0 kilograms surging within his muscles. The giant beast seemed enraged by the defensive stances of these little insects. It let out a low growl, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, opening wide, a foul hot wind rushing towards them. Following that, its powerful hind limbs suddenly pushed off the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. The massive body of the beast exhibited astonishing speed incongruent with its size, like an out-of-control steel war chariot crashing through the obstructing trees and thorns, charging straight at Zhou Lai. Scatter! Zhou Lai shouted, advancing instead of retreating, the pale golden light erupting on his body as he drew his right fist to his waist. Then, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, with a piercing shriek, he slammed his fist into the beast's incoming head. Where the fist passed, the air compressed and exploded, forming visible white shockwaves. Planet level first stage, full power unleashed, a terrifying punch force of 1,000 kilograms. Clang! The impact of fist against shell produced not the dull thud of flesh and blood, but a thunderous sound like a bell tolling. The sound echoed in the subterranean space, causing eardrums to ring. Zhou Lai's fist smashed solidly against the beast's forehead shell. At the moment of contact, the pale golden energy exploded into blinding light. The beast's forward momentum abruptly halted, its head slightly tilting back. But that was all. The punch force, capable of collapsing small buildings and tearing steel, only left a shallow, slightly indented imprint on the beast's obsidian-like shell, without even a crack appearing. The recoil hit Zhou Lai hard, his arm shaking violently, blood surging, his feet stumbled back, 3 steps, each step leaving deep prints in the mud. Such a hard shell. Zhou Lai was alarmed. This defense far exceeded his estimates. The beast, momentarily dazed by the punch, became even more enraged. The 6 scarlet slitted pupils locked onto Zhou Lai. It suddenly swung, its head, its mouth filled with sharp teeth opening wide. Not to bite, but a deep red, unstable energy glow ignited in its throat. The surrounding air instantly became scorching and distorted. Energy attack. Be careful! Yi Ling shouted sharply, her form transforming into a dark red afterimage, appearing instantaneously in front of Zhou Lai's side, her silver battle knife slicing through the air to create a dazzling white arc, aiming to slash at the beast's throat where energy was gathering. The blade light shone like the moon, unmatched in sharpness. Sizzle! The white blade aura grazed the beast's neck shell, producing a burst of dazzling sparks, leaving a half-foot-long, inch-deep gash. Thick, dark red blood oozed from the wound. Effective, but the damage was limited. The beast roared in pain, its energy breath interrupted, and emitted an angry roar, its thick tail sweeping across like a steel whip, creating a piercing wind sound as it struck towards Yi Ling. Yi Ling's form was agile, her battle knife slashing in front of her, a condensed white light shield instantly forming. Bang! The giant tail struck fiercely against the light shield, causing it to shake violently, cracks appearing on the surface. Yi Ling grunted, floating backward, using the force to retreat, shedding most of the impact, but her face paled slightly. This beast's power is terrifying. Sun Rui, Liamo, distract it from its eyes and joints. Zhou Lai steadied himself and immediately gave the order, while once again pouncing forward his fists like a storm enveloped in condensed golden energy, targeting the area near the wound that Yi Ling had inflicted. Sun Rui and Li Mo immediately responded. Sun Rui's energy rifle erupted with continuous blue and white beams accurately shooting at the 6 scarlet-slitted pupils of the beast. Li Mo swung his vibrating battle blade, his form flickering, specifically targeting the joints of the beast's limbs and the base of its tail. Su Li and Qin, who were not idle either. Su Li's bowstring twanged as specially crafted arrows, their tips shimmering with different energy glows shot towards the beast's eyes, nostrils, and ears, its vulnerable points. Qin, who roared, dragging the giant sword, charging at the beast's side like a humanoid tank, swinging the sword with the force to split mountains, aiming for the joint of one of the beast's forelimbs. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Energy beams, white sword lights, golden fist shadows, the gusts from the giant's sword, and bizarre arrows. Various attacks rained down upon the giant beast, exploding into bursts of energy, flames, and sparks from the collision of metals. Although the giant beast's defenses were terrifying and its power immense, facing the siege of 2 planet-level warriors, Zhou Lai and Yi Ling, and 4 high-level apprentices, coupled with its large size leading to relative inflexibility, it was being forced to roar in anger, accumulating new wounds. More and more cracks and damages began to appear on its obsidian-like shell, dark red blood continuously oozing out. Yet it was simply too tough. Those deadly attacks landing on it often resulted only in superficial wounds, unable to truly injure its organs or core. Moreover, its counterattacks were equally fierce, with each tail, swipe, pounce, or bite carrying devastating power, forcing Zhou Lai and others to evade carefully, not daring to take them heed in. At the center of the battlefield, energy surged, dirt flew, and trees toppled in clusters. Suzhou hid at the edge of the thicket, feeling terrified. Is this the battle between planet-level warriors, or even those at the threshold of stellar level? It was too horrifying. Every wave from the collisions made his skin tingle and his breathing difficult. The dark blue crystal in his chest vibrated increasingly violently, even beginning to emit a faint yet exceptionally clear resonance, as if responding to something similar within the giant beast in the center of the battlefield. Could it be? A bizarre conjecture like a venomous snake slithered into Suzhou's mind. He stared fixedly at the raging giant beast, observing its impenetrable obsidian shell, watching the tumultuous and chaotic energy reactions within it, while feeling the increasingly intense vibrations and resonance of the dark blue crystal in his arms. This giant beast, this terrifying entity awakened in the depths of the dense forest, could it be that it was of the same origin as the dark blue crystal sought by the Silver-Eyed One? Or perhaps this crystal was originally taken from this giant beast? Is that why the Silver-Eyed One wanted it? Is that why this giant beast was awakened by the aura of the crystal? This thought sent chills down his spine. If that were the case, then the Silver-Eyed One sending him to retrieve this crystal was simply leading him into the lair of this monster. No, it might even be a deliberate attempt to use the aura of the crystal to lure this sleeping monster out. For what? To create chaos. To test something. Or, for other purposes. There was no time to think further. Just as his mind raced, the battlefield situation suddenly changed. The prolonged assault seemed to have thoroughly enraged the giant beast. Its 6 scarlet-slitted pupils ignited with a terrifying bloodlight, and it let out a roar that shook the surroundings. Immediately after, the damaged shell gaps on its body and the wounds caused by the attacks erupted with blinding dark red energy light. A more violent, chaotic, and destructive energy wave surged forth from it, centered on its form. Roar! The dark red energy swept out like a tide. Where it passed, the ground was plowed into deep trenches, and the remaining trees and thorns were instantly reduced to powder. Even the rainwater was evaporated into large clouds of white mist. Energy runaway. Retreat. Yi Ling's expression changed drastically as she shouted, rapidly waving her silver battle knife, laying down layers of dense white blade nets. Zhou Lai also roared, crossing his fists over his chest, as pale golden energy coalesced into a heavy light shield. Su Li and Qin, who also deployed their defenses. Sun Rui and Li Mo were slightly farther away, but they quickly crouched down, maximizing their energy shields. However, this time the giant beast's energy eruption had an extremely wide range, and its power far exceeded before. Boom! The dark red energy wave collided violently against everyone's defenses. Yi Ling's blade nets shattered layer by layer. She let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from her mouth as she was thrown backward. Zhou Lai's golden light shield trembled violently, covered in cracks, as his feet, plowed 2 deep trenches into the ground, barely managing to stabilize himself after retreating several meters, his face pale. Su Li and Qin Hu's defenses were also instantly shattered, the two of them thrown out like kites with severed strings crashing heavily into the mud, their fates unknown. Sun Rui and Li Mo fared even worse. The energy shield they propped up shattered like paper, and they were swept away by the energy backlash, screaming as they spewed blood, crashing through several small trees and collapsing on the ground, struggling to rise. In just one strike, aside from Zhou Lai and Yi Ling, who barely held on, but were severely injured, all 4 high-level apprentices were rendered incapable of fighting. The giant beast seemed to have expended a tremendous amount of energy from this full-force attack, its dark red glow dimming, panting heavily, but the ferocity in its 6 scarlet pupils showed no signs of waning, firmly locking onto Zhou Lai and Yi Ling, clearly preparing to launch a final strike to completely tear apart these insects that disturbed its slumber. Zhou Lai and Yi Ling exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity and a hint of despair in each other's eyes. This beast's strength far exceeded their estimates. The earlier energy runaway had undoubtedly reached the destructive threshold of stellar level. Both of them had sustained significant internal injuries. If they continued fighting, the odds would be grim. The giant beast growled lowly, beginning to gather energy, the dark red energy flowing faintly over its surface once more. At this critical juncture, hidden at the edge of the thicket, temporarily overlooked by everyone, including the giant beast, Su Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of mad determination. He suddenly pulled out the dark blue crystal from his bosom. No longer concealing it, he fully unleashed the crystal's intense energy fluctuations and resonance. Buzz! A pure icy blue light imbued with the power of countless stars erupted from the crystal, illuminating the chaotic battlefield like another bright moon rising in the night. The giant beast, poised to unleash its final strike, froze abruptly. Its 6 scarlet-slitted pupils turned simultaneously towards the blue crystal in Su Zhou's hand. The violent red in its pupils was instantly replaced by an incredulous greed, desire, and a hint of confusion. It seemed to recognize this light, this aura. Su Zhou raised the crystal high, pouring all his strength into it, and hurled it deep into the forest towards a dark area opposite Zhou Lai and Yi Ling. Do you want it? Go get it. The dark blue crystal traced a beautiful arc sparkling with blue light as it flew towards the depths of the forest. The giant beast let out a roar mixed with ecstasy and rage, no longer caring about Zhou Lai and Yi Ling before it. Its massive body swiftly turned, its limbs powering up as it thundered towards the direction where the crystal fell. Every step shook the ground, toppling countless trees. Opportunity! Zhou Lai and Yi Ling instantly reacted. Go! The two shouted simultaneously without any hesitation, forcefully drawing in qi. Their forms transformed into 2 streaks of light, rushing towards their injured teammates. Zhou Lai towards Sun Rui and Li Mo, while Yi Ling dashed towards Su Li and Qin Hu. They needed to evacuate the injured immediately. The giant beast chasing after the crystal was only temporary. Once it got the crystal or failed to find it, it could turn back at any moment. After throwing the crystal, Su Zhou also turned around immediately, exerting his last bit of strength, running towards another direction, towards the edge of the forest where the trees were relatively sparse and the outlines of buildings could be faintly seen. His face was pale, forcing the crystal's resonance, and throwing it had nearly drained the last remnants of his spirit and stamina. But he could not stop. The giant beast, the hunting dogs, the blades. Anyone could take his life now. He had just run a few dozen meters when he heard the furious roar of the giant beast and the sound of trees being toppled behind him, clearly indicating it had reached the vicinity of the crystal's landing point. Following that, there was the sound of Zhou Lai and Yi Ling quickly retreating with the injured, each heading in different directions. No one paid attention to him, this little apprentice. Su Zhou gritted his teeth, stumbling through the wind, and rain gasping like a broken bellows, his vision blurring. He did not know if he was heading in the right direction, nor what lay ahead, only that he had to leave this damned forest to escape those terrifying monsters and hunters. His arms were empty. The dark blue crystal was gone. Had the Silver-Eyed One's deal failed? Or was this all part of the Silver-Eyed One's plan? He did not know. He only knew that once again he had carved a bloody path from despair, though the cost was heavy and the road ahead remained unclear. But at least he was still alive. The wind and rain in the dense forest remained furious, concealing all traces of slaughter and flight. Only the dark blue crystal, cast into the depths of the darkness, lay quietly amidst the rotting leaves and mud, emitting a faint yet constant blue light, like a cold eye in the darkness, waiting silently. The structure was not a house. It was a colossal cylindrical metal shell lying horizontally upon the earth, deeply corroded. Its rusted surface a dark crimson, like dried blood scabs peeled away in layered flakes. No one knew whether it had once been a factory chimney from the old era or the shattered remnant of some vast conduit. One end vanished beneath the soil, the other angled sharply skyward, its mouth torn open into a ragged gash, like that of a toothless yawning jaw. Zhou crawled inside almost on all fours, smearing his limbs with mud and rust. Within, the space proved far larger than expected, a forsaken metallic cavern. Murky rainwater pooled on the floor, cascading noisily through the gaping hole in the ceiling. The air reeked of sharp metallic tang and damp rot, yet it offered shelter. Wind and rain held at bay, and for now muffled the chaotic sounds beyond the forest, the distant roars of titanic beasts, the fading echoes of hounds and white-bladed hunters retreating into silence. He collapsed onto the inner wall of the rusted shell where the surface remained relatively dry, gasping hoarsely. His lungs felt choked with searing sand. Each breath sent jolts of agony through him. Not a single inch of his body escaped pain, especially the raw wound on his nape, where Limo's warblade had scraped away flesh, burning raw and fierce. Blood seeped anew through the bandage on his left shoulder, mingling with mud into a blackish red sludge. Exhaustion, bone-deep, soul-crushing, so profound he longed only for death, washed over him. His hand drifted to his chest. The source crystal shard remained there, nestled against his skin, still warm, but its earlier vibrant, satiated hum had faded. Now only a steady, quiet pulse lingered, accompanied by a sharper, unmistakable hunger. The indigo-blue crystal was gone, hurled away to divert the beast. He dared not imagine Silver Eye's reaction. Had the deal collapsed? Or had that crystal always been nothing more than bait? He refused to dwell on it. All he could cling to was this singular, staggering truth: he was still alive. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright, leaning against the cold, unyielding iron wall, and fumbled inside his nearly empty waist pouch. His last roll of bandages had run out. Only a few drops of cell-regenerative serum remained at the bottom of the vial. He unscrewed the cap and poured the pale blue liquid onto the deepest wounds, at his nape and left shoulder. A cool relief spread, dulling the ache. There was no food. Zhao Yan's high-energy paste had long since vanished. Water, however, was plentiful. Rain streamed down just outside. Though filthy, it could be purified with tablets, and was drinkable. He withdrew the water purification tablet tin and shook it. Empty. The final tablet, lost somewhere during his frantic flight. Damn. He ran his tongue over cracked, peeling lips, his throat burned with thirst. Hesitating only a moment, he stretched out his hand and caught a trickle of rainwater dripping through the breach, turbid, laced with iron's bitter taste. He glanced once, closed his eyes, and tipped his head back to drink. It was icy, acrid, scraping down his throat and triggering a violent cough. Yet it was water, real life-sustaining water. A few sips eased the worst of his dizziness. He shut his eyes again and began guiding his consciousness inward, practicing the Kigwaden's technique. His awareness sank into the frigid expanse of inherited space, seeking the image of the vortex. It was agonizingly difficult. His spirit utterly drained, his focus scattered. The source crystal shard responded feebly, drawing only a thread-thin trickle of energy from the polluted air, pathetically insufficient for his grievously wounded, hollowed-out body. This would not suffice. Even hidden here, his injuries would not heal, nor would his strength return. The hounds and white-bladed hunters might still linger nearby. The Titan beast could circle back at any moment. And who knew what else might emerge from the ruined shadows? He needed energy, direct, abundant, potent. His gaze drifted involuntarily across the cavernous interior, to the vast rust-veined metal shell surrounding him. The source iron within the scavenger's body, the refined metallic essence of that half-melted energy rifle barrel, had been devoured by the source crystal shard, yielding nourishing energy in return. Then what of this sea of corroded steel? Ordinary pre-cataclysm iron surely held no concentrated energy essence. Otherwise the ruins would have long since been stripped bare by scavengers. Yet scavengers sought to fuse with metals. Did that imply certain alloys, or metals exposed to unique environmental conditions, possessed an inherent allure for them, or for the source crystal shard? He did not know, but he had no choice. Slowly he reached out and pressed his palm against the cold, coarse, rust-pitted iron beside him. With deliberate intent, he extended the faintest whisper of will, alongside the shard's deep, instinctive yearning for energy, toward the immense metallic artifact. At first, nothing. The shell lay inert, silent as stone. Undeterred, Zhou gathered his waning concentration and recalled the precise sensation of guiding the shard to drain the insect swarm, Not brute force consumption, but a delicate surgical extraction of a specific essence embedded within matter. He imagined his will as an invisible sieve sifting through the corroded metal, searching for particles unlike any other, unique, resonant, vital. It was painstakingly slow, excruciatingly arduous. His mental reserves bled away, cold sweat beaded upon his brow. Just as despair threatened to drown him, there came a response, infinitesimal yet unmistakable. A faint heat-laden resonance emanating from roughly half a meter beneath the point where his palm touched the shell. It was not raw energy, but something closer to a lingering attribute, an impossibly thin, nearly dissipated trace, yet possessing a profound, elevated essence, a fusion of fire and metal. This shell, was it not ordinary steel? Or had it once contained or been exposed to some extreme high-temperature, high-energy substance, leaving behind this faint, enduring signature? Zhou's spirit surged. Instantly, he focused every fragment of his awareness upon that fragile, shimmering warmth, his will sharpening into a probing needle, delving deeper with infinite care. As he pressed inward, the warmth grew marginally clearer. Simultaneously, the source crystal shard's pulse quickened, radiating unmistakable interest. There was hope. Without hesitation, Zhou guided the shard's ravenous instinct, synchronizing it with his own will. Peeling away, extracting, drawing forth that rare, singular, metallic essence from the colossal dormant shell, as though unraveling silk from a cocoon. The process was vastly slower and more grueling than consuming insects or a rifle barrel. For his quarry was neither living chi nor a structurally simple alloy, but a vanishingly scarce quality dispersed throughout a mountain of mundane steel. It was like sifting gold dust from an endless desert. A filament of faint golden light, warm, radiant, carrying a subtle heat, began to rise from the depths of the shell. Drawn as if by magnetism, it drifted slowly toward his palm, then seeped through his skin into his body, finally absorbed by the source crystal shard at his chest. The flow was minuscule, yet astonishingly pure, imbued with a gentle, refining heat, as though capable of burning away impurities. The moment it entered him, Zhou sensed the difference. The coolness of insect ki, the icy sharpness of rifle barrel energy, both paled beside this golden warmth. It suffused his frozen limbs with comfort. Even the searing pain of his wounds softened, especially the internal damage wrought by corrosive energies and chemical burns, soothed, repaired, as if caressed by healing fire. More significantly, as that slender golden current flowed in the nebula-like swirl deep within the source crystal shard, seemed, just slightly, to brighten. Its rotation too accelerated almost imperceptibly, as if this tiny influx, though meager in quantity, possessed extraordinary quality, nurturing the shard more effectively than greater volumes ever had. A sudden clarity dawned upon Zhou. So it was. The source crystal shard craved not merely volume, but quality. High-grade energy or substances rich in specific essences were essential to repair it and awaken its latent powers. He intensified his focus, becoming the most patient of miners, painstakingly extracting grain by grain that rare golden essence from the rusted shell. Time slipped away. The storm softened, night deepened. Inside the metallic cavern, only the soft plink of falling rain and Zhou's gradually steadying breath broke the silence. Under the gentle infusion of those golden threads, his wounds knit together at an accelerated pace. The abrasion on his nape had already scabbed over it, deep muscle and tendon tears on his left shoulder pulsed with intense, healthy itching, signs of rapid regeneration and reconnection. Though his fractured ribs could not mend instantly, their agony had receded by more than half. Most profoundly, the crushing mental exhaustion dissolved strand by strand under the warm, restorative energy. Though far from peak condition, he no longer teetered on the brink of unconscious collapse. How long had passed? An hour? 2? Perhaps longer. At last, the final trace of that golden essence vanished from the shell's depths, utterly spent, undetectable. Zhou slowly withdrew his hand and exhaled, a heavy, metallic-tasting breath. He tested his limbs, sore, yes, but functional. He clenched his fist, strength returning tangible and real. Glancing down, he saw the source crystal shard glowing with a soft, serene luminescence, its inner nebula spun steadily, powerfully, even more vital than after consuming the scavenger. Though still far from full activation, it no longer flickered with the frailty of near extinction. Rising, he walked to the breach in the shell. The rain had nearly ceased, leaving only sparse, drifting filaments. Cold, damp wind swept in. Outside, darkness reigned absolute, save for occasional distant glimmers of phosphorescence, perhaps from mutated flora or something stranger still. It was time to leave. This place offered no lasting sanctuary. With one final grateful glance at the metallic relic that had saved his life and granted him precious sustenance, he ducked low and slipped out through the jagged opening. The chill night wind struck his face, sharpening his senses. He oriented himself. The dense forest lay behind, the rendezvous zone with Silver Eyes lay southeast, likely not far from here. Yet after the chaos of the Titan Beast and the Hunter Squad, he could not assume safety. He resolved to move cautiously southeastward, observing before committing. After only a few steps, his foot struck something hard. He looked down. By the faintest starlight, clouds parting to reveal a scattering of distant points, he saw a palm-sized metal tag half buried in muddy water. He stooped, retrieved it, and wiped away the grime. The tag appeared to be an identification marker, crafted from an unusual alloy resilient enough to resist total decay despite severe corrosion. Faint engravings marred its surface, a stylized emblem resembling leaping incandescent flames. Beneath it, inscribed text read, Project Designation LH7. Carrier High Temperature Composite Conduit Beta Variant. Infuse it text illegible. Only 2 fragmented radicals remain, Li and Hua. Status decommissioned, reaction terminated. Warning, trace residual high activity. Text fully eroded. Li Hua. Su Zhou's breath caught. LH7. Li Hua. Could this shell have been part of an old-era experimental project named Li Hua, a high-energy initiative involving conduits? Had it once carried an intensely active fire-aligned substance, leaving behind that residual heat-infused metallic signature? And if so, was this phenomenon linked to the high-quality energy or essence the source crystal shard required? The indigo-blue crystal Silver Eyes sought the Titan Beast's visceral reaction to it, and now this Li Hua residue. A vast, intricate web was unfolding beneath the ruins, slowly, silently, inexorably. And he, unwittingly, had stumbled straight into its heart. He tucked the metal tag into his tunic and turned away. Survival came first, then if possible fulfilling the deal, and fleeing this increasingly uncanny land. He stepped forward, his figure dissolving into the ruins' enveloping darkness, moving with stealth toward the southeast. Within his chest, the source crystal shard pulsed with unwavering gentle warmth. The metal tag rested cold and unyielding against his ribs. Ahead, the night remained impenetrably deep. Not far to the southeast, the woods thinned out. The grotesque trees dwindled, replaced by scattered debris of broken bricks and tiles on the ground. The earthy scent in the air faded, giving way once more to the familiar stench of rust and mud. Su Zhou climbed a gentle slope atop, which stood a half-collapsed stone wall. He crouched behind it, peering forward. Below the slope, the terrain flattened, resembling the edge of an abandoned town. A few tilting 2- or 3-story buildings stood dark and eerie, their windows like hollow eyes. Further away, about a kilometer off, a dark, undulating silhouette of buildings pressed against the horizon, far larger than any ruins he had seen before, like a crouching beast. Was that the heart of the old city ruins? The dense forest that Silver Eyes had mentioned should lie at the border between that cluster of buildings and this wasteland. Just as Su Zhou was pondering how to approach, his ears caught a faint sound. Not wind, not beastly roars, but an engine. Low and restrained, yet unmistakable, coming from slightly north of his direction. More than one vehicle. Hounds. Or white blades. Hadn't they retreated far? Or had they returned? Su Zhou's heart tightened. He immediately ducked back behind the wall, holding his breath. His condition had improved, but he was far from ready to confront a fully armed squad of martial artists. The engine noise didn't approach. Instead, it veered northwest, gradually fading into the wind. Not coming for him. Or had they not spotted him? He dared not let his guard down. After lying still for a few more minutes, confirming no further sounds, he slowly raised his head. The distant cluster of buildings seemed undisturbed. He had to reach the meeting point as quickly as possible. Whether Silver Eyes was still there, or the deal still stood, at least that place might offer temporary safety or other clues. He vaulted over the low wall and moved swiftly along a half-overgrown path, once a trail, toward the massive silhouette of the buildings. His steps were light, his eyes and ears on high alert. Approaching the town's edge, he chose a relatively intact building with windows and doors boarded up. Circled to the back, found a gap in the damaged wall, and slipped inside sideways. Inside was pitch black, thick with choking dust. He leaned against the wall, catching his breath, while listening intently for outside sounds. Silence. He activated Zhao Yan's electronic tablet, its faint blue light illuminating a small area. The map showed his current position was less than 800 meters in a straight line from the target forest's edge. But between lay a relatively open area, once a plaza or parking lot, along with several low rows of buildings resembling warehouses or factories. Crossing directly was too risky. He decided to skirt around following the shadows of the structures. Just as he put away the tablet and prepared to move, a sudden, urgent clanging, like metal striking metal, rang out from outside, accompanied by a few short, sharp hisses. The sound came from nearby, seemingly a street away, separated by a couple of buildings. Not human. A mutated creature. Fighting. Zhou froze, holding his breath again. The hissing ceased, quickly replaced by a teeth-grinding crunch like bones being chewed, lasting a dozen seconds before fading away. Dead silence. Zhou waited, confirming no further activity, then crept to a boarded-up window and peered through the cracks. The street was empty, only the rustle of wind-blown scraps. Whatever had made the noise was gone. He frowned, wasting no more time. He slipped out through another hole in the building, hugging the wall's shadow, and continued toward the forest. The rest of the journey went relatively smoothly. He carefully avoided several potentially dangerous spots, such as a cave emitting a strong stench or ruins with clear signs of large creature activity. After about 20 minutes, he finally neared the forest's edge. The trees here were somewhat more normal than those he had fled from, still twisted with oddly colored leaves, but at least lacking the slime-secreting vines and dark purple growths. The cloying sweetness in the air had also faded. He hid behind a half-collapsed brick wall, studying the woods ahead. The night was thick and the forest was as dark as ink, revealing nothing. Silver Eyes had specified a spot deep in the woods where 3 massive gray-white rocks form a triangle. He hadn't even entered the forest yet, let alone found the rocks. Go in. Or wait. He touched the cold metal plate in his chest and felt the warmth of the source crystal fragment. Time was running out. He had discarded the shielding piece and the fragment's aura might have been exposed. The hounds and white blades were somewhere unknown, and the beast could return any time. Waiting would only invite more variables. He took a deep breath, slipped out from behind the wall, and slid into the forest shadow like a cat, silent and swift. The forest floor was thick with humus, soft and nearly noiseless underfoot. Visibility was terrible. He could barely make out shapes a few meters ahead. He dared not use any light source, relying on faint starlight and his enhanced night vision to navigate. As he moved, he kept an eye out for the 3 gray-white rocks in a triangle. At the same time, his ears strained for any unusual sound. Aside from the rustle of wind through leaves and his own breath and heartbeat, there was nothing. After about 100 or 200 meters, the woods grew denser and the ground began to undulate with small mounds. He climbed one and the view ahead opened slightly. By the faint starlight filtering through the canopy, he vaguely saw about 50 or 60 meters ahead several massive lighter-colored shapes arranged in a triangle. Was that it? Zhou's heart tightened. He slowed his pace, approaching with greater caution. At about 30 meters, he hid behind a thick bark-cracked tree and peered intently. Indeed, 3 massive gray-white rocks stood out in the darkness. Each was 3 to 4 meters tall, with rough, weathered surfaces covered in moss. Between them lay a small, relatively flat clearing. It was empty. Silver Eyes was not there. Zhou did not approach immediately. He stayed behind the tree, scanning the clearing while pushing his senses to the limit. No energy fluctuations, no life signs, no traps or anomalies. Only the moan of wind through rock crevices and the faint chirping of distant insects. After waiting about 5 minutes, still nothing. Had Silver Eyes broken the appointment? Or had it never intended to come? Or was he too late? Thoughts raced through Zhou's mind. He slowly stepped out from behind the tree, approaching the rocks warily. In the center of the clearing, he looked around. The rocks were cold and hard, the ground damp earth and fallen leaves. No marks, no messages. He pulled out the metal pick Silver Eyes had given him to open the dark blue crystal shell and touched the leaf fire plate. The item was gone, but the clue and tool remained. Silver Eyes wanted the crystal, but it was lost. The deal? As he pondered, his gaze drifted to the base of one gray-white rock. A patch of moss there seemed a different shade, as if something had scraped it off, revealing lighter rock beneath. He crouched to examine it. The scrape was fresh, with damp moss fragments at the edges. The shape resembled a shoe sole or a claw. Had someone or something been here recently? Silver Eyes, or something else? He reached out and touched the exposed rock. It was cold and rough, but as his fingers brushed a tiny crevice, click, an extremely faint, almost inaudible sound of a mechanism came from within the rock. Zhou's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he leaped backward. Yet the expected trap or attack did not come. Instead, around the crevice he had touched, a dense network of faint silver light lines like circuit traces began to glow on the rock's surface. The light spread rapidly, covering an area about a foot square, then retracted inward. The rock's surface silently slid open, revealing a palm-sized square recess. Inside lay an object. Not the dark blue crystal, but a slightly smaller, entirely gray-black, matte, irregularly shaped metal fragment. The fragment was thin with rough edges as if broken off from something. It bore no patterns or text. Zhou halted a few steps away, eyeing the recess and the fragment warily. Was this left by Silver Eyes? Because he hadn't brought the crystal, it gave this as compensation, or something else. He waited. The recess showed no further changes, and the rock remained still. He stepped forward, carefully reached out, and picked up the gray-black metal fragment. It was cold, heavy, with a texture neither metal nor stone. Upon close inspection, the broken edge revealed a strange star-like crystalline structure, but it was dull. The moment he lifted the fragment, the silver light in the recess vanished, and the sliding stone panel silently closed, returning to its original state, as if never opened. At the same time, Zhou felt the gray-black fragment vibrate slightly. An extremely faint but distinct stream of mental information flowed directly into his mind. Fragment recorded. Key fragment 1 collected. Next clue: shadow of the gray tower, embers of fire. Time limit none. The information stream ended there, cold and concise. Fragment. Key fragment. Shadow of the gray tower, embers of fire. Zhou gripped the cold key fragment, his mind racing. Had Silver Eyes never expected him to retrieve the dark blue crystal? Or was the crystal itself a decoy, the true goal being this key fragment? Shadow of the gray tower, embers of fire. Gray tower. A tower in that distant building cluster. Fire. Indeed, linked to the metal plate. So everything, from Silver Eyes' appearance to guiding him to retrieve the crystal to giving him the shielding piece and data, and finally leaving this key fragment and next clue, was a designed sequence. Had he been playing a part in its script all along? A chill ran up his spine, but he had no time to dwell. Silver Eyes' time limit was none, meaning no pressure, but also that it might adjust plans anytime, or his role as a pawn was temporarily over. Regardless, the priority now was to leave. With this key fragment and clue, he hadn't come away empty-handed. He carefully stored the gray-black metal piece and turned to leave the clearing. But just as he turned, a faint sound like a snake slithering over leaves came from behind him, from deeper in the dark woods. Not the wind. Zhou froze, slowly turning his head. About 20 meters away, beneath the shadow of an especially thick leafy tree, a pair of eyes had appeared. Not silver-gray mechanical eyes. Human eyes, clear black and white. In the darkness, they gazed at him silently. The eyes were strikingly clear, like two cold springs in the thick darkness. There was no killing intent, no curiosity, just a silent gaze that made the hairs on Zhou's neck stand on end. He tightened his grip on the folding knife, lowering his body slightly like a coiled leopard, yet he did not move. The enemy had appeared this close without a sound, their strength far beyond his own. Making a rash move or fleeing would only mean death. Captain, you guessed right. You really did come here. A crisp but emotionless female voice rang out, carrying a faint trace of weariness. It was the woman with the bow, Su Li. She stepped out from the shadow of the trees. There were mud stains on her clothes, but her movements remained agile. The compound longbow, nearly as tall as she was, hung loosely over her shoulder, and a few arrows were missing from her quiver. She gave Zhou a once-over, her gaze pausing on his tattered, blood-stained clothes and pale face. You're badly hurt, but you can still walk. Tough luck. What do you want? Zhou's voice came out hoarse. He knew they were from White Blade, not the same faction as the Hounds, but just as dangerous. Nothing much. Su Li walked over to the 3 grayish-white rocks and casually leaned against one, her eyes sweeping over the groove that had opened and then shut, showing no surprise. Captain, you said if you made it here alive, would take you somewhere. If you died on the way, so be it. Where? A temporary shelter. Safer than here. Su Li straightened up. Relax. If we wanted you dead, you'd have been killed back in the woods. Captain Yi is quite interested in you, especially that blue stone you threw to lure away the Earth Dragon, and that strange energy sent on you. Earth Dragon. Was that the name of the giant beast? Zhou remained silent. It was clear they had witnessed his entire struggle with the beast and the hounds. Now the knife was at his throat. He had no choice. At least for now, White Blade seemed less hostile than the hounds. Follow me. Don't try any tricks, and don't think about running. You can't outrun my arrows. Su Li turned and headed in another direction through the dense woods, her footsteps light, nearly soundless. Zhou gritted his teeth and followed. The source crystal shard in his chest warmed faintly, emitting only a vague sense of alert with no stronger warning of danger. He touched the newly acquired gray-black metal piece and the fire token in his bosom, then slid the folding knife back into his waist holster, ready to draw. The two moved one after the other through the darkness. Su Li seemed familiar with the terrain, choosing paths where the trees were sparser and the ground easier to traverse, while avoiding areas Zhou had sensed were off. She moved at a steady pace, deliberately keeping it slow enough for the severely injured Zhou to barely keep up. After about 15 minutes, a faint glow appeared ahead. It wasn't natural phosphorescence, but the flickering orange light of a campfire along with a faint smell of roasted meat and herbs. Pushing through the last patch of bushes, the view opened up. It was a small clearing, the ground deliberately cleared with 3 modest campfires burning in a triangular arrangement. 2 simple military tents were set up in the center, and beside them were 2 camouflaged spindle-shaped off-road vehicles, slightly smaller than the Hounds, but more compact and agile. One vehicle had a radar-like device mounted on its roof, while the other had modified weapon racks currently empty. Around the fires, 7 or 8 people sat or stood. Yiling sat on a piece of canvas near the central fire, carefully wiping the silver battle blade with a soft cloth. The firelight flickered across her cold, sharp profile, casting shifting shadows. She had shed the dark red cloak, wearing only a form-fitting black combat suit that outlined her strong, graceful figure. Beside her was the giant Qin, who bare-chested, his iron-like muscles exposed alongside several fresh scabbed wounds. He was gnawing on a large charred leg of some unknown animal, eating with abandoned grease dripping from his mouth. The others were either checking equipment, talking in low voices, or standing guard by the vehicles. When they saw Su Li bringing Zhou over, everyone's gaze immediately focused on him, scrutinizing, curious, and with a faint undercurrent of wariness. "Captain Yi, I've brought him." Su Li walked up to Yiling and said softly. Yiling stopped wiping the blade and looked up, her gaze settling calmly on Zhou. Her eyes were beautiful but too sharp, like unsheathed blades that could easily strip away all pretense. "Sit." She pointed to a relatively dry stone across from the fire. Zhou didn't move, just looked at her. "Why bring me here?" "Good question." Yiling sheathed the blade smoothly at her side. "First, you have information we need. About the earth dragon, the blue crystal you threw, and yourself." She paused. "Second, we need someone familiar with this ruins underground. You seem to know it well. Third, that mad dog Zhou Lai is hunting you, and I don't like him, or the way black armor reaches too far. Is that reason enough?" It was direct, frank, and carried an undeniable force. Zhou was silent for a moment, then walked over and sat on the stone, keeping a bit of distance from the fire. The warmth of the campfire dispelled some of the night's chill, but his body remained tense. "I don't know any information. The crystal was something I found and threw away. The earth dragon was your fight. Am not familiar with these ruins either. I just hid to survive." "Oh." Yiling raised an eyebrow, seemingly unsurprised by his answer. "Finding something like that and escaping both Zhou Lai and the earth dragon. That's some luck." Qin, who's still gnawing on meat, laughed hoarsely. "Kid, don't play dumb. That shabby energy fluctuation of yours can't fool our captain's spirit eye. You've got the scent of source on you. Faint but unmistakable. And you and that earth dragon had some resonance." Zhou's heart tightened. The scent of source. Did he mean the source crystal shard? Could they sense it? Spirit eye. Was it some special ability? "Qin, who?" Yiling shot the giant a glance, and he immediately shut up and went back to eating. "You're badly injured, but you survived and made it to the meeting point quickly. That means you have your own methods." Yiling turned back to Zhou, her tone calm. "I have no interest in your secrets as long as you don't hinder White Blade's mission. We need to cross the core area of the old city ahead to reach a certain place. You seem familiar with the underground pipes and the ruins' edges. You can guide us and avoid unnecessary trouble. In exchange, we can offer some protection," and her eyes swept over his tattered clothes and the wounds barely hidden beneath. "Food, medicine, and a way to leave this area safely." "Guide them." Zhou's mind raced. The old city's core area. The clue left by Silver Eye's shadow of gray tower embers of fire was likely there. He was heading there anyway. Following White Blade might let him use their strength to cross more dangerous areas while probing for news of Gray Tower and Leaf Fire. The risk was that he was courting danger. These people's true motives were unclear, and once his secrets were exposed. "Where are you going?" he asked. "That's not for you to ask." Yiling's tone remained flat, but carried a warning. Zhou fell silent. He needed time to weigh the pros and cons. Just then a faint electronic hum came from the edge of the clearing. One of the guards by the vehicle approached, grabbed a palm-sized screen from the car, glanced at it, and quickly walked over to Yiling, whispering a few words. Yiling's expression darkened slightly. She took the screen, studied it for a few seconds, then looked up, scanning the group. Her gaze finally settled on Zhou, a glint of amusement in her eyes. "Interesting." She handed the screen to Su Li. "That mad dog Zhou Lai and his men are moving fast toward this direction. Judging by the route, they're heading straight for this forest edge. How did they lock on? Su Li glanced at the screen and frowned. Energy tracking. Or a biological marker. We cleaned up our trail when we pulled out. Yiling didn't answer, just looked at Zhou and said slowly, did they leave anything on you? Like a micro-tracker. Or some kind of energy mark. Zhou froze, shaking his head instinctively. He had nothing on him but rags. Where would a tracker come from? Energy mark. The hound's instruments had scanned him, but... Wait. He suddenly remembered being grazed on the back of his neck by Li Mo's battle blade. Could the blade have been coated with something? He reached up and touched the back of his neck. The wound had scabbed over hard and a little painful. He focused, but aside from the pain of the wound itself, he sensed nothing unusual. I don't know, he said honestly. One of their men cut my neck with a blade. Yiling's eyes sharpened. She stood and walked behind Zhou. Su Li followed, holding a palm-sized scanner that glowed with a faint blue light. Don't move, Yiling said coolly, her fingers lightly brushing the edge of the scabbed wound on Zhou's neck. Su Li brought the scanner, closed the blue light, sweeping over the injury. Seconds later, the scanner emitted a very faint beep and a tiny blinking red that appeared on the screen embedded deep within the scab tissue. High-frequency energy resonance marker subcutaneous implant, very stealthy, with extremely weak energy fluctuation, hard to detect with standard scans. Su Li's expression turned grim. It's a classic Black Armor Hound trick. They use special blades that implant a marker into the target while causing the wound. The marker continuously emits a specific energy resonance. Unless you cut out the flesh or use a specialized jammer, it's nearly impossible to remove, and it locks onto their main tracker. Zhou's heart sank. Of course, the hounds had left a backup plan. No wonder they could track him through the storm and energy chaos. Can it be removed? Yiling asked. Su Li shook her head, putting away the scanner. The marker has fused with the flesh. Forcibly cutting it out would enlarge the wound and might trigger a tiny energy burst, causing more damage. Our jammer isn't powerful enough. It can only temporarily block the signal for a short, while not eliminate it. Would need specialized medical equipment or advanced energy purification. Yiling was silent for 2 seconds, then looked at Zhou. The hint of amusement in her eyes vanished, replaced by a resolute decision. Zhou Lai will reach this area in at most 15 minutes. The marker is on you. If we keep you with us, we're a sitting duck. Zhou clenched his fists. The implication was clear. Either he left on his own to draw away the hounds, or Whiteblade might simply deal with him to avoid trouble. Weren't you the ones who wanted a guide? He rasped. That was before you became a liability and a beacon. Yiling's voice was calm, but carried an unyielding coldness. Now you're carrying a beacon pointing right here. I'll give you 2 choices. First, leave on your own. Run in the opposite direction as far as you can and draw the hounds away. If you're lucky, you might survive. She paused, her eyes sweeping over Su Li and Qin Hu. Su Li stood expressionless, her hand already on the bowstring. Qin Hu had put down the meat leg, wiped his mouth, and was eyeing Zhou with ill intent. Second, we release you, then toss your body and the processed marker remnants in another direction to mislead Zhou Lai. Yiling's voice clear and icy cut through the crackling fire. Choose one. The air froze. The other Whiteblade members around the fire stopped what they were doing, their gazes locking onto Zhou. The pressure was crushing. Cold sweat beaded on Zhou's forehead, his heart pounding wildly. He looked into Yiling's cold, sharp eyes and knew she wasn't joking. These martial artists from the capital treated life like grass, especially when it came to missions and their own safety. Could he run? In his current state, could he escape a planetary-level martial artist pursuit? It was almost certain death. Staying. He'd likely become a corpse in moments. A dead end. Again. But this time there wasn't even a chance to fight back. His fingers unconsciously brushed the cold, gray-black metal piece in his bosom, the key fragment one. The firelight danced in Yiling's eyes, 2 cold, flickering flames beneath a frozen lake. Around her, the gazes of the Whiteblade team members cut like blades scraping bare bone. The scent of roasting meat mingled with blood and medicinal herbs, thick and cloying in the throat, enough to stir nausea. 15 minutes. Zhou Lai was closing in like a rabid hound drawn by the stench of gore. The mark was embedded deep in the flesh, impossible to scrape out, impossible to outrun. Choice. There was none. Zhou's throat tightened, parched and aching. He looked at Yiling. His voice was hoarse, yet each word struck with deliberate force against the crackle of the fire. I can temporarily suppress that mark. A faint, almost imperceptible lift curved Yiling's brow. Su Li's fingers remained motionless upon the bowstring, but his gaze sharpened with quiet scrutiny. Qin Hu let out a low huss, seized his water skin, and drank deeply. the water tracing glistening paths down his bristled jaw and across his chest. "Speak." Yi Ling uttered a single word. Zhou offered no explanation, only closed his eyes and sank his consciousness inward toward his chest. The source crystal shard radiated gentle warmth. The faint golden current it had drawn earlier from the iron shell still lingered within its depths, nourishing it. He made no attempt to extract or even touch the marking device buried in the wound. It had fused with muscle and sinew. Any reckless movement would be suicide. What he sought was not removal, but interference. Hound's markings operated through resonant energy frequencies. The source crystal shard could absorb energy and emit controlled fluctuations. Beneath the earth, he disrupted Li Mo's perception simply by releasing the shard's aura in a sudden pulse. Now he required far greater precision to generate a broad-spectrum chaotic, but non-aggressive, energy noise enveloping himself, especially the small area around the wound at his nape. It was akin to drowning a specific audio signal beneath an immense, dissonant white noise blanket. It was extraordinarily difficult. He had only just mastered guiding the shard to drain swarms of insects. His control over energy remained as crude as a child wielding a sledgehammer. Simulating such all-encompassing noise demanded exquisite sensitivity and fine-tuned command. He focused his will upon the shard in his chest, not to draw in nor to release, but to vibrate, inducing a high-frequency, ultra-low amplitude oscillation within the shard's own energy field, causing it to shimmer faintly, emitting an invisible gossamer-thin layer of interference. Sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. The mental toll was immense. The fatigue already weighing upon his mind now flared into sharp needle-like pain. The chest shard seemed momentarily perplexed, unaccustomed to this delicate, sustained tremor. A subtle resistance echoed back to him. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, adjusting frequency and range, confining the vibration strictly to a thin envelope around his skin, especially at his nape. Seconds later, he opened his eyes and met Su Li's gaze. "Scan again." Su Li glanced at Yi Ling. Yi Ling gave a slight nod. The cobalt blue scanner drew near Zhou's nape once more. The red dot on the screen still pulsed, but its rhythm had become wildly erratic, flashing on and off, surging and fading like a radio wave battered by violent static. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Li's eyes. She adjusted the scanner's sensitivity. The red dot's signal grew even more unstable, its trajectory nearly impossible to track with consistency. "Effective." Su Li retracted the scanner and turned to Yi Ling. "The marking signal is severely disrupted. Localization accuracy has plummeted. Effective tracking range reduced by at least 70%. However, this method of external energy emission is highly unusual. Its cost must be substantial. He likely cannot sustain it for long." Yi Ling said nothing, only held Zhou's gaze. Zhou's face had grown paler, his breathing shallow and rapid. Those brief seconds of interference had exhausted him more than sprinting kilometers. Yet he stood firm. "How long can you maintain this suppression?" Yi Ling asked. "I don't know," Zhou replied honestly. "It depends. If I remain still and exert only minimal effort, perhaps 30 minutes. At most 1 hour. Any strenuous movement or another injury would shorten that drastically." "Enough." Yi Ling appeared to have reached a decision. She turned and walked back to the fire, sitting down beside it. "Zhou will take time to reach us. Detecting the signal anomaly and recalibrating his tracking strategy will take time as well. We have 20 minutes to evacuate. Su Li, Qin Hu, pack up. Prepare for relocation. Destination C, alternate route 3. Yes." Su Li and Qin Hu sprang into action immediately. The rest of the team rose swiftly and efficiently, extinguishing the campfire with specialized flame retardant, striking tents, inspecting vehicles. Their efficiency was startling. In under 2 minutes the camp was cleared, leaving only scattered footprints and ash with scarcely a trace of human presence. Yi Ling approached a rugged off-road vehicle, pulled open the door, and tilted her head slightly towards Zhou. "Get in. You'll ride with me. On the way, I'll point out several possible underground pipe entrances, ones that may avoid scavenger nests and radiation-saturated zones. In exchange, I'll tell you something about the Ash Spire and Lihua." Zhou's heart lurched violently. How did she know he was searching for them? Was it mere speculation, or had she seen the clues left behind by the silver-eyed one? There was no time to ask. He strode forward and slid into the front passenger seat. The interior was compact, saturated with the scents of engine oil, leather, and a faint mint-like cleaning agent. The dashboard glowed with soft cobalt light, dotted with complex screens and controls. Yi Ling settled into the driver's seat and closed the door. Outside, the second vehicle, piloted by Qin Hu, roared to life with a deep, powerful growl. Suli sat in the front passenger seat of Qin, whose vehicle her longbow resting across her knees. "Buckle up," Yiling said calmly, her hands settling onto the steering wheel. The vehicle glided silently from the clearing, turning into the dense forest. No headlights blazed, only the dashboard's dim glow and a pale green night vision feed projected onto the windshield. It wove through the trees with uncanny smoothness and agility, dodging trunks and obstacles as if guided by instinct, clearly modified for extreme terrain. "The ash spire you mentioned, is that the ruined remnant of the pre-cataclysm landmark, the Haicheng communications tower standing at the heart of the old district?" Yiling spoke without looking away from the road, her tone as neutral as discussing the weather. Zhou clenched the gray-black metal fragment in his hand. "Possibly. I'm not certain. I only know the name." The tower's main structure was steel-clad in specialized glass panels. During the cataclysm, it was struck by meteorite fragments, shearing it cleanly in two. Its upper half crashed into the adjacent municipal building. Only the base remains, roughly 150 meters tall. Its outer glass entirely shattered, its steel skeleton heavily rusted, its surface uniformly gray-black, resembling a colossal crooked skeleton. You can spot it from miles away in daylight. At night it looms as little more than a stark black silhouette. Yiling described it in precise detail. That place is now one of the ruins' most infamous dead zones. Dead zone. Intense residual radiation, powerful electromagnetic interference fields, volatile energy turbulence. Rumor holds that beneath the tower's foundation lay a subterranean energy hub, a critical node. During the cataclysm, catastrophic leakage and chain detonations occurred there. Today it's a haven for scavengers, and many have undergone malignant mutations. Even seasoned apprentices rarely survive entry. Only planetary-tier cultivators dare explore it, strictly in teams. Yiling glanced at him. "You intend to go there?" Zhou remained silent. The shadow of the ash spire. Did it refer to the territory shadowed by the tower itself? "What lies within? And Lihua?" he asked. Yiling paused. Several seconds passed before she spoke. Lihua was a top-secret high-energy physics experiment conducted pre-cataclysm by Haicheng authorities, backed by multiple multinational energy and heavy industrial conglomerates. Public records are virtually non-existent. Our mission briefing contained only the codename Lihua and a deliberately vague description aimed at simulating controllable stellar core fusion to extract ultra-pure plasma. The primary test site was located deep underground on the city's outskirts. Its operations were abruptly terminated on the eve of the cataclysm, reason unknown. The experimental core and critical data remain sealed. Their status is classified. She paused as though recalling details. The briefing also noted unverified intelligence suggesting that a secondary test facility, or logistics hub, may be situated near a key junction within the old district's underground utility network. But its exact location and current condition remain blank. Zhou's fingers brushed the metallic plate tucked inside his coat, engraved with LH7. So the reaction chamber he'd stumbled into, the iron shell still humming with residual thermal resonance, was merely a decommissioned conduit of the Lihua project. And the indigo crystal sought by the silver-eyed one, as well as this key fragment, both pointed to Lihua. "Your White Blade unit's mission, is it connected to Lihua?" Zhou probed cautiously. Yiling didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, "Where did you acquire the blue crystal you hurled to distract the Earth Dragon?" "From the bottom of a reaction pool in an abandoned underground water purification station," Zhou replied, without concealment. Nor could he. "A purification station," Yiling mused. That site served as one of the old district's drainage and industrial water treatment nodes. If Lihua truly maintained secondary infrastructure, here leveraging existing municipal conduits and subterranean structures would be eminently plausible. She glanced at Zhou. "That crystal is likely a product of the Lihua project, or perhaps one of its sealed data carriers. Earth dragons as mutated beings are exquisitely sensitive to high-purity energy sources. Its attraction to the crystal is hardly surprising." Zhou's breath caught. If the indigo crystal was indeed central to Lihua, then what did the silver-eyed one seek in obtaining it? "Is White Blade also hunting Lihua's legacy?" he asked outright. Yiling answered without hesitation, "One of our priority missions is Deep Dive, to assess pre-cataclysm technologies and facilities possessing either strategic value or extreme hazard. Lihua is among those designated targets." However, her voice chilled. "That is not your concern. All you need to know is this: cooperating with us grants you a chance, however slim, to survive your approach to the Ash Spire, perhaps even uncovering traces of Lihua. Refuse, or betray us." She left the sentence unfinished, but the implication hung sharp and absolute. Zhou asked no more. He leaned back into the seat, closed his eyes, and while sustaining the fragile energy interference layer over his nape wound, began absorbing the torrent of newly revealed information. The Ash Spire, Lihua, Earth Dragons, Hounds, White Blade, the Silver-Eyed One, Key Fragment, Source Crystal Shard, a vast, intricate web, its center seemingly anchored in the dead heart of the old district. And he was being drawn inch by inexorable inch toward that center. The vehicle emerged from the forest, re-entering the wasteland. Against the night sky, the massive lopsided silhouette of the gray-black spire loomed, like a slumbering leviathan, motionless and ancient, rooted between earth and heavens. Yi Ling checked the rearview mirror, then glanced at a particular energy radar display on the dashboard. A faint, rapidly moving red dot flickered 3 kilometers behind them, doggedly persistent, though its signal fragmented and its path wavered erratically. Zhou Lai is gaining ground. Though the signal is scrambled, his general bearing remains intact. Yi Ling's voice stayed level. Brace yourself. We're accelerating. With that, she slammed the throttle forward and pushed the control lever hard. The off-road vehicle's engine roared with savage fury. Speed surged violently. The machine transformed into a steel beast, crashing recklessly through rubble and derelict vehicles, tearing across the jagged, uneven wasteland at breakneck pace. A crushing force pinned Zhou deep into his seat. He opened his eyes, watching shattered ruins blur past the window, and ahead the Ash Spire's shadow growing ever larger, ever darker, ever more inevitable. The hunt continued, and both hunter and prey raced, faster, harder, toward that deepest, blackest realm of death. The engine roared, the vehicle chassis violently jolting over the debris as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Zhou gripped the handrail tightly, his stomach churning, while the interference layer at his nape sent sharp needle-like throbs through him. Maintaining this device consumed far more energy than anticipated. Outside the window, the shattered walls and broken pillars blurred into gray-black streaks, save for the lopsided gray tower that loomed ever larger and heavier in his sight, like a rusted iron nail driven into the sky. Yi Ling's hands on the steering wheel remained steady, her gaze as cold as a frozen lake, occasionally flicking to the rearview mirror and the dashboard. On the radar screen, the red dot representing Zhou Lai clung like a relentless bone-gnawing worm, impossible to shake off, yet unable to close in, tracing twisted lines under the interference. Up ahead, turn left downhill. Zhou abruptly spoke, his voice fragmented by the violent jolts. He pointed to an area on the right front enclosed by a half-collapsed wall, where an inconspicuous square opening lay half-buried under rubble, pitch black, a spot he had glimpsed during his previous escape and marked on his map as a suspected underground utility entrance. The location was remote, but it should lead to the rear side of the gray tower. Yi Ling wasted no words as she yanked the steering wheel, the off-road vehicle executing a perilous drift its rear and sweeping away a spray of gravel as it precisely veered down the steep slope, charging toward the opening. The wheels ground over heaps of rubble, producing a grating, teeth-clenching noise, the vehicle tilting violently, nearly tipping over. Zhou's heart leaped into his throat. Behind them, the other vehicle driven by Qin, who followed closely, his driving equally aggressive. Duck! Yi Ling barked. Zhou instinctively lowered himself. Boom! The off-road vehicle smashed through the last few planks, and broken bricks piled at the entrance, plunging headlong into the darkness. The headlights blazed to life, their white beams slicing through the narrow, water-stained, rust-laden pipe ahead. This was indeed an abandoned underground passage, wider than the ones he had crawled through before, barely allowing vehicle passage, but with a low ceiling and corroded pipes on both sides where dangling cables occasionally scraped the roof, producing harsh screeches. The vehicle sped on, recklessly charging through the pipe, splashing murky puddles. On Zhou Li's vehicle, Qin Hu's curses came through the encrypted channel, faintly, seemingly complaining about this godforsaken place. After about 5 minutes, a fork appeared ahead. One path sloped upward, faint daylight seeping through, likely a maintenance shaft leading to the surface. The other delved deeper, darker. Take the lower one, Zhou urged. He recalled from the map that this lower branch, though a detour, eventually wound around to a large underground reservoir near the base of the gray tower, which might harbor a secret passage into the tower's foundation. Yi Ling didn't hesitate, steering into the lower branch. The pipe narrowed further, the vehicle's sides occasionally scraping against protruding metal fixtures, sparks flying. The air was thick with an overpowering stench of mildew and rust mingled with a faint Swedish metallic tang. Zhou's nostrils flared, his expression shifting slightly. Careful, there might be. Before he could finish, crash. From a rust-eaten hole in the side wall of the pipe ahead, several slimy, thick, dark red tentacles shot out carrying a heavy stench and lashed violently at the speeding front of the vehicle. Scavengers, and more than one. They seemed startled by the engine noise and lights bursting from their lair, looking for death. Yiling's eyes turned cold. Her right hand still controlled the wheel as her left hand shot out, like lightning pressing a button on the console. SSSSS. From both sides of the vehicle's front, 2 rows of dense launch ports popped out and dozens of searing finger-thick crimson energy rays shot forth, instantly weaving into a net of death that engulfed the incoming tentacles and the massive form barely visible behind the hole. Scree! A piercing shriek rang out. The foremost tentacles carbonized and snapped in the crimson ray net. The scavenger behind the hole let out a pained roar, retracting abruptly, but the crimson rays curved as if alive, diving into the hole, whereupon a denser series of explosions and howls erupted. In just 2 seconds, the hole fell silent, leaving only charred tentacle remnants dropping into the filthy water, emitting wisps of smoke. Yiling withdrew her left hand, the vehicle's speed never faltering as it rolled over the remains and surged onward. The entire process was clean and efficient. Her breathing hadn't even wavered. Zhou watched in awe. This was the strength of a planetary-level martial artist coupled with the equipment of White Blade. Terrifying. How much longer to the reservoir? Yiling asked, her voice still steady. About 3 minutes. Turn right ahead, then go straight to the end. Zhou forced himself to calm down, recalling the map. The remainder of the journey saw a few more scattered scavenger harassments, but thanks to Yiling's masterful driving and the vehicle's formidable automatic defense system, they all passed without real danger. Su Li and Qin Hu's vehicle followed closely, occasionally firing a few shots to clean up any stragglers. 3 minutes later, the space ahead opened up. The vehicle burst out of a massive pipe, opening into an extremely vast underground space. This appeared to be an abandoned giant reservoir converted into a transfer station with a ceiling height exceeding 20 meters and an area as large as 2 football fields. The floor was thick concrete riddled with cracks and puddles. Surrounding it were towering rusted metal supports and pipes like the skeleton of a colossal beast. Above was an arched concrete dome with many sections collapsed, revealing dark rock and soil layers behind. A few long-extinguished giant lamps hung midair like dying eyes. Deep within the space, a wall of metal could be faintly seen, exceptionally tall, its surface covered in dark green rust, and eerie glowing moss stretching upward and vanishing into the dome's darkness. The wall bulged slightly outward, its curve vaguely matching the base contour of the gray tower above ground. The underground section of the gray tower. This is it, Zhou murmured, the source crystal fragment in his chest warming faintly, and the gray-black metal piece in his pocket also sending an extremely weak resonance. The direction pointed to a spot on that curved metal wall. Yiling stopped the vehicle and killed the engine. Qin Hu's car parked nearby. 2 beams of powerful flashlights cut through the darkness, scanning the dead vast space. No scavengers, no other mutated creatures. Only omnipresent age-old water stains, rust, and silence. The radiation index in the air had clearly risen, the electronic panel emitting a soft alarm. The sensation of energy turbulence was also stronger, a slight tingling numbness on the skin. Suli, keep watch. Qin Hu checked the environment and set up temporary defenses. Yiling pushed open the door and jumped out, her movements light. She walked up to the curved metal wall, looking up. The flashlight beam moved along the wall until it was swallowed by darkness. The wall seemed seamless with no visible doors or entrances. The dark green rust and glowing moss on its surface shimmered with an eerie luster under the light. Where's the entrance? Yiling turned to look at Zhou, who had also gotten out. Zhou approached the wall, reaching out to touch the cold, rough, moss-slick metal surface. The resonance from the fragment in his chest and the slight tremor of the key fragment in his hand guided him about a dozen steps to the right, where he stopped at an area where the moss was particularly thick and its color a dark, almost black hue. Here, he said. Yiling came over, shining her flashlight carefully on that area. The surface looked no different from elsewhere. Zhou took a deep breath, pulling the gray-black key fragment one from his pocket. He hesitated, unsure what to do. Should he press it directly? Or try it? Yiling's voice sounded close by, carrying a faint, barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Zhou hesitated no more, gripping the key fragment tightly, then slowly pressing its flat side against the particularly dark patch of the metal wall. The moment the fragment touched the wall, a low vibration, as if from deep within the wall, traveled up Zhou's arm. Then the moss and rust in that dark area, as if alive, rapidly faded, withered, and peeled off. revealing beneath it the smooth, mirror-like dark silver metal itself. On the metal surface, countless fine pale silver circuit-like patterns emerged similar to those seen on the rock earlier. The patterns spread and connected quickly, eventually outlining a neat rectangular contour on the wall about 1 person tall and half a meter wide. Inside the contour, the patterns were denser and more complex, with a recess at the center that perfectly matched the shape and size of the key fragment in Suzhou's hand. A keyhole. Suzhou's heart pounded. He glanced at Yiling. Her eyes were sharp, and she gave a slight nod. Without further delay, Zhou aligned the gray-black key fragment with the recess and gently pressed it in. It fit perfectly. Click, clack, clack. A dull, massive sound of machinery came from within the thick metal wall, as if a giant that had slumbered for countless ages was slowly awakening. The dark silver metal within the rectangular contour began to sink and slide inward. Silently, a heavy metal door, its edges shimmering with pale, silver light, slowly opened in the wall. Behind the door lay a wide, sloping downward passage, also glowing with faint silver light stretching into unfathomable depths, exuding an aura of energy that was older, colder, and purer, utterly unlike the foul chaos of the ruins outside. The moment the passage opened, the source crystal fragment in Suzhou's chest shuddered violently. It sent a clear, complex surge of longing and wariness, as if deep within the passage lay something it desperately needed, yet also concealed great danger. Success. The key had truly opened the entrance to the shadow of the gray tower embers of fire. A flicker of heat also flashed in Yiling's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She turned and gestured to Su Li and Qin, who had set up simple defensive fortifications and were staring in shock at the suddenly appearing door. Su Li, you stay behind, establish a defensive line, monitor Zhou Li's movements and the passage entrance. Qin, who come with me. Maintain communication silence. I'll avoid using energy weapons unless necessary. Yes, they both replied softly. Yiling then looked at Suzhou, her gaze profound. You come with me. Suzhou clenched his fist and nodded. He had no choice, he had to go down. The clues and the fragment were guiding him. Yiling said no more, drawing a silver battle blade from her thigh holster, stepping first into the sloping, pale, silver-lit passage. Qin, who shouldering his giant sword, grinned and followed closely. Suzhou took one last look at the vast dead reservoir space outside, then at Su Li, who stood guard at the entrance with a vigilant expression. He took a deep breath of the cold, pure air from the passage and stepped inside. Behind him, the heavy metal door silently slid shut. It sealed off the ruins, the pursuit, the wind, and rain outside. Before him, only a passage leading into the unknown and perilous depths, glowing with a cold, faint light. The metal floor underfoot felt solid. The passage was wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk abreast. The walls and ceiling were of the same dark silver metal with pale gold patterns, smooth as mirrors reflecting their blurred figures. The faint light seemed to emanate from within the walls, illuminating the path without being harsh. The air was cold and dry with no odd smells, only the sensation of pure energy growing clearer. The footsteps of the 3 echoed in the silent passage, traveling far. None spoke, only the sounds of heavy or steady breathing. The passage sloped downward continuously, the gradient quite steep. After about 5 minutes, a corner appeared ahead. Turning the corner, the passage became straight, but on the walls on both sides, some blurry objects resembling screens or control panels appeared, though all were dark and covered in thick dust. After another few dozen meters, at the end of the passage, an even thicker and more complex metal door stood. The door was closed with a circular, intricate multi-lock mechanism at its center, surrounded by dim, pale gold patterns. Yiling stopped, studying the door carefully. Qin, who also stepped up, tapping it lightly with the pommel of his giant sword, producing a dull thump-thump. Damn, it's solid. This door is even thicker than the last one, Qin, who muttered. Yiling looked at Suzhou, her eyes signaling. Suzhou stepped forward, examining the complex, circular lock on the door. The throbbing and longing from the source crystal fragment in his chest reached its peak here. As if behind the door lay the nourishment it craved so desperately. But the key fragment. There was only one. He had used it. He reached out tentatively, touching the circular lock. It was icy cold with the hard texture of metal. He tried pushing and twisting, but it was immovable. Did he need another piece of the key? The clue from Silver Eyes hadn't mentioned this. Just as he was at a loss, the source crystal fragment in his chest seemed impatient, suddenly sending a clear mental impulse. Not the craving for plunder, but a gentler wave akin to resonance and summoning. Suzhou's heart stirred. After a moment's hesitation, he closed his eyes again, concentrated, and attempted to stimulate and amplify the pure ancient starting energy fluctuation emanating from the source crystal fragment itself. Then slowly he guided that fluctuation toward the sealed metal door, especially the circular lock. He didn't know if this would work, but instinct told him to try. The fluctuation like a water ripple gently washed over the door. At first there was no response. But after a few seconds the circular lock structure and the dim pale gold patterns around it suddenly lit up simultaneously, emitting a golden light brighter and purer than the wall's faint glow. The lock began to rotate slowly in reverse, producing a low, pleasant mechanical meshing sound. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Click, a soft sound, and the lock stopped rotating. Then the entire heavy metal door began to slide silently inward, slowly but with exceptional steadiness. Behind the door lay a vast circular space like a temple. The space was over 30 meters high and at least 50 meters in diameter. The dome was a perfect hemisphere made of the same dark silver metal inlaid with countless tiny crystals emitting a soft white light like stars in the night sky. The walls were smooth as mirrors without any decoration. Only at the center of the floor was a circular platform about half a meter high and 10 meters in diameter. On the platform there was nothing, but the energy concentration in the entire space was terrifyingly high, pure vast, carrying an eternal ancient coldness and majesty as if standing at the core of a star. The source crystal fragment in Zhou's chest transmitted an almost quivering longing and excitement along with a clear trace of sorrow and nostalgia for some absence on the platform. Yiling and Qin, who also felt this terrifying energy pressure, their expressions turning extremely grave. Qin, who even took a half step back, instinctively tightening his grip on the giant sword. Yiling's battle blade also drooped slightly as if afraid to disturb the sanctity of this space. But Zhou's gaze was fixed on the center of the circular platform. There a small shallow indentation lay. The shape of the indentation. He looked down at his empty hands. The shape of the dark blue crystal. The depression at the center of the platform was not large, the size of a fist with smooth edges, shaped like an irregular ice crystal or a frozen twisted flame. Zhou recognized it at a glance. The outline was almost identical to the dark blue crystal he had thrown to lure away the ground dragon. Only a faint, almost extinguished dark blue ember lingered at the edge of the depression, imperceptible unless one looked closely. The source crystal fragment in his chest screamed frantically, its emotions of longing, sorrow, and urgency nearly overwhelming Zhou's consciousness. What it needed was the very crystal that should have been embedded here. Was it its other half? Or was this place the nest of that dark blue crystal? Damn! Qin, who gasped, his voice harsh in the vast silent hall. What the hell is this place? The energy is so thick it's almost liquid. I can barely breathe. Yiling said nothing, her sharp gaze sweeping across the hall. Besides the platform and the depression, it was empty. The walls were smooth with no doors, no passages. The door they had entered through had silently merged with the wall, leaving no trace. This was a completely sealed space. Find an exit, Yiling said, her voice steady but taut. She walked to the platform and tapped its edge with her scabbard. The sound was dull, suggesting the platform was solid and fused with the floor. She looked up at the dome where the white glowing crystals seemed to follow some pattern, but she could not discern it. Zhou did not move. All his attention was on the depression. The agitation of the fragment in his chest grew stronger, as if it might burst from his body. He took a step forward almost involuntarily and reached out to touch the depression. Don't move. Yiling barked, her blade suddenly crossing before him, its edge reflecting the starlight from the dome, cold and menacing. Don't touch anything if you want to live. Zhou's fingers stopped in midair, barely an inch from the depression. He could clearly sense a subtle kindred resonance between the faint ember emanating from the depression and the fragment in his chest. It was not plunder nor rejection, but rather a sorrowful echo. This is where the blue stone originally belonged. Zhou said hoarsely. Someone took it. The silver eyes told me to retrieve it. Yiling's gaze sharpened. You mean the key sealed object of the Leaf Fire project was here? The silver eyes knew and deliberately sent you to get it. I don't know who the silver eyes really is or what they want. Zhou withdrew his hand and looked at Yiling, a hint of helplessness and confusion in his eyes that he himself did not notice. But it wanted me to come here and get the stone. Now the stone is gone and this place is empty. Are we trapped? Trapped. Qin, who came over hefting his greatsword, and said gruffly, who cares? Move aside, it'll smash this damn platform and see. Wait. Yiling and another voice said simultaneously. Yiling looked at Zhou, who was also startled. The last shout had been his involuntary cry. Even he did not know why. Qin, who glared at him. Kid, spit it out. Zhou looked at the depression, feeling the sorrowful resonance from the chest fragment, and a vague thought occurred to him. Don't smash it. There might be another way. This depression, the energy of this whole place, and he pointed to his chest. The thing inside me seems to be connected. Smashing the platform might cause trouble. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Qin, who did not believe it. But Yiling looked thoughtful. He's right. The energy structure here is unusually stable. Forcibly breaking it could trigger a chain reaction, even an energy storm. None of us would survive. She looked at Zhou. What can you sense? Zhou closed his eyes, concentrated, and amplified that thread of resonance. This time not just the depression, but the entire energy field of the hall seemed to flow slowly in his consciousness. He could see vast energy like invisible ribbons of light descending from the stars of the dome, converging into the platform, and forming a tiny, almost stagnant vortex at the depression. But now that vortex was incomplete, spinning idly like a pump without a heart, carrying a sense of impending decay. The message from the source crystal fragment in his chest became clearer. Fill. Return. Stabilize. Fill. With himself. No, that was not it. The fragment did not want him, it wanted the missing crystal. But the crystal was gone. What could fill it? He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yiling. Energy. High-quality energy needs to be injected into that depression. Otherwise, the energy balance here is slowly collapsing. I don't know how much longer it can hold. High-quality energy. Yiling frowned. How high? Zhou shook his head. He did not know the exact standard. But his gaze unconsciously swept over the silver war blade in Yiling's hand. The white light flowing along the blade seemed of much higher quality than the ambient energy. Yiling followed his gaze to her blade. She was silent for a few seconds, then slowly raised the blade, pointing its tip at the depression. Try this. Before Zhou could answer, Qin, who panicked. Chief, White Rainbow is your life-bound weapon. Draining its spiritual energy will harm your foundation. Shut up. Yiling's gaze was cold. Better than being trapped here to die. Besides, I'm just trying to infuse a thread, not all of it. She hesitated no more, closing her eyes as a sharp, pure white light suddenly erupted from her body. This light was more restrained and gentle than the blade's edge, like moonlight. The light flowed slowly along her arm into the silver blade White Rainbow, causing the blade to glow and emit a clear hum. Yiling's face paled slightly, showing the significant drain. She guided a strand of the purest white spiritual energy gathered at the blade tip, carefully injecting it into the dark blue crystal depression at the center of the platform. The white spiritual energy flowed like water, slowly entering the depression and contacting the faint dark blue ember. At first, there was no reaction. The white energy even seemed slightly repelled, swirling at the edge. Just as Yiling was about to withdraw, the dark blue ember deep in the depression suddenly brightened, as if a spark had been thrown into dying embers. Then the white spiritual energy, as if finding its home, was suddenly sucked deep into the depression. And with that infusion, the entire hall's energy field underwent a subtle change, clearly sensed by Zhou. The idle decaying energy vortex seemed to stabilize ever so slightly. Though still incomplete, the rate of collapse had noticeably slowed. It worked. Continue, Zhou urged. Yiling also felt the subtle shift in the hall's energy field. Revived, she no longer held back, steadily and continuously infusing her pure spiritual energy into the depression through White Rainbow. With the infusion, a series of extremely fine star trail-like dark blue light patterns began to glow around the depression, spreading outward and subtly resonating with the stars of the dome. The entire hall, like a machine on the verge of collapse, received a drop of lubricant, slowly and laboriously beginning to function again. Yiling's face grew paler, fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and her hand holding the blade began to tremble slightly. This continuous drain of her life-bound spiritual energy was a heavy burden. Qin, who paced anxiously nearby, but dared not disturb. Zhou watched a complex emotion welling up inside him. This woman named Yiling was not related to him, and had even nearly killed him earlier. Yet now she was willing to harm her foundation to open a possible escape route. Was it for Whiteblade's mission? Or something else? He touched the scalding source crystal fragment in his chest. The fragment sent a clear impulse to help. But how? His meager impure energy was nowhere near the required quality. No. Maybe it wasn't entirely about quality. He recalled the feeling when he had absorbed the pale gold leaf fire residue from the metal shell. That thread of energy had seemed very high quality, and moreover, in terms of attribute, it felt subtly kindred to this hall and that dark blue crystal. He suddenly pulled out the metal plate engraved with LH7 from his pocket and looked again at the light in the depression, a mixture of white spiritual energy and dark blue embers. Leaf fire. Shadow of the Ash Tower, embers of leaf fire. Could it be that this hall, the underground of the Ash Tower, was itself part of the leaf fire project? Was the dark blue crystal the core of leaf fire? And were the embers left here along with the leaf fire trait? He had acquired the real key to activating this place. Try this. Zhou handed the metal plate to Yiling. I took this from an abandoned pipe marked leaf fire. It still has a trace of that thing's flavor. Infuse it together with yours. Yiling glanced at him, asked no questions, and simply nodded. She took a deep breath, continuing to infuse spiritual energy with her right hand while taking the metal plate with her left. She forced a thread of spiritual energy from her fingertip to try and activate the faint hot pale gold leaf fire trait within the plate. It was difficult. The leaf fire trait in the plate was nearly exhausted, leaving only an extremely faint imprint. After several attempts, Yiling barely managed to draw it out. A stream of energy thinner than a hair and carrying faint golden red specks drifted from the plate, mixed with her continuous white spiritual energy, and was injected into the depression. The moment that pale golden energy entered, the entire hall shook violently. The stars on the dome blazed with intense light. The depression on the platform erupted with unprecedented brilliance. White, dark blue, and pale gold, three colors intertwined and spun, forming a tiny yet remarkably stable energy vortex. At the vortex's center, the dark blue ember seemed to be fully ignited, bursting into a powerful blue radiance that instantly illuminated the entire hall. Then on the mirror-smooth circular wall, three doors slid open silently. Not the direction they had entered, but evenly spaced around the circular hall. Each door was identical dark silver with faint patterns leading into unknown darkness. The light on the platform slowly receded, the depression returned to calm, but the dark blue ember seemed slightly brighter and more stable than before. Though the hall's energy field remained heavy, the sense of impending collapse had vanished, replaced by a stable, slumbering tranquility. Yiling swayed, her face as pale as paper. She quickly withdrew White Rainbow, using the scabbard to support herself as she gasped for breath. Sweat had soaked her short hair and collar. She glanced at Zhou, her gaze complex, weariness, relief, and a hint of curiosity. Qin, who quickly stepped forward to support her, taking a small, exquisite bottle from his pack and feeding her a vermilion pill. Yiling swallowed it, closed her eyes to regulate her breathing for a few seconds, and only then did her complexion improve slightly. Damn, it finally opened. Qin, who grinned, looking at the three doors. Which way? Yiling did not answer immediately. Her gaze swept over the three identical doors, then back to Zhou. Zhou walked to the platform and looked at the now stable depression. The source crystal fragment in his chest sent a clear mental guide, pointing to the door directly ahead. At the same time, the gray-black key fragment and the metal plate also emitted faint resonances in the same direction. The middle one, Zhou said. Yiling nodded without further questions. Let's go. She led the way toward the door ahead, her steps still a bit unsteady, but her back straight. Qin, who hefting his greatsword, followed with curses. Zhou took one last look at the empty depression and the other two doors on the walls leading to unknown places, then quickly caught up. Passing through the door, they entered another descending passage. But this time the style changed. No longer the cold dark silver metal, but dark scorched gray-black stone walls. The energy concentration in the air was much lower, but there was a strong, aged smell of burning and the pungent odor of high-energy material decay. The ground beneath their feet became uneven, covered with melted and resolidified glassy substances. This place seemed to have experienced a terrible high temperature and energy impact. A leaf fire test site. The three advanced in silence, the atmosphere heavier than before. The surrounding environment silently spoke of past catastrophe. After about 10 minutes, light appeared ahead. Not artificial light, but a dark red glow like subterranean magma emanating from a huge cave mouth at the end of the passage, bringing with it waves of heat. They reached the edge of the cave mouth and looked down. Below was an unimaginably vast space. Like a hollowed-out mountain belly, it was at least several hundred meters in diameter, its height invisible, lost in rolling dark red scorching clouds. At the bottom of the space was a boundless, slow-flowing rolling sea of dark red viscous magma. But it was not true magma, for it emitted intense heat and energy fluctuations, yet lacked the sulfurous smell of ordinary magma, only a purer, more violent heat. And in the center of this magma sea stood a tilted broken tower, entirely made of some kind of obsidian-like crystal. The tower was only about 100 meters tall, but it emitted a faint dark blue glow, a stark contrast to the dark red magma below. The tower's surface was covered with cracks and damage. Many places had even melted and flowed, connecting with the magma below. At the top of the tower, something seemed to be glowing, but due to distance and the distortion of the hot air, it was unclear. Was this the true core of the Ash Tower? Or rather the main test site of the Leaffire project? The yearning of the source crystal fragment in Zhou's chest reached its peak. It locked onto the top of that dark blue crystal tower. At the same time, the gray-black key fragment and the metal plate also sent strong resonances. Found it. The true location of shadow of the Ash Tower embers of Leaffire. But how to get there? The cave mouth where they stood was at least several tens of meters vertically above the rolling dark red magma sea below. There was no bridge or path in between. The scorching heat, even from this distance, baked their faces, distorting the air. Falling would mean certain death. Yiling's face was grim as she looked down. Qin, who also dropped his joking demeanor and cursed, "Damn, how do we do this?" Just then a low, familiar engine roar echoed faintly from deep within the passage behind them. The sound grew closer, clearer. Zhou. They had caught up, and they seemed to have found the right path, charging toward this cave mouth. The engine roar rolled forth from the darkness like muffled thunder pressed against the eardrum, growing ever louder, raw and unbridled, charged with reckless momentum. Zhou, the rabid dog, had a nose sharper than any hound's. He pursued them as if bound by a death warrant. Yiling's face paled further. Her reserves were utterly spent, and even elixirs could not replenish her strength in an instant. Qin, who bore a colossal sword across his shoulders, eyes bulging like bronze bells, fixed upon the churning sea of dark crimson lava below, and then sharply back toward the tunnel behind him, his jaw clenched tight as iron. "Damn it all. Fire pit ahead, mad dog at our heels." Qin, who spat a spark leaping from the steel needle bristles of his stubble. Zhou was desperate too. The shard embedded in his chest howled like a starving wolf, its hunger fixed unerringly upon the spire of the indigo-blue crystal tower across the abyss. Yet between them stretched a death zone dozens of meters high. Any fall would leave not even ash behind. From behind, Zhou's footsteps drew near enough to be heard distinctly, punctuated by Sun Rue's ragged comms static. "Chief, the signal's down there. They're near the cavern mouth. Energy readings are off the scale. It's residual Lihua field. Breakthrough." Zhou's voice cracked across the distance, thick with suppressed volcanic fury. Flight was impossible. Combat. In her current state, could Yiling, even with Qin, Hu and Zhou beside her, stand against Zhou at full power, flanked by two elite apprentices? In that flash of lightning thought, Zhou's gaze swept the cavern mouth's rim. This was no sheer vertical cliff. The cavern wall was pockmarked and irregular, studded with bizarre obsidian black glassy protrusions and fissures formed by cycles of melting and rapid cooling, descending all the way to the edge of the dark crimson lava sea. Though treacherously steep and slick, nearly vertical, perhaps it could be scaled. "Descend now?" Zhou roared low, and without waiting for reply lunged toward the precipice. His hand seized a jagged, razor-edged black glass outcrop. With one powerful kick, he launched himself downward, sliding headlong along the searing rock face. Rough, scorching stone instantly shredded his already torn palms, agony lancing up his arms. He ignored it, body flattened against the wall, limbs churning like a desperate gecko, as he raced downward toward the lava sea's edge, aiming for the seemingly sturdier, blackened, solidified banks below. Above, Yiling and Qin, who froze for only a heartbeat. Then comprehension struck. Yiling gritted her teeth, sheathed her blade, by Hong, nodded once to Qin, Hu, and followed Zhou's descent without hesitation. Her movements were lighter, swifter. Though her face remained pale, the foundation of a planetary-tier martial artist still held firm. Qin, who cursed under his breath, but lost no time. He swung the greatsword onto his back, gripped the wall with those massive palm-sized hands, and despite his bulk, slithered downward with startling agility. No sooner had the three slid less than 10 meters. Boom! A sapphire-white energy beam grazed the cavern mouth's edge and plunged into the dark crimson lava, detonating a violent spray of incandescent splatter. Sun Rue's energy rifle. "They're below, climbing down," Liamo shouted. Moments later, Zhou's towering figure filled the cavern mouth. His gaze, sharp as forged steel, locked instantly upon the three figures struggling along the scorched rock face. Frost flared in his eyes. Without a word, his right hand rose, palms blazing as a searing golden sphere of condensed energy coalesced, radiant as a miniature sun, aimed directly at Zhou far below. Should that strike land true, Zhou would be reduced to charred ash, and the rock itself would explode outward in a gaping crater. "Qin, Hu!" Yiling cried out, twisting midair with impossible control. Her left hand slammed against the wall, propelling her upward in a swift arc, while her right flashed out, drawing by Hong and unleashing a razor-sharp crescent of condensed white light toward the cavern mouth. Not at Zhou Lai, but at the ceiling above him. The blade moon cleaved the air impossibly sharp and luminous. Crash! A vast slab of loosened heat-brittle rock, crumbling under centuries of thermal stress, shattered under the blow and collapsed inward, burying the cavern mouth beneath a torrent of boulder-sized debris and scalding dust. Zhou Lai's eyes narrowed coldly. He aborted his attack mid-cast, retreating sharply while driving a golden fist forward. The shockwave pulverized the falling stones into glittering dust. Yet the collapse still choked the entrance, thick smoke and choking ash blinding all sight. Go! Yi Ling resheathed her blade the instant her gambit succeeded, dropped again, and surged after Suzhou. That brief delay cost Zhou Lai mere seconds, but bought them another dozen meters downward. Less than 20 meters now separated them from the blackened, glassy shore. The wall grew steeper, smoother, and hotter. Scorching convection currents rose from the lava, searing skin and stealing breath. Suzhou's hands were a ruin of blood and raw flesh. Each grip sent fire through his nerves. Still he dared not pause. His mind held but one command: down. To the tower. Behind them, through the settling dust and rubble, came Zhou Lai's furious roar and the deafening thunder of rock shattered by brute force. Clearly this barrier would hold him no longer. Hurry! Qin Hu bellowed from below. He'd reached the shoreline first, boots landing on the obsidian-like, heat-radiating solidified ground, with a sharp hiss, wisps of smoke curling from his soles. Suzhou and Yi Ling landed moments later. Their feet burned through tattered footwear. The bank was narrow, barely a dozen meters wide, beyond which the dark crimson lava heaved slowly, ominously. Waves of blistering heat warped the air, blurring vision. Across the chasm, the indigo-blue crystal tower glowed with eerie, seductive luminescence, refracted through the molten light. 200 meters, separated by a boiling sea of annihilation. No path existed. How do we cross? Qin Hu wiped sweat from his brow, only for it to vanish instantly in steam as he glared at the churning lava. Yi Ling scanned swiftly. Her gaze settled upon the thick, black, vine-like solidifications flowing from the tower's body into the lava, like frozen tendrils of shadow. They appeared dense, resilient, perhaps traversable. At that very moment, the source crystal shard in Suzhou's chest pulsed again, stronger, sharper, its will now unmistakably commanding to the tower's base. Simultaneously, warmth bloomed faintly across his chest. The shielding metal plate, retrieved long ago from the silver-eyed one, though long thought inert, now lifted from his body and hovered before him, radiating a soft, resonant indigo-blue light identical to the tower's own. Shielding plate. No, this was no mere shield. It was a key, or perhaps a beacon. It tilted minutely in the air, then shot forward like a dart, arrowing straight toward the tower's base. Its speed was modest, but its course unwavering. Follow it. Suzhou didn't hesitate. He vaulted onto the nearest thick, blackened tendril extending over the lava. Half a meter wide, its surface rough and searing hot, but stable enough to bear weight. Yi Ling and Qin Hu exchanged a glance and followed without pause. Yi Ling moved with feline grace, gliding across the tendril as if on solid earth. Qin Hu stepped more deliberately, each footfall causing the structure to tremble faintly beneath him. One after another, they raced across the labyrinthine web of blackened, interwoven tendrils, chasing the faint indigo point of light ahead. Just below, the dark crimson lava churned and bubbled. Occasionally, a superheated bubble burst, splattering molten droplets onto the tendrils with sharp hisses, leaving tiny black craters in their wake. They moved with absolute focus, balancing precariously, avoiding brittle sections where fracture loomed imminent, while heat and toxic vapors gnawed relentlessly at their stamina and protective barriers. Suzhou's lungs felt aflame, every breath a torment. Yi Ling's breathing grew ragged. Only Qin Hu, armored by sheer physical resilience and planetary tier constitution, endured unbroken. From behind, a colossal explosion echoed, followed by Zhou Lai's enraged bellow. They've crossed. Pursue. Zhou Lai and his team had broken free of the cavern mouth, stormed onto the blackened shore, and seen their quarry moving across the tendrils. Faster. Yi Ling urged, pushing her pace higher still. The indigo light led them through winding turns, drawing ever closer to the tower's base. The base loomed immense, a small mountain forged entirely of obsidian, dark indigo-blue crystal, veined with cooled flows and rent by colossal fractures, glowing with deep blue luminescence and throbbing with overwhelming energy. Up close, the air itself shimmered with a paradoxical fusion of biting cold and searing heat, an unsettling alien duality. The light darted to a narrow, half-obscured fissure on the base's flank, flickered thrice, then vanished silently into its inky depths. The crack was narrow, just wide enough to crawl through bent low, pitch black within depth unknown. Zhou reached it, bowed his head, and plunged inside without hesitation. Yiling and Qin, who entered immediately behind him. The fissure opened into a narrow, upward-sloping passage, perhaps a structural flaw or maintenance conduit within the tower's core. Its walls gleamed with the same indigo-blue crystal, cold to the touch, a shocking contrast to the inferno outside. Temperature plummeted, yet energy turbulence surged violently within the confined space, battering their senses and threatening vertigo. They scrambled upward, hands and feet gripping the icy walls, through passages that widened and narrowed, sometimes squeezing them through gaps barely wider than their shoulders. From behind Zhou's furious shouts, and the scrape of climbing boots grew steadily louder. They had found the fissure and were surging in pursuit. After tens of meters, brighter indigo light spilled ahead, along with a deep, resonant hum of concentrated energy. Zhou kicked hard, bursting from the passage's end into an irregular, modest crystal cavern, a fractured chamber deep within the tower's heart. At its center floated a fist-sized orb of indigo-blue flame, constantly shifting fluid as liquid, burning with silent, absolute stillness. It radiated pure, crystalline cold, yet carried an unbearable, paradoxical heat, as if capable of consuming all existence in a single perfect incineration. Within its swirling heart glimmered a denser, pulsating crystal core, residual Lihua ember, the true unextinguished core of Lihua itself. The source crystal shard in Zhou's chest erupted, not with desire but with primal ravenous instinct, to consume, to merge, to become one with it. It vibrated violently within him, heat rising to a fever pitch, threatening to burn straight through his ribs. Simultaneously, the gray-black key fragment and the metal badge in his robes flared with resonance, lifting from his body, hovering in midair, locked in silent, luminous communion with the indigo flame. At that instant, boom, a section of the cavern wall opposite exploded inward. Zhou crashed through, enveloped in a tempest of golden energy hurtling like a meteor forged of wrath. His gaze locked instantly upon the indigo flame, greed and burning ecstasy blazing in his eyes. "The Lihua core is mine," he roared, ignoring Zhou and the others entirely, as his right fist gathered force exceeding 100,000 kilograms, screaming through the air, fingers outstretched to seize the flame. A fist tore through the air with a shriek, and golden light exploded within the frigid indigo void, like a falling sun. Zhou's target was the hovering, ever-warping indigo flame, the core of the Lihua embers. Yiling stood just beside it. Her face was deathly pale, her breath ragged. The injuries sustained from climbing and earlier exertions had slowed her by half a beat. Yet upon seeing Zhou's decisive, furious lunge, a flash of cold light ignited in her eyes. She did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward, shifted her body slightly sideways, and placed herself squarely between Zhou and the flame, her right hand drawing the blade by Hong. No dazzling aura flared forth. Only a simple, unadorned upward diagonal slash, its edge meeting Zhou's wrist with flawless precision. Against Zhou's full-strength, wrath-fueled strike, her battered state made resistance tantamount to a mantis blocking a chariot wheel. Both were planetary rank 1, but she fought wounded while he stood at peak strength. Yet she hesitated not a moment. Zhou saw only a blur before Yiling's slender yet unbending back filled his vision, shielding him and the flame alike from that lethal fist. An inexplicable emotion pierced his heart like a red-hot needle, sudden, sharp, and unwelcome. Not gratitude, not awe. Something far more complex, shock, bewilderment, and a flicker of something even he failed to recognize, frustration. Was this woman insane? At the very instant Baihong's blade was about to clash with Zhou's golden energy-wreathed fist, the source crystal fragment embedded in Zhou's chest, which had been screaming, inwardly straining, as if ready to burst forth, finally ceased merely yearning. It erupted, not with heat alone, but with unprecedented scorching intensity and a savage glacial will. This will did not seize control of Zhou's body directly. Rather, it ignited every last vestige of his remaining strength, the meager stamina. He'd just regained his fraying mental focus, his faint resonance with the Lihua's unique nature, and buried deep within his perception since Yiling's infusion of spiritual energy and its resonance with the indentation on his chest, a sliver of her pure razor-sharp Baihong's sword intent. forced together by the fragments commanding will these disparate elements coalesced into an instinctive ravenous impulse, wild predatory and utterly singular. Zhou didn't even register his own movement. His body acted before his mind could catch up. He pivoted sharply and stepped forward from behind Yiling. Not to strike Zhou, not to seize the flame. Instead, he raised his mangled right hand, fingers splayed wide, and lunged, pouring every ounce of strength into a desperate visceral grasp toward the hovering indigo flame. It was no physical grab, but an act of sheer will and extension of the fragment's ravenous conquering consciousness. A resonant hum. The instant his fingertips brushed the flame's outer field, simultaneously freezing and searing, the entire crystalline cavern convulsed violently. The indigo flame recoiled inward as if summoned by primordial instinct, then condensed into a slender, incandescent stream of pure indigo light. Moving faster than the eye could follow, it breached spatial distance and vanished into Zhou's palm, surging up his arm's meridian straight toward his chest. No, it surged toward the blazing source crystal fragment lodged there. A soft, soul-deep puff like a drop of water hitting scalding oil. Zhou's entire body convulsed. His vision drowned in blinding absolute indigo, cold beyond measure, pure beyond comprehension. His consciousness felt plunged into an endless ocean of icy flame, burning all, freezing all, consuming all. Countless shattered images and data fragments flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Violent fusion reactions, warped energy fields, desperate screams, chilling containment protocols, and then a distant ancient sigh echoing across infinite starfields. No. Zhou's roar of apoplectic fury wrenched Zhou back from that surreal immersion into raw reality. Zhou's decisive punch thwarted by Yiling's intervention, and Zhou's unforeseen action missed the flame entirely, striking only the edge of Baihong with a ringing clang, sparks exploding outward. Yiling grunted, stumbling backward, blood once again welling at the corner of her mouth, while Baihong emitted a mournful shuddering chime. And Zhou watched dumbstruck as the Lihua core vanished into Zhou's chest, like watching the choicest morsel ripped from his own throat. Blind rage obliterated his reason. Filth. Spit it out now. He ignored the wounded Yiling entirely. In a blur, he reappeared before Zhou, left hand clawed wreathed in piercing golden chi, slashing downward towards Zhou's chest. Should that strike land, it would eviscerate Zhou, ripping out not only his heart, but the source crystal fragment and the newly ingested Lihua core in one brutal motion. Too fast. A planetary rank 1 warrior's enraged assault was utterly beyond Zhou's reach, still locked in post-absorption rigidity, his inner energies raging chaotically. Death's shadow fell over him, unrelenting, absolute. Then, get back. A thunderclap of a roar shook the cavern, accompanied by a heavy wind-splitting rush. Qin Hu. He had somehow burst in from the tunnel entrance. Seeing Zhou move to kill Zhou, he didn't hesitate. Roaring, he swung his door-sized greatsword overhead with both hands, unleashing a mountain-shattering, earth-rending upward arc aimed at Zhou's waist and abdomen. There was no artifice in that strike, only raw, unrefined power. Qin Hu's planetary rank 1 might amplified by the sword's mass and momentum delivered force exceeding 100,000 kilograms. He intended to trade wounds, or even sacrifice himself, to force Zhou's defense. A flicker of shock and fury crossed Zhou's eyes. Though mighty, he dared not meet such a blow heated with bare flesh. His left hand mid-lunge towards Zhou's chest abruptly reversed, claws dissolving into a palm that slammed sideways onto the greatsword's broad blade. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the narrow cavern, as if 2 freight trains had collided. A visible shockwave rippled outward, striking the crystalline walls with a grating crack, spiderwebbing them with fine fissures. Qin Hu groaned, the greatsword jolted skyward, his massive frame staggering backward several steps before he barely regained his footing, blood gushing from split palms. Zhou himself staggered half a step back, his left hand tingling from the impact. His expression darkened to storm black, murderous intent coalesced in his gaze like solidified venom. First Yiling, now this brute. Who dared stand in his way? That brief delay gave Yiling time to steady herself. Once more stepping before Zhou, swaying, but resolute, Baihong angled downward, its tip trembling faintly as it locked onto Zhou. Qin Hu, breathing hard, dragged his greatsword sideways and took position shoulder to shoulder with Yiling, placing Zhou firmly behind their united front. At the cavern entrance, Sun Rue and Li Mo rushed in moments later, guns drawn, blades bared, immediately training them on Yiling and Qin Hu. Yet their faces were drawn, strained, clearly exhausted from the climb and the cavern's hostile environment. Three factions now faced off, tension coiling tight as drawn steel ready to snap. Meanwhile, Zhou, shielded at the center, remained oblivious to the mortal danger encircling him. His entire awareness was consumed by the violent cataclysmic fusion erupting within. The indigo Lihua core entering his chest did not submit to the source crystal fragment's usual crude absorption and reconstitution. It possessed its own will, or rather extraordinary vitality. The moment it entered Zhou's body, it clashed instinctively fiercely with the dark purple source crystal fragment. Two ancient glacial energies, yet fundamentally opposed, battled and entwined in the cramped space of his chest, each striving to consume the other. The fragment's stellar hunger for conquest and the Lihua's purifying incineration raged like twin dragons, churning through his meridians, if those forcibly widened fragile conduits could even be called meridians. Agony, far surpassing any pain he'd ever endured, ripped through him as though his body were being torn apart inch by inch, then brutally reforged. Across his skin, an eerie violet luminescence bloomed on his left side, while a cold indigo flame shimmered on his right. Two hues clashing, flowing, vying for dominance, rendering him a grotesque fracturing sculpture. His consciousness drifted in and out of torment, bombarded by chaotic flashes and fragmented data, flaring then vanishing. He saw stars born and dying within frozen fire, colossal dark gold scales gliding and devouring across starfields, cold machinery entwined with raging energy, eyes brimming with greed, terror, despair, finally settling upon an eternal indigo flame-burning nebula, where a fractured, slowly rotating dark purple crystal and a faint pulsing indigo ember drew near, resisting yet irresistibly drawn, slowly, agonizingly together. From that crucible of conflict and fusion, a new energy began to seep forth, vaster, purer, colder, and more violently potent, permeating his collapsing form. It carried the stars' boundless hunger and the Lihua's purifying sublimation, brutally scouring, repairing, and strengthening every fiber of his flesh, bone, organ, and spirit. The barrier of apprentice fourth tier shattered under its onslaught, like parchment before fire. Fifth tier, sixth tier, his strength, speed, constitution, even his spiritual perception, soared at a terrifying pace. The deep, bone-exposed wounds across his body tingled with unbearable itchiness as they healed, new tissue sprouting and knitting together before his very eyes. Even the tracker embedded in the hound's bite wound was incinerated and expelled by this energy, dissolving into minute black ash that oozed from the wound. Yet this ascension came at a terrible cost, unimaginable agony, and the peril of total loss of control. His body swelled like an overinflated balloon, veins bulged beneath his skin, streaked with interwoven violet and indigo. His consciousness flickered, now lucid, now blurred, as the two glacial, overwhelming shards of will relentlessly assaulted his fragile sense of self. He's absorbing the Lihua core. Sun Rue gasped, voice trembling with disbelief and dread. To absorb the Lihua, a volatile, ultra-pure energy source. That wasn't suicide. It was annihilation, complete dissolution by raw energy. Zhou Lai's expression grew even darker, his gaze sharpened, not only with killing intent, but with startled suspicion and deeper, hungrier covetousness. This youth held secrets far greater than imagined, not only stealing energy, but forcibly absorbing and fusing the Lihua core itself. What was that high-purity energy source embedded in his chest? We must interrupt him before the fusion stabilizes. Extract it. Zhou Lai's eyes blazed with resolve as he barked the order. Sun Rue, Liemo, hold those two. Yes. Sun Rue and Liemo immediately charged toward Yi Ling and Qin Hu. Though fatigued, they knew Yi Ling was gravely injured and Qin Hu shaken by Zhou Lai's blow. 2 against 2 would suffice to pin them down, at least briefly. Zhou Lai meanwhile launched himself anew, hurtling towards Zhou, still immersed in agony and fusion, shielded behind Yi Ling and Qin Hu. This time he held nothing back. Both fists blazed with pale golden energy, condensing into 2 miniature incandescent suns, radiating utter annihilation, as they hurtled towards Zhou's skull and chest. He would reduce Zhou, and the secret within him, to dust. Even if it meant destroying the Lihua core itself, he would not let this anomaly succeed. Yi Ling and Qin Hu tried desperately to turn and intercept, but Sun Rue and Liemo held them fast. All they could do was watch, eyes wide with horror, as Zhou Lai's fists descended, death incarnate, upon the utterly defenseless Zhou. At the very instant those annihilating fists neared Zhou's body, his pupils, clouded by pain and chaos, contracted sharply. Deep within his irises, swirling violet and indigo light blazed forth, like a storm igniting in the abyss. Fists carrying devastating golden light descended like two miniature suns, compressing the air into explosive shrieks. Behind that blinding radiance, Zhou Lai's face was twisted with savagery, greed, and seething bloodlust. Yiling was forced to parry Sun Rui's energy beam, with her blade sparks scattering across her pallid face. Qin, who roared in fury as his greatsword became entangled, with Li Mo's vibrating blade unable to withdraw in time. They all witnessed those lethal fists descending, their pupils contracting in horror, yet they could only watch helplessly. Suzhou's pupils contracted as well. Not from fear, but because the two frigid wills colliding within him, threatening to shatter his very soul, suddenly exploded under the stimulus of external mortal danger. It was not a dispersal, but an eruption of a primal icy fury. Like a sleeping volcano whose crust had been pried open, like a frozen galaxy into which a spark had been cast. He raised his head, movement stiff as his body was still being torn and reshaped by violent energies. But his eyes had already transformed. Deep within his left eye, a dark violet nebula spun silently, exuding a frigid deathliness that devoured all things. In the depths of his right eye, an azure flame burned quietly, holding the heat and purification to incinerate everything. He looked at the descending fists. He did not dodge, nor did he raise a hand to block. He simply opened his mouth. No sound emerged from his throat. But an invisible breath, a fusion of dark violet starlight and azure flowing fire, surged forth from his mouth, like a breached flood of ice and flame. There was no scorching heat, no piercing cold. Only a pure chaotic sense of nothingness, as if it could annihilate both matter and energy. This breath launched after the fist struck them in an instant. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no thunderous clash of energies. Only a bizarre, piercing sound of annihilation, like a red-hot brand plunged into ice water or ice cast into molten lava, that made one's scalp crawl. The two pale gold miniature suns of energy on Zhou Lai's fists condensed with over 100,000 kilograms of terrifying force and capable of collapsing a small hill, silently dissolved and disintegrated like snowmen under sunlight upon contact with that violet azure breath. Not even a ripple of explosive aftershock was triggered, they simply evaporated into nothing. Then came Zhou Lai's fists. The pale gold energy armor on his fist, strong enough to withstand energy rifle fire, proved equally fragile before the breath, rapidly losing luster, cracking, and then, along with the skin, muscle, and bone beneath, being erased by that eerie exhalation. Zhou Lai let out a miserable scream that barely sounded human. He frantically withdrew his hands, but it was too late. Both palms along with half of his forearms had vanished. The wounds were as smooth as a mirror, with no blood spurting forth, for they had been instantly sealed by a layer of dark violet ice crystals and azure embers. Agonizing pain and a bizarre sensation that seemed to freeze and burn his very soul twisted his face. He staggered back, staring at Su Zhou with eyes full of incredulous horror and a trace of genuine fear. What kind of power was this? Not an energy attack, not a physical blow, more like the erasure of rules. What kind of monster had this kid become? Sun Rui and Li Mo were also stunned by the horrifying sight, their attacks involuntarily faltering. Yiling and Qin, who seized the chance to break free and retreat to Su Zhou's side, staring at him with shock, wariness, and a hint of bewilderment at his eerie aura and heterochromatic eyes. After spewing that breath, Su Zhou seemed to have exhausted the strength he had forcibly mustered. His body swayed, and he nearly fell. The violet azure light on his skin dimmed, receding beneath the surface. Yet his aura grew even more obscure and dangerous. His power stabilized at the 6th rank of an apprentice, even subtly climbing toward the 7th. The most noticeable change was in his eyes. Though they had returned to their normal color, the cold, deathly nebula and the quietly burning flame seemed to have been etched into their depths, lending his entire demeanor an inhuman detachment and indifference. He lowered his head, looking at his own hands, unharmed, with skin even finer and faintly gleaming with a dark golden luster. Then raised his gaze to Zhou Lai, who cradled his severed arms, his face pale, his eyes filled with shock and venomous resentment. That move just now, was it an instinctive counterattack triggered by the initial fusion of the Lihua core and the source crystal fragment? The devouring attribute of the Golden Horn beast combined with the purifying incineration nature of Lihua produced this kind of annihilation effect. He did not know. All he knew was that he seemed temporarily safe and stronger. So strong that it felt unfamiliar, even frightening. Boss. Sun Rue and Li Mo rushed to Zhou Lai's side fumbling for emergency spray and bandages, but they froze at the sight of the smooth ice sand fire-sealed stumps, unsure how to proceed. Zhou Lai gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down like rain. He pushed away the medicine Sun Rue offered, used his remaining upper arm to pull a syringe from his tactical pouch, and plunged it into the side of his neck. As the dark red agent was injected, a hint of color returned to his ghastly face, but the searing pain in his severed arms and the eerie sensation of ice and fire erosion still made him tremble violently. He stared at Su Zhou, his gaze like a knife dipped in venom. "Let's go." He forced the word out through clenched teeth, dripping with unwillingness and spite. To continue fighting in his severely wounded state against Su Zhou, whose aura was eerie, whose strength had inexplicably surged, and who possessed that terrifying breath, along with Yiling and Qin, who would be courting disaster. Moreover, the harsh environment and severe energy turbulence could worsen his injuries. "Boss," Sun Rue protested reluctantly. "I said let's go." Zhou Lai growled, turned, and staggered toward the cave entrance. Sun Rue and Li Mo shot Su Zhou and his companions a vicious glare, then quickly helped Zhou Lai retreat into the passage and vanish. In the crystal cavern, only Su Zhou, Yiling, and Qin, who remained surrounded by debris and the lingering scent of ice fire and blood in the air. Silence, broken only by the muffled rumble of the dark red magma churning below and the faint sound of cracking crystal walls from the earlier impact. Yiling slowly exhaled a breath tainted with blood-sheathed white rainbow and slid down to sit with her back against the cold crystal wall, closing her eyes to regulate her breathing, her face pale and translucent. Qin, who also plopped down on the ground, tossing his greatsword aside, panting heavily as he checked the wounds Li Mo had inflicted on him. Su Zhou remained standing, looking somewhat dazedly at himself, then at the injured Yiling and Qin, who, in his chest, the source crystal fragment had completely calmed down, achieving a delicate balance with the azure Lihua core. They floated together slightly above his heart, slowly rotating, emitting a new, more restrained, yet powerful energy fluctuation. Peak of the 6th rank of an apprentice on the verge of breaking through to the 7th. His physical condition was unprecedented. Most of his injuries healed, his strength abundant. Yet his heart felt hollow. The memory of being driven by those two icy wills to spew forth that annihilating breath sent a chill down his spine. Was that still him? Yiling coughed, opened her eyes, and looked at Su Zhou. Her gaze was complex, laced with concern, inquiry, exhaustion, and a hint of distance. After all the transformation Su Zhou had just undergone was too eerie, defying all reason. "Are you all right?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Su Zhou shook his head, wanting to say something, but found his throat dry and unable to produce sound. He bent down, picked up the gray-black key fragment and metal plate that had fallen during his agony, and patted his chest. The source crystal fragment was still there. The shielding piece was gone, having transformed into a guiding beacon, and the azure crystal was already inside his body. Just now. "Thank you." He finally managed to force out those 3 words, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. Yiling twitched the corner of her mouth as if trying to smile, but failed. "No need. Mutual benefit. Besides, you saved us too." She paused, looking at him. "How do you feel now? Can you control that power?" Su Zhou was silent for a moment, feeling the two quiet, yet vast energies within him. "For now, yes, but it feels very unfamiliar." He looked at Yiling. "Are you continuing the mission?" Yiling glanced at the damaged cavern, then at the faint dark red light filtering up from below, and shook her head, her expression weary. "The Lihua core has already been fused by you. This place holds no value for us anymore. Besides, we're all in bad shape. We need to evacuate as soon as possible. The energy turbulence and radiation outside are growing stronger." She struggled to stand, but the strain on her internal injuries made her grunt, her body swaying. Su Zhou instinctively reached out and supported her arm. It was cold to the touch, and even through her combat suit, he could feel her weakness and slight trembling. Yiling stiffened for a moment, but did not pull away. Steadying herself with his help, she murmured, "Thank you." Su Zhou withdrew his hand, the cool sensation lingering on his fingertips. He averted his gaze and looked at Qin, who, "Can you walk?" Qin, who grinned, showing bloodstained teeth. "Can't die. Damn, this trip was a total loss. Got nothing," and stirred up a mess. He hefted his greatsword and looked at Yiling. "Boss, which way out?" "Go back the same way. That mad dog Zhou Lai might be waiting outside." Yiling thought for a moment, then looked toward the hole Zhou Lai had smashed open on the other side of the cavern. "Let's go that way. The energy fluctuations are more chaotic there, but there might be another exit. Even if not, we can avoid Zhou Lai for now." Without further delay, the three of them, supporting one another mainly, Yiling needing Zhou's slight assistance, clambered through the hole. Beyond the hole lay the even more fragmented interior of the tower with twisted passages full of cracks and traces of high temperature melting in many places. They moved carefully, avoiding unstable structures. Along the way, no one spoke. Only heavy breathing and footsteps echoed through the deathly quiet tower. Yiling's injuries were worse than they appeared. She had to stop and catch her breath every few steps. Zhou supported her, clearly feeling her bodice weight and the slight tremors transmitted through her clothes from the pain. She carried a faint scent like mint mixed with rust and blood. Not particularly pleasant, yet it inexplicably unsettled Zhou. He remembered her silhouette as she stood before him blocking Zhou's punch. He remembered her following him without hesitation as he leaped down the cliff face. He remembered the complex look in her eyes just now. This woman was contradictory, decisive and ruthless in killing, yet capable of making nearly foolish protective moves at critical moments. Was it for the mission, or something else? He didn't know. He didn't want to know. Right now, he only wanted to leave this cursed place as quickly as possible, find a safe spot, and figure out what had happened inside his body. There's light ahead, Qin, who in the lead suddenly said in a low voice. The three of them perked up and quickened their pace. Squeezing through a narrow crack, the view opened up before them. It was a tilted, massive breach, as if the tower had been violently smashed open from the outside by something. Beyond the breach, there was no rolling magma or deep mine shaft, but a gray sky and the distant undulating outlines of ruins traced by the faint light of dawn. They had made it out, back to the surface, and their position seemed to be at a damaged spot near the middle upper section of the gray tower's base. Dawn was approaching. The storm had long ceased, and the air still held the damp chill of the rain, but it was infinitely better than the scorching, chaotic environment inside the tower. Standing at the edge of the breach, looking down at the ruins that seemed countless times smaller, all three felt a sense of dazed relief. Let's leave here first and find a place to rest. Yiling broke the silence first, her voice still weak, but regaining its usual calm. Zhou nodded, casting one last glance into the dark, damaged, danger-laden interior of the tower. The shadow of the gray tower, the embers of Lihua. He had obtained part of the key, the gray-black fragment, and acquired the Lihua core by devouring it. The next clue about the silver eye had yet to appear, but this adventure seemed to have come to a temporary end. Only the price he had paid and what he had gained were far more numerous and complex than he had imagined. Supporting Yiling, he followed Qin, who as they painstakingly descended along the tower's rugged exterior slope covered in cracks and protrusions. The faint morning light fell upon the three of them, casting three long shadows, leaning on each other yet distant, across the massive tilted gray-black tower silhouette. A new day in the ruins had begun. The slope outside the tower was steep, the gravel loose, and it was covered with a layer of slippery, eerily colored moss. Every step had to be planted firmly, or one would tumble down. Qin, who led the way, relying on his great strength, using his giant sword as a staff to carve a crooked path on the steep incline. Zhou, supporting Yiling, followed behind, moving with caution. Yiling leaned almost her entire weight on Zhou, her breaths rapid and shallow, her forehead pressed against his shoulder. Cold sweat soaked through his tattered clothes. The scent mingling blood, sweat, mint, and rust on her grew stronger, drilling into Zhou's nostrils. He could feel her body trembling. Every step tugged at her internal injuries, forcing muffled groans from her lips. But she clenched her teeth and remained silent. Boss, hold on. There's a protruding ledge ahead. We can rest there. Qin, who shouted from the front, his voice drifting faintly in the morning breeze. Zhou looked up. Dozens of meters from the slope's base, there was indeed a rocky ledge jutting out from the tower like a small balcony, about 2 or 3 square meters in area, its surface relatively flat. Let's go there. Yiling forced out through gritted teeth. The three adjusted their direction and trudged painfully toward the ledge. Less than 10 meters away, they encountered an almost vertical rock face with only tiny protrusions. Qin, who first tossed his giant sword onto the ledge, then rubbed his hands together and like a giant gecko scrambled up in a few moves. Turning back, he reached out his hand. Boss, let me pull you up first. Yiling looked at the near vertical rock wall, then at her left arm, which she could barely lift, and at Zhou's equally battered state. She hesitated. They'll send you up first, Zhou said, his voice flat, but his hand tightened around her arm. He crouched down slightly. Step on my shoulder. Yiling glanced at him, didn't stand on ceremony. She released Zhou's right hand, gripped the rock face, and tentatively placed her left foot on his left shoulder. Zhou grunted. The injury on his left shoulder was far from healed. But he gritted his teeth, engaged his waist and legs, and slowly stood up, lifting Yiling upward. Borrowing this force, Yiling grabbed a protrusion on the rock face with her right hand, swung her body lightly upward, and planted her right foot on the wall. Though her left arm was weak, her right arm and waist worked in tandem, launching her upward a stretch. Her right hand then caught the edge of a higher crevice. Qin, who watched anxiously from above, leaning half his body out and extending his hand, boss grab hold. Yiling exerted force with her right arm, and her left arm reluctantly lifted, trying to reach Qin Hu's hand. Just as her fingertips were about to touch his palm, crack! The seemingly solid rock protrusion her right hand held weathered and corroded over the years, combined with the force from Suzhou's lift and her own exertion, snapped without warning. Yiling instantly lost her balance. With a cry of alarm, she toppled backward, plummeting toward the steep slope below. Beneath her lay a drop of several dozen meters and a slope covered in sharp gravel. Boss! Qin Hu's eyes nearly split with rage. He wanted to lunge out and catch her, but he was too far away. It was impossible. In the blink of an eye, Zhou didn't even see how he moved. Perhaps it was Yiling's scream of falling, perhaps it was the instinctive agitation of the two energies in his chest that had just been fed and were in a delicate state of activity, or perhaps it was something else he himself didn't understand. The instant Yiling's body tilted back and began to fall, Suzhou's left foot slammed against the slippery slope. The gravel and moss beneath it exploded outward. He shot forward like a cannonball, not upward toward the ledge, but forward and downward, using his own battered body to crash violently into the falling Yiling. Thud! A dull sound of impact. Suzhou slammed solidly into Yiling. The immense force drastically slowed their descent, but also changed their trajectory, sending them tumbling diagonally toward a relatively flat area of the slope littered with sharp rocks. In the moment of impact, Suzhou's arms had already locked tightly around her waist, pulling her entire body close into his embrace. With all his remaining strength, he twisted in midair to put his own back against the jagged rocks below. Suzhou! Yiling's voice, laced with unprecedented panic, exploded in his ear. She could feel the arms clamped around her waist, carrying the scent of blood and the heat of his body, as she could hear the thunderous pounding of his heart in his chest, and she could see his eyes, so closed now, filled with a numb, resolute determination. Crash! They landed heavily on the gravel slope. Rolling, colliding sharp stones slicing through flesh and skin, producing a grating sound. Suzhou held Yiling tightly, using his own body to absorb the brunt of the impact and abrasions. He could clearly hear the sharp crack of his own bones breaking, feel the searing pain from his back, shoulders, and thighs that threatened to overwhelm his consciousness. Warm liquid, whether his blood or Yiling's, splattered across his face. The world spun. In the tumbling, it shattered into countless mottled shards of light and sharp agonies. They rolled for what felt like an eternity, though it might have been only seconds. Finally, they slammed into a section of rusted steel beam half buried in the earth and came to a stop. Suzhou lay beneath Yiling on top of him. Neither moved, their heavy, pained gasps intertwining in the cold morning air. Suzhou's vision darkened, his ears rang, every bone in his body felt dislocated, and his back was a searing mess. Likely no patch of skin remained intact. Yet he still maintained his hold on Yiling, his arms stiff as iron hoops. Yiling stirred first. Struggling, she propped herself up on her elbows and looked down at Suzhou beneath her. The morning light fell on her face, smeared with dust and blood. Her lips trembled as she wanted to speak, but no sound came. She saw Suzhou's face pale as paper, a deep gash on his forehead with blood smearing half his face. His eyes were tightly shut, his lashes quivering slightly from the agony. His arm, still holding her, tightened, unconsciously pressing painfully against her ribs. Suzhou! Suzhou! Her voice was hoarse, trembling in a way she didn't notice herself. She patted his face with her hand, which came away sticky with his cold blood. Suzhou's eyelids fluttered. He struggled to open them a crack. His vision was blurry. He could only make out Yiling's face smeared with blood and dust and etched with panic wavering before him. He twitched the corner of his mouth trying to speak, but only spat out a mouthful of blood-flecked spittle. Are you okay? His voice was barely a whisper, each word squeezed from his lungs. Yiling's throat tightened, and her eyes reddened instantly. She shook her head vigorously, trying to help him up, but Suzhou's body was limp as mud. The slightest movement made him convulse, and pain, cold sweat pouring off him. Qin! Yiling looked up and screamed toward the slope, her voice cracking. Qin scrambled down the slope, his face ashen. Seeing the two of them piled together and the blood everywhere, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Boss! Su kid! You! No time for talk. First aid kit. Now! Yiling snapped, forcing down the sob in her throat as she frantically began checking Zhou's injuries. His back was a bloody mess embedded with gravel. His shoulder blade and arm were clearly deformed, probably broken. His ribs? She dared not think about it. The wound on his forehead was deep, still gushing blood. Qin Hu snapped to action as well, dropping his giant sword and fumbling through his backpack for the first aid kit. The contents were far more advanced than what Zhou had looted from Zhou: potent hemostatic gel nanorepair bandages and cell regeneration injections. Working together, they carefully moved Zhou out of the rubble and laid him flat. With trembling hands, Yiling first sprayed hemostatic gel on his forehead wound, then wrapped it tightly with nano bandages. She also forced a pill to relieve pain and stabilize injuries into his mouth. Zhou was already semi-conscious from the pain, swallowing mechanically. Treating his back was more troublesome. His clothes and shredded skin were stuck together. Yiling gritted her teeth, using sterilized scissors to cut them away bit by bit, each movement cautious, but Zhou still convulsed from the pain. Qin Hu held him down, sweat beading on his own forehead. After clearing most of the debris, they sprayed on gel-applied, thick, regenerative dressings and wrapped it all tightly with bandages. For the fractures in his arm and shoulder blade, Yiling's hands were steady, using polymer splints from the kit for temporary immobilization. After finishing, both were nearly exhausted. Yiling sat down heavily on the gravel beside Zhou, looking at his mummy-like bandaged form, his pallid face, and his faint breathing. A heavy stone seemed lodged in her chest, suffocating her. Qin Hu also slumped to the ground, wiping the sweat and dust from his face. Seeing Yiling's dazed look and then the unconscious Zhou, he rumbled, "Boss. This kid, he's got your back." Yiling said nothing. She simply reached out, and with the relatively clean back of her fingers, gently brushed away the blood and dirt clinging to Zhou's face. Her movements were very light, carrying a tenderness she herself didn't realize, a near-cherished carefulness. The morning light grew brighter, dispelling the gloom of the ruins and illuminating the chaotic slope and the three battered, blood-soaked figures upon it. Under the combined effects of searing pain and the medication, Zhou sank into darkness. Deep in his consciousness, the dark purple nebula and the dark blue flame seemed to dim and slow, weakened by their host's severe injuries. Yet they stubbornly continued their slow rotation and burning, emitting faint strands of energy, carrying a hint of repair and nourishment, protecting his heart and brain against death. He didn't know why he had acted on that nearly instinctive impulse to shield Yiling with his body. Perhaps it was just not wanting to see someone die before him. Perhaps it was because she had once stood in front of him, or perhaps it was something else, vaguer and more inexplicable. He only knew that at that moment he hadn't thought much. His body simply moved faster than his mind, like a beast protecting its young, like a moth diving into a flame. No reason, no logic. He just did it. Yiling sat beside him, watching his furrowed brow and his pain-filled unconsciousness, watching his side profile, messed up with blood and dirt, yet oddly youthful, even childlike. A surge of unprecedented complex emotions churned within her. Guilt, lingering fear, and unfamiliar softness that made her heart flutter with anxiety and a trace of a secret tremor she didn't dare to examine too closely. In her life, she had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, had seen too much of life, death, and betrayal. Her heart had long been honed as cold and hard as the blade she wielded. Never had she imagined that one day she would be saved in such a manner by a kid she had known for less than a day, with an unknown background and an aura of strangeness. And saved so fiercely, so recklessly. "Qin Hu," she suddenly spoke, her voice returning to calm, but the turmoil in her eyes hadn't settled. "Contact Suli, report our position, and request an emergency extraction. Coordinates. Find a relatively safe concealed spot nearby. His injuries are too severe, he needs to be sent back for treatment as soon as possible." "Yes." Qin Hu immediately got up to fetch the communicator. Yiling looked down at Zhou again. The morning breeze blew, lifting the sweat-dampened strands of hair from her forehead and brushing over his pallid face. She reached out and gently brushed aside the lock of hair stuck to his forehead with blood. Her movements were still very light. The morning in the ruins was silent and desolate. Only the wind, carrying the scent of gunpowder and blood, flowed silently. Suli arrived swiftly. Less than 15 minutes after the message was sent, a deep, unfamiliar engine roar, unlike the hounds or the blade vehicles before, sounded from the distant sky. It was a streamlined, matte, silver-gray small craft, like a mute swift, descending soundlessly onto a relatively flat patch of ruined ground not far from the slope. The craft was compact, yet bristling with technology, clearly standard issue for an elite Byron squad. Qin Hu and Su Li carefully lifted the unconscious Su Zhou into the craft's rear cabin on a portable stretcher. Yi Ling boarded as well. Her face remained pale, but her gaze had regained its customary calm. Only when it flicked over Su Zhou did it linger, just for a moment longer. The cabin was tight, but well equipped with medical apparatus. Su Li activated the life support systems, tubes, and sensors automatically linked to Su Zhou, monitoring his vital signs. She moved with practiced speed, checking Yi Ling and Qin Hu for injuries, administering another dose of potent nutrients and stabilizers to Yi Ling, and treating several deeper wounds on Qin Hu. Boss, you lot went a bit far this time. Su Li worked the controls and glanced at the unconscious Su Zhou. Her look curious. Who is this kid? He could fight Zhou Lai like that, and end up like this. She gestured towards Su Zhou's battered state. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Yi Ling leaned against the cabin wall, eyes closed, voice weary but decisive. Head straight for the outpost. Encrypted channel highest priority. Alert the medical team to prepare. He has severe internal injuries and multiple fractures. He needs immediate surgery. Su Li asked no more and concentrated on piloting. The craft rose vertically with graceful lightness, then accelerated silently toward the southeast ruins. The leaning gray-black tower soon fell behind, shrinking to a blur on the horizon. The flight was smooth. Even unconscious Su Zhou's brow was furrowed, his body twitched occasionally with pain. Monitors showed his vitals weak but stable. There was a strange energy fluctuation, detected by instruments as abnormal bioelectric activity, slowly coursing through him, as if resisting the worsening of his wounds. Su Li glanced again at the anomalous readings. Yi Ling offered no explanation, so she did not press. Yi Ling kept her eyes closed, but did not sleep. Her mind churned with tangled images. Su Zhou in the tower absorbing the Li Hua core, his eyes of different color, emitting a grotesque breath. The moment on the slope, when he hurled himself forward to shield her from falling debris, his breathless faint words before losing consciousness. Are you all right? A collage of scenes and feelings colliding until she felt unsettled. She never kept debts. Especially not debts of this sort, those repaid with life itself. The sensation was foreign and inconvenient. After more than half an hour of flight, a sizable cluster of rebuilt and reinforced ruins appeared ahead. Tall concrete walls bristled with automated turrets and energy shield generators. Inside were several multi-story buildings restored and fortified, their roofs outfitted with helipads and communications antennas. This was one of Byron's provisional outposts in the Haicheng ruins. Guided by its identification signal, the craft touched down on a rooftop helipad of one building. The hatch opened and masked medics in white protective suits long awaiting their arrival immediately rolled up on mobile beds and carefully transferred Su Zhou onto one, quickly pushing him inside the building. Yi Ling and Qin Hu were assisted off the craft and escorted to the medical area. Leader, a stern-faced middle-aged man in black combat gear, approached. The outpost commander, codename Lao Ke. We received Su Li's emergency communication. Your team. He swept his gaze over Yi Ling and Qin Hu's bedraggled appearances, frowning. Mission briefings will come later. First, save the patient. Yi Ling cut him off, nodding toward the departing stretcher. Use the best medical resources. Spare no expense. I want him alive, and I want him recovered as quickly as possible. He is important. Lao Ke's eyes narrowed. He studied Yi Ling's rare gravity, then the direction Su Zhou had been taken, and conceded with a nod. Understood. I will personally oversee it. You two go and have your injuries tended. Yi Ling said nothing further. Accompanied by another medic, she went to a separate treatment room. Qin Hu was taken away as well. In the medical room, Yi Ling shed her bloodied, torn combat suit to reveal skin bruised and scraped beneath. Her worst injuries were internal contusions and several strained ligaments and bones, the result of taking Zhou Lai's punch in the tower and the subsequent fall while climbing down. Medics gave her a thorough examination, applied dressings, injected agents to promote healing, and used therapeutic devices to treat internal trauma. Throughout the procedures, Yi Ling remained taciturn, cooperating with the team, while her gaze wandered, as if lost in thought. Captain Yi, the female doctor attending her arm, could not help but speak, her tone laced with concern. Your injuries are severe, and your mental energy is seriously depleted. You need to rest a while. Also, she hesitated. The young man brought in earlier is gravely wounded, multiple comminuted fractures, internal bleeding, skull fissures. Although his vitals have been temporarily stabilized, whether he will regain consciousness or suffer lasting damage is uncertain. Who is he? Yi Ling's gaze sharpened briefly as she looked at the doctor, her voice steady. Do everything to save him. Everything else need not be known. The doctor wisely fell silent. After her wounds were treated and she changed into clean clothes, Yi Ling did not rest. She went directly to the observation area outside the intensive care unit. Through the reinforced glass, she could see Zhou on the bed connected to monitors and life support lines, a breathing mask covering his face, only his closed eyes, and a pale forehead exposed. Medics swarmed around him, performing debridement, bone realignment, and internal repairs. The machine's lights swept across his body, emitting a soft hum. He looked fragile as porcelain, a stark contrast to the eerie spectacle in the tower when he had spewed ice and fire and worn a strange presence. Yiling watched quietly, expression controlled. Only the slight tension at her fingertips betrayed her inner unrest. Lao Ke joined her at the window, also watching Zhou. His condition is temporarily stable, surgery is underway. But his body is peculiar. His self-healing capacity exceeds the ordinary, and there is a unique energy enveloping his core organs that diminishes the effectiveness of some medical agents. The medical team adjusted the regimen several times before finding the right dosage and cadence. He paused. Captain E, what exactly is this kid? Su Li's report was vague, but mentioned Zhou Lai's serious injury and an inexplicable form of energy attack. Yiling fell silent for a few seconds before answering slowly, he is the key. The key. Lao Ke blinked. To open the Hueta and locate the Lihua core. Yiling spoke in a low voice audible only to them. The Lihua core is now inside him. Lao Ke's pupils contracted. He snapped his gaze to the glassed ward where Zhou lay, his eyes sharpened and burned with a sudden intensity. The Lihua core inside him. How is that possible? How could a human contain such a thing? I do not know. Yiling shook her head, keeping her eyes on Zhou. But he did it. And because of that he possesses some incomprehensible power. Zhou Lai was grievously wounded by that power. Lao Ke drew a long breath, tamping down his astonishment. This must be reported to headquarters immediately. I know, Yiling nodded. But before we report, we must ensure he lives, and that he is controllable. He is currently our only lead on the Lihua core, and perhaps other ancient relics. Zhou Lai survived, the Laiquan will not relent. Other powers may also scent this out. This place is no longer safe. You mean, once his surgery is done and his condition stabilizes, prepare him for immediate transfer. Yiling turned to Lao Ke, her demeanor resuming its habitual cool decisiveness. Activate the Yiling protocol, highest confidentiality. Send him to Xinqiao. They have the most complete isolation research and treatment facilities. Only Ui Su Liqin Hu and the head of Xinqiao will know. I will submit a mission brief to headquarters that has been suitably altered. Xinqiao. Lao Ke's face darkened further. That is the highest level containment and research base. Captain Yi, are you certain? Once he goes in, he might. It is better than falling into the hands of the Laiquan or anyone else. Yiling interrupted coldly. And only Xinqiao might unravel the secret within him and bring that power under control. This is for the mission and for his own good. The last words fell lightly, almost distant. Lao Ke studied Yiling deeply, searching her face as if for proof, then finally inclined his head. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. The Yiling protocol requires time, roughly 24 hours to prepare. As soon as possible. Yiling glanced once more at Zhou in the ward, then left the observation area. She did not return to her assigned resting room. Instead, she went to the intelligence analysis office, pulled up all mission records and scanned data, and began composing the altered briefing. She needed to conceal Zhou's existence and the matter of the Lihua core, focusing the narrative on discoveries within the Hueta, the clash with Zhou Lai's squad, and the Lihua core being damaged or lost during the conflict. That required great skill, a talent she possessed. Yet as she wrote, her thoughts kept drifting back to the ICU. Zhou's eyes before he lost consciousness, the resolute look when he launched himself forward, the scorching heat of his body when he held her, and the painful force of his grip. They flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. She stopped, irritated, massaging her brow. Damn it. Since when had she become so indecisive? He was merely a mission target, a dangerous and unknown key. Saving him, protecting him. That was for the mission to extract information and value from him. Nothing more. She forced herself back to the screen, her fingers tapping briskly as she wove cold, precise phrasing. But somewhere deep within, a voice asked softly, really, is it only that? She had no answer. Or rather, she dared not probe that answer. The intelligence office's lights cast a cold white over her pale profile and tightly pressed lips. Outside the window, the ruined skyline dimmed. Night was coming again. Unaware of the arrangements being made, the unconscious Zhou knew nothing of the world beyond his narrow horizon. He lay drowned in bottomless darkness and searing pain, his chest cradling two slowly rotating orbs of dark purple nebula and deep blue flame, emitting a faint, yet steady light and warmth. like two lonely beacons in a black ocean sustaining his shattered body and the slipping edges of his consciousness. Occasionally, amid the drug and wound-induced stupor, fractured grotesque dreams pierced the dark. Sometimes there were immense dark golden scales crossing an icy firmament, a cavernous mouth opening to devour stars. Sometimes a roiling sea of dark red magma, and the crooked dark blue crystal tower upon it, something atop the tower calling. Sometimes there were the hum of instruments in a cold laboratory and shadowed figures in white protective suits. Sometimes a pair of eyes, cold as blades, yet in a moment revealing fear and something else. The owner of those eyes had short hair plastered wet to the temple, a pale face, lips drained of color from blood loss, but eyes bright like a star in a cold night. She was calling to him. Zhou. The voice was faint with a trace of tremor, like a cobweb stirred by wind, yet it pierced the heavy darkness and pain and sank into his almost motionless awareness. He wanted to answer, but could not summon any sound. Only the two lights at his chest seemed to flicker, brightening for a single fragile instant. The phantom protocol activated in utter silence. 24 hours later, at the deepest hour of night, deep beneath the outpost, an alloy gate disguised as an ordinary warehouse rollop door slowly ascended. Beyond the gate lay an underground passage bathed in the stark white glow of emergency lights stretching into the profound darkness. The passage walls were smooth and frigid, constructed from a high-strength alloy. At intervals, energy scanners and defensive turrets stood guard, a testament to the stringent security. A boxy transport vehicle, unmarked, pitch black and sleek in design, glided silently into the passage. Its surface was coated with specialized radar-absorbing and anti-detection materials. The engine hum was suppressed to a whisper, making it resemble a massive black fish swimming through the depths. Zhou lay unconscious inside a customized life support pod within the vehicle. The pod was connected to a complex network of life support and monitoring systems, with screens displaying stable but weak vital signs. Under the advanced medical technology of White Blade, his external wounds had initially healed. Fractures were internally fixed with bioalloy. However, the internal organ trauma and severe energy depletion kept him in a deep self-repairing coma. Yiling and Qin, who stood outside the vehicle. Yiling had changed into a neat black uniform. Some color had returned to her face, but a trace of fatigue and an almost imperceptible solemnity lingered in her eyes. Qin, who with his arm in a sling, but still in good spirits, looked at the transport vehicle and grinned. "So we're sending him off just like that," he said a bit reluctantly. "That kid's got guts. I didn't even get to have a drink with him." Yiling remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhou's calm, or rather numb, sleeping face inside the pod. The wound on his forehead had scabbed over, leaving a dark red scar that made his complexion seem even paler. His long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyelids, making him appear younger and more fragile than his actual age. It was impossible to connect this image with the monstrous being inside the tower that had spewed ice and fire and gravely wounded Zhou Lai. "Old K." Yiling's voice rang out exceptionally clear in the empty, silent underground passage. "Have you contacted Deep Nest?" "Rest assured, Captain Yi," Old K replied in a low voice from behind her. "The highest authority directive has been synchronized." The base director doctor responded, personally confirming preparations for the highest level of reception and isolation. "All checkpoints and interference layers along the route are set. Everything is foolproof." Yiling nodded, cast one final glance at Zhou, then turned and said to Qin, "Hu, we'll take another route back to the capital for debriefing. This matter is in the hands of Old K and Su Li." "Understood," Qin, who acknowledged, but couldn't help asking, "Chief, was our mission a success or not?" Yiling paused mid-step, her gaze fixed on the boundless darkness deeper in the passage. "We completed the part we were supposed to. As for the rest." She left the sentence unfinished, walking towards a small high-speed vehicle parked on the other side of the passage. Qin, who scratched his head, and followed. The transport vehicle's hatch closed silently, merging seamlessly with the body, leaving no trace of a seam. The engine emitted a low hum, and the vehicle began to glide along the passage, heading deeper into the ruins, or rather towards the deepest, most secret corner under the control of the capital's base, unknown to most. The passage was long, seeming to traverse the underground of vast ruins, perhaps connecting to some unknown facilities from a bygone era. Occasionally they passed through even larger cave-like underground spaces where abandoned gigantic machinery or unfinished structures stood flashing by in the vehicle's dim light, like sleeping prehistoric beasts. Zhou was oblivious to the outside world. He was submerged in a deeper, more chaotic realm of consciousness. It was no longer the simple darkness and intense pain from before. Here there seemed to be visions, or rather a chaotic collage of fragmented memories and energy information. He saw enormous dark golden scales slowly undulating through a frigid sea of stars. Each movement caused ripples in space, and distant stars like specks of dust were drawn in and annihilated in silence. He heard an ancient, distant roar filled with endless coldness and majesty resonating directly in the depths of his soul across the vacuum of the cosmos. These were fragments of the Golden Horn Beast's primal memory. He also saw a blazing dark red ocean of pure energy. In its center stood a sky-piercing crystal tower of deep blue. At its peak, a constantly twisting and morphing flame burned silently, exuding a contradictory aura of consuming all things and birthing new life. That was the past of the Li Fire core concerning its birth and sealing. These two distinct yet equally powerful and ancient visions constantly collided and interwove within his consciousness, each trying to devour or assimilate the other. His self-awareness was like a small boat in a stormy sea, sometimes plunged into the cold, devouring abyss of the Golden Horn Beast, other times thrown into the purifying energy storm of Li Fire on the verge of complete dissolution and loss. But at this precarious moment, another fainter, yet clearer and more real fragment of consciousness began to emerge at the edges of his chaotic mind, like a stabilizing pillar, and slowly converged towards the center. It was the silhouette of a woman. She wore a bloodstained combat suit, her short hair damp with sweat plastered to her fair neck. She stood before him facing a descending, devastating fist, her hand steady on her blade, not looking back. It was the image of her shielding him inside the tower. Then came the eyes. Clear and cold as a blade's edge, yet at one moment they reflected his charging form, her pupils flickering with alarm, shock, and a hint of an emotion he could not decipher. She was patting his face on the rubble slope, hoarsely calling his name. It was her panicked look after he fell. And then, a very light touch. Her fingertips brushed his cheek, pushing aside the hair matted with blood on his forehead. The movement was gentle, carrying a strange, cautious tenderness that inexplicably made his heart tremble. These fragments belonged to Yi Ling. They belonged to the decisive woman who, at the critical juncture of life and death, made an almost foolish protective move and was ultimately saved by his instinctive life-risking defense. These fragments carried her presence, her warmth, the coolness of her fingertips, the tremor in her voice. Unlike the cold, ancient, destructive nature of the Golden Horn Beast and Li Fire, these were more vivid, more human, and more capable of anchoring his fading self. I am Zhou. I am not the beast that devours stars. I am not the flame that incinerates all things. I am Zhou, who crawled out of the ruins, scavenged from monsters' mouths, was hunted by hounds, fought desperately with Yi Ling and Qin, who in the tower, and in the end, saved her and nearly fell to my death. This thought, like a single spark in the darkness, suddenly ignited within his chaotic sea of consciousness. Though faint, it was indomitably firm. With the recondensation of this self-awareness, the two conflicting masses within his chest, the dark purple nebula and the dark blue flame, seemed to be harmonized and soothed. The intensity of their conflict began to decrease. Their rotation speed slightly synchronized. The emitted energy fluctuations became less violent, beginning to permeate and merge with each other in a slower, more stable manner. Strands of new energy began to form, dark purple laced with starlight, blue, dark blue, swirling with stellar radiance. It was purer, more restrained, and more controllable. This nascent energy no longer felt like mere violent plunder or purification. It seemed infused with a sense of protection and repair, gently flowing through his damaged meridians, organs, and bones, accelerating the deep-level healing that medical agents and the boat's natural abilities could not reach. The transport vehicle traveled through the darkness for an unknown duration before finally coming to a gentle stop. Ahead lay a colossal, mirror-smooth wall of silver-gray metal of unknown composition, blocking almost the entire end of the passage. The wall bore no gaps or markings except for a barely perceptible coin-sized dark spot at its center. From the front of the transport vehicle, a special beam of energy, constantly shifting frequency, shot out and connected with the dark spot. A cold, synthesized electronic female voice echoed through the passage, identity confirmed. Phantom Protocol, highest authority. Receiving target designated LH Fusion. Authorization verified. Immediately, the massive silver-gray metal wall starting from the central dark point, silently concave, rotated and slid open, revealing a circular entrance lined with glowing blue energy patterns just wide enough for the vehicle to pass. Beyond the entrance was brighter, colder white light and an even more oppressive, stringent atmosphere. The transport vehicle slowly drove in. Behind it, the metal wall closed seamlessly as if it had never opened. Before it lay a cylindrical space of unimaginable vastness filled with futuristic technology. The space was over 100 meters in diameter, its height lost in the blinding white light above. The surrounding circular walls were densely packed with observation windows flashing various indicator lights, operating platforms, and complex mechanical arms and detection equipment. Countless figures in fully sealed white protective suits and masks were busy on the platforms, some watching the incoming transport vehicle through the observation windows. At the center of the space hung a completely transparent cylindrical isolation pod suspended in midair. The pod was made of a high-strength transparent alloy fully equipped with life support systems, monitoring devices, and several interfaces connecting to external pipelines. Surrounding the pod were several visible layers of energy barriers in different colors, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. This was Deep Nest. It was one of the capital base's most core and secret containment and research facilities dedicated to handling anomalous individuals and items of high danger, unknown origin, or strategic value. The transport vehicle stopped at a designated platform at the bottom of the space. The hatch opened and the life support pod was gently removed by several agile mechanical arms, smoothly transported into the central transparent isolation pod and connected to its internal systems. Various pipelines connected automatically, and more precise scanning beams began a full-body examination of Zhou. On the observation platform outside the isolation pod, a tall, thin, elderly man, also in a white protective suit, but without a mask, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the unconscious Zhou through the thick, transparent walls. His hair was graying, meticulously combed. His face was deeply lined, his eyes sharp and filled with an exploratory zeal, like a scalpel seeming to cut through Zhou's flesh to see the secrets within. He was the director of Deep Nest, codenamed Dr. Vital signs stable, deep coma, self-repair functions active. Abnormal energy reactions, stable, initial signs of fusion. Unknown benign mutation in biological tissue. A nearby assistant quickly reported the scanning data. The doctor listened, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his protective suit, his eyes growing brighter. LH fusion. Fascinating, most fascinating. A fragment of the Golden Horn Beast star core and the source flame core from the Leaf Fire project achieving initial coexistence, and even beginning fusion within a human apprentice. This is a miracle. No, a divine miracle, he murmured to himself, his voice filled with fervor. Dr. Captain Yi Ling has sent an encrypted message reiterating the target's importance and potential danger, requesting absolute safety assurance and a swift assessment of its controllability, another assistant reported. The doctor waved his hand, his gaze still locked on Zhou. Tell Yi Ling once the subject is in Deep Nest, it's my business. Safety. Here he is at his safest. As for controllability, a cryptic smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That depends on whether he himself wants to be controlled, and whether we can find a way to control him. He walked to the main console and called up a real-time image of the two energy reactions inside Zhou's body. The dark purple nebula and the dark blue flame, like two miniature stars, slowly danced together in Zhou's chest, emitting a magnificent and dangerous light. Initiate the cradle protocol. Level 1 monitoring. Record all physiological data, energy fluctuations, and neural responses. Set precision to maximum. For now, do not perform any active stimulation or invasive examinations. Observe first. Wait for him to wake up on his own. The doctor issued the orders, his deep eyes reflecting the excitement of a scientist facing an unprecedented puzzle along with a deeper, unfathomable glint. Understood. The energy barriers around the isolation pod shimmered, becoming more solid. Various detectors locked onto Zhou, initiating round-the-clock, all-encompassing monitoring. Zhou was completely unaware of this. He remained submerged in the deep sea of consciousness, slowly healing, transforming, and awaiting his moment of awakening alongside the two gradually calming and merging ancient forces within him and the vivid, warm memory fragments belonging to Zhou. The lights of Deep Nest were cold and constant, like eternal stars illuminating this closed, isolated space, and also the sleeping youth within the pod, a bearer of immense secrets and an unknown future. Here time seemed to lose its meaning. Only the hum of operating instruments and the faint glow of flowing energy echoed endlessly in the silence. 37 hours after the initiation of the cradle protocol. Within the cylindrical space of the Deep Nest, the cold, constant artificial light simulated a non-existent cycle of day and night. Inside the isolation pod, Zhou's vital signs climbed steadily. His internal injuries, under the combined effect of the medical system and his own peculiar fused energy, healed at an astonishing rate. At the fracture sites, the bioalloy fixation frame bonded tightly, with new callus the strength even surpassing its former state. He remained unconscious, but no longer in that deep, scattered state. It was more like sinking in warm water, his five senses sealed, yet his consciousness drifted within a clearer, more active inner world. There the dark purple nebula and the dark blue flame no longer clashed. Their rotational trajectories trended towards synchronization like two twin stars orbiting each other. At their center, a new energy, dark gold containing the star's plunder and the fire's purification, yet seemingly touched by something softer, more meaningful, was slowly and steadily being generated and growing. This energy repaired the deepest hidden injuries of his body and quietly nourished and widened his originally rough and blocked energy channels. The barrier of apprentice 6th rank had long been breached, and the threshold of 7th rank was also tottering under the infiltration of this high-quality energy. His muscle fibers became denser and tougher, his bones faintly emitted an extremely light, warm luster that was neither metal nor jade. Even the fine blood vessels beneath his skin seemed clearer and more robust. On the level of consciousness, the cold fragments of the Golden Horn beast and the violent memories of the leaf fire still existed, but they were like exhibits sealed in a glass case. Though he could see and feel their vastness and antiquity, they could no longer easily breach the dike of his self. Instead, it was Yi Ling's panicked eyes, the cold touch of her fingertips, Qin Husk's gruff concern, and even Su Li's probing, scrutinizing gaze. These closer, more real memory fragments like anchors firmly pinned his consciousness to the identity of Zhou. I am Zhou, a survivor of the ruins, the prey of the hounds, the key of White Blade, Yi Ling's rescued one and also her rescuer. This recognition grew clearer, but on the edge of this gradually clarifying self-awareness, an extremely faint, yet undeniable sense of strangeness surged like an undercurrent from time to time. It was a feeling of being watched, not by the ubiquitous cold detectors and the gazes from behind the observation windows in the deep nest. That kind of gaze carried a clear purpose and an intent to study. It was external. But this current feeling of being watched was more ethereal, as if coming from an extremely distant place, or as if hidden in some fold of his consciousness. Without emotion, without purpose, just a pure, constant observation. Like looking through thick, frosted glass, blurry but present. Was it an extension of perception brought about by the fusion of the source crystal fragment and the leaf fire core? Or, Zhou struggled to focus within the chaos of his consciousness, trying to capture the source of that strangeness. Very blurry, like listening to sounds through water. But gradually he heard something. Not sound, but an extremely subtle fluctuation similar to an information stream. This fluctuation faintly resonated with the two ancient energies within him, transmitting fragmented non-linguistic symbols or concepts. Coordinates, deviation, protocol, executing, vessel, status, assessment, stable, fusion rate, 13, 7, rising continuously, interference source, cradle, low threat, temporarily shielded. Next phase, Gray Tower deep layer, leaf fire core, key fragment 2, recovery priority. Upgraded. Backup plan. Messenger activation. Countdown. The information stream was intermittent, cold, precise, and devoid of any emotion. Like the operation log of some machine. And deep within the background noise of this information stream, Zhou faintly sensed a pair of eyes. Not human eyes. It was a cold silver gray eye composed of countless precise concentric ring patterns. The silver eye. It was him. That mysterious being who gave him the shielding fragment, sent him to retrieve the dark blue crystal, and left behind the key fragment and clues. Had it been watching him all along? Or had it left some kind of backdoor or beacon on him, enabling remote monitoring or even information transmission? This realization caused Zhou's consciousness to ripple violently. What exactly was the silver eye? What did it want with the key fragments? Gray Tower deep layer. Leaf fire core. What were those places? Backup plan. What was the messenger? Countdown. How long? He wanted to ask to send out information, but his consciousness was not yet condensed enough to actively establish a dialogue with that information stream. He could only passively receive those cold, calculating fragments. Just then the information stream suddenly intensified for a moment, and a clearer command or prompt was directly imprinted into his consciousness, warning the Cradle Protocol's deep scan will reach the perceptual shielding threshold in 4 hours and 37 minutes. It is recommended that the vessel enter a camouflage or interference state before the scan to avoid core data exposure. Immediately afterward, the information stream rapidly weakened and vanished. The feeling of being watched also faded, as if the silver I had actively cut off the connection or shifted its gaze. But the information left behind made Zhou's heart sink. A deep scan from the deep nest was coming. Would it expose the secrets of the source crystal fragment and the leaf fire core? Was the silver eye warning him? Or rather reminding him to protect himself? Camouflage. Interference. How? He couldn't even move right now. Subconsciously, he sank his consciousness into his chest, focusing on the two slowly rotating energy cores. The dark purple nebula and the dark blue flame, upon receiving his anxious thoughts, seemed to stir slightly, transmitting back a vague, instinctive information about convergence and mimicry. The Golden Horn Beast was born with the ability to camouflage and hide in cosmic environments. The leaf fire core also seemed to possess basic functions for adjusting its own energy radiation characteristics. But these were fragments' instincts. He didn't understand the specific operations. He could only rely on feeling, trying to soothe the two energies with his will, making them rotate, slower their light, more introverted their energy fluctuations, calmer, closer to the standard mode of ordinary bioenergy. At the same time, he struggled to mobilize the newly generated dark gold fused energy within his body, forming an extremely thin insulating layer on the surface of his body, attempting to isolate the deeper, unique imprints of those two ancient existences. This was very difficult, like asking a child who had just learned to walk to perform a difficult acrobatic stunt. He tried clumsily. The consumption of mental energy enormous, and his just stabilized consciousness began to scatter again. But perhaps driven by the crisis of life and death, the crisis of exposing a secret, or perhaps due to some talent brought by the fused energy, or perhaps because the warning information from the silver eye itself carried a subtle guidance under his unremitting, almost instinctive attempts, the light of the two energies in his chest actually began to dim at a visible rate if he had eyes to see, and their rotation slowed to near stasis. The emitted energy fluctuations from that ancient pure characteristic high-frequency state gradually downshifted and diluted, becoming murky and weak, mixed with a large amount of noise from his own life activities, finally stabilizing at a level of energy characteristics common among apprentice rank martial artists, severely injured, with a special constitution, high energy activity, but chaotic attributes. And the deeper essential imprints of the star core and source fire were barely wrapped and concealed by that thin layer of dark gold fused energy, like a precious treasure covered with a coarse linen cloth, crude, but likely to pass inspection without an ultra-fine targeted deep analysis. After doing all this, Zhou felt more exhausted than after a fight in the tower. His consciousness was drowsy, almost sinking into a deep coma again. But he held on, maintaining that camouflage state. He didn't know how long the camouflage would last, nor whether it could fool the technology of the deep nest. But it was the only thing he could do now. Time in silence and camouflage passed minute by minute. Outside the isolation pod on the observation platform, the doctor looked at Zhou's various data on the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. Energy fluctuation peak decreased by 67, frequency characteristics approaching normal high-level apprentice standard, but the waveform still has inexplicable subtle distortions. Deep bioelectrical activity, severely obscured by some unknown interference signal, chaotic. He turned to his assistant beside him. How are the deep neural scan and energy field spectrum analysis preparations? They are ready, doctor. The Cradle Protocol's Level 3 deep scan will initiate in 4 hours and 34 minutes. At that time, it will penetrate the target's current life field shielding and conduct a full-spectrum, highest precision, deconstructive analysis of its energy core neural network and genetic information, the assistant reported quickly. Very good. The doctor nodded, his gaze returning to Zhou, his eyes profound. I want to see what kind of miracle is hidden beneath this layer of coarse linen of yours. He tapped lightly on the console, calling up another file. The file title was Messenger Project Anomalous Energy Resonance Event Record No. X7. The file recorded an extremely brief but intense anomalous energy resonance, highly consistent with the leaf fire energy signature detected around the same time Zhou entered the deep nest at an abandoned underground signal relay station in another part of the ruins far from the Grey Tower area. The source of the resonance was unknown, lasting less than 0.3 seconds, then vanishing with no signs of any life or mechanical activity detected. The event was marked as low-threat continuous observation. The doctor looked at this record, then at the quiet Zhou in the isolation pod, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Messenger. He seemed to have caught a whiff of a more interesting and more complex flavor than the current fusion before him. The silver-gray cold I might not have completely closed. It had merely changed its method, quietly observing the direction of the chessboard from deeper shadows. And the chess pieces for the most part remained utterly unaware of this. The isolation chamber's lights glowed with unwavering constancy, simulating a false artificial day that had no true existence. Zhou lay suspended in the life support fluid, his consciousness hovering at the razor-thin boundary between wakefulness and chaos, like a string drawn taut to its breaking point. The disguise over his chest had to be sustained, continuously draining what little spiritual energy remained, already weakened by injury and ongoing cellular repair. Sweat, or perhaps some evaporative byproduct of the life support fluid, seeped from the corners of his tightly shut eyes and along his temples, tracing slow paths down his pallid skin before vanishing into the surrounding liquid. He could perceive the outside, not through sight or sound, but via an obscure singular extension of awareness born from the fusion of energies within him. Countless cold, incisive, purpose-driven gazes and ripples of energy swept across his body like invisible tendrils. They were deep nest surveillance systems and scanning arrays. Standard vital sign monitoring, energy wave scanning, biological tissue imaging. These probes surged like tides, wave after wave, attempting to pierce the coarse outer layer of his disguise. Most were deflected, or rather deliberately misled. To the scanner's readouts, he appeared as a severely injured yet astonishingly resilient apprentice-deer martial cultivator, possessing complex yet moderately potent energy signatures and bearing hallmarks suggestive of either unknown genetic mutation or esoteric lineage inheritance. The data registered anomalies, but still fell within the bounds of plausible explanation. Yet Zhou sensed something deeper, heavier, stirring beneath the surface. Like distant thunder rolling before a storm, it carried a suffocating visceral weight, the deepskin warned of by the silver-eyed one, the very core of the cradle protocol. It sought not flesh nor bone, but the essential nature of his energy core, the primordial blueprint of his neural architecture, the most fundamental cipher of life itself. Time oozed forward in silent resistance and agonizing anticipation. 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour. Zhou's consciousness began to blur and dull under the relentless strain of maintaining the disguise. The dark violet and indigo stellar flames swirling over his chest slowed further, nearly halting, as they sustained only the faintest bare minimum oscillation, mimicking a normal life energy field. A gossamer veil of dark golden, fused energy clung tightly around those twin cores, shielding them from all intrusion. Yet he felt it thinning, growing translucent. His spiritual energy was nearing exhaustion. Just as the countdown entered its final 30 minutes, and Zhou, on the verge of collapse, prepared to abandon the disguise and let the scan descend, a soft subsonic hum resonated deep within his consciousness, vibrating not as sound, but as pure ontological tremor. It bore none of the silver-eyed one's crystalline, emotionless data stream. This hum was far more chaotic, vastly more immense, carrying an ineffable sense of presence, as if emanating both from the depths of the earth and the boundless void above. It pierced deep nests' layered defenses as effortlessly as it pierced Zhou's fragile disguise, striking his entire consciousness like a boulder dropped into a still lake, unleashing cataclysmic waves. Boom! Not a physical blast, but a purely spiritual detonation, an apocalyptic shattering of inner reality. Zhou choked back a groan. Only a stream of bubbles rose from his mouth in the life support fluid as darkness swallowed his vision and unconsciousness loomed. The two suppressed energy cores embedded in his chest recoiled like startled beasts, then swelled outward uncontrollably. The disguise shattered instantly. Dark purple starlight and indigo flame, now interwoven with newborn dark golden energy, erupted from every pore, every meridian node, like a volcano long imprisoned, finally erupting. Though he wrenched them back with desperate force, that single fleeting surge of energy blazed forth like a torch in absolute darkness. Brilliant, undeniable, impossible to ignore. Almost simultaneously, the entire Deep Nest facility shrieked with alarm. Warning. Detecting ultra-high frequency, ultra-high intensity, anomalous energy pulse. Source: LH Fusion Isolation Chamber. Warning. Cradle Protocol Deepskin Module critically disrupted. Signal distortion rate 98. Warning. External base energy barrier readings anomalous. Detecting large-scale high-energy spatial disturbance. Chaos exploded across the observation platform outside the chamber. Red lights strobed. Alarms shrieked. The doctor shot upright from his seat and lunged toward the main console, staring at wildly fluctuating data streams and snow-choked surveillance feeds, his face paling. What is happening? Where did this pulse originate? From within the subject, or external interference? he demanded, voice sharp as broken glass. Unable to determine. The pulse intensity was extreme, duration near instantaneous. Its signature echoed the subject's prior energy profile, but its nature was markedly more primal, more violently untamed. The scanning array overloaded and went fully offline under the shockwave. External space station reports confirm a brief citywide energy field anomaly centered on the high city ruins and surrounding zones, now vanished, yet having triggered intense electromagnetic storms and secondary energy turbulence. The assistant's voice cracked with raw alarm. The doctor stared unblinking at the isolation chamber. Inside, Zhou's body convulsed violently several times within the life support fluid, then collapsed into stillness, resuming its earlier calm. His complexion had grown even more deathly pale, a thin trickle of dark golden blood shimmering with eerie luminescence seeped from the corner of his mouth, dissolving swiftly into the fluid. His surface energy fluctuations, drained by that brief eruption, now flickered weakly and erratically, more disordered than during the disguise phase, exuding instead the hollow, spent fragility of utter exhaustion. The deep skin had been utterly derailed by the sudden, terrifying energy pulse. The system required time to reboot and recalibrate. And that pulse, so fleeting, so ferocious, left behind scant usable data. Though echoing Zhou's prior energy traits, its essence diverged fundamentally, less a product of, well, more like a reverberation, some ancient colossal presence making its echo heard. Was it instability in the Lihua core, agitation among the stellar shard fragments, or an unforeseen cascade triggered by their fusion, or external interference? The doctor's gaze shifted rapidly. He pulled up the residual waveform of the pulse and initiated a database cross-match. No exact match emerged, yet a faint 7-spectral overlap surfaced with a classified archival fragment labeled Ancient Relic Energy Profile Library, a partial record tagged Suspected Life Field Emission Pattern of Primordial Stellar Behemoth. A weaker 5 correlation appeared alongside records of residual signatures from Advanced Civilization Energy Matrix Activation. Conclusion: indeterminate. Data was too sparse. Noise too overwhelming. Immediately analyze pulse residue. Prioritize scanner system restoration. Elevate external defense and interference shielding protocols. Alert all units, full level 1 alert status. The doctor issued orders with glacial precision. As for him, his eyes locked onto Zhou, apparently unconscious and inert within the chamber. Suspend all active stimulation protocols. Maintain life support. Monitor closely. Await his spontaneous awakening. I must know, was that pulse his doing? Or did something else use his body to send us a greeting? He stepped to the observation window, gazing at the youth who once again projected harmless stillness. Beneath his feverish curiosity now lingered genuine gravity, and a quiet, profound wariness reserved for the truly unknown. That pulse, though momentary, carried a qualitative depth and hierarchical resonance far surpassing any anomalous subject or ancient relic he had ever studied. It was categorically beyond the autonomous capacity of any apprentice-deer martial cultivator, even one fused with both stellar shard and source flame. Could it be that something far more terrible slumbered within him? Or was he himself merely a vessel, or a celestial coordinate, for some vaster older design? His fingertips tapped once, twice against the cold observation glass, soft, precise, nearly inaudible beneath the cacophony of alarms. Within the isolation chamber, oblivious to the external chaos, Zhou's consciousness was being drawn by the lingering resonance of that terrifying hum, into a place darker, deeper, infinitely more desolate. Not fragmented memories, not the silver-eyed one's sterile information flow, only an eternal, near vacuous silence, pervaded by a presence so vast it crushed the soul, so heavy it became ambient radiation. He felt no body, no energy, not even self, only a hazy, distant image, viewed as if through countless layers of frosted glass. An infinite, frigid, lightless void. Suspended within it were countless colossal, slowly rotating dark golden eggs. No, not eggs. Far more intricate, more precise. Architectures of cosmic grandeur and chilling perfection. Their forms varied, some coiled like nascent nebulae, others faceted like multifaceted crystals, still others twisted amalgams of metal and flesh enshrouded in colossal chrysalises. Each emitted a faint, steady pulse of life energy, originating from the same source as the dark purple stellar cloud in his chest, yet older, purer, profoundly more complete. Where was this? The hatching ground of the Golden Horn Behemoth? Its lair? Or its tomb? The thought had barely formed when a torrent of immense, glacial, utterly emotionless information, pure existential will, slammed into his near-blank consciousness like the first light of creation. Not language, not imagery, the raw foundational definitions and immutable laws of being itself. Lineage inheritance. Stellar Behemoth, one of the 12 supreme bloodlines. Golden Horn Behemoth, innate secret arts. Devouring, duplicating, strengthening. Inherited memory, sealed, severely damaged. Requires stellar shard for restoration. Current vessel, low compatibility. Inferior life tier, insufficient energy supply. Detecting secondary co-resonant energy field. Source flame, low purity. May aid repair. Low priority. Detecting high-dimensional observer. Marked, threat level negligible. Ongoing suppression. Haicheng countdown. Error. Vessel status incompatible. Recalculating. Contingency protocol. Forced hibernation. Gradual restoration. Awaiting opportunity. The torrent arrived and vanished as swiftly as it came. Like tidal waves receding from a shore, it left behind shattered cognitive fragments and a crushing, ineffable fatigue, as though his very soul had been torn apart and hastily reassembled, alongside a single faint, yet unmistakable thread of kinship pulsing from the deepest recesses of his bloodline. He saw, deep within that sea of suspended dark golden chrysalises, one structure vastly larger, dimmer, its surface rent by horrifying fissures. Through those cracks, faint dark purple light pulsed, resonating weakly with the stellar shard fragment embedded in his own chest. Was this the remnant husk of the fallen Golden Horn Behemoth from which his shard had originated? And that terrifying hum, that energy pulse which had thrown deep nest scans into chaos, had it been an instinctive response or defensive mechanism triggered by the stellar shard's return? Or by external stimuli, the silver-eyed one's warning, or the pressure of the Cradle Protocol scan itself? Too much data, too much noise, too much impact. Zhou's consciousness drifted within this inherited void, absorbing the flood of cold, staggering knowledge. Of the golden-horned behemoth lineage, of innate secret arts, of sealed, damaged inheritance memory, and the conditions required for its restoration: more stellar shard energy, or equivalently refined high-grade energy. Of the high-dimensional observer, the silver-eyed one, marked and actively shielded against. And of the contingency protocol: forced hibernation, slow, healing, waiting for the right moment. So the silver-eyed one's key was not merely a clue to the Lihua core, but perhaps the very catalyst to unlock this inheritance realm, or awaken one of its dormant remnant husks. And what then was he? The vessel fused with stellar shard fragment and source flame core. In the eyes of both the silver-eyed one and this inheritance realm. A pawn, a tool, or, by some twisted cosmic logic, akin a descendant. He could not comprehend it, nor did he possess the strength to try. The psychic burden of the inheritance data, compounded by the strain of sustaining the disguise and the backlash from the energy pulse, reduced his consciousness to a guttering candle flame trembling on the edge of extinction. Just as his awareness threatened to sink entirely into the inheritance void, ready to submit to the contingency protocols in forced hibernation, a sliver of cold silvery gray light, fine as spider silk, slipped silently through the barrier of the inheritance realm, or rather passed through it, as if it were air, and brushed his dissolving consciousness. No data stream, no sensation of being watched, merely a single effortless act injecting a thread of pure cold, profoundly neutral energy, gentle as pristine water, into his desiccated spiritual core. The infusion was minimal, but precisely calibrated. It anchored his collapsing awareness, dispelled the hibernation command, and preserved just enough lucidity to remain conscious. Then the silvery gray light vanished, as if it had never existed. Yet Zhou knew it had been there. It was the silver-eyed one. At the critical threshold it had intervened, not to save him, but to prevent his premature descent into hibernation, preserving whatever process was unfolding. Zhou's consciousness receded from the inheritance void like a tide withdrawing, reclaiming sensation, the embrace of the life support fluid, the ache of mending flesh, the persistent wail of alarms, and lingering disorder of deep nest. His eyes remained closed. He lay motionless in the fluid, appearing deeply asleep. But his mind, no longer scattered, was awake. Over his chest, the dark purple and indigo stellar flames, having weathered both the eruption and the inheritance shockwave, now rotated with renewed stability and inward focus, as if digesting something profound. The dark golden fused energy, though attenuated, had grown denser, more resilient, quietly repairing his body while shielding him from both internal and external forces. The disguise had briefly failed, but the subsequent exhaustion and inheritance trauma rendered his current state even more convincingly natural, more authentically frail, mirroring precisely what a grievously wounded subject should appear. The deep skin had been unexpectedly aborted, its return delayed. The silver-eyed one remained in observation, ready to intervene when necessary. The inheritance realm had been unpredictably activated, imprinting vast knowledge and kindling a faint ancestral bond, while also imposing the risk of hibernation and the imperative of restoration. And the Doctor of Deep Nest, clearly rattled by the incident, had likely elevated both his fascination and his vigilance towards Zhou to unprecedented levels. The path ahead remained shrouded in fog and fraught with peril. Yet, at least, he was awake. Slowly unseen within the life support fluid, he opened his eyes. Deep within their obsidian depths, a glint of dark golden light flared, brief, fierce, and saturated with the savage, bloodthirsty, feral hunger of a predator reborn. His eyes opened slowly. The first sensation was not light, but the chilling embrace of life support fluid enveloping his entire body, a faint, persistent scent of antiseptic clinging to the cold. His vision took a moment to focus. Through the transparent canopy above, he saw a stark, unchanging artificial light, bleach white and piercing, and the cold, unyielding alloy walls surrounding it. Zhou blinked, adjusting to the glare. His body felt leaden, out every bone, every fiber of muscle pulsed with exhaustion and dull grinding pain, especially along his back and arms, as though hacked repeatedly by a blunt blade. Yet this physical agony felt strangely real, even intimate, compared to the soul-rending torment he had endured within the legacy space. He rolled his eyes to survey his surroundings. The life support pod was connected to numerous translucent tubes of varying thicknesses, each carrying fluids of different hues, nutrient solutions, regenerative factors, analgesics. On the adjacent monitor screen, rhythmic but subdued biometric curves pulsed steadily, signs of life, yet diminished. He attempted to move his fingers. It was arduous. The tips of his fingers prickled with returning sensation, numb and sharp, but they moved. His toes bent, too sluggish and stiff. Movement was possible. Control over his body had returned, though frail. He made no sudden gestures. Instead, he lay still, quietly attuning himself to the subtle shifts within. At his chest, the dark purple nebula, an indigo flame, rested like a lake after a storm. Its surface placid, yet its depths held something new, slow, steady, profound rotation. The newly formed dusky gold fusion energy flowed like warm, silken water through his widened, reinforced meridians, mending minute-latent injuries and imparting a gentle, vital warmth. Apprentice rank 6, peak. His foundation had been honed to extraordinary solidity. Only one high-quality infusion of energy stood between him and rank 7. Deep within his consciousness, the vast glacial torrent of inherited knowledge had receded, compressed into the furthest vaults of his memory library, no longer assaulting his thoughts unbidden. Only upon deliberate recall did fragmented impressions rise, the hazy contours of the Golden Horn Beast's innate techniques, a distant resonance with the art of simulacra, and an instinctive yearning for Starcore completion. Information regarding Li Hua intertwined with the Starcore legacy, yielding vague, luminous impressions of energy purification and transmutation. As for the silver eyes, the sensation of being watched had for now vanished. Yet Zhou knew it remained, somewhere observing this place in ways he could not fathom. That pure neutral energy which had pulled him from the legacy space was proof enough. There was no time now to unravel the silver eye's intent. Immediate priorities loomed: Deep Nest, and the Doctor, whose gaze cut like a scalpel. He lay still for several more minutes, scanning the chamber beyond the pod. The observation platform appeared deserted. Alarms had long since fallen silent. Only the soft, persistent hum of machinery lingered. Yet he sensed countless invisible detectors still trained upon him, logging every infinitesimal flicker of biological activity. He must appear normal. A survivor, gravely injured, weakened, bewildered, wary. He moved his fingers again, this time with greater amplitude, until they brushed the pod's inner wall. Then from his throat emerged a dry, rasping groan, as if his vocal cords had been scoured by sandpaper. Faint yet unervingly distinct in the sterile silence of the pod. Almost instantly, lights flared on the observation platform outside. A figure in a white hazard suit, face obscured by mask and goggles, appeared on the far side of the reinforced glass, watching him through the observation window. The same female physician who had treated Yiling's wounds. Her gaze filtered through the lenses held scrutiny, and a trace of barely concealed tension. Zhou met her eyes directly, his own expression calibrated precisely, dazed, weakened, cautiously alert. He parted his lips as if to speak. Only a breathless whisper escaped. The physician immediately spoke into her earpiece. Seconds later, the pod's canopy hissed softly, venting white vapor as it slid open with deliberate slowness. Frigid air rushed in, thick with antiseptic, raising gooseflesh across Zhou's skin. He coughed twice, jolting pain through his chest and abdomen, his brow knotting tight. "Don't move," the physician said, her voice muffled behind the mask. "You sustained severe injuries. Surgery was just completed. Breathe slowly. Acclimate to the air." Zhou obeyed, slowing his breath, but his eyes remained fixed on the physician and on the two fully armed medical personnel who now emerged behind her. "Where am I?" His voice finally returned, hoarse, parched, hollow with post-traumatic frailty. Utterly convincing. "A safe place." She evaded the question, gesturing for her assistant to review the pod's data before asking, "What is your name? Do you remember what happened?" "Zhou." He gave his name, then feigned effortful recollection, his brow deepening into furrows, his gaze clouding with pain and disarray. "I remember the ruins, monsters, and men in gray uniforms chasing me. Then I fell. From somewhere very high. After that, nothing." His account was deliberately vague, consistent with a survivor whose memory fractured under trauma. The physician and her assistant exchanged a glance. The assistant recorded notes on a digital tablet. "Can you describe those who pursued you?" The physician asked, tone calm, but the question struck at the heart of suspicion. Zhou shook his head, weariness and residual fear tightening his features. "I couldn't see clearly. They were fast, armed, highly skilled." He blurred the hound's image, rendering it plausible from a hunted man's perspective. "Your injuries include anomalous energy burns and corrosive traces, not just impact trauma. Can you explain them?" Her gaze sharpened behind the goggles. "Here it comes." His pulse tightened inwardly, but his face crumpled further into confusion and anguish. "Energy burns. I don't know. When I fell, I must have struck something scorching hot. Then everything went black." He attributed the tower's Li Hua core detonation and his own energy backlash to colliding with an unknown superheated object during the fall. Ruins teemed with anomalies. This explanation, however thin, held just enough plausibility. The physician held his gaze for several seconds, searching his face for cracks in the facade. Zhou returned her stare. Openly, or rather with the exhausted vulnerability of a wounded man, only pain, fatigue, and wariness toward the alien environment reflected in his eyes. "Perform preliminary diagnostics, then transfer him to Observation Room Alpha." The physician finally instructed her assistant, abandoning further interrogation. She turned and withdrew from the observation window. Zhou exhaled inwardly. The first trial was passed. They clearly did not fully believe him, yet refrained from escalating measures. This aligned perfectly with Deep Nest's methodology: observe, first accumulate data, avoid premature conclusions, or startling their subject. Two assistants approached, carefully lifting Zhou from the life support fluid. They dried his body with soft absorbent cloths and dressed him in a clean white patient gown. The process inevitably tugged at his wounds. He drew sharp, controlled breaths, his pallor deepening, yet clenched his jaw, revealing no unnatural strength or accelerated healing. Once clothed, he was placed onto a wheeled medical gurney covered with a light blanket and wheeled out of the instrument-laden chamber, down a bright, sterile, yet frigid corridor toward another sector. Silver-gray alloy lined both sides of the corridor. Occasionally sealed doors marked with numeric identifiers punctuated the monotony. The air carried a faint metallic tang, ozone mingled with disinfectant. No windows, no sky, only the unblinking bleached white luminescence overhead. This place resembled a colossal, impeccably functioning metal tomb. Zhou reclined on the gurney, eyes half-flitted, outwardly passive, while inwardly mapping every detail. Though his spiritual energy was depleted by injury and subterfuge, the heightened perception granted by his fusion energy remained intact. He sensed it plainly. This deceptively tranquil corridor bristled with surveillance nodes and energy detection arrays, and even the air shimmered with an imperceptibly faint field designed to suppress energy projection and spiritual sense. Security was absolute. Finally, the gurney rolled into a compact room, sparsely furnished: a bed, a table, a chair, and a self-contained bathroom. Its walls, too, were silver-gray alloy, except for one expansive one-way transparent window. Zhou felt unseen eyes watching from behind it. For nearly invisible cameras nestled in the ceiling corners. No windows, only the faint rhythmic sigh of ventilation ducts. This was the observation room. A more comfortable, yet equally inescapable cage. "You'll rest here for now. Do not wander. Press the call button beside your bed if discomfort arises." The assistant settled him, issued brief instructions, then withdrew, closing the heavy alloy door with a resonant final clang. The lock engaged with a deep hollow click. Silence descended, pervasive watchful monitored. Zhou slowly exhaled, allowing his body to slacken, while his mind coiled tighter than ever. The true test had only just begun. Doctor and Deep Nest's research team would not release such a compelling specimen without exhaustive scrutiny. The earlier interrogation had been mere appetizer. Deeper probes, invasive diagnostics, perhaps even active experimentation would follow swiftly. He needed to restore his strength, urgently. At minimum, he required self-defense capability and readiness for emergencies. Simultaneously, he needed to map this facility's architecture, locate potential exits or methods of external contact. What of Yi Ling and the others? Was Qin Hu's injury critical? Had Su Li returned safely? Was the Hound Zhou lie dead or alive? What would the Silver Eyes do next? What secrets lay buried within the Gray Tower's deepest strata and the Li Hua Core's heart? Where was Key Fragment 2? An avalanche of questions churned in his mind, yet he knew pondering them now was futile. Urgency demanded recovery, vigilance, and patience. He closed his eyes and began consciously guiding the dusky gold fusion energy at his chest, accelerating his body's repair. At the same time, he extended a filament of spiritual energy, thin as spider silk, into the room, delicately probing energy flows, surveillance frequencies, seeking fissures in this exquisitely engineered prison. Time seeped forward, measured only by the silent gaze of omnipresent monitors. The delivered meal was a nutrient-rich liquid, bland yet energetically dense. The water was purified, carrying a faint metallic aftertaste. Zhou consumed both without hesitation, converting them into fuel for cellular regeneration. At regular intervals, medical staff entered to conduct routine biometric checks, inquire about his condition, and log data. Their manner remained professionally detached, no unnecessary words exchanged. The doctor did not appear. Yet Zhou felt it, the scalpel-sharp, relentlessly curious gaze, behind the one-way glass or hovering over some remote monitor screen, never leaving him. On the third day, the attending physician arrived bearing a portable high-precision energy scanner announcing a comprehensive rehabilitation assessment. Zhou offered no resistance. He lay supine compliant, while subtly regulating his internal energies to project the precise illusion of a recently stabilized low-activity, complex yet stable energy signature. The scanner's readings fluctuated. The physician studied the display, her brow furrowing slightly, puzzled by inexplicable energy inertness and shielding phenomena, yet she voiced no comment. On the fourth day, the nutritional formula seemed subtly altered. Its taste remained unchanged, but Zhou's acute senses, coupled with his fusion energies and innate aversion to foreign substances, detected the anomaly. Was it a mild neurostimulant, or a covert diagnostic reagent? After a pause, he drank it. Yet beneath the surface, he activated his fusion energy, forming an imperceptibly thin barrier in his stomach, gradually decomposing and neutralizing the additive, absorbing its beneficial components while expelling inert residues. The process demanded exquisite control and considerable energy, but he succeeded. On the fifth day, the room's air circulation system adjusted humidity and ion concentration, increasing its activity as if testing his physiological adaptability and energetic field stability. Zhou reacted with flawless subtlety, modulating his respiration and internal energy flow to mimic the delayed, sluggish acclimation of a genuine convalescent. Each day was a silent duel, a delicate dance of deception and detection. Zhou was like a stone cast into deep water, serene on the surface, yet beneath every instant was calculation-calibration response. His recovery accelerated, fueled by premium nutrients and his own potent energy. External wounds healed completely, internal organs stabilized, physical strength returned to peak apprentice rank 6 capacity, and possibly beyond given his profoundly refined foundation. Yet he concealed it masterfully, walking with a slight sway, moving with the deliberate slowness of an injured man. And he observed, relentlessly. Meal timings, check intervals, staff shift rotations, the faintest mechanical whirs or footfalls echoing down the corridor, each fragment gathered, catalogued. Piece by piece, these details coalesced in his mind, attempting to reconstruct Deep Nest's observation, wing its layout, rhythms, operational logic. He realized its defenses surpassed even his grim expectations. It was not merely physical, alloy barriers and electronic surveillance, but a pervasive integrated energy field suppressing internal energy leakage and spiritual sensing while simultaneously repelling external intrusion. Escape by brute force, or simple subterfuge, was virtually impossible. The The sole hope lay within the rigid, seemingly infallible protocols. Perhaps human error, or a deliberate loophole waiting to be exploited. Or awaiting external variables. The Silver Eyes. Yiling. Even the hounds should they return. Any intervention from these forces might fracture this suffocating equilibrium. He needed patience. On the evening of the 6th day following routine diagnostics, the meal changed. Not liquid nutrients, but a standard synthetic meal tray, surprisingly palatable, complete with artificial fruit. This signaled deep Nest's assessment. His physiology had progressed to tolerate solid food, or more likely they intended to monitor his metabolic and energetic responses to it. Zhou ate slowly, tasting nothing, yet consuming every morsel. He required energy. As he finished the last bite and reached to place the tray at the designated spot beside the door. Thud! A faint, almost illusory sound, like metal tapped gently, emanated from the ventilation grate directly above him. Zhou froze mid-motion. His ears pricked instantly. Not an illusion. Thud! 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 3 more taps, precisely spaced, unmistakably deliberate. Immediately afterward, along the edge of the grate, a sliver of mercury silver luster flashed, so faint, so fleeting that only his hyperacute perception could have registered it. Zhou's body froze, his fingers tightening slightly around the tray. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the inconspicuous, finely meshed vent in the corner of the ceiling. The room's light was constant, the vent hidden in shadow, seemingly merging with the surrounding silver-gray alloy walls. That silver-gray gleam flickered and vanished so fast it felt like an illusion. But those 3 clear knocks just now were no hallucination. Was it Silver Eye? Someone from the deep Nest's interior? Or something else entirely? He set down the tray, moving slowly without making a sound. Then he sat back on the bed, turning his back to the one-way glass window, and lowered his head, as if weary and resting. Yet his mind was hyper-focused, his perception like the finest tendrils firmly locked onto that vent. A few seconds of dead silence. Then at the edge of the vent grill, that silver-gray luster reappeared. This time it did not fade, but like living liquid flowed and spread along the grill's edge, outlining a perfect palm-sized circle. Immediately, the circular area outlined by the silver-gray sheen silently bulged downward, deformed, and finally separated, transforming into a silver-gray, smooth, spherical metal bead no larger than a marble. It fell noiselessly into Zhou's hand, which he had quietly extended in readiness below. The bead was cold to the touch, neither metal nor jade heavy, its surface smooth as a mirror reflecting a blurry, distorted image of the ceiling light. Beyond that, it bore no features. The circular gap in the vent grill, its edges silver-gray, sheen rapidly faded, reverting to ordinary metal mesh, as if it had never been opened. Zhou held the bead, feeling its constant, extremely low temperature in his palm. He did not examine it immediately. Maintaining the posture of resting with his head down, he used his body to shield his hand and discreetly tucked the bead into an inconspicuous pocket inside his hospital gown. His heartbeat quickened slightly. This was unusual. Silver Eye had finally made a move. What was this bead? A messenger. The backup plan mentioned in Silver Eye's previous data stream, messenger activation. This bead was the messenger. What message was it to convey? How to open it? Could it be a trap, one that would expose him upon triggering? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But he had no choice. In this desperate place called the Deep Nest, any external variable, even from an enigmatic entity like Silver Eye, could be the only chance. He needed to find a safe time to examine the bead. Not in the room. Surveillance was everywhere. Shower. The bathroom was the only relatively private space, without direct cameras, equipped only with basic humidity, temperature, and vital sign sensors. Moreover, the sound of running water could mask subtle noises. He waited a while, sensing no unusual reaction from the observers outside. Perhaps the subtle change at the vent had evaded the surveillance, or Silver Eye's methods inherently possessed some interference or shielding effect. He pressed the call button by the bed. After a moment, the alloy door slid open, and an assistant in protective gear appeared at the entrance, watching him from a few steps away. "I'd like to take a shower," Zhou said, his voice still carrying the weakness of a wounded man. A reasonable request. The assistant glanced at him and nodded. "All right. No more than 15 minutes. There's a call button in the bathroom. Press it if you need anything. Be careful not to get your wounds wet." With that, the assistant withdrew and the door closed again. Zhou slowly stood up, walked into the cramped bathroom, and closed the door behind him. The bathroom was tiny, with only a shower toilet and sink. The walls were also alloy, but treated to be slip-resistant. Overhead were a vent and simple lighting. He turned on the shower, adjusting it to a warm stream. The gushing sound of water instantly filled the small space. He stripped off the hospital gown, revealing a body that had mostly healed with only faint scars remaining. He carefully held the silver gray bead in his palm, positioning it where the water could wash over it without slipping away. The water striking his skin brought warmth, masking his subtle movements and breaths. He closed his eyes cautiously, extending a thread of faint psychic energy toward the silver gray bead in his hand. The psychic energy touched the bead's cold, smooth surface without resistance. Inside the bead, there seemed to be an extremely fine structure that vibrated gently as his psychic energy probed it. Immediately, a familiar icy stream of information devoid of any emotional fluctuation flowed, like a trickling spring, directly into his mind. It was not Silver Eye itself, but a preset information packet. Messenger unit activated. Host status confirmed stable. Environmental assessment: high threat containment facility, codenamed Deep Nest, Tier 3 surveillance network, energy shielding field operating at full power. Executing backup plan A, information transfer and limited assistance. Information 1, key fragment 2, coordinates confirmed. Location: deep within the main energy well of the former Leaf Fire project in Haicheng ruins. Coordinates have been injected into this unit. Must be combined with key fragment 1 to open the final passage. Information 2, hunting squad member Zhou lies severely wounded, but not dead, has been evacuated to Jingdu base. Black Armor's high command is enraged, has escalated your threat level, and may dispatch higher specification hunters. Whiteblade squad members Yi Ling and others have safely returned to Jingdu and are undergoing debriefing reviews. They cannot provide direct assistance in the short term. Information 3, the deep seal of Grey Tower has shown signs of instability due to the transfer of the Leaf Fire core and the impact of energy pulses. It is estimated that within 72 to 120 hours, energy leakage or structural collapse may occur, triggering a regional chain reaction. At that time, the Deep Nest may be affected, presenting your best window for escape. Information 4, preliminary analysis of the fusion phenomenon within you is complete. The Golden Horn Beast Star Core fragment and the Leaf Fire Source Core are mutually antagonistic, yet complementary in nature. Current fusion level is below the safety threshold, with risks of energy rampage and consciousness erosion. It is advised that after escaping the current environment, you quickly seek stable energy sources to consolidate the fusion or find specific methods to enhance control. Otherwise, the next energy imbalance may lead to irreversible damage or personality annihilation. Auxiliary function: this messenger unit contains a one-time energy camouflage coating that can temporarily simulate the energy signature of a standard planetary first-rank martial artist for approximately 30 seconds. Activation code: Silver Gleam. It will be completely depleted after use. Use with caution. Information transmission complete. This unit will self-destruct in 10 seconds, leaving no residue. Good luck, host. The information stream ceased abruptly. Then the silver gray bead in his palm, under the warm flow of water, silently dissolved into a tiny pile of extremely fine gray-white powder, washed down the drain, vanishing without a trace. Zhou stood still, letting the water stream over his body, processing the information he had just received. Key Fragment 2 was deep within the Leaf Fire main energy well. It needed to be combined with Fragment 1 obtained from Grey Tower. Grey Tower was about to collapse within 72 to 120 hours. This was an opportunity, but also a great danger. The hunting squad wouldn't let up. Even more formidable foes would come. Yi Ling and the others were unavailable for now. The fusion within him was unstable, with a risk of rampage. The messenger had provided a one-time camouflage ability, allowing him to fake a planetary first rank for 30 seconds. A trump card, but usable only once. The information was vast and crucial. Silver Eye seemed unwilling to rescue him directly, instead providing intelligence and a potential escape opportunity, leaving him to figure things out himself. This was very much in line with Silver Eye's style of observing from the shadows, providing tools and letting the pawns play their own game. Grey Tower's collapse, the Deep Nest being affected. This was indeed a chance. Amidst the chaos, surveillance and defenses might show gaps. But the prerequisite was that he must recover sufficient strength and gain a deeper understanding of the Deep Nest structure to find weak points. As for the fusion risk within him, Zhou felt the two slowly rotating energy cores in his chest. Indeed, though calm now, he could sense that deep, unstable balance. It was like two dormant volcanoes, seemingly harmless, but once violently stimulated, or if their energy supply became unbalanced, they could erupt simultaneously, blasting him to pieces. He needed high-quality energy to consolidate or to find a method of control. The Deep Nest undoubtedly had no shortage of energy, but it was all strictly controlled and monitored. Moreover, he dared not attempt anything here, any abnormal energy fluctuation would be immediately detected. He could only wait until he got out. He turned off the water, dried himself, and put the hospital gown back on. In the mirror, his face, though still somewhat pale, had regained its former calm and sharpness in his eyes, though a trace of barely perceptible gravity lurked deeper within. Time was running out. He had to accelerate his actions. Over the next 2 days, Zhou's behavior became more cooperative. He ate on time, complied with examinations, and when asked by doctors, appropriately expressed relief at his recovery and a hint of confusion and unease about his future, perfectly fitting the mindset of a survivor who had escaped danger but faced an uncertain path. At the same time, he observed more meticulously every detail of the medical staff's entries and exits, the sounds of the meal cart passing through the corridor, the changes in ventilation system airflow at different times, and even attempted during examinations to use the faintest psychic energy to perceive items the staff might carry under their protective suits and the energy fluctuation signatures of the access control system. He discovered that daily routine checks were usually performed by 2 medical staff members. One was mainly responsible for operating the instruments and recording, while the other stood at a distance on guard. However, the guard's attention was not always highly focused, especially during longer examinations when data was stable. Meal delivery was done by a robot, but a human assistant followed using an access card to open the door. The ventilation system's airflow weakened slightly at night. He also noticed that the bathroom ceiling vent, though used once by Silver Eye's messenger, showed no subsequent anomalies, and the Deep Nest personnel seemed unaware. This suggested either that Silver Eye's methods were extremely sophisticated or that the ventilation system itself might have some blind spots or vulnerabilities in monitoring. This could be a point to exploit. But the ventilation ducts were narrow, and the internal conditions unknown, how rashly crawling in would be too risky. On the evening of the 6th day, the day after the messenger provided the information, there were less than 4 days left before Grey Tower's potential incident window. Zhou finished his dinner as usual and placed the tray aside, just as he was about to stand up and stretch his stiff body. At that moment, the room's lights flickered without warning, a sudden brief alternation of brightness and darkness, as if from an unstable voltage. It lasted less than half a second. Then a deep, muffled rumble, as if from the very bowels of the earth, echoed through the room and the corridor beyond. The sound was not loud, but carried a heavy, heart-stopping vibration, causing even the alloy floor beneath his feet to tremble slightly. Zhou's heart leaped. It had come, faster than Silver Eyes had estimated. Was it an energy leak from the Grey Tower? Or something else? Almost simultaneously with the tremor, a piercing alarm blared throughout the entire Deep Nest space. Red warning lights spun and flashed frantically on the corridor and room ceilings. Warning: detected massive underground energy disturbance. Epicenter depth exceeding 5,000 meters. Intensity is rising. External energy shielding field under impact. Stability dropping to 87%. All non-essential personnel proceed immediately to designated shelter areas. Research teams initiate emergency protection protocols. The electronic female voice from the broadcast was urgent and cold. Outside the corridor came the sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps, the dull thud of metal doors opening and closing, and panicked shouts. Chaos had begun. Standing in the center of the room, Zhou's heart pounded, but his gaze was exceptionally calm. An opportunity had arisen. He had to seize it. He quickly walked to the door and listened intently. The footsteps outside were chaotic, as if someone was running, accompanied by the clang of metal objects colliding. He tried pressing the intercom by the door, but there was no response. It seemed that some non-core communications had been cut off under the emergency. He stepped back, his eyes scanning the room rapidly. A bed, a table, a chair, a bathroom. No weapons. The only potentially useful item was the metal chair. Dismantled, it could serve as a blunt instrument, but it would be of little use against the alloy door or any guards that might appear. He needed a more effective means. The disguise. The one-time disguise from the messenger. 30 seconds at planetary first stage. Use it now. 30 seconds. He needed to break out of the room within those 30 seconds, find a way out of the chaotic Deep Nest, or at least find a safer hiding place, or acquire some key items, an access card, a weapon, a map. The risk was extremely high. Once the disguise wore off, he would revert to his original state, facing pursuit by the Deep Nest. But staying in the room, waiting for the chaos to subside, he would still be a fish on the chopping block. He would gamble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, concentrated, and silently uttered the trigger phrase. Silver radiance. Silently. There was no visual or light effect. But Zhou could clearly feel a surge of cold silver-gray energy, like liquid mercury welling up from an unknown corner within him, instantly covering his entire body. The energy fluctuation within him was forcibly elevated and refined, skyrocketing from the feeble impurity of an apprentice 6th stage to an entirely new level. A sense of power, of fullness, a keen perception of the surrounding energy, and a control over his own energy, as if it were an extension of his will, all reached an unprecedented height. Planetary 1st stage. Though it was a disguise, it felt incredibly real. He even had the illusion that he could punch through the alloy wall with one blow. There was no time to revel. The 30-second countdown had already begun. He walked to the door, not attempting to crack the electronic lock. That would take too long. He raised his right hand, fingers together. Under the enhancement of the disguise coating, a dark golden, fused energy coalesced at his fingertips into a point of extremely concentrated needle-sharp light. He thrust his fingers into the alloy wall beside the door lock. A soft sound like a hot knife cutting through butter. His fingertips easily penetrated the hard alloy wall, leaving a smooth, small hole. He could sense the complex circuits and energy lines inside the wall. He didn't damage them. Instead, he extended a thread of the disguised energy backward along the lines, sensing the energy circuit of the door access system. Found it. The core energy node controlling the door lock. It was delicate, but under his current planetary-level perception and energy manipulation, it was not beyond influence. He condensed an even finer strand of energy like the most delicate probe and gently tapped that energy node. A click. The door lock emitted a soft sound, and the green indicator light came on. The heavy alloy door slowly slid open a crack to one side, revealing the corridor outside. Red warning lights flashed, casting intermittent light and shadow. The corridor was empty, distant sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts could be heard. The air was thick with a faint smell of burning and the ozone of energy overload. Zhou slipped out the door, pulling it closed behind him, moving with ghostly speed. He pressed himself against the wall, his senses fully extended, capturing the energy fluctuations and sounds around him. To the left, the energy fluctuation was chaotic, with multiple people gathered, likely the direction towards the main control area or shelter. To the right, the energy fluctuation was relatively calm, but the structure was complex, seemingly connecting to more rooms and passages. Moreover, the faint residual energy traces of the delivery robot and assistant from earlier pointed in that direction. He chose the right. The chaotic main control area might be heavily guarded, while the logistics or equipment area might have weaker defenses and be easier to find what he needed. About 25 seconds of disguise time remained. He moved quickly along the corridor, his footsteps silent, like a shadow. Planetary-level speed and strength allowed him to easily evade several researchers in white protective suits who were rushing past at the corners, their faces panicked. Those people were so flustered they didn't even notice him brushing past like a phantom. After crossing two intersecting corridors, he came to a fork. One path was marked energy supply circulation, the other material reserves equipment maintenance. Zhou thought for a moment and charged into the equipment maintenance passage. The material reserves might have guards, the equipment maintenance area under emergency conditions might have fewer personnel. The passage was narrower, lined with dense pipes and cables. The smell of ozone was stronger. He moved swiftly, extending his perception to avoid a few still operating automatic cleaning robots and hanging mechanical arms. Suddenly, from around a corner ahead, he heard the voices of two people accompanied by the clatter of a metal toolbox. Damn it! What's with this vibration? The doctor told us to hurry and check the cooling pipes in Sector C, says they might be affected by the energy disturbance. Who knows? Let's finish up and get to the shelter. This place is creepy. They were two maintenance workers in gray coveralls carrying toolboxes. They turned the corner and came face-to-face with the approaching Zhou. Both froze for a moment, clearly not expecting to see a young man in a patient gown with an unfamiliar face in the equipment maintenance passage during the alarm. You? Stop. Who are you? How did you get here? The older worker reacted, setting down his toolbox and eyeing Zhou warily, his hand moving to his waist where a multi-tool, also usable as a weapon, was clipped. Zhou didn't stop. His gaze was calm as he looked at them. About 15 seconds of disguise time remained. He didn't answer. He simply raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air towards them. The planetary-level energy pressure, even if only a disguise, was more than ordinary maintenance workers could withstand. Both felt an invisible force instantly grip their throats, lifting them into the air and slamming them hard against the alloy wall behind them with a dull thud. They didn't even have a chance to groan before their eyes rolled back, and they lost consciousness, their toolboxes clattering to the floor. Zhou approached them and searched them quickly. From the older worker's waist, he found a general access card. The clearance wasn't high, but it should open most non-core area doors. From the younger worker's pocket, he found a small box of high-energy compressed biscuits and half a canteen of water, their emergency rations. No weapons. He tucked the access card and food into his clothes, glanced at the unconscious men on the floor, and moved on without pausing. At the end of the passage was a heavy metal door marked, Equipment Maintenance, Main Control Room, Unauthorized Access Prohibited. It had an electronic lock and a card reader beside it. Zhou swiped the general access card. Beep. Permission verified. Maintenance personnel, level 1. A green light came on, and the lock clicked open. He pushed the door open. Inside was a small room filled with various indicator lights and monitoring screens displaying the operational status of equipment in different areas of the deep nest. Most screens showed yellow or red warnings indicating anomalies. A control console sat in the center of the room, currently empty. The maintenance staff had apparently also gone to shelter. Zhou quickly scanned the screens. One split screen displayed an observation area structure overview. Though not detailed, it roughly marked the locations of various observation rooms, medical areas, passages, and several major functional zones. He memorized it rapidly. Another screen showed the external energy barrier status. The value was slowly declining, having already dropped below 80% and continuing to fall. In a corner of the screen was a small split view, apparently a monitor of an external exit of the deep nest. The image was pitch black with only occasional flashes of chaotic energy currents. An exit. Zhou's gaze sharpened. If he could reach that external exit while the energy barrier was unstable, he might have a chance to break out. But how to get there? The observation area was deep inside. The exit was on the periphery. Between them lay numerous checkpoints and guards. And he only had a rough impression of the deep nest terrain. As he was thinking quickly, the silver-gray disguise coating on his chest transmitted a clear sensation of impending energy depletion, a feeling of emptiness. Time was up. Almost simultaneously, a red indicator light above the console, previously dark and labeled Highest Alert, began flashing frantically, emitting a sharp, piercing beep. A huge, bold red warning box appeared on the screen. Detected anomalous high-energy individual braking containment. Location observation area passage 7. Threat level planetary. All combat units proceed to intercept immediately. Repeat, proceed to intercept immediately. Then from a concealed speaker in the corner of the room came the doctor's cold, fury-suppressed voice broadcasting throughout the deep nest. Find him. At all costs, take him alive. I want to know how he did it. The moment the camouflage coating failed, the planetary level fullness and control receded like a tide, leaving emptiness and fatigue to surge back instantly. Zhou's body swayed, nearly losing his balance. The true power of an apprentice sixth stage returned much stronger than before, yet compared to the feeling of omnipotence he had just experienced, it was a world apart. He leaned against the cold console, gasping for breath, forcibly suppressing the weakness in his body. His eyes were fixed on the flashing red warning box on the screen and the small red dot marking his position in passage 7. Exposed. Faster than he had anticipated. The deep nest reaction speed was extraordinary. Had knocking out the maintenance worker triggered a hidden alarm, or had he been discovered the moment he breached the room's access control? None of it mattered now. The most important thing was to escape. The doctor's voice still echoed through the broadcast, cold and unyielding, take him alive no matter the cost. This meant the ensuing pursuit would be ferocious, but it also meant they would not kill him outright, for now. This was his only chance. He glanced at the structural overview on the screen and quickly identified a potential route. Passage 7 of the observation zone connected to the equipment maintenance area, then the energy circulation area, and beyond that the material storage area. Near the periphery there seemed to be a backup passage leading to waste treatment and emergency exit. That route had relatively few marked energy barriers and guard posts, likely because its proximity to waste disposal made it a lower priority. That was it. He hesitated no longer, turned, and dashed out of the equipment maintenance control room. The corridor outside was filled with even more piercing alarms, and in the distance came the dense, heavy footsteps of armed guards approaching. Zhou sprinted toward the energy circulation area, unleashing the full speed of an apprentice sixth stage, stirring a gust of wind through the narrow alloy corridor. The dark gold fusion energy in his chest churned wildly, repairing the subtle damage from the camouflage failure while providing sustained momentum. Just after covering a few dozen meters, 2 fully armed deep nest guards in black tight combat suits wielding standard energy rifles emerged like specters from a side passage at the intersection ahead, their gun sights instantly locking onto him. Halt! Drop your weapon and get on the ground. One of them barked, his voice metallic through the faceplate. Zhou's pupils contracted. He did not slow down. Instead, he pushed off the ground, accelerating further. His body slammed toward the left wall, his right hand bracing against the floor, and he moved like a nimble leopard, skimming the wall and dodging two blue-white energy beams by a hair's breadth. The beams grazed his shoulder and lower back, striking the alloy wall behind him, exploding into two patches of scorched sparks. The wall groaned with a grating sound. Open fire. Non-lethal only. The guard roared, his gun tracking Zhou's figure as energy beams poured down like rain. Zhou performed an array of incredible evasive maneuvers in the corridor, rolling, halting abruptly to change direction, and even briefly using the walls like a gecko to spring away. The combat instincts and fragments of experience from the planetary-level camouflage, though fading as the disguise vanished, had left an imprint. A trace of instinctive danger prediction and microcontrol over his body, making his movements far more fluid and cunning than those of an ordinary apprentice-stage warrior. He dared not take the energy beams. Heeding a graze would wound, a direct hit would be his end. All he could do was dodge desperately. The intersection was drawing closer. If he could get past it using the complex pipes and terrain there, he might temporarily shake them off. But just as he was about to cross the intersection, the heavy airtight door to the energy circulation area suddenly hissed shut from the inside. It completely blocked his path forward. It was the control room. The Deep Nest's main system had locked the passage, intending to trap him here. Zhou's heart sank. Blocked ahead, pursued from behind, and flanked by indestructible alloy walls. As the crossfire from the two guards behind was about to seal all his escape routes, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. If he could not dodge, he would break through. He abruptly stopped, turned, and faced the intersection. The dark gold fusion energy within him ignited like gunpowder, surging into his right fist. On his fist, faint dark purple star sparks and dark blue flowing flames flickered again. Though weak, they carried an ancient and brutal aura that chilled the heart. He did not use the terrifying breath that spewed ice and fire. It was too costly and uncontrollable. Instead, he crudely and simply mixed the traits of the two energies with the dark gold fusion energy, and with this punch viciously slammed it into the nearest guard. The devouring trait of the Golden Horn Beast and the purifying Inferno trait of the Leaf Fire Core were fused together in a rough, almost brutal manner, forming a chaotic, domineering fist force with an aura of annihilation. That guard clearly had not expected Zhou to counterattack while surrounded, nor that the punch's power would far exceed that of an ordinary apprentice. He instinctively raised his rifle to block his energy shield, activating instantly. Bang! The fist and rifle collided, but instead of a crisp metallic clang, there was a dull, strange sound like a heavy object smashing into mud. Zhou's fist struck the energy shield, which flickered violently and lasted less than half a second before bursting with a pop. The residual force of the punch did not diminish, slamming heavily into the alloy rifle body. Crack! The hard alloy frame was dented and bent inward by the blow. A chaotic energy spread along the rifle to the guard's arm. He screamed, his weapon arm instantly turning charred black skin, cracking and emitting smoke as if eroded by both high heat and strong acid. The energy rifle flew from his hand, smashed into the wall, and was completely wrecked. Zhou was also jolted back by the recoil, his arm numb, stumbling 2 steps as his chest churned with surging blood. This punch had drained nearly half of his fusion energy, a massive expenditure. But he had no time to dwell on it. Seizing the moment when the second guard was stunned by his comrade's plight, Zhou shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging again at the sealed airtight door. It would not open. It would not break. But he had noticed a small metal panel marked emergency maintenance on the wall beside the door. He rushed to the panel, using his last ounce of strength, his fingers hooked like claws digging into the tiny gap at its edge, then ripped with all his might. Rip! The panel was torn open, revealing a tangle of complex pipes and several faintly glowing control nodes. He did not understand them, but he could sense that one energy flow was connected to the airtight door's locking mechanism. There was no time to think. He reached out with his other hand, grabbed the thickest pipe carrying that energy flow, and using all his strength yanked and twisted it violently. Crackle! Sparks exploded. The pipe was ripped and twisted apart. A surge of uncontrolled energy flowed backward through the line. Boom! The control panel beside the airtight door burst into a small ball of electric light, emitting black smoke. The tightly sealed door, its red warning light flashing, let out a grating screech of metal friction, then slowly and reluctantly slid inward, opening a gap less than half a meter wide. Now, without a second thought, Zhou squeezed sideways through the narrow gap. Behind him, energy beams struck the closing door's edge, sparking more flashes. Rushing into the energy circulation area, he found himself in a much larger, more complex space. Countless pipes of varying thicknesses crisscrossed like the intestines of a steel beast carrying liquids or gases that emitted multicolored glows. Massive turbines and energy conversion devices hummed with a low rumble. The air was thick with the acrid smells of high-heat ozone and a special coolant. Above a dome dozens of meters high was lined with maintenance catwalks and mechanical arms. The temperature was high here, and the energy turbulence was more pronounced, interfering with detection and mental perception. It was a good place to hide, but also dangerous. Triggering certain equipment or energy leaks could kill him faster. Zhou had no time to worry. He plunged into the shadows of the pipe forest, moving toward the material storage area, based on his memory of the structural map. He dared not take the main passages, instead using the gaps between pipes and the maintenance tunnels at the bottom. Behind him, the guards' angry shouts and communications came through the airtight door. Clearly they had been delayed, but they would soon pursue. Although the deep nest surveillance system was interfered with here, there were certainly other tracking methods. As he moved quickly, he pulled out the half bottle of water and compressed biscuits from his pocket, stuffing a few mouthfuls to replenish his rapidly depleting stamina. The dark gold fusion energy slowly recovered, repairing the internal shocks from his violent clash with the energy shield and the pipe sabotage. After about 5 minutes of weaving through the pipe forest, a faint light and a more open space appeared ahead. The material storage area had arrived. It resembled a massive warehouse with rows of neatly arranged metal shelves stacked with various boxes, equipment parts, and spare energy cells. The lighting was brighter than in the energy area, but equally empty of people, as personnel had clearly evacuated when the alarm sounded. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and was about to find a spot to hide and observe the passage to the waste treatment area when a sudden chill ran down his spine. A cold, sharp, killing intent, like a venomous snake locking onto its prey, struck without warning from the side and rear. Without thinking, his body instinctively lunged forward and to the side. Whoosh! A dark red energy ray as thin as a cow's hair grazed his calf and struck a metal box where he had just been standing. The box silently melted into a finger-sized hole, its edges charred and radiating heat. Zhou rolled to his feet, crouching, and looked toward the direction of the attack. From the shadow of a nearby shelf, a figure slowly emerged. It was not a deep nest guard. He wore a form-fitting dark red leather armor that seemed to absorb light. He was tall and lean, with a silver mask on his face that had no features, only reflecting the ambient light. In his hand, he held a short dark red blade shaped like a curved serpent fang, with dark red energy flowing faintly along its edge. What drew the most attention were his eyes, visible through the mask's eye holes, 2 cold, emotionless points of crimson light. This person bore no insignia, but the pure icy killing intent and the aura, distinctly different from the deep nest guards, made Zhou instantly understand. A hound. A higher-tier hunter. The one Silver Eye's information mentioned that the black armor higher-ups might send. They had arrived so quickly, and they had infiltrated the deep nest directly. Had they slipped in during the energy disturbance and chaos just now, or had they been lurking nearby all along? None of it mattered anymore. Zhou slowly stood up, clenching his fists. The dark gold energy within him accelerated, and the nebula and flame in his chest spun a little faster, emitting a more dangerous aura. He had just endured a high-speed escape and fierce battle with massive energy depletion. This hunter before him, with his condensed aura and restrained killing intent, was undoubtedly at the planetary stage and highly experienced. A dead end. But Zhou's gaze grew even colder and calmer. If he could not escape, then he would kill. He exhaled a turbid breath tinged with blood, slightly lowered his stance like a beast poised to strike, and locked onto the silver-masked hunter. The hunter seemed to be sizing him up, as well, his crimson eyes scanning Zhou, pausing briefly at the faint dark purple and dark blue glow on his chest before the killing intent grew even sharper. He did not speak, only raised the dark red serpent fang short blade slightly, its tip pointing at Zhou from afar. The battle was about to erupt. The air froze. Shadows cast by the metal shelves sliced the space between them, dividing the 2 figures along a razor-thin boundary of light and darkness. From beneath his hunter's mask, 2 points of crimson light locked onto Zhou, cold, unblinking stars of blood. His hand gripping the dark red serpent fang dagger remained utterly steady. A faint serpentine hiss emanated from the blade, a whisper of coiled energy, so subtle it was nearly silent, yet more chilling than any roar. Zhou crouched low, every muscle taut to its breaking point. Within his chest, the twin energy cores spun faster, churning streams of fused amber gold energy through his meridians, mending prior exhaustion and gathering force for the strike yet to come. He dared not move. The hunter's aura loomed like a submerged iceberg, calm on the surface, lethal cold surging beneath. Then, the hunter moved. No warning. No wind-up. A faint afterimage of deep crimson lingered where he stood. His true form had already closed the distance like a wraith darting in from Zhou's left flank. The serpent fang carved a vicious, deceptively angled arc, aimed straight for his throat. Too fast. Too precise. Like a viper striking, silent, inevitable, fatal. Zhou's pupils contracted violently, his body recoiled backward in pure instinct. The blade swept past his chin, trailing icy metallic reek. Its tip shimmered with crimson energy, pricking his skin like 1,000 needles. Even as he arched back, his right leg snapped upward like a whip, driving hard into the hunter's wrist. The kick carried the full force of a 6th-rank apprentice, splitting the air with a sharp, whistling shriek. The hunter twisted his wrist. With impossible fluidity, the serpent fang reversed course, its flat edge striking Zhou's shinbone with surgical precision. A sharp crack echoed, like bone struck by white-hot iron. Agony flared up, Zhou's calf numbness bloomed in his bones, and the momentum of his kick dissolved instantly. He grunted low, using the impact to recoil backward, putting precious distance between them. The hunter did not pursue. He stood motionless, crimson eyes fixed through his mask, assessing the power and reflexes behind that desperate kick. He flexed his wrist. Though he deflected the blow, the raw force transmitted through the blade had clearly surprised him. This strength did not match that of a novice recently ascended to 6th rank. Zhou rotated his throbbing calf. The periosteum had torn, but not fractured. Amber gold energy surged there at once, knitting the damage. His gaze locked onto the hunter, his heart sinking heavier still. Too fast. Too strong. In that single exchange, he had been utterly outmatched. The hunter's command over combat rhythm and mastery of force far surpassed brute force fighters like Zhou. More insidious, more lethally refined. Direct confrontation was suicide. He could not outlast this foe. He needed surprise or escape. His peripheral vision swept the surroundings, aisles choked with towering shelves, narrow, cluttered. Not ideal for evasion, but perfect for obstruction. Just behind him loomed the entrance to the waste disposal conduit. A heavy alloy airlock door, its red NO entry warning light pulsing steadily beside an emergency manual release lever. He gambled. Zhou lunged sideways, slamming headlong into a rack stacked high with metal components. With a deafening crash, the rack toppled, spilling gears, bolts, and jagged scrap like a storm of shrapnel toward the hunter. The hunter shifted minutely, evading most debris effortlessly, but his line of sight was momentarily obscured. In that blink, Zhou became a startled hare, scrambling forward on hands and knees, racing for the emergency lever. Crimson light flared in the hunter's eyes. He saw Zhou's intent instantly. He moved again, faster this time, blurring into a streak of dark crimson. Covering 10 meters in an instant, he overtook Zhou and thrust the serpent fang once more, straight for his spine. This strike eclipsed all before it, swifter, deadlier, forged in absolute resolve. Zhou felt the killing intent lance into his back, raising every hair on his body. He knew he would never reach the lever in time. In that flash of lightning, he did not turn. He did not parry. Instead, he performed an act bordering on madness. His body dropped, sliding forward flush against the floor, and his legs drove backward in one explosive kick, slamming full force into the side of the descending serpent fang. A piercing clang rang out, metal striking metal. His feet convulsed violently, dark red energy seared through his soles, burning holes clean through his shoes, scorching his flesh with searing pain. Yet the kick succeeded. The blade's trajectory veered just inches, slicing past his ribs to bury itself half a foot deep into the alloy floor, hissing as it corroded the metal. And the recoil hurled Zhou forward like a cannonball, smashing headlong into the emergency lever. A brittle snap echoed. The lever snapped downward. A shrill alarm pierced the silence. The heavy NO of our marked airlock groaned with hydraulic strain, sliding slowly open to reveal a deeper blackness beyond, a passage thick with strange, nauseating odors. Ignoring the fire in his feet and the raw burn across his ribs, Zhou scrambled upright and plunged headlong into that abyssal corridor, without looking back. The hunter wrenched the serpent fang free from the floor, then paused, his crimson gaze flickering over a single trace of amber gold blood clinging to the blade's edge. He did not give chase immediately. Instead, he stood motionless at the threshold of the widening airlock, sensing the darkness within, or perhaps waiting for something unseen. Inside, the waste disposal conduit light was scarce. Only intermittent emergency lamps cast sickly green glows along the walls at vast intervals. The floor was slick with viscous, unidentified sludge. The air hung thick with wrought acrid chemical reagents and the sharp metallic tang of decaying high-energy waste, nauseating, suffocating. Temperatures plummeted here, biting, penetrating cold. Zhou staggered blindly down the tunnel, each footfall sending jolts of agony up his legs. His chest heaved, internal organs churned. Colliding with the floor and absorbing the glancing blow of the serpent fang had left him grievously wounded. But he dared not stop. He could feel the hunter, close unhurried like a serpent savoring its prey before the final strike. The corridor stretched long and labyrinthine, twisting endlessly. Heavy sealed bulkheads lined both sides, marked with hazard warnings: high radiation, waste, biological contamination, energy residue. Clearly this was Deep Nest's conduit for processing its most dangerous refuse. Ahead, a fork appeared. One path labeled Incinerators Neutralization pulls, the other Compression Burial Emergency Pressure Release. Without hesitation, Zhou chose the emergency pressure release route, the only path toward freedom. After another 50 meters, the corridor ended abruptly at a massive rust-eaten metal gate. Above it, a crimson manual wheel gleamed dully beside a placard: emergency pressure release port. Do not activate except in critical failure. Valve will open automatically 30 seconds after activation. Maintain distance until internal-external pressure equalizes. This was it. The external valve opening meant an exit to the outside world. Zhou sprinted to the gate and seized the freezing, immovable wheel, wrenching it with every ounce of strength. Rust screamed in protest, a grating, teeth-jarring shriek. Each revolution demanded Herculean effort. His biceps bulged, veins snaking across his temples as amber gold energy flooded his arms, fueling his defiance. After 7 or 8 turns, a soft click sounded deep within the gate, some latch yielding. He pressed harder. The wheel began turning more freely. Then, footsteps, clear, measured, unhurried, echoing from the corridor behind him. The hunter had arrived. Zhou's breath hitched. He spun the wheel faster, blood and sweat dripping from his brow. Almost there. Just a little more. The footsteps halted 10 meters behind him. The hunter made no move to strike, merely stood, crimson eyes unwavering, watching Zhou's desperate, trembling back. In the ghastly green glow, the serpent fang shimmered with eerie crimson luminescence. Surrender. A voice rasped from behind the mask, dry, metallic, devoid of inflection. You cannot run. Hand over what lies within you, and your suffering will end. Zhou answered with silence, clenching his jaw, pouring every last shred of will into the final brutal turn of the wheel. A thunderous boom erupted from behind the gate. The entire corridor shuddered, dust and rust cascading from the ceiling. The gate groaned, warping inward, then slid aside, just enough to open a narrow, jagged fissure. A gale of frigid, savage wind blasted through, the unmistakable stench of the ruins raw and metallic, whipping Zhou's clothes into frantic flaps. The pressure valve had opened. Beyond lay the ruins. Elation surged. Zhou whirled to squeeze through the gap, but as he turned, the hunter struck. Weightless as a phantom, he crossed 10 meters in an eye blink. The serpent fang becoming a bolt of crimson lightning aimed straight at Zhou's heart. Faster, sharper, more certain than any prior strike. For the first time, those crimson eyes burned with absolute ice-cold conviction, the certainty of death delivered. He would not let Zhou live to leave this place. Zhou had just turned, exhausted, momentum spent, strength uncoiled, utterly defenseless against this final flawless execution. He watched the dark red tip bloom with condensed energy, power enough to pierce steel. Was this the end? At that thought, deep within his eyes, where violet nebulae and cobalt flames swirled, the ancient energies recoiled violently, then detonated. Not outward, but inward. It was not an explosion. It was a cataclysmic implosion. 2 primordial cores pushed to annihilation's edge unleashed their last self-destructive resistance. A torrent of raw, chaotic, apocalyptic energy erupted from his chest, flooding every meridian, igniting every cell in a volcanic surge far more violent than before. Violet starlight and cobalt flame writhed across his skin, clashing, devouring, annihilating, forming a thin, unstable shield of turbulent energy, trembling on the verge of total collapse. HSSSS. The hunter's killing thrust slammed into that sudden roiling barrier. It did not pierce. Though fragile and volatile, the shield pulsed with the essence of 2 ancient forces. The violet core's ravenous absorption devoured the serpent fang's crimson energy. The cobalt core's purifying fire latched onto the blade, like a parasite seeking to incinerate its very nature. The serpent fang sank less than half an inch, then stalled, trapped in a vortex of opposing forces, its crimson radiance dimming, visibly dissolving before their eyes. For the first time, shock flickered in the hunter's crimson gaze. He had not foreseen such a grotesque, overwhelming defensive power hidden within Zhou. He strained to push more energy into the blade, to shatter the shield by sheer force. But Zhou acted faster, or rather the two maddened cores within him did. The moment the serpent fang froze, Zhou harnessed the violent recoil of his own inner eruption, launching himself backward like a missile crashing full force into the half-open pressure gate. Crunch! The gate, already warped by decompression, groaned under the impact, its fissure tearing wide enough for a man to slip through. Zhou tumbled out like a sack of broken bones, landing hard on the cold, muddy earth beyond. Behind him rose the hunter's furious snarl, and the ear-splitting screech of the serpent fang wrenching free, then slashing wildly at the gate's edge. But he was out. He lay sprawled on the damp, freezing mud, staring up at a sky eternally veiled in ashen gloom, gasping each breath thick with blood and the ache of displaced organs. His twin energy cores, spent nearly motionless, glowed with feeble dying lights, screaming of catastrophic depletion and deep structural trauma. Every bone felt shattered. His meridians burned, scars of the energy's violent surge. His scorched soles, grazed ribs, and cracked shin flared anew, threatening to drown him in darkness. Yet he grinned, silent, bloody, defiant. Alive, he had fled deep nest and escaped that monstrous hunter. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself onto hands and knees, crawling forward. He could not rest here. The hunter might emerge at any second. Deep nest sentinels could already be converging from alternate exits. He crawled into a thicket of dense, twisted vines, deep purple, unnaturally contorted, and buried himself within their embrace. Then, utterly spent, he collapsed, only his chest rising and falling in shallow, ragged pulses. Consciousness frayed. Distantly sharper, more urgent alarms wailed from deep nest, suggesting a larger disturbance unfolding. Had the gray spire's influence intensified? Or had the hunter's assault triggered unforeseen consequences? He did not know, and could no longer care. Curled in the icy mud and thorny vines, his body trembled, not just from pain, but from rapid heat loss. Clutched tight against his chest were the access card looted from the maintenance worker and the last crumbs of compressed rations, pressing into his ribs like cruel, comforting talismans. He held them tighter, as if they alone anchored him to this world. Then darkness rose like a tide, slow, inevitable, and swallowed his final awareness. In the haze, he saw again those cool, blade-sharp eyes, the same ones that had flashed with panic and shock the moment he threw himself in front of her, shielding her from falling debris. Yiling. Her name formed soundlessly on his lips, before oblivion claimed him completely. Above the ruins, the sky remained leaden. In the distance, the crooked gray spire stood like a silent titan beneath the brooding clouds, its surface flickering with ominous cobalt blue energy, pulsing like a slow, malevolent heartbeat. From deep nest, the alarms faded, drowned out at last by the sighing wind. Only cold rain began to fall, soft, silent, relentless, soaking the skeletal remains of the ruins and the unconscious broken boy hidden among the thorny violet vines. The rain was cold like fine needles piercing the exposed skin. Zhou was awakened by the chill and also by the pain. His consciousness struggled free from boundless darkness and chaos. The first thing he felt was bone-piercing cold, followed by an excruciating pain all over his body, as if countless knives were scraping his flesh and bones, making him gasp sharply and nearly faint again. He lay in the cold, muddy ground beneath him, rotting leaves and twisted vines. Rainwater trickled down his cheeks, mingling with blood. He forced his eyes open. His vision was blurry, only the gray sky and the outlines of dripping branches and leaves were visible. Still alive. After the deep nest's lethal strike, the hound's pursuit, and the backlash of his energy surge, he was still alive. This thought slightly cleared his chaotic mind. He tried to move his fingers, feeling the cold and numbness, but they responded. Gritting his teeth, he used all his strength to slowly, inch by inch, shift his body from a prone position to a half-sitting one, leaning against a crooked, bark-stripped dead tree. Every movement pulled at countless wounds, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and his teeth to chatter. He stopped, panting heavily, his lungs wheezing like a broken bellows. Rainwater flowed into his mouth, salty and fishy with a metallic taste. He looked down at himself. His hospital gown was already tattered, stained with mud, blood, and strange-colored grime. His exposed skin was covered in wounds of varying depths, some scabbed and blackened, others still oozing blood. The worst were his feet. The soles had been corroded by that dark red energy, the skin charred and festering, revealing the flesh beneath. Every breath brought a burning, searing pain. Where the snake-tooth dagger had grazed his ribs, the wound was shallow, but the surrounding skin was an abnormal dark purple numb. The fractured part of his shin was swollen high, and any movement brought piercing pain. His internal injuries were even worse. The two energy cores in his chest were nearly dormant, only a faint instinctive pulse proving they still existed. His meridians were empty, with lingering burns and blockages from the energy surge. The dark gold-fused energy was almost depleted, leaving only a few thin strands slowly and laboriously repairing the most critical internal injuries. His apprentice's sixth-stage power remained, but what he could currently use was less than a tenth of it. He was as weak as a child who had just learned to walk. He had to treat his wounds, replenish energy, and leave this place as soon as possible. The pursuers from the deep nest, and that hunter could find him at any moment. Moreover, this desolate wilderness itself was a great danger. He fumbled in his bosom. The universal access card was still there, soaked by rain. Only a small half of the compressed biscuit remained, now a soggy mess. His water flask was empty. He had nothing else. He first stuffed the small soggy half of the compressed biscuit into his mouth, swallowing it with difficulty. The food entered his empty stomach, bringing a faint warmth. Then he tore off a relatively clean strip from his hospital gown and began to treat the most severe foot wound. With no medicine, he could only rinse the charred, festering wound with rainwater, then tightly bind it with a cloth, hoping to stop the bleeding and slow the infection. The wound on his ribs and the swelling on his leg were untreatable for now. After doing this, he was utterly exhausted, leaning against the dead tree, his vision darkening. He couldn't sleep. If he did, he might never wake up. He forced himself to stay alert and began to observe his surroundings. This seemed to be a wasteland on the edge of some ruins with sparse vegetation, mostly low twisted shrubs and withered grass. In the distance, he could see the blurry outlines of collapsed buildings. Further away were rolling mountain shadows, shrouded in dark clouds. The sky was low, the rain clouds thick. He couldn't tell the exact time, but the light was dim like dusk. He needed to find his bearings and locate a relatively safe place, preferably with people, or at least somewhere that could provide shelter, food, and water. The capital base city was to the southeast. But in his current state, even walking out of this wasteland alive was a luxury, let alone reaching the capital. The nearest options were some small survivor settlements on the edge of the Haicheng ruins or scattered supply points. But he was unfamiliar with this area, and those places were often a mix of good and bad. Entering one in his current state would be almost suicidal. The coordinates of the key fragment given by Silver Eyes were deep within the main energy well of Lihua. That place was even more dangerous than the Grey Tower. Going there now would be seeking death. Yiling. He thought of her. The outpost of Whiteblade. If he could contact her or find a Whiteblade stronghold, he might get shelter and treatment. But he had no communication device and didn't know the exact location of the Whiteblade base. Moreover, Yiling and her people might be under investigation now and might not be able to help. After much thought, there seemed to be only one path. First, survive in this wasteland, recover some strength, and then figure things out. He rested for a while, feeling a bit stronger, and struggled to his feet. The moment his injured foot touched the ground, a heart-wrenching pain shot through him, making him sway and nearly fall. He held onto the dead tree, clenched his teeth, slowly shifted his weight to the other foot, and then dragging his injured leg limp towards a direction that looked relatively flat and with slightly denser vegetation. Every step felt like dancing on a knife's edge. The cold rain washed over his wounds, draining his body heat. Weakness and pain clung to him like maggots, constantly consuming his remaining will. He didn't know how long he had been walking, perhaps only a few hundred meters, but it felt like a lifetime. The sky grew darker, and the rain showed no sign of stopping. His vision grew blurry, and his ears were filled only with his own heavy breathing heartbeat and the rustling sound of rain hitting the leaves. Just as he was about to collapse again and resign himself to fate, a faint light appeared in the rain ahead. It wasn't natural light. It was orange, flickering like firelight. Someone. Suzhou's spirits lifted, but he became even more alert. A fire in the wasteland could mean survivors, but also bandits, mutated creatures, or something worse. In his current state, encountering any of them would be disastrous. He stopped hiding behind a bush to observe carefully. The firelight seemed to come from a low, half-buried structure like the entrance to an abandoned bunker or cellar. There were no other sounds, only that solitary flame flickering in the rainy night. After a few seconds of hesitation, the will to survive overpowered his caution. He needed fire shelter and at least a little warmth. If it was an enemy, he was in no shape to resist anyway. He took a deep breath and, dragging his injured leg, cautiously moved towards the light. As he got closer, he saw it was a small shack barely put together with stones and scrap metal sheets. A tattered oilcloth hung at the entrance to keep out the rain, and the firelight shone from within. Beside the shack were piles of collected junk and firewood. No one was in sight. Zhou stopped a few meters away, listening intently. It was quiet inside, only the crackling of the fire. "Anyone there?" He called out hoarsely, his voice barely audible in the rainy night. There was no answer. He waited a few more seconds, then slowly lifted the oilcloth and poked his head in. The shack was tiny, only about 3 or 4 square meters. The floor was covered with dry grass and tattered blankets. A small campfire burned in the center with a chipped iron pot hanging over it, steaming with something cooking. In the corner were some simple tools, a worn backpack, and something wrapped in plastic that looked like food. No one was there. The owner must have gone out. Zhou hesitated for a moment, but hunger, cold, and pain ultimately overcame his morals. He crawled inside and pulled the oilcloth back, shutting out the wind and rain. Warmth. A long mist warmth instantly enveloped him, making his frozen body tremble slightly. He moved closer to the fire, greedily absorbing the heat. Then he looked at the iron pot. It seemed to contain a mush made from some kind of plant tubers and jerky. It didn't smell great, but to him now it was ambrosia. He waited for a while, but the owner still hadn't returned. He couldn't resist anymore. He picked up a relatively clean broken bowl, carefully scooped out some mush, blew on it, and drank. It was warm, coarse, with a taste of earth and salt. But for his empty stomach, it was a life-saving nectar. He didn't dare drink too much, and after only 2 small bowls, he forced himself to stop. Then he checked the plastic bundle in the corner. Inside were a few hard black bread rolls and some salt. He left them untouched. He needed to treat his wounds, especially his feet. He searched the shack and found a rusty small tin box containing some grayish-white powder. It smelled like a mix of plant ash and some mineral, possibly a simple hemostatic powder. There was also a torn water bag with a small amount of water. He used a rag to carefully clean the charred wounds on his feet, the pain making him gasp. After cleaning, he sprinkled the hemostatic powder on them and tightly rewrapped them with relatively clean cloth strips. He also slightly treated the wounds on his ribs and leg. After doing all this, he was utterly exhausted. He leaned against the cold wall of the shack, listening to the pattering rain outside and the crackling fire, his consciousness beginning to blur again. He couldn't sleep. He pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain bringing him back to alertness. The owner could return at any moment. He had to stay vigilant. He forced himself to think. The owner of this shack was likely a lone scavenger or hunter. Surviving in this wasteland meant they were no pushover. Friend or foe, it was hard to say. The best-case scenario was a kind-hearted loner who might offer him temporary shelter and even some help. The worst case. He touched the cold access card in his bosom. This was his only potentially valuable item. Perhaps he could trade it. As his mind wandered, he heard footsteps outside. They were light but distinct in the silent, rainy night. The footsteps stopped outside the shack, seeming hesitant. Zhou's heart leaped into his throat. He clenched his fists, though he had little strength. It was the only preparation he could make. The oilcloth was lifted. A short, thin, drenched figure crawled in. He wore a tattered cloak of an indistinguishable color, the hood covering most of his face, revealing only a sharp chin and cracked lips. On his back was a bulging, equally soaked sack. After entering, he immediately turned to adjust the oilcloth, sealing out the wind and rain, then looked up. Under the hood was a face weathered and stained, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. His eyes were cloudy but sharp like knives, instantly fixing on Zhou, scanning his torn, bloodied clothes, bandaged foot, and the used bowl by the fire. The air froze. Zhou's throat went dry. He wanted to speak, but couldn't. He could feel the man's wild, dangerous aura, honed by the harsh wilderness like a beast. The old scavenger stared at him for a few seconds, his gaze lingering on his face, especially his eyes, then looked at the fire, the disturbed iron pot, and the broken bowl. Without a word, he silently put down his sack, walked to the fire, picked up the iron pot, scooped some mush into another broken bowl, and handed it to Zhou. The gesture was natural, without hostility, even without much emotion. Zhou was stunned, staring at the bowl of warm mush offered to him. "Eat," the old scavenger said, his voice hoarse and dry like sandpaper. "After you eat, talk. Who hurt you? Why are you here?" His tone was flat, but brooked no argument. Zhou looked into his cloudy yet sharp eyes, hesitated, then took the bowl, whispering, "Thank you." He sipped the mush, his mind racing. He couldn't tell the truth. The deep nest, the hound's silver eyes. These were too shocking, and speaking of them might label him a madman or bring greater trouble. He needed to fabricate a plausible story that might earn him some trust or help. "My name is Zhou. I came from the settlement to the east looking for medicine. I ran into a pack of mutated scavengers. I couldn't beat them, got hurt, got lost, and rolled down a slope. And ended up here." He spoke half-truthfully, his voice weak with the lingering fear of a narrow escape. Scavengers were a common threat in this area, Encountering them and getting injured was plausible. Rolling down a slope could also explain his bruises and disheveled state. The old scavenger listened, saying nothing, just poking the fire with a stick, the flames dancing on his face, illuminating deep wrinkles. After Zhou finished the mush, he slowly spoke the settlement to the east. Black Rat Gang's territory. Zhou's heart tightened. He didn't know any Black Rat Gang, but he could hear a hint of wariness and distance in the old scavenger's tone. He mumbled a vague Doesn't seem like it. The old scavenger shook his head, his cloudy eyes fixed on Zhou. The Black Rat Gang's people don't have your eyes. And your wounds aren't all from scavengers. The one on your foot is from an energy weapon hound stuff. The color under your ribs is poison. Your leg is broken. Scavengers don't do that kind of work. Zhou's heart pounded. This old scavenger had a terrifyingly sharp eye. He was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. If you don't want to talk, fine. The old scavenger seemed unconcerned, looking away and continuing to poke the fire. In this world, everyone has secrets. You can stay here for one night. At dawn you leave. I can spare some food and water. That's all. It was direct, cold, but offered a lifeline. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said thank you. One night is enough. I can help you with something, or I have something to trade. He thought of the access card. The old scavenger glanced at him, his gaze falling on Zhou's clenched fist, as if guessing something. Something from the deep nest. Zhou was startled again and slowly nodded. The old scavenger was silent for a moment, then shook his head. That thing is too hot to handle. I have no use for it here, and I don't have the skill for it. Keep it or throw it away. The rules here are simple: don't cause trouble, don't bring trouble. At sunrise tomorrow you leave. With that, he ignored Zhou, poured out some junk he had collected today from his sack, and began sorting through it with practiced mechanical movements. Zhou leaned against the wall, watching the flickering fire and the old scavenger's silent back, his emotions a tangled mess. One night of shelter, a little food, and water. This was the law of the wilderness, cold but straightforward. He needed this night. He had to recover some strength as soon as possible. He closed his eyes and began to guide the nearly depleted energy cores in his chest, absorbing the faint warmth from the food to repair his body. The thin strands of dark gold-fused energy, like the most diligent worker ants, slowly cleared the blockages in his meridians and nourished his damaged internal organs. Outside, the sound of rain gradually faded. Night enveloped this cruel and real wasteland. A silent night passed. Only the crackling of the campfire, the rustling of the old scavenger sorting through refuse, and Zhou's faint labored breaths broke the stillness. The two nearly dormant energy cores embedded in his chest stirred at last by the warmth of food, and the relentless summons of Zhou's will flickered back to life. A feeble ember rekindled within dying ash. They began to rotate slowly, drawing minuscule traces of ambient spiritual energy from the thin air, transmuting it into dark golden fused energy that seeped into his body to mend its ravaged flesh. The process was agonizingly inefficient, yet it was something where before there had been nothing. By dawn, Zhou felt marginally stronger, not quite stable, but no longer teetering on the precipice of unconsciousness. The searing pain in his foot had dulled, the numbness along his ribs receded by half, the swelling in his calf appeared slightly reduced. His internal organs still trembled with residual shock, but no longer convulsed violently at the slightest movement. He opened his eyes. Inside the ramshackle linto, the old scavenger was already awake, sitting beside the fire, whittling a strip of dried meat from some unidentifiable beast with a rusted knife, chewing it slowly with sips of water. Glancing up as Zhou stirred, the scavenger offered only a brief, wordless look. Gray light filtered through gaps in the oilcloth roof, dim and hazy. The rain had ceased, yet the sky remained leaden and oppressive. Zhou struggled upright and nodded toward the old man. "Thank you for shelter." The scavenger said nothing, merely picked up a battered leather water skin and a small oil paper-wrapped wedge of dense black bread and tossed them onto the ground before Zhou. "Food. Water. Eat. Then leave." His tone was blunt, devoid of warmth or hesitation. Zhou thanked him again, drank several gulps of icy water, then gnawed with great effort at the stone-hard loaf. The fare was coarse, the water biting cold, but both replenished strength. After finishing, he felt a fragile resurgence of vitality. From within his robes, he withdrew the deep Warren's universal access card, hesitated, then placed it silently on the dirt floor before the scavenger. "I have no use for this. Perhaps they can be traded for something useful." The scavenger glanced at the small, sodden metal card, his expression unmoved. With a casual nudge of his boot, he pushed it aside into the pile of firewood, as though discarding worthless, scorching trash. Zhou said no more. Slowly he rose to his feet. His injured foot throbbed under weight, but held. Leaning heavily against the wall, he limped toward the entrance and lifted the oilcloth flap. Outside lay a desolate, rain-dampened wasteland. Dew-laden shrubs and withered grass glistened under the pallid light. The air hung crisp and sharp with the metallic scent of wet earth. In the distance, the colossal crooked gray spire pierced the gloom, now clearer than ever and infinitely more ominous. Around its base coiled a faint, slow-rotating current of dark blue energy, ethereal as smoke, blending seamlessly with the storm-choked clouds above. This was the gray spire Silver Eyes had warned of, the harbinger of catastrophe, energy leakage, structural collapse imminent. Zhou cast one final glance at the silent, broad-shouldered figure seated with his back turned, then stepped out limping into the frigid morning mist of the barren expanse. He needed to flee, swiftly, away from the gray spire beyond the reach of Deepwarren's pursuit. He required stable sustenance, clean water, and a secure refuge where he could fully recover his strength and restore his shattered power. Silver Eye's second key fragment coordinates surfaced in his mind, the deep core of the Lihua primary energy well. Undoubtedly more perilous than the gray spire, yet pivotal to Silver Eye's design. To retrieve the second key fragment, to fulfill the exchange and claim the promised intelligence or aid, he would have to go there. But not now. To go now would be suicide. First he must survive, then grow stronger. He oriented himself. The Jingdu base city lay southeast, but impossibly distant, separated by countless lethal zones. The heart of Haicheng ruins was forbidden. Hunter hounds and Deepwarrens alike likely hunted there. He chose westward instead, away from the ruins' core into the unknown, gambling on fortune. There might yet remain forgotten hamlets, derelict settlements, or marginal outposts overlooked by greater powers. Dragging his wounded leg, he trudged across the slick, muddy wasteland. Each step was agony, each pause a battle against exhaustion. He walked haltingly, constantly regulating his breath, coaxing every wisp of his meager fused energy to resist the cold, the pain, the creeping tide of fatigue. After an hour or two, a dry, pebble-strewn riverbed emerged ahead. Across it, the land rose and fell gently, thick with vegetation. Crumbling stone walls and rust-pitted iron roofs hinted at a long-abandoned settlement. A spark of hope ignited in Zhou's chest. An abandoned site meant possible shelter, salvageable tools, even a surviving well, its water not yet exhausted. Gathering resolve, he carefully stepped onto the slippery cobbles and waded across the desiccated riverbed. Only black sludge clung to its cracked bed, no water remained. Just as he set foot upon the far bank, preparing to approach the ruins. Boom! A muffled seismic detonation erupted from the southeast, as if the Earth's own heart had ruptured. The entire wasteland shuddered violently. Zhou staggered, nearly collapsing, his hand slamming against a boulder for balance. He looked up, stunned. There in the distance, the crooked gray spire was engulfed by a titanic, sky-piercing column of dark blue energy, vast beyond measure. Over 100 meters wide, the beams speared upward, tearing through the cloud cover and staining the heavens with an eerie, unnatural indigo. Thick serpentine arcs of dark blue lightning writhed and exploded around the column. Thunderclaps so deafening they shook bone and marrow. A tsunami of chaotic energy surged outward from the spire, tangible, devastating. Air warped, the ground split open in deep, ragged furrows. Nearby ruins crumbled like child's toys beneath its wrath. The spire itself groaned, a sound of unbearable strain, as fissures already vast widened, instantly spiderwebbing across its entire surface with sickening speed. Massive shards of glowing dark blue crystal and corroded steel plummeted from the heights, like meteorites detonating on impact in showers of fire and dust. The storm clouds churned violently, coalescing into a colossal vortex, swirling, turbulent, veined with leaden gray and electric blue, its eye fixed directly upon the spire's fractured crown. Lightning, energy torrents, shattered masonry, dust storms, converging into an apocalyptic tableau. Zhou stared, breathless, heart hammering against his ribs. Silver Eye's prediction, energy rupture and structural collapse, had begun, and its scale dwarfed even his gravest expectations. This was no longer merely the spire's demise. It was a cataclysm capable of scouring the landscape for dozens of kilometers. The Deepwarrens were certainly within the blast radius, even farther out. Then it struck him his current position, though farther than when he'd been inside the Warrens, was still only a dozen or so kilometers from the spire. The shockwave's aftershock. As if answering his dread, the advancing tidal wave of raw energy, dense, suffocating, drew near. The air grew hot and heavy, charged with ionized fury. The ground trembled fiercely, pebbles and dust leapt into the air. Run. That single command consumed his mind. Ignoring his shattered foot, he wheeled and fled, desperate, unrelenting, away from the spire. Every vestige of his remaining fused energy surged forth, driven by mortal terror, propelling his broken body at speeds surpassing even his peak condition. Yet no human speed could outrun devastation. Within seconds, the maelstrom, charged with dark blue chaos, concussive force, and shrapnel, overtook him. Boom! Struck from behind by an invisible titan's mallet, Zhou saw darkness swallow his vision and felt himself hurled forward like a leaf in a gale. Deafening roars and shrieks filled his ears, his body screamed, as if being torn apart. Sand splinters, even tiny metal fragments, stung his skin like bullets, each impact a fresh lance of agony. He lost all control, instinctively curling inward, arms locked over his head and face. A fragile, instinctive veil of dark golden energy shimmered over his skin, but against such fury, it was parchment thin, crumbling. Spinning, disoriented, he knew not how far he flew, until he crashed hard onto a soft, grassy slope, tumbling end over end before coming to rest. Cough, cough. Zhou lay face down in muddy weeds, hacking violently, spitting up a foul mixture of blood, grit, and bile. Every inch of him burned. His bones felt unmoored, his back and arms blazed with lacerations from flying debris. Worst of all, his viscera once more violently jarred. A coppery taste flooded his mouth, followed by another surge of crimson. He forced his head up, gazing backward. The terrifying dark blue beam was fading, but where the gray spire had stood now yawned a ruinous wasteland. Smoke, fire, and flickering bursts of dark blue energy tangled together, obscuring the horizon. The colossal vortex overhead dissolved slowly, but its lingering turbulence stained the sky with a patchwork of bruised indigo and leaden gray. The shockwave's trailing edge still swept outward, diminished now, carrying only gales and billowing dust. Zhou lay prone, gasping, feeling his injuries deepen and his energy drain completely. That blow had nearly ended him. Only his last-second surge of protective energy and sheer luck in the direction of his flight, avoiding jagged obstructions, had spared his life. He had to move immediately. This region's energy field was dangerously unstable. It could draw mutated beasts or reconnaissance units from the deep warrens or hunter hounds. Gritting his teeth, he tried again to rise, but his body, ravaged anew and racked by visceral torment, refused. 3 attempts failed. Prostrate on the freezing mud, he felt his body heat ebbing rapidly with blood and sweat. His vision blurred, consciousness frayed at the edges. No, not here. To fall now was true annihilation. Again, Yiling's silhouette flashed before him, standing resolute in his place. Her fingertips cool against his skin. Her final gaze, complex, unspoken. And silver eyes, cold, calculating stare. Calculating, always calculating. He refused to accept this end. He had clawed his way up from the deepest rubble, survived relentless pursuit by hunter hounds and deep warrens, fused starcore and lihua essence, not to perish in nameless mud. A fierce, defiant will to live, a final ember, flared in the dying embers of his awareness. With a guttural roar, he drove his fingers into the frozen earth and began dragging his broken form forward, one agonizing inch at a time. His goal, the denser lower thicket ahead. If he could reach its cover, perhaps he might hide and regain just enough strength to endure. Those mere 10 meters stretched like an abyss. He crawled slowly, excruciatingly, leaving behind a trail of blood-slicked mud. Each centimeter devoured his last reserves of will. And then, just as darkness threatened to swallow his mind whole, he tumbled into the thicket's deepest recesses. Sharp thorns scraped open fresh wounds, but he felt nothing. He curled tight, pressed against the cold, damp earth. Darkness swallowed his sight. Only the low, mournful echo of the gray spire's death rattle, distant, fading, lingered in his ears. He closed his eyes, sinking into endless cold and void. Within his chest, the 2 energy cores, sensing their master's brush with oblivion, responded to the crisis. Their rotation quickened, imperceptibly. Their distance narrowed, fractionally. From their point of contact, threads of purer, denser, dark golden energy began to emerge, tenacious as living vines, slowly, inexorably repairing his most grievous wounds, sustaining the last fragile thread of his life. At the very heart of that golden radiance, a new light kindled, a pinpoint of deep violet, ancient and sovereign, cold as stellar core, faint yet undeniably present. Perhaps the starcore fragment of the Golden Horn beast, stirred in extremis by resonance with kindred energy, had awakened a sliver of its primordial essence. Zhou knew nothing of it. He simply clung, in darkness and cold, to that solitary, unyielding flame born of blood forged by will refusing extinction. Time flowed glacially at death's threshold. Far away, the gray spires collapsed and energy eruption finally subsided, leaving only drifting ash, utter desolation, and the lingering acrid resonance of unleashed chaos. Silence reclaimed the wasteland, broken only by the wind's low funereal moan. The darkness is heavy like drowning in the icy depths of the sea. There is no light, no sound, only the boundless, all-consuming cold and silence. His body seems to no longer belong to him, leaving only a fragment of broken consciousness drifting in the tide of darkness, ready to dissipate completely at any moment. Is this the feeling of death? Zhou's consciousness floats in the void. He cannot see, hear, or even feel the existence of self. There is only a vague, impending sense of foreboding that is about to return to nothingness. He is unwilling. This thought bursts forth like a spark in the darkness, weak, yet stubbornly flickering. He has yet to find his parents. He has not unraveled the mystery of the silver eyes and those fragments of keys. He has not repaid Yi Ling for her brief, yet genuine protection, nor has he managed to express a proper thank you to her. He has not made those hunting him who regard him as an ant pay a price. He has not truly seen what the capital Bay City, the last stronghold of humanity in the aftermath of the catastrophe, looks like. How can one die silently and unnoticed in this unknown muddy wasteland? Like a wild dog. No. The unwilling spark suddenly expands. It is as if it has been doused in fuel, suddenly igniting, transforming into a flame of will that, though still small, is immensely clear and incredibly intense. I am Zhou, the Zhou who crawled out from the ruins. The Zhou who escaped from the jaws of hunting dogs. The Zhou who devoured the scavengers, seized the gun barrel, and fused the star core with the departing fire. The Zhou who survived the collapse of the Grey Tower. I cannot die here. The intense will to survive nearly tearing apart this dark silence cleaves through the heavy void like a sword drawn from its sheath. With the awakening of this will, the two energy cores in his chest, which had been nearly stagnant, seemed to receive the most direct stimulation and trembled. The dark purple nebula suddenly contracts inward, then rapidly expands outward, its rotational speed skyrocketing in an instant. Countless fragmented, cold, dark purple star beams like awakened stars swirl and collide frantically around the core, emitting a grand cold aura that seems to devour everything. These are fragments of the star core of the Golden Horn giant beast, further stimulated under the resonance of the host's dying will, unleashing the primal power of the celestial overlord's bloodline. The dark blue flames are no longer calm. The heart of the flame suddenly jumps as if it has been doused in an accelerant, and the fire surges dramatically. Pure cold, but containing the high temperature that incinerates everything, the dark blue, flowing fire erupts from the core, violently colliding with the expanding dark purple star beams. There is no conflict, no annihilation. Under the harmony of this pure will to survive, two equally ancient and overbearing energies, oppositional yet symbiotic, begin to merge in an unprecedented, tighter and deeper manner. The dark purple star beams actively wrap around the dark blue flowing fire, as if the starry sky embraces the flame. The dark blue flowing fire penetrates into the dark purple nebula, as if the flame ignites the stars. At the very core of their merging, that newly born dark golden fusion energy, as if receiving the most abundant nourishment, grows, expands, and condenses at an unprecedented speed. The color shifts from light gold to a deep dark gold, and the texture transforms from a thin gaseous flow to a denser, heavier liquid state. This newly born dark golden energy is no longer merely for repair. It brings forth the vastness of stars and the intensity of fire, forcefully penetrating Zhou's nearly completely blocked and fractured meridians due to severe injuries and energy surges, cleansing every hidden wound, repairing broken internal organs, reconnecting fractured small bones, and even beginning to temper his muscles, fascia, and bones, evolving towards a tougher, stronger direction. The barrier of the sixth tier of an apprentice has long ceased to exist under the impact of this newborn energy. His power level ascends at an astonishing speed towards the seventh tier, eighth tier, and even higher. The injuries to his body improve at a speed visible to the naked eye under the repair of this high-quality energy. The charred wound on his foot sheds necrotic tissue and new flesh sprouts at an abnormally rapid pace. The numbness in his ribs completely disappears, and the wound heals. The crack in his calf bone brings a more intense itch as the bone rapidly remolds and strengthens. Consciousness, along with the repair of the body and the surge of energy, is forcibly pulled back from the abyss of darkness. Zhou suddenly opens his eyes. His vision shifts from blurred to clear. What comes into view are the low intertwined, twisted branches overhead, and through the gaps between the branches a sky that remains gloomy, yet seems somewhat brighter. The air after the rain is cool and damp, carrying the scent of decaying soil and plant roots along with a faint sweet metallic smell belonging to his own blood. He lies on the ground with cold soil and wet withered leaves beneath him. His body still feels pain, but it is no longer the deathly pervasive agony, but rather a mixed sensation of soreness and itchiness from the rapidly healing wounds. A sense of power unprecedented and full, as if every muscle is filled with explosive strength, awakens within his limbs and bones. He slowly sits up and looks down at himself. Under the tattered hospital gown, most of the deep, bone-visible wounds have scabbed, overturning a healthy dark red. On his foot, the charred, rotting area shows that the necrotic skin has fallen off, revealing soft, new flesh beneath. Though it is not fully healed, it no longer bleeds, and the pain has lessened significantly. He moves his arms, clenches his fists, and the joints emit a slight crackling sound full of strength. He calms his mind and introspects. In his chest, the dark purple nebula and dark blue flames are no longer at odds. They float together in a wondrous, spiraling, intertwined manner, slowly and steadily rotating, the energies flowing and merging seamlessly. At the center, a fist-sized mass of fusion energy, deep, dark golden, flows like liquid metal, radiating a grand, yet restrained wave of energy. This mass of energy is far more powerful, pure, and stable than before. He is at the 8th tier of an apprentice with a solid foundation, only a thin line away from the 9th tier. He can even feel that with just one more instance of high-quality energy replenishment, or a life-and-death trial, he could immediately break through. Moreover, it seems he has reached a new level of control over the energy within his body. With a slight movement of thought, a strand of dark, golden energy flows obediently to his fingertips, condensing into a grain-sized, yet heavy, as iron, glowing point that radiates a faint pressure. He can clearly feel the energy containing both the devouring characteristic of stars and the purifying characteristic of fire, along with a new gentle meaning that seems to protect and nourish. This is a breakthrough on the edge of life and death, a call and taming of will overpower. He has survived. Moreover, he has become stronger. Zhou slowly exhales a breath tainted with the smell of blood, and in his gaze the exhaustion fades, replaced by a more serene, more restrained, yet sharper brilliance. He looks towards the direction of the gray tower. The smoke has mostly cleared, yet that area is still shrouded in an abnormal dark blue halo like a scar on the earth. The tower seems to have shrunk significantly, its structure completely collapsed, leaving only a massive smoking ruin of a base. The energy turbulence has calmed, but the eerie silence after the violent impact is even more unsettling. The deep nest must have suffered heavy losses. The hunting dog's pursuers might also be affected. This buys him time. He must leave here immediately. This place is still too close to the gray tower, and although he suppressed the commotion from the breakthrough within his body, some subtle energy leakage might still be captured by residual detection devices. He struggles to stand up. This time the movement is much smoother. Although his injured leg still feels uncomfortable, he can walk normally. He walks out from the thicket, discerning the direction. The gray tower is to the southeast, and he continues westward. This time he moves much faster. With the physical quality of an 8th-tier apprentice, along with the abundant energy within his body, he moves across the slippery wasteland, as if it were solid ground. He avoids open areas, advancing as much as possible through densely vegetated, uneven terrain, while raising his perception to the limit, alert for any potential dangers around. After walking for about half a day, the sun finally struggles out from behind the heavy clouds, casting a pale, feeble light. The scene of the wasteland gradually changes, with sparser vegetation, harder ground, and more scattered stones. In the distance on the horizon, low, rolling outlines of hills begin to appear. He has completely distanced himself from the gray tower area. The energy turbulence and scent of smoke in the air have also diminished significantly. He finds a sheltered, half-collapsed earthen wall to rest temporarily. Taking out the last bit of hard bread from his pocket, he chews and swallows it slowly with the last few sips of water from his water pouch. The food is coarse, but he eats meticulously, feeling the energy dispersing within his body, replenishing what he has consumed. Having eaten and drunk enough, he leans against the cold earthen wall, closes his eyes, and begins to attempt communication with the 2 energy cores in his chest, as well as the dark golden fusion energy. He wants to understand them more deeply to master them. His consciousness sinks. The dark purple nebula spins, conveying clearer fragmentary information about the talent of devouring. He tries to guide a strand of dark golden energy, simulating the characteristic of devouring. The energy flows at his fingertips, and the free energy in the surrounding air seems to be drawn and slowly converging towards his fingertips, then being absorbed and assimilated by that strand of dark golden energy. The efficiency is very low, far less than directly plundering living beings or specific substances, but this means he has initially mastered the proactive use of devouring instead of relying solely on instinct. He then attempts the purifying characteristic of departing fire. The dark golden energy condenses in his palm, the temperature showing no significant rise, but the structure of the energy itself seems to become more dense and sharp, carrying a sense of being able to decompose and purify other energies. He gently presses against a fist-sized fragment of stone next to him. There is no sound, but when he removes his palm, a smooth, shallow pit appears at the contact point on the stone's surface, as if it has been melted by high temperature and then cooled, with the material structure becoming unusually uniform and fragile. Indeed, the core of departing fire brings not only energy attributes, but also a high-level way of utilizing energy, purifying, or in other words, refining and transforming. As for the newly born dark golden fusion energy, it seems to possess the advantages of both being more balanced and easier to control, with the best effects for repair and nourishment. Perhaps this is the power most suitable for him at this stage. Familiarizing himself with the new power, Zhou opens his eyes again. He needs to plan his next step. The second fragment of the Silver Eyes key is deep within the main energy well of the departing fire. That place is currently inaccessible, too dangerous. Moreover, his primary task now is to survive, regain strength, and understand the complete plan of the Silver Eyes, as well as his position in this game. He needs a relatively safe environment to gather information, resources, and possibly allies. The capital base city is too far and too conspicuous. The headquarters of the Hunting Dogs is there, and the headquarters of the White Blade is also there. If he goes in now, it would be like walking into a trap. He needs to go to a sufficiently large place that can provide shelter and development space, yet is not completely controlled by major powers like the capital. He recalls the scattered rumors he heard in the lower levels of the ruins. Besides the capital, after the catastrophe, humanity has established various survivor bases and cities scattered among the ruins of the old era. Some are built on the strong foundations of old military bases or underground facilities, while others are developed from the merging of several large gathering locations. Not too far from the ruins of Haicheng, there seems to be a place that is relatively independent and not small. Lan City. He vaguely remembers that a scavenger mentioned this name. It is said to be established on the ruins of an industrial stronghold in the north of the old era, and while it does not compare to first-tier superbase cities like the capital or Modu, it is considered strong among second-tier bases, relatively stable in order and less strict in managing transient populations. Lan City is a gathering place for many free warriors, exploration teams, merchant guilds, and small factions, well-informed and full of opportunities, though of course the waters run deep. The position of Lan City is roughly northwest of Haicheng ruins, possibly several hundred kilometers in a straight line. It is separated by vast wilderness and unknown areas, making the journey difficult. But it seems to be the best choice for now. He stands up, takes one last glance at the lingering dark blue sky light in the direction of the gray tower, then turns and faces northwest. His goal is Lan City. He takes a step forward, his figure casting a long, determined shadow under the pale, thin sunlight, walking deeper into the wasteland. Underfoot was no longer the dry, hardened earth of the wasteland, but a relatively flat, hardened surface paved with high-strength, fast-setting materials. Although the edges bore cracks and wild grass had sprouted, it was evidently a man-made structure. The air was no longer filled simply with dust and the scent of vegetation, but was subtly infused with a faint ozone-like aroma of purified air, accompanied by a distant, deep rumble reminiscent of large machinery in operation. Zhou stood atop a weathered rock platform at a higher elevation, gazing ahead. At the end of his line of sight lay a fortress that starkly contrasted with the wasteland, exuding a clear sense of technology and order, quietly sprawled across the ground. It was not the makeshift settlement of scrap iron and rotten wood that Zhou had imagined. What first caught his eye was a towering alloy wall over 15 meters high, entirely grayish-white, its surface smooth and reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the afternoon sun. The wall was not a single piece, but rather assembled from countless large container-like modular structures. Between the modules, dark blue energy patterns flickered, indicating that it was not merely a physical barrier, but part of some energy defense system. On the wall, at intervals, protruding automated defense platforms resembling turrets rotated with multi-barreled energy weapons and surveillance cameras glinting in the sunlight. Higher up, small silver drones about the size of a fist and moving slowly like a swarm of bees hovered silently, covering the entire airspace outside the wall. Within the walls, the buildings were no longer lowly shanties. Most were rectangular, multi-story modular structures, also displaying a grayish or light gray metallic texture arranged relatively neatly. Between the buildings were planned hardened roads wide enough for small vehicles to pass. In the distance, taller and sturdier tower-like buildings came into view, topped with complex dish-shaped or array antennas and industrial facilities connected by thick pipes slowly emitting purified white steam. Above the fortress was a thin, almost transparent dome of light, occasionally rippling like water under light refraction. An energy shield. Although it appeared to have low strength, merely filtering harmful radiation, dust, and low-level energy turbulence from the air, it still indicated a stable and substantial energy supply and advanced technology. The main entrance of the fortress was a broad, liftable alloy gate currently ajar, yet positioned with a checkpoint in front. The checkpoint was a small silver-gray alloy booth beside which two armed assault vehicles painted in matte gray, with sharp designs and smooth lines, stood parked, their rapid-fire turrets silently aimed outward. The flow of people entering and exiting was considerable, most clad in standardized durable gray or dark blue work uniforms or combat gear, with a few donning more personalized, yet equally well-equipped adventurer attire. They moved briskly, their expressions conveying a unique, goal-oriented busyness typical of urban residents, in stark contrast to the numbness or ferocity of wasteland survivors. Above the fortress, streamlined camouflage-shaped aircraft occasionally descended, trailing faint blue ion contrails, silently taking off and landing on designated platforms within the walls. This was Lawn City, a secondary human settlement built upon the ruins of the old era's industry, boasting complete defenses, energy sources, an industrial base, and a certain level of technology. Though its scale could not compare to super cities like the capital, the order, technology, and sense of power it displayed still left Zhou, who had struggled for so long among the wasteland and ruins, deeply astonished. This was the true way for human civilization to continue after the cataclysm, not merely surviving, but using technology to rebuild a fortress against the wilderness, against mutated monsters, and to safeguard their own civilization. He needed to enter. Not only to procure supplies and information, but to engage with this level of civilization, understand the true nature of this era, and acquire more advanced gear, knowledge, and even power. Yet in his current state, he felt entirely out of place among the residents of Lawn City. Tattered animal skins covered in dust, though his injuries had healed, his appearance resembled that of a wild man just emerging from the lowest depths of the wasteland. Moreover, he had no identification, no credit points, and was utterly ignorant of the city's rules. He needed a point of entry, a method that would allow him to enter reasonably and establish a foothold. After observing for a while, he noticed that among the people entering and exiting the city gate, besides those in standardized outfits, evidently residents or staff of the city, there were also some travelers dressed in various styles, looking travel-worn. Most of these individuals carried bulging, technologically sophisticated backpacks or tactical bags, some even accompanied by injured companions or transporting the remains of mutated creatures or tissue samples sealed in transparent containers on folding stretchers. They would undergo stricter checks and inquiries at the city gate, presenting some form of card or wrist device before being allowed entry or directed to a separate passage. Hunters, or so-called wilderness explorers or resource reclaimers. It seemed that while Lawn City had a certain industrial foundation, it still relied on these free or semi-official external workers for rare resources from the wilderness, materials from mutated creatures, and relics of the old era's technology. This perhaps was his opportunity to adopt the identity of a new hunter who had just emerged from the wilderness, possessing some strength and a desire for formal identity and rewards. He retreated behind his hiding rock platform, deep in thought. Playing the part of a complete novice was likely to invite disdain and exploitation. He needed to demonstrate some value without attracting unnecessary attention. With an 8th-tier apprentice's strength, he was not weak among low-tier hunters, but not top-tier either. Additionally, he had finely tuned energy control, allowing him to masquerade as a 6th-tier, fitting the image of a newcomer struggling to survive in the wilderness with some talent and luck barely making it through. As for his catches, he had hunted a few low-tier mutated beasts along the way who, although the materials were not valuable, they could serve as proof. He also brought out the access card from the deep nest, which had a sensitive origin, but the people of Lon City might not recognize it, i.e. perhaps he could pass it off as some sort of found, unidentified relic from the old era's electronic components to prove he had explored some dangerous or hidden ruins. As for his identity, he would stick with a survivor who escaped from the territory of the Black Rat Gang to the east. The Black Rat Gang, a low-tier gang prevalent along the edges of the wilderness, was not well known among the people of Lon City, but was enough to explain his background and lack of formal identity. Resolute, Zhou began to prepare his appearance. He used a bit of clean water he found to wash his face, hands, and feet as much as possible while retaining the rough animal skin shoulder cape and shorts he wore. This would prove his origins from the wilderness. He inserted the bone dagger into his waistband. From his inner pocket, he pulled out the access card from Deep Nest, carefully wrapped in a relatively clean piece of animal skin, and tucked it into a concealed small pocket on the inside of his shoulder cape. He also bundled up the few most intact, clearly residual energy low-tier, mutated beast crystal cores the size of a fingernail, murky and dull, and several pieces of tough animal skin he had collected along the way, wrapping them in another piece of animal skin to hang at his waist as his total haul. Finally, he adjusted his breathing, suppressing and simulating the dark golden energy fluctuations within him to mimic a somewhat unstable state of a sixth-tier apprentice. His gaze also softened, now holding a measure of appropriate wariness towards the unfamiliar environment with a hint of desire. Having prepared everything, he took a deep breath and stepped out from his hiding place, walking unhurriedly towards the massive alloy gate of Lon City. As he approached the city gate, he could feel the weight of this base city more acutely. The shadows cast by the alloy wall brought a sense of cold oppression. The lenses of the automated defense turrets adjusted their angles slightly as he moved. 2 silver drones patrolling the sky lowered their altitude, hovering about 10 meters in front of him, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Small probes ejected from their undersides, shooting out faint blue scanning beams that swept over him from head to toe. Zhou halted, raised his hands to signal he bore no hostility. The scanning beams lingered on him for a few seconds, particularly scanning his animal skin wrap and bone dagger before retracting. The drone emitted a soft beep, seemingly conveying a signal of harmless or low threat before ascending again to continue its patrol. At the checkpoint in front of the city gate stood 4 guards clad in gray-blue alloy light armor, armed with standard pulse rifles. Their equipment was far more standardized than the hunting dogs or deep nest guards Zhou had seen, yet equally refined with sharp gazes and well-trained demeanor. Beside the checkpoint, a civilian staff member in a gray uniform sat behind a transparent control panel, checking the identities and belongings of those entering and exiting. Zhou stood behind several similarly travel-worn hunters. When it was his turn, the staff member looked up, adjusting his single-lens tactical glasses, data streams flashing across the lenses. He glanced at Zhou's attire, then at the basic life signs and energy readings displayed on the scanner, which had been disguised by Zhou, frowning slightly. Identification card or Hunter Association registration code. The staff member's voice came through the mask, flat and emotionless. None. Zhou shook his head, his voice deliberately dry and tense. I escaped from the east. From the Black Rat Gang. I heard Lon City was a safe haven, so I came here. I want to register as a hunter. A refugee. The Black Rat Gang. The staff member seemed to recognize the name, querying the database. The screen displayed some blurry snippets of information regarding the Eastern Wastelands gang, with a low threat level but a notorious reputation. He looked at Zhou's youthful face and the energy reading of 6th-tier apprentice, softening his tone slightly, yet still maintaining his procedural demeanor. No identity record and no guarantor. According to Lon City's regulations for incoming personnel, you need to undergo basic quarantine, have your biological information recorded, and pay a deposit of 100 credit points as a temporary identity and basic living guarantee. Alternatively, if you can prove you have special skills or value, you can apply for a technical combat import fast track, but will require an evaluation. 100 credit points. Zhou was unaware of the specific value but saw a hunter beside him pay 50 points as an entry fee, clearly not a small sum. I have no money. Zhou's face showed awkwardness, yet his gaze remained resolute. But I have some catches that can be used as payment. Moreover, I have no health issues and am willing to work. I still have some strength in the wilderness. I have killed a few mutated hyenas and corrosive beetles. He said, undoing the animal skin wrap from his waist, revealing the few murky low-tier crystal cores and animal skins inside. The staff member glanced at them, quickly scanning with the device. Low-tier mutated hyena crystal cores, energy purity below 5, a recovery price is 2 credit points each. Corrosive beetle carapace fragments, average toughness processing price is 0. 5 credit points per piece. Total value. Does not exceed 15 credit points. Not enough. Nearby, several hunters awaiting inspection snickered softly, clearly finding Zhou's meager offerings laughable. Zhou paid them no heed. He produced the carefully wrapped small parcel from his inner pocket, unwrapping layer by layer to reveal the silver-gray access card with fine circuit patterns along its edges. This I found in a deep, old underground facility ruin. I don't know what it is, but it feels special. Can it be worth something? The staff member took the access card. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. He placed it under a more sophisticated scanner connected to the control panel. Scanning beams flickered back and forth, and the data streams on the screen surged rapidly, revealing complex material analyses and energy residual readings. Unknown alloy contains trace amounts of source iron and high-purity silicon crystal structures. Internally, there was a damaged, encrypted energy circuit, non-standard in design, source unidentifiable. Energy residue, extremely weak properties, leaning towards high-precision shielding and identity verification. The staff member regarded the screen with a hint of surprise and caution. He looked up, scrutinizing Zhou closely. Where did you find this? Specific location, environment. Zhou had already prepared his response. I can't recall clearly. To the east, far away beneath a mountain of metal rubbish, there was a half-collapsed opening. I hid from the rain, crawled and got lost for several days, nearly died inside, and finally found this in a room filled with rusty pipes along with some food, which allowed me to crawl out. He spoke, vaguely fitting the memory of a lost survivor. The staff member stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly judging the truthfulness of his account. Ultimately, he nodded, carefully placing the access card into a transparent isolation bag. This item holds considerable archaeological and reverse engineering research value. According to Lon City's regulations on relic recovery, it can be valued at 300 credit points for acquisition. After deducting the 100 credit point deposit and basic guarantee, the remaining 200 points will be deposited into your temporarily opened resident identity account. Do you agree? 300 points. Zhou's heart stirred. This was higher than he had anticipated. It seemed that items from the deep nest, even a damaged access card, held considerable worth here. Without hesitation, he nodded. Agreed. Very well. The staff member swiftly operated the control panel. Minutes later, a palm-size, thin as a cicada's wing, translucent gray wristband device slid out from the side of the control panel. The staff member picked it up and handed it to Zhou. Wear this. It is your temporary resident identity wristband, containing basic biological information, account linkage, and functions for internal positioning and emergency calls in Lon City. Do not damage or attempt to tamper with it. Inside, you will find 200 credit points along with a new resident guide and city map. You are now permitted to enter the city. Remember to abide by the laws of Lon City. Your hunter registration can be processed at the Hunter Association Lon City branch after you enter. Zhou received the cool, lightweight gray wristband, which felt almost weightless in his hand. He observed how those around him wore it, putting it on his left wrist. The moment the wristband touched his skin, it automatically adjusted its size, fitting snugly, with faint blue text illuminating on the surface. Temporary resident, Zhou, account balance 200C. He had succeeded. He had obtained legal status to enter Lon City, along with startup funds. Next, the staff member no longer looked at him, gesturing for the next person to step forward. Zhou nodded at the staff member, then turned and stepped through the massive alloy gate, officially entering Lon City. Inside the gate was another world. A broad, hardened road capable of accommodating several vehicles side by side. The sides were lined with orderly metallic lampposts, featuring automatic lighting and cleaning functions. The air was filled with the scent of purified, slightly ozone-tinged fresh air, starkly contrasting with the dust of the wasteland outside. The buildings on either side, though mostly modular blocks, had clean surfaces and bright windows, with some displaying holographic signs, scrolling various information: weapon repairs, potion synthesis, energy block supplies, task postings. Passers-by hurried along, mostly dressed in neat, standardized work uniforms or casual attire, along with many fully armed hunters equipped with various high-tech gear. Small electric vehicles and hoverboards glided silently along designated paths. In the air, small cargo drones occasionally flew by, accurately delivering cargo to designated receiving platforms on buildings. Order, efficiency, and a sense of technology. This was Zhou's first impression of Lon City. Although it could not compare to the imagined splendor of the capital, it was a civilized place compared to the ruins and wasteland. He raised his wrist to observe the gray identity wristband. With a slight thought, the wristband seemed to have simple neural connection functions. A faint blue translucent display unfolded before him, showing a basic beginner's guide and a city zone map. Lawn City is roughly divided into several areas: the Central Administrative and Research District, the Eastern Industrial and Energy District, the Western Residential and Commercial District, the Southern Storage and Logistics District, and the Northern Outer Ring area, where the Hunter Association Free Market Task Hall and various facilities catering to newcomers and adventurers are concentrated, making it the most chaotic yet opportunity-rich place in Lawn City. He needed to head to the Northern District first. To register as a hunter, familiarize himself with the surroundings, and use his limited credit points to acquire necessary equipment and information. He oriented himself, setting his sights on the location marked Northern District Hunter Association, and set off. Walking along the clean, orderly streets, feeling the atmosphere starkly different from the wilderness around him, Zhou's mindset began to quietly shift. Here perhaps was his new starting point. A place to temporarily shelter, gain strength, understand the world, and ultimately fulfill the promise made with the silver-eyed one, unraveling the secrets within himself. The dark, golden energy mass in his chest seemed to become more tranquil and restrained in this neat and orderly environment. He lifted his head, gazing towards the center of Lawn City, where several taller antenna-laden tower-like buildings stood silhouetted against the afterglow of the setting sun. A new journey had begun. The streets of Lawn City cast long shadows under the sunset as the surfaces of alloy buildings reflected a golden red light, imbued with a hint of warmth amidst the cold. The air purification system emitted a low hum, maintaining a pleasant temperature and cleanliness. Zhou walked along the main thoroughfare leading to the North District, surrounded by a bustling crowd and silently gliding vehicles. He wore a fur-lined leather vest that contrasted starkly with his surroundings, yet his gaze remained calm and his steps steady, rendering him not too out of place. The gray identity bracelet on his wrist vibrated slightly, projecting a light blue navigation arrow to guide him. Along the way, he saw well-equipped patrol squads, professional shops with signs reading Lawn City Biotechnology, Kinetic Armor Maintenance, and Efficient Nutrient Synthesis, as well as hurried hunters carrying various high-tech gear. Everything was in perfect order, yet there was a chilling sense of efficiency in the air. After crossing several wide streets, the architectural style around him gradually shifted from neat modular blocks to a more diverse and rugged design. More structures constructed with alloys and composite materials appeared, featuring obvious reinforcements and defensive structures, while the signs transformed into striking holographic projections, roaring beast heads crossed, swords glimmering crystal cores, and scrolling information about various bounty missions. The scents in the air became complex, mingling oil, metal, sweat, cheap tobacco, and faint traces of blood and energy residue. North District, the Hunter Association area, had arrived. Here the crowd was larger and the noise more pronounced. Hunters of various attire marked by scars and tattoos clustered in groups, some discussing animatedly in front of the mission release screen, others leaning against the automatic vending machines in the corners, smoking and resting, or rushing in and out of shops bearing signs like equipment maintenance, potion supply, and information trading. Occasionally, he spotted teams returning from the wilderness, their armor damaged and stained with blood, silently heading toward the medical station or the association hall. Zhou's target was the most conspicuous building at the end of the street, resembling a massive metallic monument, the Hunter Association's Lawn City branch. The building's surface was covered with dark gray alloy panels, sharp-edged and devoid of windows save for a grand, slowly rotating cross-hunting knife and star emblem made of energy beams above the main entrance. In front of the door were wide steps with people constantly coming and going. He ascended the steps, and the heavy alloy sensor door slid open silently. A more chaotic, murky, yet vital atmosphere rushed towards him. The hall was extremely spacious, with a height exceeding 20 meters. In the center stood a huge holographic projection column, continuously refreshing dense task information, surrounded by several circular service desks and self-service terminals. The dome featured a soft light source, simulating natural light, yet it could not mask the sense of leather, metal, sweat, disinfectant, and a faint trace of blood, and the burnt smell of energy overload lingering in the air. Hunters gathered in various areas. Some crowded around the task column, pointing and debating over the scrolling task information. Some processed paperwork at the service desks, handing over tasks and collecting rewards. 8 others sat in the relaxation area at the edge of the hall, speaking softly or silently, cleaning their weapons. Surrounding the hall were passages leading to different functional areas: equipment area, medical area, training area, task handover area, information area, and so forth. Zhou stood at the entrance, quickly scanning the surroundings. He did not rush to the task column, but instead walked towards a service desk marked with a sign for newcomer guidance and registration on one side of the hall. There were not many people there, only a few newcomers like him appearing anxious and curious. Behind the service desk sat a young woman wearing a standard gray vest of the Hunter Association and tactical glasses who was focused on operating the screen in front of her, her fingers deftly swiping. Zhou approached the desk. "Hello, I would like to register as a hunter," he said calmly. The young woman looked up, her eyes scanning him rapidly behind the lenses of her tactical glasses, especially furrowing her brows slightly upon noticing the gray temporary resident bracelet on his wrist and the leather he wore. "Newcomer, do you have a referrer or have you registered with the association in another city?" "No. This is my first time," Zhou replied honestly. The woman nodded, seeming accustomed to such cases, and entered a few commands on the screen. Name, age, permanent address, basic energy level, any special skills or specialties, and do you have any intention of joining a fixed team? Zhou, 18 years old. Temporary residence. Outer Ring District Temporary Settlement. Energy level apprentice level 6. Special skills, wilderness, survival, basic tracking, close combat. He stated the prepared responses. 18 was his estimated age and apprentice level 6 was a disguise. The woman quickly recorded the information. Energy level needs to be verified on site. Please place your bracelet on the sensor area beside you. Zhou pressed his gray bracelet against a protruding circular sensor pad on the side of the service desk. The sensor pad lit up blue and a gentle flow of energy entered his body through the bracelet, conducting a basic detection of energy activity and stability. Zhou controlled the dark golden energy within him, maintaining it steadily at the fluctuation level of apprentice level 6, even simulating a slight feeling of instability typical of just entering this level. Moments later, the light of the sensor pad changed to green. The woman glanced at the data displayed on the screen, nodding. Verification successful. Apprentice level 6, moderate energy activity, good stability. No signs of malignant mutations or energy contamination detected. Meets registration requirements. Registration fee is 50 credit points. This includes the basic identity ID card production fee, 1-year access rights to the internal communication frequency of the association, as well as the newcomer handbook and basic safety regulations. The woman continued. Zhou glanced at the 200 credit points balance displayed on his bracelet, nodded, and authorized the payment of 50 points. Payment successful, and a small manufacturing device on the side of the service desk activated with a faint hum. After a moment, a palm-sized, completely black card with dark silver metal edges featuring the cross-hunting knife and star emblem on the front and complex chips and anti-counterfeiting patterns on the back slid out from the outlet. The woman handed the card to Zhou. Your Hunter ID card. It binds your biological information and serves as your sole credential for accepting tasks, receiving rewards, and using certain facilities of the association. Keep it safe. The replacement cost for a lost card is high. The card already contains the basic communication frequency. Please go to the terminal over there to read and confirm the newcomer handbook and safety regulations yourself. Once confirmed, you can view and accept tasks that match your authority through the terminal or the holographic column in the task hall. Additionally, the woman added, her tone becoming more serious. As a newcomer, the association recommends that you first complete a few newcomer guidance tasks to familiarize yourself with the association's processes and basic wilderness survival. These tasks carry lower risk, and the rewards are correspondingly smaller, but completing them will enhance your newcomer evaluation level, unlock more task privileges, and provide some basic equipment or credit point rewards. You can decide whether to accept them. Zhou took the heavy, cold, metal-feeling black ID card and thanked her. As he held the card, it seemed to register a faint response with the identity bracelet on his wrist, and the card surface lit up with small words: Apprentice Hunter Zhou, ID number LC 1147. Apprentice Hunter. The lowest rank. He stepped up to the designated terminal nearby and placed the ID card on the sensor area. The terminal screen lit up, displaying a detailed, illustrated newcomer handbook and safety regulations. He skimmed through it quickly, absorbing the information that covered the association's structure, task, grading and acceptance rules, contribution point and credit point systems, equipment rental and purchase, medical and supply services, dispute handling processes, basic wilderness survival rules, and precautions for facing different levels of mutated creatures and harsh environments. There was a lot of information, but he read quickly, remembering everything. The handbook stated that hunter levels were divided into apprentice, official, elite, ace, and legendary, with each level further divided into 3 ranks. Level advancement relied on the difficulty and quantity of tasks completed, as well as the contribution points earned. High-level hunters not only enjoyed greater privileges and could accept more rewarding tasks, but also benefited from discounts on internal association equipment, priority for information and medical services. Contribution points differed from credit points. Credit points served as universal currency, while contribution points were hard currency used within the association to measure a hunter's value in exchange for special resources like advanced equipment, rare potions, high-priority information, or even eligibility to enter certain ruins or dangerous areas. Zhou quickly finished reading the handbook and confirmed his registration by pressing his fingerprint on the confirmation column. The terminal indicated that the registration process was complete. He did not immediately go to accept those newcomer guidance tasks. Most of those tasks involved clearing low-threat mutated creatures on the periphery, collecting specific plants, or gathering basic samples for a research team, with low rewards, lengthy time commitments, and little significance to him. He needed to obtain resources more efficiently, enhance his strength, and access higher-level information. He walked towards the massive holographic task column in the center of the hall. The surface of the column displayed countless task information, rapidly scrolling and refreshing like a waterfall, categorized by difficulty level, task type, publisher, and rewards. At the top, several bold highlighted high-risk, high-reward tasks rolled by, most involving the extermination of powerful mutated beast hordes in specific areas, exploring high-risk ruins, or escorting important supplies through dangerous zones, requiring at least a level 3 official hunter to accept. Zhou's gaze swept rapidly through the task flow. He needed a task that could provide decent rewards. Credit points and contribution points allow access to certain specific information or individuals while keeping risks within a manageable range. Currently, his permissions only allowed him to see apprentice and some level 1 official tasks. Suddenly, a task caught his attention. Task category: resource collection, ruins, exploration. Task level: official, level 1, recommended for teams of level 3 apprentices and above. Publisher: Lon City Biotechnology Research Institute, 7th Laboratory. Task content: proceed to the Old City Sewage Purification Plant deep within the core area to collect specific models of active sludge samples and high-concentration energy residue crystals. Access to the core reaction pool area of the purification plant may involve scavenger loadier nests and unidentified energy interferences. Task rewards: 800 credit points, 50 contribution points, 7th Laboratory, Goodwill 5. Special requirements: basic energy resistance and experience in dealing with scavengers are required. When submitting samples, you must undergo a brief inquiry from the Research Institute and report on task process details. Task status: acceptable. Remaining slots: 35, Old City Sewage Purification Plant. Scavenger nests. 7th Laboratory. Inquiry on task details. Zhou's gaze shifted slightly. Scavengers. He had dealt with them before and was familiar with their weaknesses and behavioral patterns. The Old City Sewage Purification Plant often connected to complex underground pipelines, possibly retaining remnants of old facilities or even secrets. There might be clues related to Li Hua or the Silver Eyes. The 7th Laboratory's inquiry might be an opportunity to connect with the internal research institutions of Lon City and gain more information about energy mutated creatures or even ancient relics. The rewards also seemed substantial. Most importantly, this task did not restrict solo acceptance, it merely recommended teams. Working alone, he could act more discreetly and at his own pace. He did not hesitate, clicked on the task details, and selected accept. His ID card vibrated as the task information and personal acceptance status updated in sync. Task accepted successfully. LC 1147, Zhou Apprentice. Please proceed to the Old City Sewage Purification Plant. Coordinates have been sent to your bracelet navigation within 72 hours to complete the task objectives. Failure to complete the task within the time limit or failing the task will result in the deduction of corresponding credit points and contribution points and will affect your evaluation level. The navigation coordinates synced to the identity bracelet on his wrist. The Old City Sewage Purification Plant is located about 30 kilometers west of Lon City, classified as a peripheral danger zone, but not deep within the wilderness. After accepting the task, Zhou did not leave immediately. He needed to prepare for this task. Currently, he was unarmed, equipped only with a bone dagger and a set of leather clothing. He needed more suitable equipment, at least an energy weapon, a basic set of protective gear, and some medical and energy supplies. He walked towards the passage marked Apprentice Official Hunter Equipment Supply Area on one side of the hall. The passage connected to a spacious hall filled with rows of alloy shelves and transparent display cases. From the most basic soldiers' rations, water purification tablets, and first aid kits to standard alloy combat knives, pulse pistols, light armor, and various models of energy blocks, detectors, and communication enhancers, the selection was dazzling. The price tags indicated both credit points and contribution points, with the latter usually offering better deals, but requiring corresponding hunter levels. Zhou currently had 150 credit points and 0 contribution points. He needed to be frugal. He first spent 20 credit points to purchase a basic gray coverall with light cut resistance and energy buffer coating, replacing his leather vest. Though still simple, it was less conspicuous and provided some basic protection. He then spent 10 points on a sturdy pair of synthetic short boots with anti-slip and anti-stab soles. For weapons, he had his eye on a standard Hound-type 1-pulse pistol produced by the Lon City Armory. It fires stable low-energy pulse beams, has a short range sufficient power for dealing with low-tier scavengers, and ordinary mutated beasts, consumes little energy, and is easy to maintain, priced at 50 credit points. He also spent 5 points to buy 2 standard energy magazines. For protection, he chose a light composite fiber vest covering key areas of the chest, abdomen, and shoulders, capable of resisting ordinary claw tiers and small caliber projectiles, with some mitigation against energy attacks, priced at 30 credit points. Finally, he bought 2 standard field ration packs, 5 points of basic medical kit, including bleeding gel, anti-inflammatory agents, and painkillers for 10 points, and a small bottle of high-energy nutrient solution for quick stamina replenishment, 5 points. The total cost was 135 credit points, leaving only 15 points on his bracelet. He changed into the newly purchased gear, holstered the pulse pistol at his waist for quick access, and tucked the bone dagger as a backup weapon into his calf strap. The protective vest was worn beneath the coverall, not cumbersome. The field rations and medical kit were stuffed into a simple, gray tactical waist bag provided with the gear. Overall, he finally looked somewhat like a hunter, albeit still the lowest and most pitiful kind. Fully equipped, he left the supply area without lingering and directly exited the Hunter Association Hall. Outside, dusk was approaching. The lights of Lon City gradually illuminated, making this steel fortress appear as a glowing island submerged in a dark ocean. In the distance, the energy shield manifested a clearer light blue aura in the night. Zhou raised his wrist, and the bracelet projected the navigation route to the old city sewage purification plant. He oriented himself and walked toward the western city gate. The streets of Lon City at night had fewer pedestrians, with only patrol squads and the occasional speeding vehicles. The checks at the city gate were stricter than during the day, but after Zhou presented his hunter ID card and the task information, the guards verified them without issue and allowed him to pass. Stepping out of the city gate, the cold night wind mixed with the unique scent of the wilderness rushed towards him. Behind him was the brightly lit Lon City, while ahead lay the dark, unknown wilderness. Zhou tightened his coverall and gripped the pulse pistol at his waist. The dark, golden energy mass in his chest seemed to become more active after leaving the city's force field, slowly flowing and bringing warmth that dispelled the night chill. He did not immediately engage in high-speed movement, but instead walked steadily towards the dark target location according to the navigation directions. As night deepened and starlight dimmed, only the faint blue light of the navigation on his wrist and the constant dark golden glow in his chest guided him as he plunged into the darkness of the wilderness. A new task, new dangers, new opportunities. Clues about the Silver Eyes, secrets of Lon City, mysteries of his own strength. Perhaps everything would begin to unfold from this seemingly ordinary sample collection task. The wilderness at night was silent and perilous. Far from the protection of Haicheng's energy shield, the radiation and chaotic energy currents in the air intensified, causing a faint prickling sensation on the skin. Starlight was obscured by thin, overcast clouds, leaving only the navigation beam from the wrist identity bracelet to slice a faint path of light across the rugged terrain. Zhou moved with steady steps. His physical constitution at the 8th rank of apprentice allowed him to traverse complex terrain at a speed far surpassing ordinary men, while pushing his perception to its utmost limits. The night wind carried the howls of mutated creatures from afar, the rustling sounds of crawling things in nearby bushes, and a faint, unsettling tremor from underground. He avoided areas with strong energy reactions, choosing relatively safe paths as much as possible. 30 kilometers was not too far for him now. Over an hour later, a massive silhouette of collapsed, tilted concrete structures appeared on the horizon. Moonlight occasionally leaked through gaps in the clouds, illuminating enormous tank bodies like the remains of monsters, broken pipes, and rusted metal frames. A pungent aged odor mixed with chemicals, rust, and decaying organic matter filled the air. The old city's sewage purification plant had been reached. The navigation beam pointed deep into the complex. Zhou did not enter through the main gate. It was usually the most dangerous and most likely occupied area. He circled the ruins, observing, and found a relatively concealed crack formed by a collapse just wide enough for one person to pass sideways. He suppressed his presence, minimizing the fluctuation of his internal energy to the lowest level, and slipped in like a shadow. Behind the crack was a vast, semi-buried space piled with broken concrete blocks and twisted steel bars resembling a collapsed workshop. Moonlight slanted in through a hole in the ceiling, casting eerie shadows. The air was even more foul-heavy, with a strong, musty smell and a peculiar Swedish bloodiness. On the ground, drag marks and scattered gnawed, grayish-white bones could be seen. Traces of scavengers. Zhou grew more vigilant. He drew his pulse pistol, refrained from turning on any lighting device, and advanced slowly in the darkness, relying on his enhanced night vision and perception. The dark gold energy mass in his chest spun slightly faster, ready to respond to any sudden situation. According to the mission briefing, the activated sludge sample and high-concentration energy residue crystals should be in the core reaction tank area at the deepest part of the plant. He oriented himself and moved along the broken passages toward the center of the complex. The deeper he went, the fewer traces of artificial construction remained. Walls and floors were increasingly covered by a viscous dark green, faintly fluorescent, and pungent carpet-like substance. The passages became narrow and slippery, with corrosive liquid dripping from above from time to time. The energy fluctuations in the air grew chaotic and dangerous, as if mixed with multiple conflicting energy residues. The number of scavengers began to increase. Most of them huddled in corners covered by the fungal carpet or crawled slowly over the slime-covered ground, producing a click-clack sound of metal and bone grinding. These scavengers seemed larger than the individuals Zhou had encountered at the edge of the ruins earlier, with darker carapaces and more corrosive secretion dripping from their mouthparts. But they moved sluggishly, and their perception seemed disrupted by the chaotic energy field here. Zhou did not disturb them. He passed through them like a ghost. Occasionally, a scavenger seemed to sense something lifting its head, with scarlet compound eyes flickering in the darkness. But Zhou had already suppressed all signs of life and energy fluctuation, becoming like a cold stone. Soon they lost interest and returned to their semi-hibernative state. After traversing several passages completely occupied by the fungal carpet and scavengers, a huge, heavily rusted circular metal gate appeared ahead. The gate was half open, jammed on its tracks, leaving only a narrow gap, just enough for one person to pass through stooping. From beyond the gate came a louder, more rhythmic heartbeat-like thump-thump sound, along with a richer, purer, yet more chaotic energy fluctuation. The core reaction tank. Zhou stopped before the gap in the gate, carefully sensing. The energy field beyond the gate was extremely complex, with both a strong aura of biological contamination and a peculiar residue of high-purity energy, similar to leaf fire, but its nature was colder and more obscure, as if polluted and twisted by something. The traces of scavenger activity peaked here, with thick, viscous filth mixed with bone fragments and metal debris piled on the ground. He took a deep breath and squeezed sideways through the gap. Before him was an unimaginably vast space, like a hollowed-out hemispherical dome building over 100 meters in diameter. The dome was long broken, revealing the pitch-black night sky and a few dim stars outside. In the center of the space was an equally huge, bottomless circular pool. It contained not water but a viscous sludge of interwoven dark green and dark red, slowly writhing, churning, and bubbling like a living thing. The thump-thump heartbeat sound came from deep within this sludge pool. With each heartbeat, a huge bubble swelled on the surface and burst, spewing out an even denser stench and chaotic energy currents. Around the sludge pool was a circular metal platform covered with rusted pipes and instruments. At that moment, dozens of scavengers were densely lying, crawling, and writhing on the platform. They were larger than those in the outer passages, with carapaces showing an ominous dark red. The mucus dripping from their mouthparts was highly corrosive, hissing and smoking as it hit the metal platform. They seemed to be in a collective, deeper state of hibernation, or waiting, their bodies rising and falling slightly with the pulse-like rhythm from the pool. Directly above the sludge pool, a beam of pale moonlight shone through the broken dome, landing on a relatively clean metal platform near the edge that was not completely covered by the fungal carpet. There, piled up, were several pieces of crystals of varying sizes, dark blue in color, with what seemed like liquid flowing inside, emitting a faint but pure energy glow. High-concentration energy residue crystals. Moreover, judging by the color and energy characteristics, they bore some resemblance to the dark blue crystals he had seen at the bottom of the Gray Tower reaction pool, which were of the same origin as the leaf fire core. Only here the energy of the crystals was thinner and more impure, seemingly altered by long-term pollution from this sludge pool. The activated sludge sample was right in the churning pool at his feet. The crystals were right before his eyes. But the problem was how to get them. Charging in directly and alarming these dozens of enhanced scavengers would be suicide. Moreover, this sludge pool gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. The rhythmic heartbeat from the bottom made him think of some sleeping, even more terrifying entity. He needed a plan. Lure the enemy away or move with utter silence. He observed the distribution of the scavengers and the rhythm of the sludge pool's heartbeat. Most of the scavengers were concentrated near the pool's edge where they could be splashed by sludge as if the energy and substances emitted by the pool strongly attracted them. The heartbeat of the sludge pool occurred roughly every 10 seconds. With each beat, the chaotic energy currents on the surface were strongest, and the scavengers seemed to stir slightly in response. Perhaps he could exploit this. Zhou retreated to the gap in the gate and took out the high-energy nutrient he had just bought from his tactical pouch. He unscrewed the cap and carefully dripped a few drops of the viscous, sweet-smelling high-energy liquid onto the metal floor inside the gate near the passage. The scent of the high-energy nutrient might be a temptation for hungry scavengers. Then he retreated deep into the passage, found a relatively concealed corner with a view of the gate, and waited patiently. Time passed. The heartbeat of the sludge pool sounded regularly. Most of the scavengers on the platform remained asleep. But the 2 or 3 scavengers closest to the gate seemed attracted by the faint scent of the high-energy nutrient. They slowly raised their heads, turned their scarlet compound eyes toward the gate, and opened and closed their mouth parts, making faint hissing sounds. They hesitated as if torn between the temptation of feeding and the instinct to guard. One smaller individual finally could not resist dragging its heavy body and slowly crawling toward the gap in the gate. Now, the moment the scavenger's head emerged from the gap, but its body was still inside the gate, Zhou moved. Like a coiled leopard, he burst silently from his hiding spot, covering over 10 meters in an instant. His left hand shot out like lightning, fingers hooked like claws, precisely clamping onto the relatively vulnerable metal joint connecting the scavenger's head and torso. At the same time, he aimed his right-hand pulse pistol at the compound eye on one side of its head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Pew! A condensed blue-white pulse beam at extremely close range instantly pierced through the scavenger's hard compound eye structure and penetrated its skull. The pulse energy exploded inside its body. The scavenger didn't even have time to scream. Its body convulsed violently once before going limp, leaving only the biological tissue beneath the carapace twitching involuntarily. Zhou didn't stop. Before the corpse had fully fallen, he had already dragged it into the shadows of the passage, the entire process as swift as lightning and thunder without making much noise. The heartbeat of the sludge pool masked the subtle sounds. The other scavengers on the platform seemed oblivious to the loss of one of their kind, still immersed in that eerie rhythm. He had succeeded, but it wasn't enough. He needed to create greater chaos to draw the attention of more scavengers to have a chance to approach the pile of crystals. He looked at the scavenger corpse on the ground, then at the sludge pool. An idea formed. He dragged the scavenger's corpse to the side of the gate. Then with all his might, he hurled the several 100-kilogram corpse toward the far side of the sludge pool away from the crystal platform. Splash! The corpse crashed into the edge of the viscous sludge pool, sending up a huge spray of foul sludge. This commotion finally alarmed the group of scavengers on the platform. Several scavengers near the impact point were splashed with sludge, emitting angry hisses. They raised their bodies, their scarlet compound eyes locking onto the intruder, the corpse of their kind. They seemed caught between confusion and anger. Should they attack the intruder or continue guarding? In that moment of hesitation, Zhou acted again. He no longer hid. He rushed out from behind the gate, heading straight for the platform with the pile of dark blue crystals. He moved at full speed, running across the slippery metal platform like a gray shadow while firing his pulse pistol in rapid succession, precisely targeting the joints or compound eyes of the nearest scavengers that tried to intercept him. Pew! 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 Pulse beams drew brief, bright lines in the darkness. Caught off guard, 2 scavengers were hit in the joints, stumbling and falling, blocking the path of those behind them. Another was hit in the compound eye, letting out a pained roar and writhing wildly on the spot, further disrupting the scavenger's formation. Taking advantage of this brief chaos, Zhou had already reached the pile of dark blue crystals. Without time to examine them closely, he swept his hand across, quickly stuffing 3 or 4 fist-sized cold and heavy crystals into his tactical pouch. At the same time, his left hand pulled out the mission-issued, specially designed sample collection tube from his waist. Spotting a relatively clean area by the pool without scavengers, he extended the tube into the churning sludge, quickly drawing a full tube of dark green activated sludge, then screwed the cap tight. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. By then the scavengers on the platform were thoroughly enraged. They no longer paid attention to the corpse. Their scarlet compound eyes locked onto Zhou the audacious thief, and they let out a deafening collective shriek mixed with the sound of metal grinding. Dozens of enhanced scavengers surged towards Zhou from all directions like a black tide. Their mouthparts opened, spraying corrosive mucus like rain. Zhou dared not linger. The goods were secured, a retreat immediately. He turned and sprinted desperately toward the gap in the gate from which he had come. Behind him were the enraged roars of the scavengers and the hissing of mucus corroding metal. Several faster scavengers had already closed to within 10 meters behind him. Seeing that he was about to be caught, a fierce glint flashed in Zhou's eyes, and he stopped suppressing his internal energy. The dark gold energy mass in his chest roared to life, and a surge of immense power instantly filled his limbs and bones. He stomped hard with his foot, leaving a shallow dent in the hard alloy platform. His body shot forward like a cannonball, his speed suddenly doubling, and he narrowly escaped into the narrow gap of the gate just before the scavengers could encircle him. Boom. Almost the moment he squeezed through the gap, several scavengers at the front slammed heavily into the thick alloy gate, producing a dull, loud crash. The gate shuddered violently and fragments of rust fell from the edges. But their massive bodies could not fit through the narrow gap. They could only roar and pound frantically outside. Zhou did not stop sprinting back along the passage he had come from, heading out of the purification plant. The roars and pounding of the scavengers gradually faded behind him, but the anger and chaotic energy fluctuations permeating the air still made his scalp tingle. He ran without stopping until he burst out of the concealed crack and back into the cold night wind of the wilderness. Only then did he stop, leaning against a large rock, gasping heavily. It wasn't exhaustion, but the release of extreme tension. He patted his tactical pouch. The hard objects were still there. The sample collection tube was also intact. The mission was complete. Moreover, he had obtained a few extra dark blue energy crystals suspected to be related to leaf fire. Although they were contaminated, they might have research value or could be used to replenish or stimulate the energy core in his chest. He did not immediately return to launching. This place was still too close to the purification plant. The scavengers might chase him out or alert other things. He oriented himself and quickly moved several kilometers toward a remote corner away from both the purification plant and launching, finding a sheltered rocky crevice. He squeezed into the gap and settled down for a moment. He took out several dark blue crystals and observed them carefully under the moonlight. Within the crystals, a liquid-like dark blue light indeed flowed slowly, though it was dim, with some dark green, seemingly living stains clinging to the edges, constantly attempting to erode the crystal. The energy fluctuations emanating from the crystals were indeed of the same origin as the Li Hua core of the Gray Tower, but they were much more chaotic and cold, filled with a sense of pollution and distortion. He attempted to carefully touch one of the crystals with a wisp of dark golden energy. As the dark golden energy made contact with the dark green stain on the surface of the crystal, the stain twisted and shrank like a living thing, emitting a faint sound, as if it were being burned, followed by a wisp of faint, foul-smelling black smoke that dissipated. At the moment the stain was removed, the dark blue crystal itself seemed to brighten slightly, and the internal flowing light became a bit purer, though still thin. The cold and distorted feeling lessened. Effective. The dark golden fusion energy seems to purify this pollution. Zhou's spirit lifted. He controlled more dark golden energy, slowly washing over the surfaces of several crystals like flowing water. One by one, the dark green stains were stripped away, purified, and dissipated. A few minutes later, the pollution on the surfaces of the 4 dark blue crystals was completely cleared. Although the energy of the crystals themselves was severely depleted and their light dimmed, they had regained a relatively pure and cold energy attribute, and their resonance with the Li Hua core in his chest was much clearer. These 4 purified crystals, while far less powerful than a true Li Hua core, were of the same origin and should greatly assist him in solidifying and nourishing the dark blue flame within his chest. Moreover, during the purification process, his control over the dark golden fusion energy and understanding of the Li Hua incineration characteristics deepened. He carefully stored the purified crystals. Then he took out the sample collection tube. The active sludge inside was still slowly wriggling, emitting a strong biological pollution energy. This is a task item, it must not be disturbed. Having completed these tasks, the sky was already slightly brightening. He did not delay further and stood up to return towards Lan City. In the early morning, Zhou returned to the west gate of Lan City. After inspection, he was allowed to enter smoothly. He did not go anywhere else, directly returning to the Hunter Association. In the task handover area, he submitted the sample collection tube and his hunter ID card to the staff. The staff placed the sample tube into a sealed analyzer, and after a moment the device lit up with a green light indicating the sample was valid and met the task requirements. Task: Old City Sewage Treatment Plant Sample Collection completed. Reward settlement in progress. The staff operated the system, and Zhou's ID card and identity bracelet vibrated simultaneously. Credit points 800, contribution points 50. Favorability with the 7th Laboratory 5. Funds have been deposited into your account. Additionally, the staff looked up at Zhou, their tone taking on an official note. The task issuer, the 7th Laboratory, has additional requirements. The task completer must report to the laboratory for a brief discussion regarding the task execution details and environmental conditions. This is a mandatory requirement. Only after the report is completed can the full task rewards be claimed. The laboratory address and appointment time have been sent to your bracelet. Please arrive before 2 p.m. today. Indeed, Zhou understood in his heart. This inquiry was likely one of the true purposes behind the 7th Laboratory issuing this task. They were not only interested in the samples, but were also concerned about the situation deep within the purification plant, particularly the energy anomalies and the movements of the scavengers. He had no reason to refuse. Moreover, this was an opportunity to connect with internal research institutions in Lawn City. Understood. He nodded. Leaving the task handover area, Zhou glanced at his bracelet. Account balance 815 credit points, 50 contribution points. The address of the 7th Laboratory was in the Northern District, close to the central area on Research Lane, with an appointment time at 10 a.m. He still had time. First, he went to the equipment area using the credit points he had just earned to replenish the depleted energy magazines, and purchasing some basic antidotes and energy stimulants for quick recovery of stamina and energy, spending 100 points. Then he found a quiet corner in the association's rest area, ordered the cheapest nutrient solution, 5 points, and while slowly drinking it closed his eyes to rest, recovering from the fatigue of the previous night's travels, while sorting through his observations from the purification plant, preparing for the upcoming inquiry. At 9:50 a.m. Zhou arrived punctually at Research Lane. The atmosphere here was distinctly different from the rugged chaos of other areas in the Northern District. The streets were clean and quiet, flanked by identical gray-white modular research buildings with simple lines, their surfaces adorned with complex energy patterns and heat dissipation structures. Most of the people coming and going wore white coats or research attire, hurrying along and quietly discussing professional terminology. The air was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant ozone and the operation of some precision instruments. The research building of the 7th Laboratory was unremarkable, only 3 stories high, but heavily guarded. At the entrance were automatic defense turrets and energy scanners, along with 2 guards in black combat attire, their presence imposing. Zhou presented the appointment information on his bracelet. After a strict identity verification and scanning process, he was allowed to enter. The interior was equally simple and cold, with silver-gray alloy walls, soft white light sources, and an air circulation system emitting nearly inaudible faint sounds. A research assistant dressed in a white coat, wearing glasses and devoid of expression, was already waiting at the door. "Hunter Zhou, please follow me. Dr. Li is waiting for you." The assistant spoke in a flat tone and turned to lead the way. They took a silent floating elevator to the 3rd floor, traversed a quiet corridor, and stopped in front of a heavy alloy door marked Energy Biology Project Group Liwei. The assistant pressed a button on the recognition device by the door, and the door slid open silently. "Please enter." Zhou stepped in. The room was not large, resembling a small conference room and office. One wall displayed a gigantic light screen showing complex data and graphs, while another was filled with various sample containers and precision instruments on an alloy workbench. In the center of the room was a simple alloy conference table. Behind the table sat a person. A man who appeared to be around 40 years old, impeccably groomed, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a neatly pressed white research outfit, exuding an elegant demeanor, yet with eyes sharp as a scalpel. He was looking down at the preliminary analysis data displayed on the light screen before him, seemingly regarding the active sludge sample Zhou had just submitted. Hearing footsteps, he raised his head, his gaze landing on Zhou. That gaze was calm, focused, imbued with a researcher's unique curiosity, as if it could penetrate the surface and directly reach the essence. "Hunter Zhou, please take a seat." Dr. Li's voice was gentle, but carried an undeniable weight. "I am the head of the Energy Biology Project Group at the 7th Laboratory Liwei. Thank you for successfully completing the sample collection task, and I appreciate you taking the time to come here. We have some questions regarding the internal conditions of the old city purification plant that we hope to clarify with you. Zhou sat down in the chair opposite the table, leaning slightly forward to show appropriate respect and cooperation. Dr. Li, please go ahead. Dr. Li Wei adjusted his glasses, his gaze lingering on Zhou's face for a moment, seemingly observing his expression and subtle reactions. First, regarding the active sludge sample you submitted. Preliminary analysis shows that its biological pollution index and energy distortion level far exceed our previous estimation model. This indicates that the pollution level and energy instability in the core reaction pool of the purification plant are much more severe than the peripheral data we monitored. During your exploration, did you notice any unusual energy sources or any potential triggers that might have caused this deep pollution and energy distortion? The question was direct and hit the nail on the head. Zhou's mind raced. He could not disclose the matter of the dark blue crystals and Li Hua, as that would reveal too much. But he could partially describe the actual situation guiding the other's thoughts. Yes, Doctor. Zhou nodded, his tone neutral. The energy field inside the reaction pool is very chaotic, mixed with various conflicting energy residues. There is a kind of very cold, obscure, yet seemingly pure energy which feels as if it has been polluted and distorted. The pool itself seemed alive, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The number and activity of the scavengers far exceeded expectations. They seemed to be attracted by the energy and substances emitted by the pool, exhibiting a collective agitation or a state of enhancement. He did not mention the crystals, but emphasized the polluted pure energy and the anomalies of the scavengers. Dr. Li Wei listened intently, his fingers swiftly sliding over the light screen, pulling up some charts and data to compare with Zhou's descriptions. Polluted pure energy. Heartbeat-like pulsation. Collective enhancement of scavengers. He repeated the keywords softly, his eyes sparkling. This aligns with our hypothesis of high-purity energy source leakage leading to regional biological and energy field chain distortion. However, the quality and leakage method of that energy source seems to be more special than we imagined. He raised his head and looked at Zhou again, his gaze becoming sharper. Hunter Zhou, besides the sample in the reaction pool area, did you discover any other special item structures or energy anomalies? Here it comes. The core question. Zhou maintained a calm expression and shook his head. I did not notice anything particularly abnormal. The situation was very dangerous with too many scavengers. I took the sample and immediately retreated without time for close observation. I just felt that the entire pool area was permeated with that kind of polluted energy, and the source seemed to be deep within the pool. He answered without leaving any gaps, attributing all anomalies to the reaction pool itself. Dr. Li Wei stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly trying to find a flaw in his expression. But Zhou's eyes were calm, revealing only a hint of fatigue after completing the task and lingering fear of danger without any other emotions. After a few seconds, Dr. Li Wei shifted his gaze, seemingly temporarily accepting this explanation. He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Understood. Your information is very valuable, Hunter Zhou. Also, according to the task records on your ID card, this is the first official task you completed after registration. You performed well, especially considering the danger level inside the purification plant. Your energy level is apprentice stage 6. Yes. Zhou nodded. Dr. Li Wei pondered for a moment. Completing a task alone in that environment indicates that your practical combat and adaptability skills should surpass those of a typical apprentice stage 6. Our 7th laboratory has some targeted field exploration and sample collection projects that require partners who are courageous, capable, and sensitive to changes in the energy environment. I wonder if you would be interested. Zhou's heart stirred. Partners? Was this a recruitment or another form of inquiry? May I ask what specific projects these are? He did not agree immediately. They involve in-depth exploration of energy anomalies, energy organization sample collection from specific mutant organisms, and preliminary assessments of potential relics from high-energy test sites of the old era. Dr. Li Wei slowly said, his tone flat, but the content made Zhou's heart skip a beat. The risks will be higher than the purification plant task, but the rewards will also be more substantial. Not only will there be credit and contribution points, but if you perform well, there is also an opportunity to obtain special potions and equipment from within the laboratory, and even access to higher-level energy knowledge and application technologies. Relics from high-energy test sites of the old era. This almost hinted at the existence of the Li Hua project. Dr. Li Wei, or rather the 7th laboratory, is indeed interested in things related to Li Hua. They were using the guise of tasks to filter and recruit suitable personnel to explore those dangerous areas seeking clues or items. This was both an opportunity and a danger for him. It allowed for more direct access to relevant information and possibly even clues to Key Fragment 2. But it also meant he would be drawn into the plans of the 7th laboratory, exposed to more scrutiny. I need to consider this. Zhou did not agree immediately, which was in line with a newcomer's caution. Of course. Dr. Li Wei seemed unperturbed as he picked up a silver-gray card imprinted with the 7th laboratory's emblem and complex circuit patterns from the table, handing it to Zhou. This is a temporary access card for the laboratory, granting permission to enter peripheral areas and access some public information. If you are interested, you can come to the laboratory to find me or my assistant at any time with this card. Additionally, as an extra reward for this task report, you can use this card to enjoy a 10% discount at the laboratory's affiliated equipment shop. Very considerate and sincere. Zhou accepted the cold card and thanked him. Then today's inquiry concludes here. Thank you again for your cooperation, Hunter Su. Dr. Li Wei stood up, indicating the conversation was over. Zhou also stood up and took his leave. Stepping out of the 7th laboratory and back into the cool sunlight of Research Lane, as Zhou touched the cold temporary access card in his pocket and felt the energy core in his chest resonating faintly with the dark blue crystal. The 7th laboratory. Dr. Li Wei. High-energy test site of the old era. The silver-eyed Key Fragment 2 lies deep within the main energy well of Lihua. And the 7th laboratory is clearly very interested in similar items. Perhaps joining the 7th laboratory's partner program is his best choice for the next step. Not only could he gain resources and intelligence, but he could also leverage the laboratory's strength to explore those dangerous areas more safely and efficiently in search of key fragments. He needed to quickly enhance his strength and solidify his fusion in preparation for deeper and more dangerous explorations. He clenched the card in his hand, his expression calm. Next, it was time to engage with the internal powers of Lan City and truly step into this chessboard. The temporary access card felt cool and smooth in Zhou's palm, exuding the precise, refined texture of advanced industrial craftsmanship. As he walked back toward the outer ring district, his thumb unconsciously traced the subtle raised circuitry along the card's edge. 7th Laboratory. Dr. Li Wei. Collaborator. These words circled in his mind, entwining with the silver-eyed informant's clues, the key fragments, and the core essence of Lihua, weaving an ever more intricate web. The risks were unmistakable. Joining the laboratory's exploration initiative meant exposing himself to sharper scrutiny and pervasive surveillance. Dr. Li Wei's gaze, keen as a surgeon's scalpel, had left a lasting impression. Before a researcher of such caliber, any pretense risked immediate exposure, especially the two energy cores nestled within him, intrinsically bound to Lihua. Yet risk bore opportunity in its wake. The lab's resources and intelligence network offered support far beyond what solitary investigation could ever yield. The location of Key Fragment 2, deep within the primary Lihua energy well, was no place one entered alone. Gaining access would likely demand specific authorization, specialized gear, and perhaps even an internal route map. He needed to weigh his options: continue as a lone operative relying on raw ability and chance to inch forward, or align with a faction leveraging its strength to accelerate his path toward the objective. Back in his cramped temporary room on the fringes of the outer ring, a Spartan space furnished only with a narrow bed and a rudimentary workbench, Zhou closed the door and activated the wristband's basic privacy shielding protocol, costing an additional 5 credit points per day. He settled into lotus position upon the cold alloy floor and closed his eyes, drawing his awareness inward. At his chest, a nebula of deep violet swirled in harmonious rotation with a flame of indigo, steadier and more balanced, now having absorbed the purified energy from several indigohood crystals. At their center, the fused orb of dark gold energy had grown denser, its hue richer and deeper like liquid aurum. He guided it slowly through his meridians, nourishing his channels and tempering his sinews and bones. The barrier at the apex of Apprentice Tier 8 had thinned to the gossamer fragility of a cicada's wing, ready to shatter at any moment. Yet he refrained from forcing the breakthrough. He required not just power, but unshakable foundations and exquisite command over it. To Dr. Li Wei, a master observer, the telltale instability of a newly ascended novice would be glaringly obvious. He opened his eyes and withdrew 4 indigo crystals from his inner pocket, now translucent and pure though nearly depleted of energy, and laid them gently upon his palm. Strands of dark gold energy coiled around them like tender fingers delicately peeling away and drawing forth the last vestiges of resonant energy embedded within the crystal lattice. The energy was scarce, but exquisitely refined, flowing like a quiet stream into the indigo flame at his chest. The flame swelled infinitesimally, burning with greater stability, its resonance with the violet nebula deepening perceptibly. Simultaneously, fragmented insights into the intrinsic nature of Lihua energy, its capacity for purification, refinement, and transformation, rose unbidden into his consciousness, carried on the tide of absorption. He attempted to gather a filament of dark gold energy at his fingertip, mimicking the essence of purifying combustion. Around his finger, the air itself seemed to grow unervingly pristine, as if dust motes were repelled and dissolved by an invisible sovereign force. This was not heat, but something higher, a fundamental reordering and cleansing of energy and matter at the structural level. Excellent. His mastery over this force had deepened once more. He stowed the crystalline remnants, now inert chalk-white stones, and retrieved the temporary access card Dr. Li Wei had given him. The card was engineered with precision, not only housing a standard identification chip, but also embedding a subtle energy-sensing circuit capable of logging the bearer's baseline energy signature and entry-exit records. A routine surveillance measure. After a moment's thought, he reached into a hidden compartment of his tactical belt and withdrew a sliver of silvery metal no larger than his fingernail and thinner than a cicada's wing. It was residue scraped, using controlled energy, from the outermost shielding layer of a deep nest access card. He'd kept it purely on instinct, sensing its potential utility. With painstaking care, he used a thread of supremely refined dark gold energy to fuse the tiny metallic sliver onto an inconspicuous corner of the chip's reverse side. Dark gold energy possessed dual properties: the star-like capacity for subterfuge and the fire-like power of purification and transmutation. Under his exacting control, it perfectly replicated the original frequency of the silver coating, forming an imperceptible yet effective camouflage layer, capable of subtly disrupting most conventional energy signature scans. Unless examined with high-precision, purpose-built instrumentation, the anomaly would remain undetected. Thus, when he entered the laboratory, the recorded energy signature would reflect the carefully curated facade he wished to project. By the time he completed these preparations, dusk had begun to settle. He left his room and headed to the North District's free market, spending his remaining credits on basic tools and reagents for analyzing mutated biological material and residual energy signatures. He replenished his energy magazines and acquired several standard-issue therapeutic injectors. Finally, he entered a modest but bustling equipment shop catering specifically to low-tier hunters, where he used Dr. Li Wei's 90% discount card to purchase a gray full-body field suit, equipped with baseline energy resistance and autonomous thermal regulation. Far superior to his current workwear, the suit offered enhanced protection and provided marginal dampening against both energy detection and psychic probing, limited yet invaluable. Donning the new gear lent him a sharper, more assured bearing, better fitting the profile of an experienced, grounded hunter. At dawn the following day, Zhou returned to Research Lane's 7th laboratory. After presenting his temporary access card and passing verification, he entered smoothly, not immediately seeking out Dr. Li Wei, but instead following his wristband's guidance to the laboratory's collaborative research archive accessible to approved partners. The room was compact, containing only a few terminals linked to the lab's internal database. He selected an unoccupied terminal, swiped his access card, and pulled up the publicly available research reports and overviews granted to collaborators, covering topics such as pre-collapse high-energy test facilities, energy contamination, specialized energy crystallites, and mechanisms of mutated biological augmentation. The documents were voluminous and heterogeneous, largely sanitized and redacted, with critical details obscured or replaced by code names. Nonetheless, Zhou read each line with meticulous attention, seizing every fragment that might conceal a vital clue. He found scattered references to the Lihua project classified as a terminated high-risk energy experiment, citing subject loss of containment, large-scale energy leakage, and uncertain status of site sequestration. He also encountered descriptions of indigo-hood crystals labeled high-purity energy condensates, contaminated state, deemed highly valuable for research, yet perilous to extract and handle, frequently accompanied by severe biological and energetic field distortion. Moreover, one designation recurred repeatedly across the documents: Deep Nest. It was described as a top-secret institution dedicated to the containment and study of high-threat anomalous entities and artifacts, maintaining collaborative ties with multiple major metropolitan research institutes. This confirmed his suspicion. The tendrils of deep nest extended far and wide. While reviewing a briefing on energy anomaly distribution in old urban zones, his gaze sharpened. An accompanying electronic map marked known energy anomaly zones surrounding Lon City in distinct colors. In the southwest, approximately 150 kilometers from Lon City, lay a region shaded crimson red. Extreme hazard annotated thus, suspected location of a pre-collapsed large-scale deep energy facility, the source well. Energy field is profoundly unstable, severe spatial distortion, and unidentified life signatures detected. Strict quarantine advised, proximity prohibited. Source well. The term resonated faintly with the Silverite informant's description of the Lihua primary energy well. And the direction, southwest, aligned precisely with the coordinates tied to key fragment 2. Could key fragment 2 lie buried deep within that very source well? He swiftly memorized the map's coordinates and summary notes. Though publicly accessible, such data was not readily obtainable by ordinary low-tier hunters. His status as a 7th laboratory collaborator had granted him privileged entry. He spent half the day immersed in the archive until hunger forced him to leave. Rather than visiting the cafeteria, collaborators received no complimentary meals. He purchased a synthetic ration from an automated kiosk and consumed it quickly. Then he made his way to Dr. Li Wei's office. A knock followed by permission brought him inside. Dr. Li Wei sat behind his austere alloy conference table manipulating data across a luminous holographic display. Upon seeing Zhou, he lifted his gaze and adjusted his spectacles. Hunter Zhou, have you reached your decision? Yes, Doctor. Zhou replied, stepping forward and standing before the desk. I am interested in the collaborator program. However, I require detailed information regarding the specific project scope, assessed risk level, and the compensation and privileges I would receive before rendering my final commitment. His tone was neither deferential nor confrontational, measured, pragmatic, and quietly guarded. A flicker of approval passed through Dr. Li Wei's eyes. He favored negotiators who were direct, rational, and unswayed by emotion. Excellent. Please sit. He gestured Zhou to take a seat, then summoned a new dossier and projected it onto the holodisplay between them. We currently have a high-priority initiative codenamed Deep Dive Probe. Dr. Li Wei began his briefing. Its objective is to conduct reconnaissance at the periphery of Energy Anomaly Zone K7, located southwest of Lon City, the same region designated in our archives as the source well site. We require a reliable team of collaborators to enter the anomaly zone's outer boundary during a designated temporal window equipped with our custom-built energy detectors and environmental sampling apparatus, collecting real-time data on energy field fluctuations, spatial distortion parameters, and biological and geological specimens from the border region. Risk assessment: high hazard. As you've already seen, the zone exhibits extreme energetic turbulence and spatial instability. It may harbor formidable unknown mutated organisms, or phenomena born of pre-collapse facility breaches defying conventional scientific comprehension. We will not require collaborators to enter the core zone, but even the periphery bristles with lethal unpredictability. Dr. Li Wei paused. Compensation-based commission of 2,000 credits and 500 contribution points per participant. Additional rewards, ranging from 1,000 to 5,000 credits and 200 to 1,000 contribution points, will be granted based on the quality and validity of collected data. Should collaborators discover and successfully retrieve items or specimens of exceptional value, valuation will be determined case, with no upper limit. Furthermore, as a project collaborator, you will receive laboratory-issued mission-specific personal protective equipment, including a foundational energy shield generator and an environment-adaptive combat suit, as well as a full suite of multifunctional detection and sampling devices and ample medical and energy replenishment supplies. During the mission, your safety wristband will link to the lab's emergency monitoring channel. In the event of insurmountable danger, you may request urgent assistance, though response time and effectiveness will depend entirely on local conditions and available assets. No guarantees can be made. Regarding permissions, for the duration of the project, you will gain authorized access to internal documentation related to the mission, classified at higher security tiers. Outstanding performance may qualify you for participation in more central exploration initiatives, and potentially even exposure to applied frontiers of the lab's most advanced research. The terms were generous, and the risks correspondingly grave. 2,000 credits and 500 contribution points represented a fortune for an apprentice hunter. The bespoke equipment and elevated access to classified intelligence were exceptionally compelling. Yet the explicit, high-hazard designation and the candid admission that rescue could not be guaranteed left no ambiguity about the mission's peril. How is the operational team structured? Zhou asked. We plan a 5-member mixed unit DR. Li Wei replied. 2 on-site laboratory technicians will manage equipment operation and preliminary data analysis. 3 external collaborators will handle perimeter security, terrain exploration, and specimen acquisition. You are among our top candidates. DR. Li Wei studied him. The other 2 are Wang Tai, captain of the Iron Hammer Squad, a certified level 3 hunter specializing in heavy ordnance and frontal assault, and a solo operator known as Night Owl, a certified level 2 hunter master of stealth reconnaissance and rapid elimination. We need someone like you, sensitive to energetic environments, highly adaptive, and seemingly possessing unique insight into cleanser-class mutated organisms, to fill a critical gap in the team's capabilities. Iron Hammer Wang Tai. Night Owl. Zhou filed both names away. One armored, one elusive. Himself the versatile complement, at least in Dr. Li Wei's estimation. With 2 technicians, the composition struck a reasonable balance. What is the operational window? 72 hours from now, DR. Li Wei answered. A brief period of relative calm, induced by a macro-scale energy tide, will reduce peripheral energy turbulence and spatial distortion by roughly 30% for 6 to 8 hours. That interval represents our optimal ingress and egress window. Miss it, and we must wait 2 months for the next opportunity. His voice turned grave. Therefore, your decision must be prompt. If you accept, report here tomorrow morning at 9 to sign the formal agreement, collect your gear, and meet your fellow operatives for initial coordination. 72 hours. Tight, but it meant swift access to the Sourcewell region and perhaps the first tangible lead toward Key Fragment 2. I accept. Zhou did not hesitate. Risk and opportunity stood in perfect necessary balance, and he intended to seize this chance. Well done. A faint, genuine smile touched Dr. Li Wei's lips. A prudent choice. Here is the preliminary agreement. Review it carefully and confirm with your signature if satisfactory. Report here tomorrow at 9 a.m. with your signed agreement and identity card. A comprehensive digital contract unfolded across the holo display, detailing mission parameters, mutual obligations, remuneration, risk disclosures, and confidentiality clauses in exhaustive precision. Zhou read it thoroughly, verified its integrity, and executed his electronic signature at the designated locus using his identity card. Welcome aboard the Deep Dive Probe Initiative, Hunter Su. Dr. Li Wei extended his hand. Zhou met it, firm, dry, and steady. Leaving the laboratory, Zhou did not head straight back to his lodgings. First, he visited the Hunters Association, exchanging his newly acquired contribution points for several high-grade energy stimulant ampoules and a vial of ultra-efficient antitoxin. He then used his remaining credits to purchase a more detailed civilian-grade electronic topographic map covering the Sourcewell region, albeit limited in resolution, as well as several practical survival tools. Back in his cramped quarters, he resumed cultivation, refining his physical and energetic state to peak readiness. Simultaneously, his mind replayed every detail of the Sourcewell dossier, simulating countless hazardous scenarios and rehearsing precise countermeasures. Joining the 7th Laboratories project was merely the first step. Survival intelligence acquisition and uncovering leads to the key fragments. These were the true objectives. He required greater strength, more thorough preparation. At his chest, the orb of dark gold energy rotated slowly, radiating a calm, profound luminescence. 3 days hence, southwest. The Sourcewell. Key Fragment 2. I am coming. 3 days passed in a blur of tense equipment preparation, document study, and state adjustment. Zhou barely left his cramped single-room save for necessary procurement and a trip to the laboratory to collect custom gear. The equipment provided by the 7th Laboratory was indeed of fine quality. The gray-blue environmental combat suit was light, yet tough, featuring built-in temperature control and basic radiation filtration. It could also form an ultra-thin activatable energy deflection layer on the surface, effectively weakening low-intensity energy impacts and scans. The accompanying multifunctional risk detector integrated energy scanning, environmental analysis, communication, and simple terrain mapping. Though not on par with the specialized gear of the Deep Nest or the Hounds, it was a premium item for a hunter. Seizing the opportunity to collect his gear, he also visited the archives to consult more detailed internal-level reports on the Sourcewell region. These reports mentioned that advanced survey teams had captured signals of suspected stable spatial fissures and periodic high-intensity energy pulses at the edge of the anomaly zone. They speculated that the depths of the source well were not merely a leak from energy facilities, but might connect to an unstable subspace or an energy anomaly node, which was the primary source of its danger. The reports even vaguely mentioned that during a recent large-scale energy tide, an abnormal energy resonance phenomenon was monitored, showing a low match rate with the characteristics of a known high-energy ancient relic. Ancient relic. The word made Zhou's heart leap. Was the key fragment the Silver Eyes wanted classified as an ancient relic? Was the abnormal resonance of the source well related to the key fragment? More mysteries awaited personal verification. On the morning of the third day, Zhou arrived punctually at the 7th laboratory. In the designated assembly room, he met the 2 other external collaborators for this mission. Hammer Wang Tai, true to his name, was a burly, bald-headed giant, nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders, a thick waist, a crew cut, and a fierce, scarred face. He wore a heavy black combat suit with external reactive armor and carried 2 shockingly large multi-barreled rotary cannons crossed on his back. His belt was laden with ammunition belts and thrown weapons. The ground seemed to tremble with each step he took. His aura was savage, his gaze ferocious. Standing there, he exuded an oppressive air that warned others to keep their distance. When he saw Zhou, he merely grunted in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over Zhou's relatively thin frame and shabby gear, not hiding a trace of contempt. The energy fluctuations of a planetary first stage emanated from him without restraint, exuding a sense of raw power. The other was Night Owl. This was a lean man in a dark, gray, form-fitting combat suit with an optical camouflage coating. He wore a half-faced black mask, revealing only a pair of narrow, sharp eyes like those of a nocturnal bird of prey. He stood silently in the shadow of a corner, nearly blending into the background. His presence was so faint that if one didn't look deliberately, it was easy to overlook him. At his waist were 2 matte, curved short blades, and several throwing knives were tucked into his leg straps. His energy fluctuations were very subtle, but Zhou could sense they also reached the planetary stage and were even more dangerous, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Night Owl's gaze also fell on Zhou, lingering longer than Wang Tai's. His eyes held scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. There was no contempt, but certainly no goodwill. "Everyone's here, Dr. Li Wei's voice rang out as he entered with 2 technicians in white protective suits carrying various instrument cases. The 2 technicians, a young man and a young woman, both looked tense, constantly checking their equipment. "I am the on-site project leader. This is data analyst Xiao Chun, and this is equipment operator Xiao Lin. These 3 are the collaborators responsible for this exploration's safety: Wang Tai, Night Owl, and Zhou." His introduction was brief, without pleasantries, jumping straight to the point. "You've all seen the mission brief. Let me reiterate a few points. First, the target area is extremely dangerous. All actions must follow my command, or no independent actions are permitted. Second, our objective is peripheral data collection and boundary sampling. It is strictly forbidden to venture deep into the anomaly core. Third, the equipment is crucial and must be given priority protection. Fourth, if faced with insurmountable danger, personnel safety is the top priority. Equipment and data can be abandoned." "Understood. Understood." The group responded, Wang Tai's voice the loudest, laced with impatience. "Good. Let's move out." 2 modified heavy off-road vehicles coated in matte gray, with wide tires, raised chassis, and roof-mounted automatic weapon stations and detection antennas were already waiting at the lab's back door. The group boarded. Zhou, Night Owl, and the 2 technicians got into the first vehicle, driven by Dr. Li Wei. Wang Tai drove the second vehicle alone, serving as the rear guard. The engines emitted a low, powerful roar. The vehicles drove out of the research lane through the still quiet streets of Lan City in the early morning, exited from the west gate, and plunged into the misty wilderness. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was silent and oppressive. The 2 young technicians clutched their instrument cases tightly, their faces pale. Night Owl sat with his eyes closed, breathing steadily. Zhou, on the other hand, watched the rapidly receding wilderness scenery outside the window, using his wrist detector to record changes in the energy field and terrain data along the way, comparing them with the map in his mind. Dr. Li Wei drove steadily at a good speed, but always managed to avoid larger obstacles on the road ahead. Occasionally, he would briefly report on the road conditions and detection data through the vehicle's communication system. 3 kilometers ahead, minor energy reading anomalies. Signs of low-level carrion beetle activity. Deterring. To the right, remnants of an old arrow roadbed. Relatively easier to traverse, but may have traps or ambushes. Stay alert. Attention. We have entered the 100-kilometer influence range of the Sourcewell region. Energy turbulence is intensifying. Detector accuracy is decreasing. As the vehicles advanced, the sky itself seemed to darken. The thin clouds took on an abnormal lead gray hue. Occasionally dark blue aurora-like energy streams flickered deep within the clouds. The indices for radiation and energy turbulence in the air rose steadily. The energy deflection coating on the vehicle's outer shells began to emit an extremely faint glow, counteracting some of the erosion. On the distant horizon, a blurred, constantly twisting dark halo loomed like a mirage. This was the edge of the Sourcewell region. Along the way, they encountered several waves of small, scattered, mutated creatures, all easily dealt with by the roof-mounted automatic weapon stations. Wang Tai's vehicle would occasionally actively ram or run over low-threat monsters, blocking the way, displaying a violent and direct style. After driving for about 3 hours, Li Wei stopped the vehicle behind a relatively gentle slope covered in weathered boulders. Stop. 30 kilometers ahead, we enter the zone of intense energy disturbance in the anomaly area. The vehicles cannot guarantee safe passage. Everyone put on all your gear, check your instruments, and prepare to proceed on foot. We will establish a temporary forward base here. Everyone got out. A cold wind carrying chaotic energy blew past. The two technicians began frantically calibrating their equipment, setting up a simple communication and data relay point. Wang Tai, cursing under his breath, checked his heavy cannons and hauled out several large ammunition boxes from the vehicle. Night Owl silently disappeared into the shadows of the nearby boulders to conduct reconnaissance. Zhou also checked his own equipment. The pulse pistol was fully charged, the bone blade dagger and several throwing knives were in place, and his tactical belt was packed with various potions and tools. He raised his head and looked towards the southwest. There the sky was even darker. Energy turbulence rolled like tangible smoke. On the horizon, a huge, inward-curving outline was faintly visible. A funnel shape seemingly twisted by an invisible force, constantly shifting between dark blue and deep purple light, standing silently between heaven and earth, exuding a terrifying pressure that chilled the heart. That was the core scene of the Sourcewell anomaly zone. Just looking at it from afar made one's soul tremble, as if staring into an abyss. The calm period of the energy tide starts in about an hour and lasts for 6 to 8 hours. Li Wei said, walking over to stand beside Zhou, also looking in that direction, his tone grave. We must reach the designated coordinate point within this time, complete data collection and sample acquisition, and then immediately withdraw. Once the calm period ends, the energy turbulence and spatial distortion will intensify several times over in an instant. We will be trapped inside. How far is the designated coordinate point from the core area? Zhou asked. About 20 kilometers in a straight line. But that's just a theoretical distance. The space inside the anomaly zone is unstable. The actual travel distance and level of danger are unpredictable. Li Wei glanced at Zhou. So we need someone sensitive to energy and quick to react to scout ahead. Hunter Su, this task is for you and Night Owl. Wang Tai will be responsible for the rear guard and fire support. The technicians and I will be in the middle. Any problems? Zhou shook his head. Scouting ahead was dangerous, but it also meant more autonomy and a greater chance of finding clues. No problem. An hour later, the temporary base was established. The group regrouped. Li Wei reiterated the operational discipline and precautions, then gave the order to move out. Zhou and Night Owl took the lead, about 50 meters apart, advancing in alternating cover. Underfoot was soft black gravel that seemed scorched by high heat, making a rustling sound with each step. The air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone and sulfur. Energy turbulence like invisible knives scraped against skin and energy shields, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The readings on the wrist detector jumped wildly, much of the data already distorted. The deeper they went, the more bizarre the scene became. The ground began to show huge fissures, not filled with darkness, but with viscous lava-like flows of dark red energy. Twisted metal wreckage, as if wrung into knots by an invisible force, stood scattered like the bones of monsters. The sky hung low, and dark blue energy streams cascaded down from the clouds like waterfalls, exploding on the ground nearby to form brief energy storms. Occasionally, strange, semi-transparent creatures seemingly composed of pure energy would flash by, emitting sharp, mental-piercing shrieks. Night Owls throwing knives and pulse pistol beams would often precisely disperse them before they could attack. Zhou also acted a few times. He found that using his dark gold fusion energy to attack these pure energy entities seemed more effective, carrying a purifying quality that made them dissipate more thoroughly. The two cooperated fairly well. Night Owl handled mid to long-range elimination and vigilance, while Zhou focused on scouting and energy warnings. His perception was more reliable than the detector in the chaotic energy field, allowing him to spot potential energy traps and spatial instability points ahead of time. 50 meters left, abnormal ground energy structure. Suspected small spatial fold. Deterring. High-energy reaction residue ahead. A powerful energy entity just passed by. Traces are fresh. Be careful. Zhou relayed information concisely, while Night Owl responded with even briefer sounds or corresponding tactical movements. Behind them, Dr. Li Wei and the technicians, hearing the calm professional warnings from the front, felt their tension ease slightly. Wang Tai, on the other hand, was somewhat irritable. This cautious step-by-step advance clearly wasn't his style, but he said nothing, only scanning his surroundings warily, the muzzles of his heavy cannons rotating slightly. After advancing about 10 kilometers, a relatively open area appeared ahead. It was a vast expanse of black rock, smooth and flat as glass. In the center of this rock field stood several broken dark blue crystal pillars covered in complex patterns. Atop these pillars floated several clumps of dark purple energy, constantly twisting and shifting forms like nebulae. These energy clumps emitted a powerful ancient suction, drawing the surrounding energy turbulence towards them like a vortex, where it was then consumed and annihilated. Were they stable anchor points for spatial fissures, or some kind of energy collection device? The target point is just behind those crystal pillars, about 2 kilometers away. Dr. Li Wei's voice came through the communicator, laced with suppressed excitement. Be careful of those dark purple energy clumps. The detectors show they contain extremely high spatial distortion force. Don't approach within 100 meters. Go around from the side. Zhou and Night Owl exchanged a glance and nodded. They split left and right, carefully skirting the edge of the black rock field. Just as they rounded the side of the crystal pillars and were about to leave the rock field area, whomp! A low grand rumble, as if originating from the fundamental rules of the world itself, suddenly came from the direction of the source, while core. The entire ground shook violently. The dark blue crystal pillars burst with blinding light. The dark purple energy clumps floating at their tops like awakened beasts expanded and spun wildly. A terrifying wave of spatial tearing force, an energy storm, erupted from the pillars, instantly sweeping across the entire black rock field. No. Did the energy tide end early? Or did we trigger something? Dr. Li Wei's cry of alarm sounded in the communicator, but it was instantly drowned out by the howling energy turbulence and the shriek of spatial distortion. Zhou only felt an irresistible colossal force slam into him, sending him flying along with the black rock beneath his feet. His dark gold energy shield instantly activated to its limit, forming a dense film of light on his boat's surface, frantically resisting the violent spatial tearing force, producing a grating screech. He tumbled through the air like a leaf in a gale, completely losing control of his body, only able to desperately protect his vital points. Light and shadow flashed madly before his eyes, his ears filled with the shriek of torn space and the roar of annihilating energy. He vaguely saw Night Owl's figure also thrown into the air, but it twisted strangely a few times mid-flight, as if deflecting some of the force landing in the distance. Wang Tai roared, trying to blast the energy storm with his heavy cannons, but the gunfire vanished like mud thrown into the sea. The figures of Dr. Li Wei and the technicians were completely swallowed by the chaotic energy light. The world spun. Thrown an unknown distance, crashing through countless rocks, Zhou finally landed heavily on a relatively soft slope, marked by energy erosion, rolling another dozen or so meters before barely stopping. Cough! Cough! He lay on the ground, coughing violently, his mouth full of the taste of blood. The dark gold shield had shattered. His combat suit was torn in many places, revealing skin covered in fine bloody cuts from the spatial turbulence. His internal organs were violently shaken, darkness swimming before his eyes. But he forced himself to lift his head and look around. This place was no longer the black rock field. It was an unfamiliar ruin filled with twisted metal wreckage and dark purple energy crystal clusters. The sky was an eerie dark red, with tiny spatial fissures constantly flashing in and out of existence. The air was thicker with the smell of sulfur and ozone, and the energy turbulence was suffocatingly strong. The wrist detector was completely dead, its screen a mess of static. The communication channel only had the hiss of electrical noise. He was separated from the team. He had been thrown deeper into the source well anomaly zone by the sudden spatial storm. He was in deep trouble. He struggled to sit up and check his injuries. They were all superficial wounds and internal shock. Not fatal, but his condition was poor. His energy was heavily depleted, and the dark gold energy mass also seemed somewhat listless. He had to leave this place immediately, find a relatively safe spot to recover, then figure out his location, find his scattered teammates, or find a way out. He grabbed a nearby twisted metal beam, struggling to his feet. His gaze swept across this eerie ruin. The style of the wreckage seemed older than old era buildings, more unified and precise in design. Some fragments bore faint non-earthly symbols and patterns. This place didn't look like an earth-built structure. A thought like a bolt of icy lightning flashed through his mind. Could it be that the depths of the source well didn't just connect to a subspace, but to the ruins of some alien civilization? Or was it the crash site of an ancient relic from the stars that old-era humanity failed to fully control? The dark purple nebula in his chest seemed to sense something, accelerating its rotation, slightly transmitting an extremely faint but exceptionally clear resonance and longing. The direction of the resonance pointed deep into the ruins, towards the area where the dark purple energy crystals were densest and the spatial distortion was strongest. There seemed to be something there attracting the star core fragment of the Golden Horn Beast. Zhou gritted his teeth, suppressing the shock and unease within him. He had no retreat. Going back meant facing even more violent energy turbulence and unknown dangers. Going forward might offer a chance of survival, perhaps a clue, perhaps the key to trading with Silver Eyes and unraveling his own secrets. He gripped his pulse pistol tightly and, dragging his injured leg, began to walk step by step arduously towards the area of dark purple crystals. Each step felt like walking on knife edges. The chaotic energy corroded his body. The dark purple crystal clusters emitted an unsettling light. The distorted spatial sensation made him dizzy. But his eyes remained calm, only the dark purple nebula silently accelerating its rotation within his chest like a compass pointing the way home. The ruins lay in an eerie, suffocating silence, broken only by the faint wailing sighs of chaotic energy currents slipping through warped metallic fissures like ghostly lamentations. Beneath his feet stretched a shattered floor, not metal, not stone, its surface a dull, somber metallic sheen scarred deeply by searing energy blasts and violent, brutal ruptures. The air hung thick with the acrid stench of sulfur and ozone, layered over an older, stranger aroma, a dissonant blend of machine oil and an unfamiliar exotic spice, carrying an unmistakable, unsettling, non-terrestrial resonance. Zhou moved with deliberate slowness, each step measured and precise, his senses heightened to their absolute limit. The resonance emanating from the nebulous violet-dark constellation embedded in his chest grew steadily sharper, like invisible filaments drawing him inexorably toward the deepest, most concentrated pool of violet radiance at the heart of the ruins. Within him, dark gold energy flowed with quiet persistence, mending his wounds and shielding him against the omnipresent erosion of ambient energies. The surrounding wreckage gradually assumed a more coherent geometry, though still fractured. Its outlines betrayed the original architecture of corridors or grand halls. Smooth, elegant engravings, reminiscent of circuitry, yet possessing the fluid grace of alien script, traced the walls. Occasionally, dim, shattered violet crystals, kin to the pulsing energy clusters beyond, were embedded within the masonry, now lifeless and fragmented. This place was unequivocally not of Earth. Its aesthetic, materials, and energetic signatures belonged to an utterly alien lineage. Was it the legacy of the Silver-Eyed civilization, or some other forgotten epoch? Did Dr. Li Wei's reports on ancient artifacts refer precisely to these remnants? He approached a colossal, tilted metal door lying in ruin. Half a meter thick, forged from an uncanny, impossibly dense alloy, its edges bore ragged gashes torn by titanic force. He slipped sideways through one such breach and entered a far vaster, more grievously devastated chamber. The chamber was circular, its dome half-collapsed, revealing an ominous crimson-tinged sky beyond. At its center stood a massive circular platform etched with intricate luminous energy circuits. At the platform's heart yawned a bottomless black void, its rim trembling with violent spatial distortions. Scattered around the platform lay the broken remains of strange devices, some resembling control consoles, others like bioincubation pods, and many whose purpose remained utterly inscrutable. Most arresting, however, were several figures leaning against the wall near the chamber's periphery, not debris but bodies. 3 corpses, desiccated beyond measure, every trace of moisture long vanished, skin drawn taut over bone in a leathery ashen-black pallor as if dried for millennia. They sat propped against the wall, heads bowed low, their postures radiating a desolate, hollow serenity. Zhou stepped forward, observing closely. Their forms vaguely echoed humanoid anatomy, but diverged radically in detail, towering 2.5 to 3 meters tall, with elongated limbs, peculiar joint configurations, and slender fingers and toes ending in sharp keratinous claws. Their skulls were ovoid, hairless, with flattened features aligned similarly to human facial topography, yet sunken eye sockets and mouths reduced to narrow vertical slits. They wore tattered, form-fitting garments of non-terrestrial weave, faintly traced with dormant energy sigils. Most striking was their thoracic region. There was no heart, only a gaping cavity. Its edges bore telltale signs of molten fusion and violent energetic trauma, as if something had been violently excised or explosively expelled from within. Beside them lay scattered fragments, palm-sized, irregularly shaped plates of dark gold gleaming with cold metallic luster. Thin yet unervingly dense and rigid, each plate bore naturally occurring, exquisitely fine violet dark traceries, patterns that seemed to obey an arcane intrinsic logic. Zhou picked up one fragment. It felt glacially cold, profoundly heavy, and possessed a strange light-devouring texture. Instantly, the violet nebula over his chest surged, a violent resonant tremor. A wave of longing and kinship tenfold, hundredfold, more intense than before flooded his awareness. As if this fragment were a long-lost shard of its own origin, the very flesh of its ancestral bloodline. Scales of the Golden Horn Behemoth. No, not quite. Those scales were pure, weighty dark gold, radiating the sovereign, all-consuming chill of a cosmic apex predator. These, though likewise dark gold, possessed a deeper, more somber hue. Their patterns appeared deliberately engineered, refined, perhaps even attenuated, as if subjected to deliberate modulation or suppression. In that instant, comprehension struck Zhou like lightning. These bodies were not the builders nor the inhabitants of this ruin. They were test subjects. Or rather, soldiers, explorers, or experimental constructs deployed into this trial ground or colonial outpost by some advanced civilization, perhaps the same one that left behind the Silver Eyes. Biological tissue or technological implants, akin to the Golden Horn Behemoth or its descendants, subspecies or synthetic analogs, had been grafted into their physiology. These plates may well have formed the core of that augmentation, enhancing combat prowess and environmental resilience. This ruin had once been their base, or mission node. Clearly the mission had failed. They perished here, their internal cores obliterated or ripped out, leaving behind only these inert, scattered scales. The Sourcewell anomaly zone was no relic of ancient terrestrial energy infrastructure. It was a lost extraterrestrial trial colonial site. Destroyed and sealed for unknown reasons. Energy cascade. Internal revolt. External assault. Its dimensional fabric had partially overlapped with Earth's, birthing this lethally unstable anomaly. Those turbulent energy flows, spatial distortions, and mutated creatures were likely secondary effects of the ruin's collapse, or the catastrophic failure and leakage of its internal systems, biomechanical weapons, or containment protocols. The key fragment too sought by the Silver Eyes was almost certainly the activation key, or administrative credential, for the ruin's central control nexus. Why did the Silver Eyes seek them? To seize dominion over this ruin, to extract its technology, or to complete some prescribed trial or mission. Key Fragment 2 lay deep within the ruin, most likely beneath the black void at the center of the circular platform, or within a more central chamber, a command hub, a power core, or similar. Zhou's pulse quickened. He crouched, meticulously inspecting the scattered dark gold scales, most utterly inert, mere hardened matter. Yet a few retained a whisper of residual energy, faint yet of extraordinary purity, its violet dark essence subtly resonating with the nebula in his chest. Carefully, he channeled a thread of his fused dark gold energy into one such fragment. Hum. The scale vibrated softly, the dormant violet traceries flaring with sudden candle-faint luminescence as if doused with sacred oil. A surge of pristine glacial energy, imbued with the Golden Horn Behemoth's innate consumptive nature, erupted from the fragment, weak in magnitude, yet peerless in quality. It surged up his arm and into his body, immediately absorbed by the violet nebula over his chest. The nebula responded like parched earth meeting rain, spinning faster, glowing brighter, radiating waves of satiated hunger and insatiable yearning. It worked. These fragments' residual energy could replenish and strengthen the Golden Horn Behemoth's stellar core shard. His spirit alight, Zhou swiftly gathered the remaining energized fragments, closed his eyes, and settled cross-legged, commencing full absorption. His dark gold fusion energy enveloped the scales like a master artisan's chisel, delicately stripping, guiding, and transmuting their remnant kin energy into a steady potent stream, feeding the violet nebula. The nebula drank greedily, as if starved for eons. Its volume swelled perceptibly, its rotation grew more profound, more arcane, its aura deepened. Older, more imperious, more primordial. In turn, the sapphire-blue flame seemed nourished, burning with newfound steadiness, its resonance with the nebula deepening into seamless, harmonious symbiosis. And the central dark gold energy mass, fortified by this dual amplification, grew denser, more radiant, more commanding. Zhou felt his strength surging, not merely restored but refined, elevated. The barrier of acolyte rank 8 dissolved effortlessly under this high-grade infusion. His cultivation ascended steadily toward acolyte rank 9, and with foundations newly solidified, even higher thresholds now shimmered within reach. More crucially, as the nebula strengthened, clearer, more concrete fragments of the Golden Horn Behemoth's innate techniques began surfacing in his consciousness. Beyond raw consumption, insights emerged on amplification, sensory extension, and even rudimentary energy mimicry, practical applications, not just instinct. Still fragmented, yet vastly more lucid than before. When he opened his eyes after absorbing the final fragment, he felt utterly reborn. His injuries were largely healed, his vitality brimmed, his perception and command of energy had reached an unprecedented zenith. Acolyte rank 9, firmly anchored. He rose, flexing his limbs, savoring the torrent of power coiling within. His gaze returned, steadfast, to the bottomless void at the chamber's heart and to the enigmatic device fragments strewn around it. Key fragment 2 likely lay below. But what dangers awaited in those depths remained wholly unknown. To descend alone, even now, would be perilously reckless. He needed first to survey the surroundings, seek possible exits or traces of allies. He approached a relatively intact wall, studying its engraved markings intently. These non-terrestrial glyphs and patterns were utterly indecipherable. Yet he extended a filament of dark gold energy toward a recessed node on the wall, perhaps a sensor or interface. The wall remained inert. His energy vanished without trace, swallowed whole. Evidently no activation was possible without the correct key or authorization. He examined the device remnants. Nearly all irreparably shattered, their energy conduits severed. Only one object emitted the faintest, most unstable energy signature, a small metallic cube, half buried in rubble, resembling a compact data terminal or interface node. He carefully brushed away dust and corrosion, revealing several crystal-like contact points arranged in precise symmetry. Again, he channeled dark gold energy into one point. This time the cube responded, its surface bloomed with a feeble, flickering violet-purple halo, projecting a fragmented, static-riddled holographic image. The image depicted a control room. Numerous humanoid figures in identical form-fitting attire moved with urgent purpose, though blurred, soundless save for jagged electronic screeches. Suddenly, a crisp, rotating emblem filled the frame, composed of concentric circles and esoteric sigils. At its center rested a cold, silver-gray eye, a perfect, intricate lattice of interlocking circular grooves. The silver eye emblem. Zhou's pupils contracted sharply. Confirmed. This ruin was inextricably tied to the Silver Eyes. Their progenitor civilization was the ruin's sovereign architect. The image flickered, vanishing, the emblem replaced by a rapid scroll of indecipherable glyphs and a three-dimensional coordinate map pulsing erratically. Its focal point was the black void, and beneath it, along a branching conduit, glowed a single intensely bright node, emitting rhythmic pulsing signals. The location of key fragment 2. Zhou locked his gaze upon the pulsing node, etching its position and the map's structural logic into his memory with ironclad precision. The image stuttered once more, then died. The metallic cube cracked with a brittle snap, its energy signature extinguished forever. Critical intelligence secured the precise coordinates of key fragment 2, and the path leading to it, even if altered or collapsed. Yet confirmation also came, irrefutable proof of the ruin's intimate bond with the Silver Eyes. As he processed this revelation, his ears caught a new sound, subtle, alien, distinct from the ambient energy, how the grating scrape of metal on metal. It emanated from the far side of the chamber, beyond a half-ajar ruined metal door leading deeper inward. Not natural. Something was moving. Instantly alert, Zhou melted into the shadow of a massive support column, holding his breath, suppressing every trace of presence, extending only the finest filament of his perception